This guy spent 8 straight years grinding monsters in an apocalyptic wasteland. Now he is finally at his most crucial battle. Zhang Yi successfully slays the ultimate evil dragon boss. He claims the very last shard. Fusing them into a dragon blood scroll, he expects a massive power-up. Instead, absolute betrayal. His trusted best friend stabs him in the back. He loses the scroll along with his own life. He dies with pure hatred burning in his chest. But wait, fate has a wild twist in store. He wakes up in his bed. Time has rewound exactly 8 years to 9:48 a.m. on August 28th. It is the exact day the apocalypse starts. In utter disbelief, he flings the window wide open. The city outside is completely peaceful and normal. It is not a dream, he has officially been reborn. Standing before the end times, Zhang Yi clenches his fists. If heaven is giving him a second chance, he will take it. That backstabbing traitor Mu Chen, the guy who ended his past life, is absolutely going to pay for it. But first, he has a much more urgent task before the global system officially launches. He needs to track down a god-tier talent card. They are scattered all over the world. Normally, every player entering this apocalypse gets randomly assigned a standard starter talent by the system. But to unlock an ultra-rare god-tier talent, you need a special card. Only 10 of them exist. Using his memories from his past life, Zhang Yi easily pinpoints the location of the closest card to him. It is hidden at the very top of the Jinmao Building, and he wastes no time rushing over. He sprints all the way to the rooftop. The golden card is there, but someone else beat him to it. An arrogant voice suddenly sneers at him. "Listen up, kid. This entire Jinmao Building belongs to me, and so does that card." The uninvited guest is Lu Chang, a famously cocky young master who actually claimed this card in the past life. On top of that, he is the wealthy heir to the single largest real estate conglomerate in Linhai City. But Zhang Yi has zero intention of backing down. In this new life, whoever grabs it first wins. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bunch of hired thugs pull out guns and start spraying bullets straight at him. They scream at him to back off, but Zhang Yi dodges every single round like an absolute cheat code. The system hasn't even launched yet, and here he is, casually outrunning heavy machine gun fire. Timing it perfectly with just 5 seconds left on the countdown, he leaps forward in a stunning athletic dive. He snatches the golden card. Lu Chang grinds his teeth in rage and grabs a gun from his guard. He wants to end things himself, screaming, "You are not taking my card," as he fires. But Zhang Yi has insane luck on his side. Just inches before the bullet strikes, the global apocalypse officially begins. The world around him freezes instantly as a system prompt pops up asking if he wants to join the apocalypse. Zhang Yi hits yes without a single second of hesitation, and his body dissolves into thin air. Countless other people are logging in at this very moment, and when he finally opens his eyes again, he stands before a massive glowing altar with his god-tier talent card floating right in the middle. Having seen this spectacular sight in his past life, he calmly steps forward and reaches out to touch it. Instantly, a cute system fairy materializes, announcing his player profile is complete as player number 8857. She introduces herself as his personal system guide, explaining his god-tier card has unlocked a very unique skill. It is called "Let Me Use It," which sounds pretty goofy, but honestly, it is a totally broken ability. It literally allows him to copy the talents of any other player with only a 1-hour cooldown. Next, the fairy presents him with 3 distinct factions to choose from for his journey. The options are the beast race, demi-humans, or humans. Zhang Yi pauses to consider his past life choice. He chose humans back then for a 20% reputation bonus, which is highly critical in this world. But suddenly the fairy stops and looks closely, realizing he is carrying something else inside his inventory. She reaches in and pulls out an item that leaves even him completely stunned: the dragon blood scroll. This was the very item Mu Chen killed him for. To think he died and brought it right back. Since the system successfully detects the scroll, it instantly unlocks a secret hidden 4th faction option for him. The Dragon Race, a legendary hidden tier. Zhang Yi smiles, realizing his second chance is off to a perfect start. Hard to say if it is a blessing or a curse, but he steps toward the Dragon Race gate to start his login for real. Zhang Yi is brought into a waiting room called the Spawn Point, and there are tons of other players in there. Everyone is busy logging in, and just as he remembers, they are all staring around and gaping in absolute awe. They love how incredibly real this world feels, completely clueless that none of them will ever be allowed to leave. Not a single person gets out. While waiting, Zhang Yi decides to check his character profile. Aside from his current talent and faction, all of his core stats are at rock bottom, including strength, intelligence, endurance, agility, and stamina. But Zhang Yi also possesses a special passive skill unique to the dragon race, the gold rank Hell Dragon Fire. Every time he throws a basic attack or uses a skill, there is a 0.1% chance to summon it. Within the blaze, all enemies take true damage equal to 150% of his total attack power. The trigger rate is incredibly low, but the power of this passive skill basically rivals a god-level talent. With a quiet smirk, Zhang Yi looks at the crowd and realizes he needs to test his talent card first. He grins to himself, and honestly, who wouldn't? Step 1 is finding a test subject to copy a skill from. He quickly locks eyes on his target, a massive bald guy. Zhang Yi immediately fires up his copy talent. He drops a hand onto the guy's shoulder, but the brute quickly shoves him off. Zhang Yi scratches his head, playing dumb. He apologizes and pretends he mistook him for someone else, and just like that, he successfully copies the guy's epic tier talent. It is called Treasure Hunter, allowing him to detect any hidden chest within a 500-meter radius. Zhang Yi grins from ear to ear. His luck is absolutely wild to snag an epic talent on his very first try. Right after that, the spawn point gates creak open and a robotic voice blares over the loudspeaker. It welcomes everyone to this brutal new apocalypse. The bald guy eagerly rushes toward the exit, but Zhang Yi steps in to block him. "Don't do anything stupid, big guy. It is dangerous out there." But the brute ignores the warning completely. Instead, he laughs in Zhang Yi's face and calls him a coward, shoving him aside. The bald guy charges out, shouting for everyone to watch and learn. Well, let's just say nobody wanted to copy him after that. His leap lands him straight inside the jaws of a giant spider, and his life instantly ends. It happens so fast that no one can even blink. Then the system issues a warning. The bald guy cannot respawn. He is dead for good. Panic immediately sweeps through the waiting room. Everything is playing out exactly the way Zhang Yi remembers from his past life. Suddenly, a new quest window pops up on everyone's screen, delivering their first mission. They need to reach Safe Zone 886 in District 8, a sanctuary known as Hope Town. Getting there is their primary task. Reaching it guarantees their safety. They are given a strict 4-hour countdown timer, and the reward is a precious respawn token. Failure means dying for real, just like the bald guy. But here is the problem they face. Vicious monsters have completely surrounded the spawn point, and these terrified newbies have absolutely no idea what to do. But Zhang Yi remains completely cool and collected. He quietly reaches up and grabs a standard glass-breaking hammer. In his past life, a desperate player grabbed this as a weapon, never expecting its true value. It was actually a rare green-grade weapon in disguise, a secret that made other players burn with envy back then. This time, Zhang Yi snatches it first. Sure enough, the moment he picks it up, the hammer transforms into a dagger. Forged from icy meteoric iron, its combat stats are fantastic, and thanks to his newly acquired talent, Zhang Yi also detects a hidden chest stashed away right here in the spawn room. He drags it out from a dusty corner, revealing a rare dragon breath potion waiting inside. It is another green-tier item. Armed and ready, Zhang Yi is the first to charge out and attack. The other rookies look on with pure jealousy, pointing out the incredible weapon in his hands. It is a green-tier gear. He must be cheating. A few players start shouting in disbelief. Every single eye is locked on Zhang Yi, but they all think he has absolutely lost his mind. No matter how good that gear looks, he is still just a rookie fighting an impossible losing battle. How could he possibly survive alone against an entire swarm of highly aggressive giant spiders? The power gap between the two sides is simply too massive, forcing him to hit and run until the perfect opening appears. He immediately pulls out the dragon breath potion, and Zhang Yi times it perfectly, lobbing the uncapped bottle right into the giant spider's gaping mouth. Instantly, a massive fire erupts violently. Zhang Yi levels up twice on the spot, gaining 50 coins and a health potion. Even Zhang Yi himself didn't expect that dragon breath potion to be this incredibly useful. It would have been awesome if he could score a few more of those bottles. Meanwhile, the crowd at the spawn point is already starting to lose their absolute minds. Seeing Zhang Yi take down the giant spider in a single shot, they are convinced he is hacking, whispering that this kid definitely has some serious background. They wonder if they should try to party up with him. Meanwhile, as night falls, Zhang Yi follows his map's navigation coordinates. He begins heading toward Hope Town. Suddenly, the sound of rushed heavy footsteps puts him on high alert. A man rushes forward and grabs him, desperately begging Zhang Yi to save his daughter because a monster just dragged her into the forest. Zhang Yi looks toward the woods. In his past life, many players lost their lives right in that very forest. Still, it hides some pretty amazing loot. Though looking at this desperate man, something about him feels just a little bit off. Even so, Zhang Yi still follows him inside. But these woods are massive, and after only a few quick twists and turns, the man has completely vanished. Shrugging it off, he decides to just keep moving forward, walking deeper into the dark woods. He has no idea that a pair of hidden eyes is watching his every move. Soon enough, Zhang Yi actually spots a young girl. She is still holding a lollipop. Just as the kind-hearted Zhang Yi is about to guide the child safely out of the forest, a drop-dead gorgeous woman with purple hair and an incredibly stunning figure suddenly blocks his path. Only Zhang Yi is in no mood to admire her. One look tells him she is definitely an enemy, especially with someone walking right behind her. It is the exact same man who begged him for help earlier. She praises him, thanking him for luring in such fresh new prey. That purple-haired woman was clearly talking to the man. Zhang Yi immediately realizes he fell into a trap, and right on cue the system issues a new quest. He must rescue the lost child from the gloomy forest and bring her to Hope Town. The time limit is a 1-hour countdown. Success rewards him with a special ring, and even if he fails, there is absolutely no penalty to worry about. Zhang Yi remembers that in his past life, a few parties triggered this hidden quest while exploring the gloomy forest. The high-value rewards and experience points made other players absolutely green with envy, so he has no intention of passing up this chance. As soon as Zhang Yi accepts the quest, the woman's body morphs, revealing that she is actually a terrifying spider monster. Seeing the woman's true form, the little girl beside Zhang Yi bursts into tears. He tries his best to quickly comfort her. Then, drawing the rare green-grade weapon he just looted, Zhang Yi boldly charges straight toward his target. But this spider monster is fully armored, rendering his physical attacks completely useless against her heavy shell. The spider monster immediately retaliates, and Zhang Yi has to struggle quite a bit just to dodge her incoming strikes. His fairy companion urgently warns him to abandon the quest, explaining that this spider monster Mianshu is a level 20 boss. With his current strength, he stands no chance of defeating her, but running away is simply not in Zhang Yi's nature. He also wants to save the little girl, so he stubbornly stands his ground. Seeing he cannot be persuaded, the fairy stops trying. After all, she tells him giving up on this quest is the absolute only way to make it out alive. She trusts he will make the best decision here, but Zhang Yi just grits his teeth in frustration. Telling her not to count him out so easily, Zhang Yi charges back toward the spider monster once again. She braces for battle, but his goal is not actually a head-on clash with this beast. Zhang Yi remembers reading about a hidden chest near this quest on the world chat in his past life. After activating his treasure hunter talent, Zhang Yi indeed spots the hidden chest, completely ignoring Mianshu's incoming attacks. He sprints directly toward it. She is caught completely off guard, realizing his target was never her in the first place. Before she can even process what is happening, Zhang Yi reaches the chest and obtains a green-grade chain lightning skill book. Green grade. He grins from ear to ear because he actually managed to unlock a hidden skill. Since chain lightning deals magic damage, that tough armored shell on the spider monster is no longer going to be a problem. Panicked, Mianshu desperately summons a swarm of smaller spiders to tear him to pieces, but Zhang Yi is already busy absorbing the skill. Now that he has learned the skill, it is time to test it out, and the chain lightning leaves Mianshu twitching helplessly on the ground. The showdown wraps up way faster than he initially expected, and Zhang Yi walks away with a brand new epic-grade weapon. This venomous fang dagger crafted from the monster's own fangs. Taking the little girl's hand, he leads her away, and the two travel together for a while. Finally, they reach Hope Town, where a massive crowd has already gathered, including a familiar face, Old Han. He did not even notice Zhang Yi at first, but his subordinate happened to spot him and called out to the boss. "Isn't that the punk who stole your god-grade talent card?" Boss Lu Chang looked exactly where his lackey pointed. It really was Zhang Yi. Lu Chang gritted his teeth in rage, instantly ordering his men to tail him. Zhang Yi walked the little girl a long way and finally found her home, successfully wrapping up his quest. He immediately claimed the Ring of Taria. It did not do much, but wearing it boosted his luck by 55 points. In this brutal apocalyptic world, luck is an incredibly rare stat to raise. The higher your luck, the better the loot drops from his future quests. He had absolutely struck gold with this find. Right then, Zhang Yi noticed a roadside gear enhancement stall where the player loudly claimed there was no charge if the upgrade failed. Intrigued, Zhang Yi walked over to check it out. He saw a chubby blacksmith youth, boasting an insanely high success rate. He asked a nearby player if the big guy was running some kind of hack, but the player quickly shook his head, saying he clearly did not get it. This guy had the rare crafting and enhancement talent. Zhang Yi hummed with interest. Right before his eyes, the heavy blacksmith successfully upgraded a seriously high-tier piece of gear. Since it was that powerful, he decided to copy it. Acting fast, Zhang Yi casually bumped into the chubby crafter. Just like that, he copied an epic-grade crafting and enhancement talent. With this new passive skill active, his gear upgrade success rate shot up by 50%. Zhang Yi eagerly pulled out his Venom Fang dagger to test. He managed to pull off 4 successful upgrades in a row. The crowd went wild, but the shop owner looked pretty annoyed. He had no idea where this random guy came from to steal his spotlight. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Epic tier and level 15, truly unreal." Standard level 15 weapons were already incredibly rare to come across, but this is an epic tier item. Who on earth is this guy? While the crowd showered him with praise, Zhang Yi suddenly felt his ears ring as his vision started fading to black. His little fairy companion quickly warned him that his stamina was running dangerously low. Zhang Yi was forced to head to a nearby tavern to rest up and recover before going back out to grind. He quickly booked a room at the establishment. Downstairs, the patrons were all eagerly gossiping about the latest massive news blowing up on the World Chat channel. Apparently, someone had just completed a major hidden quest deep inside the gloomy forest. Word was that the player even had an epic weapon. Zhang Yi knew they meant him, but he kept his ego in check. Luck was definitely a factor, but he was determined to rely on raw skill to climb to the very top. Lazily stretching out on his bed, Zhang Yi calculated that he needed to hit level 20 as fast as possible. At level 20, he could choose his class advancement, picking from 7 classes like Knight Warrior or Assassin, or perhaps Mage, Archer, Priest, and Beast Tamer. That was the only way to unlock much stronger high-tier skills. That way, when he crossed paths with Mu Chen again, he would make him pay dearly for his betrayal. The next morning, he headed out for a walk, but the entire time he felt someone shadowing his movements. No more hiding. Show yourselves. Sure enough, the stalker stepped forward, and it was none other than Lu Chang. Fueled by pure hatred, he brought along a small army of lackeys, clearly aiming to take back the god-tier talent card. This forced Zhang Yi into combat, which was honestly fine by him. He wanted to test his new chain lightning skill anyway. Full of confidence, he tried to trigger the ability, but no lightning fired. A system alert popped up, warning him he was silenced. With his skills locked, Lu Chang smugly grinned. This silence effect was going to lock him down for a full 2 minutes. Confident in an easy win, he sent a beefy warrior forward to strike first, but the heavy blow did absolutely nothing to Zhang Yi. Like a mosquito bite, completely useless. The warrior panicked, seeing his blade leave absolutely no scratch. His gear was simply too high tier for their weak attacks. Lu Chang gritted his teeth in absolute frustration. He cursed his useless lackeys and drew his own weapon to fight. Zhang Yi glanced over and recognized a green-grade bow that had already been fully enhanced up to level 15. Lu Chang drew the string tight, aiming straight for him before letting the arrow fly. Boom. It exploded mid-air, splitting into hundreds of smaller arrows that rained straight down. The massive barrage actually managed to chip away at Zhang Yi's health. Since his skills were locked, he decided to bypass that constraint by summoning a beast. He summoned his Hell Dragon, which unleashed a massive wave of fire. Lu Chang's squad completely fell apart, scattering in panic and even leaving that silver bow behind. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile in absolute satisfaction. He was actually worried about reaching level 20 earlier. But now these absolute idiots came running over just to hand him a free weapon and easy experience points. That weapon is the Silver Bow, and its signature skill is the Meteor Arrow Rain. It is the exact same devastating attack Lu Changse tried to use earlier. A single fired arrow can split into hundreds of projectiles raining down like deadly meteors. With this massive haul, Zhang Yi finally reached his milestone. He hit level 20, meaning he could head back to town to find the class promotion officer. As soon as Zhang Yi arrived at the town square, he hoped Lu Changse and his crew were currently sulking at the Resurrection Fountain. In this game, players with an extra life would automatically respawn there. After dying, they always reappear at the nearest fountain. Zhang Yi swaggered right up to them, casually swinging the newly acquired silver bow in his hand. He actually thanked Lu Changse with a massive smug grin plastered on his face. This drove the defeated leader absolutely insane with rage. "Just you wait, brat," the leader snarled. "One of these days, I am absolutely going to make you pay back double for this." Zhang Yi just shrugged off the angry threats, treating them like background barking. Ignoring the noise completely, he walked straight to the class transfer officer and requested to unlock his next class path. Once the system verified his level, the massive class transfer hall immediately opened and Zhang Yi confidently stepped inside. Even though he is not a Libra, picking from the 7 available options is pretty tough. Out of all of them, the Beast Tamer is generally the most disliked path. Sure, they can summon beasts to fight and tank heavy incoming damage for them, but actually keeping those beasts fed and strong is an absolute nightmare. Right from the start, a Beast Tamer has to split their own precious progression resources with their pets. In a brutal apocalyptic world, resources are incredibly scarce. That leaves most late-game players starving for upgrades. Their progress grinds to a halt, and they eventually get left in the dust. Currently, only Knights and Beast Tamers can build alliances with the Dragon race. Zhang Yi thought about choosing Knight first, but that class is way too volatile. In his previous life, he saw so many high-level Knights. Whenever they lost a duel, they fell incredibly hard. But the Beast Tamer class is a completely different story. But Zhang Yi has a god-tier talent boosting his resource collection speed. It is 10 times faster than normal players. Plus, later on, he can leverage his unique dragon connection. He can recruit a legendary dragon companion to build a perfect self-sustaining team with massive tanks, healers, and damage. With a clear plan, Zhang Yi walked straight over to the Beast Tamer representative. The old instructor looked up, greeting him by saying he has been waiting a very long time for a young man like him. The cute little fairy helper popped up again to warn him, urging the young man to think twice before committing. She told him to think it over, since picking the right class can save an immense amount of effort later on. But Zhang Yi already made up his mind, tapping that confirm button. Believe it or not, this choice changes everything. Once the class change was official, he headed back out to the bustling town square to look around. Overhearing 2 nearby players talking, it sounded like they had just suffered a brutal defeat at the undead town dungeon. One of them complained that he warned him about that dangerous place. Now they got 0 elite kills and lost a ton. They lost all their gear and precious experience points since even the most basic mobs in there were insanely overpowered. The others snapped back, telling him to stop blaming him now when he kept quiet during the actual run. Zhang Yi perked his ears up. The undead town was actually his very first dungeon run back in his previous life. With a solid 5-man party and his past memories of the mechanics, taking down the final boss should be a walk in the park. Right on cue, a group in the square started shouting, looking to recruit 2 more members. They were heading to the undead town, and their only requirements were being level 20 with a completed class advancement. Right before Zhang Yi could step up, a gorgeous female player applied and got accepted instantly, leaving only 1 open slot. Zhang Yi quickly rushed over to secure the spot. Now watch how the party leader slowly sizes him up from head to toe. Seeing that Zhang Yi was a fresh beast tamer without any combat pets, yet the leader assumed he was essentially a useless low-level mage. He didn't seem to have any real skills, but promoted players were still rare in this area. The leader begrudgingly let Zhang Yi join, and they all headed to the undead town. Along the way, though, the leader had some questions. The captain couldn't help but ask why he chose this class. "Hey kid, did you totally miss the global chat warnings about it? Out of the 7 main classes, the Beast Tamer has the absolute worst damage output." Zhang Yi casually replied that he just likes raising cute pets. Zhang Yi shrugs off the conversation, but suddenly the heavily masked woman signals everyone to stay quiet. "Careful, the enemy is here," she warns right as a whistling arrow tears through the air and forces all 5 into battle. Kulaos begin clawing their way out of the dirt from all sides, and the team captain steps up to handle close combat. This masked girl is no pushover either, unleashing a wall of fierce fire that incinerates several of the skeletons at once. But 1 split-second distraction is all it takes. A skeleton ambushes her, pressing a cold dagger to her throat. She is completely pinned, and out of everyone, Zhang Yi suddenly looks like he's struggling the most. Zhang Yi quickly summons a flock of crows to rescue her, which is just a basic skill for a beast tamer. It does barely any damage, so Zhang Yi grabs her hand to regroup with the others as the captain screams for everyone to run. He knows these undead monsters will resurrect in no time, forcing the 5 of them to flee toward a dark, gloomy castle ahead. The dungeon boss is waiting inside, so Zhang Yi quickly assigns roles, telling the knight to step up and tank the damage. The damage dealers will attack from behind to avoid getting wiped out by the monster's powerful area of effect spells. In Stage 2, the captain notices his smooth leadership and starts getting highly suspicious. "How do you know this layout so well? Did you clear this before?" he asks. But Zhang Yi just waves him off, claiming it is just gaming experience. But the captain is not buying it, especially after spotting his legendary venomous dagger. How could a brand new player acquire an epic weapon and know this dungeon inside out? Zhang Yi is clearly lying to them. A greedy, sinister grin spreads across his face, realizing this kid must have plenty of other valuable treasures hidden on him. They hit the jackpot. Zhang Yi steps forward and opens the massive castle doors, revealing a pitch-black, chilling interior. He warns everyone to stick close because splitting up is extremely dangerous, but the 3 backstabbers only exchange a wicked, knowing look. They slam the heavy doors shut from the outside, telling them to play nice in there until they return to check on them later. The masked girl panics. She cannot understand why their own party members would betray them. But Zhang Yi sees right through their scheme, and honestly, we all knew these cowards would pull something like this. They want to wipe him out and steal all the loot, but before the girl can even process the betrayal, the massive dungeon boss emerges from the darkness, immediately launching a devastating energy blast the second they cross paths. Zhang Yi grabs her hand and yanks her out of the blast zone, prompting her to whisper that he just saved her life again. There is absolutely no time for romance. The giant boss is already gearing up to launch another deadly blast. As a beast tamer and a mage, both of them are total glass cannons without a solid tank to protect them. Without a tank, they cannot survive a single hit from this boss. Under extreme pressure, the girl suddenly summons a small army of skeleton soldiers, leaving Zhang Yi utterly stunned. This is the true power of a soul summoner, an extremely rare class unlocked through a god-tier talent card. It allows her to temporarily revive the dead to fight by her side for 5 straight minutes. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown. They cannot last long, so they must escape now. But with this undead vanguard buying them some time, Zhang Yi realizes they actually have a shot at winning this. He tells her to hold the line for about 1 hour, promising that he knows the boss's weakness and can handle the rest. When the massive boss sees the undead soldiers standing in its way, it flies into an even wilder frenzy. Zhang Yi cannot even get close to the monster, but he knows the glowing gem on its back is the source. It powers the entire Lich Mage, making it both its ultimate source of strength and its greatest weak point as they clash. Zhang Yi summons his black crows to distract the beast, forcing the boss to fight off both the crows and the soldiers. Caught in the chaotic crossfire, the boss begins to falter, and Zhang Yi calmly waits for it to turn its back. Lining up his target, he hurls the venomous fang dagger, sending it flying straight into the glowing red gemstone. The Lich Mage lets out an agonizing shriek as a system notification flashes, congratulating Zhang Yi on defeating the area boss. This single kill boosts him straight to level 25, rewarding him with the legendary Staff of Light. It is a level 30 epic weapon that absolutely puts his old dagger to shame, equipped with a powerful blizzard skill. It can trigger a massive blizzard across a 100-meter radius, freezing all targets for 5 seconds, making both of them grin with joy. This rare staff has a tiny 2% drop rate, a massive stroke of luck, which Zhang Yi decides to hand over to the girl. She is completely stunned by his generosity, but since the staff is tailor-made for mages, it makes perfect sense for her. As a beast tamer, keeping this weapon is totally useless to him anyway. Plus, without her summoning that undead warrior, Zhang Yi would never have found the time to take down the boss. Not a chance. He does not hesitate to hand her this precious weapon. Moments later, the 3 bastards outside realize all noise has stopped. They are absolutely certain of it. Zhang Yi and the beautiful girl must be dead. Excitedly, they step inside to collect the loot. But once they enter, they find both of them still very much alive. Zhang Yi mockingly asks if they are disappointed not to see corpses. Seeing this, the 2 lackeys in the back start panicking, assuming Zhang Yi must have taken down the boss entirely alone. His strength is clearly no joke. But their brainless leader refuses to walk away empty-handed without any loot. He yells out, asking what they are scared of. They have been fighting all day. They must be completely exhausted by now and barely able to stand. At their leader's command, the other 2 quickly charge. They rush straight toward Zhang Yi and the beautiful girl. He is not afraid of the leader, but the sudden attack reminds him of Mu Chen's betrayal. This painful psychological trauma brings back intense anger, leaving him frustrated as to why. Comrades betraying comrades. Why does it never end? Zhang Yi grabs her hand, successfully copying her talent. He copies her god-level soul summoner talent and without a moment of hesitation summons the powerful undead archmage. Under Zhang Yi's control, the massive savage boss charges straight at the 3 traitors before they can even process the threat. Their bodies are instantly frozen solid and shattered. A fitting end for these greedy fools. They are forced to bite the dust in absolute agony. Even worse, they cannot respawn, meaning they are gone for good. With the threat gone, the exhaustion hits. Zhang Yi collapses into a deep, unconscious sleep. In his dreams, he sees his father from when he was just a kid, already showing supreme talent for carrying games. His father promised that once Zhang Yi surpassed him on the leaderboards, he would buy him a brand new game. Sadly, now that Zhang Yi is trapped in this apocalyptic reality, he might never get to play that game from his father. When Zhang Yi finally wakes up, he finds himself back in his tavern room with a letter left on the table. It is sitting next to a ring. She wrote to thank him for saving her life. By the time he reads this, she will have already left to find her brother. Inside the storage ring she left are the items looted from those 3 traitors which he might need. She writes that she hopes they will cross paths again. Han Yaru is a beautiful name for a beautiful girl. Zhang Yi tightly grips the ring and begins to inspect the contents. It looks like those 3 greedy scumbags robbed quite a few players, as none of the gear inside is duplicated. His immediate gear issues are sorted out, but he still needs a magical beast prompting him to open the map. According to his past life memories, the Northern Fog hides the Dragon Emperor Tomb, the only dungeon that drops beasts. For players under level 40, but clearing it won't be easy this time. He needs to choose his teammates extremely carefully. Encountering more backstabbers like those 3 would be a massive headache. But that is far easier said than done. The next day, Zhang Yi wanders around the busy town square, searching for hours with absolutely no luck until he spots a group of beautiful girls recruiting members for their guild. This sparks a brilliant idea. Why doesn't he just establish a powerful guild of his own instead? In his past life, teaming up with Mu Chen right away made him completely forget that creating a guild is actually the best way to recruit elite players. He decides to act immediately. Heading straight to the registry, he registers his brand new guild under the name God Hunt. Now the real recruitment phase begins. At first, he considers handing out flyers on the street, but that seems too random. He needs to go where the real experts gather. He remembers that after the first survival round, the system always hosts a massive arena tournament. Since almost every single top player in the region will participate, this is his golden opportunity to scout elite talent. Right on cue, the system sends a special notification officially announcing the upcoming 1 vs 1 tournament. Every player who has successfully completed their class advancement is eligible to join. With a reward of 100 gold coins and a rare skill book, Zhang Yi signs up and is instantly teleported to the arena. Looking around the massive floating stadium, he takes in his surroundings, realizing he might have slept for a bit too long. Most players here average around level 30, while he is still sitting at level 25. At this rate, he won't be able to go very far. First, he needs to find a way to quickly level up. Go on, finish him. The massive commotion over on this side has already caught the attention of Zhang Yi. A duel is currently going on between a mage and an assassin, or so it seems. The advantage seems to be leaning heavily toward the assassin. The mage hasn't moved an inch since stepping on stage. But just as the assassin is about to deliver the final blow, his body suddenly freezes, suspended helplessly in midair. Oh my god, an epic skill. Where on earth did this guy even get something like that? The thing binding the assassin is the mage's shadow bind skill. It allows the caster to completely trap their enemy and deal dark damage. The duration of this imprisonment and the damage dealt will scale up with the level of this skill. The assassin struggles helplessly in the air, yet he refuses to lose. He even goes so far as to offer 1 million yuan. If the mage throws the match, he will transfer the cash once they survive the apocalypse. He promises to instantly transfer it to his account. 1 million is no small sum, and the mage can only let out a bitter laugh. If he had that 1 million back then, his company could have stayed afloat instead of going completely bankrupt. He wouldn't have lost his home and family and certainly wouldn't have been driven to the point of wanting to end his own life. But now, whether it is 1 or 2 million money means absolutely nothing. They have entered an apocalyptic world, and now he refuses to lose, especially to someone weaker than him. He roars, "I will not let my life end in failure again." The mage roars as he unleashes a massive surge of power. A system chime suddenly rings. The mage named Wu Qi has successfully defeated the assassin Zheng Ning and leveled up. But Wu Qi's ambition doesn't stop there. He carries a deep-seated resentment and wants revenge on this world, so he has vowed to defeat every single player he meets. Below the stage, Zhang Yi gulps hard. This mage is clearly going to be a tough opponent. The system continues to randomly match players across different arenas, and Zhang Yi's very first opponent is a player named Duan Feng. In his past life, Zhang Yi heard this name constantly on the world chat. Duan Feng cleared countless high-difficulty dungeons all on his own. Zhang Yi taps to participate in Arena 20. Duan Feng is already waiting there for him. He is a top-tier knight already level 35. Zhang Yi sighs. The game has barely even started yet, his level is already this high. Has this guy been grinding like crazy day and night? The two step onto the stage. Duan Feng has 500 more health than Zhang Yi. Showing some sportsmanship, he offers to let Zhang Yi strike first, since his level is lower. But Zhang Yi is stubborn and doesn't want his pity. He tells him to stop looking down on others because it's not over until it's over. Zhang Yi waves his hand to summon a flock of crows. Duan Feng actually respects this highly confident, almost arrogant attitude. He draws one of the 3 swords at his waist ready for battle. Fine then. Let's see what you've got. The first skill Duan Feng activates is Blade Shield. When this skill is triggered, the knight can summon countless spirit swords. Each blade blocks 500 damage and reflects a corresponding amount back at the enemy. The number of spirit swords increases with the skill level. Zhang Yi is immediately hit by the reflected damage of his own attack. His health drops by 200 in the blink of an eye. This Duan Feng guy is incredibly cunning. His offer to let Zhang Yi attack first was clearly a trap. What's the matter? Afraid to keep fighting, Duan Feng taunts from across the arena. Seeing that Duan Feng's health is still completely untouched, guarded by 4 spirit swords, Zhang Yi quickly calculates. To damage Duan Feng, he must break through those 4 spirit swords, but each sword can absorb up to 500 damage. This means he will take at least 2,000 reflected damage, but his max health is only 1,800. This is a massive problem. While he is still lost in thought, Duan Feng charges forward. In a duel, hesitation is an invitation for your opponent to take your life. He mockingly asks if Zhang Yi didn't even know that basic rule. Zhang Yi struggles to defend. At this rate, his chances of winning are 0. He has to find a way to break through those 4 spirit swords. Remembering the storage ring Han Yuru gave him, Zhang Yi pulls out an undead armor set. Once equipped, the armor provides him with undead protection. Even if he takes fatal damage, he won't die, and will instead recover 10% health. Right now, Zhang Yi can only rely on this life-saving item to gamble it all on one final play. He puts the armor on, and charges straight at his opponent. Duan Feng thinks Zhang Yi is absolutely suicidal. With that little health left, the spirit swords will shred him before he can even land a hit. Duan Feng confidently raises his sword to meet him. It ends here, he says, "I win." Zhang Yi was indeed torn apart by Duan Feng's 4 soul swords, but thanks to his undead suit he recovered 200 HP, while all 4 of Duan Feng's soul swords shattered into dust. Before Duan Feng could even understand what was happening, a sharp, searing pain shot through his chest as Zhang Yi's venomous dagger sliced right through him. A single strike completely wiped out his opponent's entire 2,500 HP, bringing Duan Feng crashing down in an instant. This was the true end of the fight. You lose. Having won, Zhang Yi advanced to the next round, extending a hand to pull Duan Feng up while acknowledging his impressive strength. "If it wasn't for this armor's protection, I would have lost long ago, so do you want to join my guild?" Up north, there's a hidden high-difficulty dungeon where teaming up will make clearing it a breeze. Hearing this, Duan Feng grabbed Zhang Yi's hand to stand up. Seeing Zhang Yi wearing the undead suit forced Duan Feng to respect him, but as for joining the guild, he wanted to think it over. Feng decided he would give it a shot. Shortly after the first round wrapped up and the second round officially kicked off, Wu Qi's first opponent was Han Yaru. Despite her delicate, fragile appearance, she had utterly dominated her opponent in the previous round. The crowd went wild after all. This was the ultimate battle between the strongest mages. Don't expect me to hold back because there is no mercy on this stage, Wu Qi warned, aggressively trash-talking her. Han Yaru might have looked delicate, but she wasn't backing down at all, telling him to cut the talk and bring his best. The battle between Wu Qi and Han Yaru drew a massive crowd, with everyone eager to see who the superior mage truly was. Zhang Yi was no exception. He was eager to recruit a powerful mage to join his growing guild. Feng, however, didn't seem interested, saying he was heading out to train and to call him via guild chat if anything came up. Zhang Yi shrugged. It seemed his very first recruit was an absolute relentless grinding machine. Still, having such a powerful knight on his side was a massive win, and Zhang Yi wasn't about to complain. For now, it was time to watch this hyped mage battle. Let's see if he can find another trump card for his guild. But he didn't expect to see Han Yaru here, holding the very staff he had gifted her in the past. She felt much stronger than before. That is a great staff, but it will be mine soon, Wu Qi sneered confidently. Wu Qi's arrogant confidence deeply annoyed Han Yaru, prompting her to initiate the duel with total confidence. Opening with her signature skill, Magma Stones, Han Yaru summoned a massive barrage of molten rocks. They rained down, each dealing 500 damage with a nasty burning effect on hit. The spectators below gasped in awe at her skills, wondering if the arrogant Wu Qi was already collapsing under the intense pressure. Why isn't he fighting back? They expected an epic clash, but this was turning out to be a boring waste of time. Zhang Yi held his breath while watching the match. Han Yaru clearly had the upper hand, yet an uneasy feeling crept over him. Sure enough, a massive explosion rocked the arena, leaving Zhang Yi completely stunned. Both fighters vanished from the stage, leaving him speechless. What kind of skill did that Wu Qi guy just pull off? Even with memories of his past life, Zhang Yi had never seen it before. When they reappeared, Han Yaru lay defeated at Wu Qi's feet. The arrogant rogue was smugly admiring her staff, forcing Zhang Yi to rush onto the stage to help her up. He reassured her she did great, promising he would win her staff back from Wu Qi in the upcoming finals. True to his word, Zhang Yi dominated the subsequent rounds, crushing one powerful opponent after another. His level skyrocketed as he fought his way to the finals, where his next opponent was none other than that rogue mage, Wu Qi himself. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as no one expected a beast Tamer to reach the finals. Many spectators recognized Zhang Yi as the legendary rookie who had just started his journey in this game. He had soloed a massive swarm of spiders, making this highly anticipated showdown even more hyped. Wu Qi remained arrogant. He immediately started aggressively trash-talking Zhang Yi the second they stood face to face. Kid, looks like you really want to settle a score with me, and I absolutely despise people who steal from others. Wu Qi slammed his staff onto the ground, causing a massive explosion while he laughed sinisterly. If you want it, come and take it. Following that massive shockwave, Zhang Yi felt. He felt as if he were warped to another dimension. The arena and the crowd vanished, leaving him alone with Wu Qi. Yet he could still hear the muffled complaints of the spectators from outside the barrier. What is going on? Did they vanish, using the same trick twice? Come on, at least, let us watch. Let us watch the fight. Are we just invisible to you? Hearing this, Zhang Yi finally understood what was happening. Why did Han Yaru suddenly vanish earlier? It turns out Wu Qi created a brand new pocket dimension, unleashing his legendary grade talent. Called the Void Domain, activating this overpowered talent instantly warps them into a completely isolated space. It traps opponents inside for 5 full minutes, giving the creator a massive 30% damage boost. Wu Qi confidently brags that there is no way to beat him here, especially because inside this domain, dying consumes resurrect charges just like the outside world, and even after reviving, they are stuck right back inside. With no way out, Zhang Yi decides to strike first and aggressively goes on the offensive. But he has zero chance to even get close to Wu Qi, so copying his talent is completely off the table. Plus, Han Yaru's Spirit Shifter is totally useless inside this dimension. After easily dodging for a bit, Wu Qi scoffs, mocking Zhang Yi for being absolutely brainless. He warns him about doing things the hard way before firing a shadow bow, instantly taking out 700 of his health points. Zhang Yi grits his teeth in frustration. That was just a basic spell, and it already wiped out a third of his health bar. He's finished in 2 more hits. But right then, a crazy idea strikes him. Zhang Yi gets a crazy bold idea. If dying here spawns him right back in the same spot, then he might as well use it. Turning his dagger around, he stabs himself, leaving Wu Qi completely speechless. With 1 resurrect charge left, Zhang Yi instantly spawns back. But his real master plan is using that Spirit Shifter skill to summon his own freshly deceased body. A shocked Wu Qi asks if he is joking, but Zhang Yi has no regrets about burning a revive. He is determined to make him pay. Now facing his opponent with 2 bodies, Zhang Yi also summons a swarm of crows, to totally mess up Wu Qi's targeting. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Wu Qi can't keep up as time runs down. With his custom domain about to collapse, Wu Qi panics, getting battered so hard he is forced to his knees. But he is not done yet. Sneaking a quick attack while Zhang Yi is distracted, Wu Qi summons a dark blade to stab him from behind. Luckily, his spirit clone blocks it. Just in time. Even though that clone vanishes, Wu Qi is practically running on empty, and this cheap trick only makes Zhang Yi even more furious. No mercy. His punches rain down, leaving Wu Qi crying for mercy. As the timer hits 0, the pocket dimension shatters. The fight is already over, leaving the audience completely in the dark about what went down. They only see that Wu Qi has been defeated. Honestly, everyone agrees he got exactly what he deserved after acting like such a bully earlier, and trying to steal a girl's weapon. Just like that, Zhang Yi is crowned the champion of the Season 1 dueling tournament. Amid absolute cheers, he shatters the stereotype completely. Beastmasters are not auto-weak. True to his word, he hands the powerful scepter right back to Han Yaru. She is incredibly touched by the gesture. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi receives a legendary treasure chest containing an epic piece of level 35 gear of his choice. It is perfect timing since his level 20 Venom Fang dagger is getting outdated. Zhang Yi excitedly pops open the chest, scoring an incredible Icefire sword. With a top-tier weapon like this in his hands, it looks like sacrificing that one resurrect charge was totally worth it. Glancing down at Wu Qi, who is knocked out cold on the ground, Zhang Yi gives him a look of pure disgust, warning him not to act untouchable. He mutters that he should learn to be a decent person. Stepping off the stage, Zhang Yi gets mobbed by a crowd while returning the scepter. He also invites her to join his guild. Since she is searching for her brother, having more allies to help will definitely speed things up. Naturally, Han Yaru accepts, but right after that, a massive issue arises. Join requests for Zhang Yi's guild start absolutely skyrocketing. Literally everybody wants in, just to be protected by such a powerful leader. Seeing the massive crowd, Zhang Yi grabs Han Yaru's hand and books it. He's never been chased like this. To anyone looking on, they might think he is running from debt collectors. But jokes aside, Zhang Yi knows he cannot just recruit anyone. He still needs to be selective, especially since they are still missing a dedicated healer. But with just 3 of them, himself, Duan Feng and Han Yaru, they might have enough firepower to clear the Dragon Emperor's tomb. While lost in thought, a mysterious man suddenly appears right beside him out of nowhere. Instantly on high alert, Zhang Yi steps forward to shield Han Yaru from any potential danger. He demands to know who the stranger is and what he wants, but Han Yaru suddenly gasps, recognizing him as Qinglong. She asks where her brother is, leaving Zhang Yi utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. Talk about feeling like an idiot. Turns out this guy is actually an old acquaintance of Han Yanru, tasked by her brother to look after her. Qinglong was tasked with keeping her safe, which is exactly why he tags along with the 2 of them to the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. When the 3 reach the dungeon entrance, Duan Feng is already waiting. He greets the beast Tamer with a grin, claiming it has been too long. Not only did you win the championship, but you also found 2 powerful teammates. Duan Feng praises him, highly impressed by his incredible luck. You actually leveled up again. Zhang Yi throws back a compliment of his own. The 2 of them keep hyping each other up like a comedy duo. With their 4-man party officially assembled, they step into the dungeon. Little do they know, every single move they make is already being watched. A shadowy figure spies on them from afar, whispering into a radio that the targets have entered the dungeon and it is time to notify the boss. Stepping inside, the team finds themselves in a long corridor lined with 2 rows of highly detailed soldier statues. They look incredibly lifelike, but after staring at them for a moment, Han Yanru senses that something is seriously off. The eyes hidden beneath those heavy helmets seem to be glowing. Before she can even voice her suspicions, the stone begins to crack. The rocky crust covering the statues crumbles away. Sensing immediate danger, Zhang Yi quickly signals everyone to back up. No doubt about it, these soldiers are monsters. Duan Feng, being the knight of the group, immediately takes his position at the front line. Zhang Yi and Han Yanru secure the middle, while the archer Qinglong covers the rear. With their roles set, they dive straight into the fight. Duan Feng does not even break a sweat. To him, these monster soldiers are nothing more than walking experience points to grind. Zhang Yi rushes forward as well. This is the perfect opportunity. He wants to test out his new weapon. The battle is a total blowout thanks to their incredibly smooth teamwork. That is until a mounted knight brandishing a flaming sword appears. He casts a freezing glare over Zhang Yi's entire squad. He charges forward like a gale. Duan Feng spots him instantly and knows this opponent is not going to be an easy target. He quickly activates his protective shield skill while summoning a massive sword array. Any enemy caught inside the field instantly takes massive damage. Taking 3,000 physical damage, the ordinary soldiers are blasted back and even the knight is knocked clean off his white horse. Duan Feng moves like lightning, his glowing blade leaving brilliant arcs of light through the dark cavern as he slashes away. Clearing the field, he sheathes his sword with style, looking just like Roronoa Zoro. Unfortunately, that white horse did not survive the blast, but the knight in crimson armor is still breathing. Pointing his sword to the sky, he screams with every ounce of his remaining strength. Awakened Lord Gula, meanwhile, in a high tower, the entire battle of Zhang Yi's party is being broadcast in real time. A mysterious middle-aged man and his assistant watch the large monitor with deep interest, tracking their every move. She quickly notices that her master has taken a massive interest in the young beast Tamer. The man does not deny it. In Zhang Yi, he sees the faint shadow of someone very familiar. Perhaps his mind is playing tricks on him, since that person is long gone. Years ago, this very man was responsible. He threw that man into a bottomless abyss, letting the flames consume him so he could never find peace. If my guess is correct, that man was actually Zhang Yi's father. Seeing the team breeze through the dungeon so easily, a sinister smirk creeps across his face. It looks like it is time to turn up the heat for these kids. After some quick sabotage, the dungeon difficulty spikes. Summoned by the Red Knight, the terrifying Dragon Emperor Gula finally makes his entrance. The beast even absorbs the souls of its fallen minions to level up. Facing a level 2 Dragon Emperor is entirely new territory. Zhang Yi never fought anything like this in his past life, but extreme danger brings extreme rewards. Defeating this boss means insane loot. The drop beast egg will be incredibly rare, but actually killing it is another story. Under the Mad Dragon's relentless onslaught, their health bars plunge at a terrifying rate. Qinglong realizes that if this keeps up, they are all going to get wiped out. Zhang Yi immediately shouts for everyone to scatter, forcing them to run in different directions to dodge the dragon's lethal attacks. He then uses Duanfeng's shield skill to block the mad beast's charge head-on. As expected of a high-tier dungeon boss, it keeps spewing waves of fire while tearing the ground apart with its massive claws. The arena quickly crumbles into ruins. Even the legendary sword shield Duanfeng takes pride in is starting to fracture under the pressure. One more direct hit from that dragon's breath and their defense will completely shatter. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Yi bolts forward, taking advantage of the split second before the dragon can charge its next attack. Drawing on his past life memories, he knows the beast's eyes are its absolute weakest point. Hearing this, Qinglong quickly covers him, drawing his bow and aiming directly at the colossal dragon. This is no ordinary arrow, but a special sedative shot designed to put even the most massive beasts to sleep. Within 4 seconds, Qinglong fires a direct hit right into the Dragon King's right eye, sending the massive beast tumbling backward. Left with absolutely no strength to struggle, it falls into a weakened state. Any incoming attack right now will do devastating damage. Damage is boosted by 100%. Zhang Yi seizes the moment and charges forward while his teammates cover him from behind. This is their only shot to turn the tables. Their coordinated boss raid begins once again, starting with Han Yaru. Han Yaru uses her Howling Blizzard spell to freeze the dragon while Qinglong prepares his next move. And Duanfeng backs them up, firing a relentless barrage of arrows and swords. But the real key is still Zhang Yi. Once he gets incredibly close to the beast, he instantly changes the attribute of his sword to ice. With one decisive strike, he slashes straight into its weakest spot, completely finishing off the level 2 Dragon King. Just like that, the 4-man party takes down the boss. Valuable loot explodes everywhere, armor, greaves, and high-tier swords. The quality is high enough to make even Zhang Yi drool, but he generously leaves all the gear for his teammates, because the only thing he actually wants is that beast egg. But as they are happily grabbing loot, something goes wrong. Out of nowhere, a group of strangers storms the castle. Talk about a nasty surprise, they launch a direct attack at Zhang Yi. Watch out, Qinglong yells. He instantly throws himself forward, using his own body as a shield to protect Zhang Yi. Duanfeng and Han Yaru rush over to help, but Qinglong has already taken a fatal hit. Zhang Yi is left standing there, completely stunned. He has no idea what is happening. Where did these guys come from? Why are they attacking? And why did Qinglong take the hit for him? You saved my lady before, so I am returning the favor for her, Qinglong says as his body slowly begins to fade away. He still has a chance to respawn, so he will be heading back to the fountain in Hopetown first. Before completely vanishing, Qinglong warns Zhang Yi that if he lets Han Yaru get hurt, he will absolutely make him pay. Hearing this, Zhang Yi grits his teeth in absolute frustration as pure anger surges straight to his brain. He just finished a tough dragon fight, has not even gathered his loot, and now he's being ambushed. Who are these people anyway? Why did you ambush us? Zhang Yi roars, drawing his sword and preparing to fight back. The attackers just smirk, looking incredibly shady. One of them speaks up, I told you, Zhang Yi. I would make you pay double one day, and today is payback time. Zhang Yi rolls his eyes. Turns out it is just an old acquaintance. Young Master Lu has come to settle the score. Lu Chang, not you again. Zhang Yi is completely sick of seeing this guy. Duanfeng grips his sword, but Zhang Yi quickly stops him. This is a personal grudge, and he wants to handle it himself. But first, he has one crucial thing to do. Zhang Yi slices his own palm and lets his fresh blood drip onto the beast egg. Instantly, a powerful and majestic aura erupts from it. He can clearly feel that this is a dragon egg. It looks like his luck is not dry yet. This is the absolute rarest beast type in this world. In this apocalyptic world, Zhang Yi wastes no time. Using his blood as a catalyst, he quickly binds a contract with the unborn beast. Once the contract is sealed, the eggshell begins to crack open and a tiny baby dragon pops its head out. Looking completely helpless and harmless, the little creature makes Zhang Yi, Duan Feng, and Han Yaru stare in absolute disbelief. Seeing this, Duan Feng asks if all beast tamer pets look this harmless when they are born. After staring in shock for 2 seconds, Lu Chang also bursts out laughing, staring at the tiny dragon. It looks like a cheap toy, and he feels like he could easily crush it with just one hand. The dragon might be tiny, but it has plenty of pride. And trust me, you really do not want to make a baby dragon mad. Lu Changzi keeps laughing hysterically, mocking Zhang Yi's new companion and calling it absolutely useless. In response, the baby dragon opens its mouth and unleashes a massive wave of fire engulfing several of Lu Changzi's men. They are instantly burned to ashes. Only Lu Changzi and one other survivor manage to escape. Even Zhang Yi is stunned by this. He never expected such a harmless-looking beast to possess such devastating power. He gently picks it up and places it on his shoulder. Turning to Duan Feng's group, he says that they are done here and should head back, though it is a shame the leader got away. Han Yaru cannot help but ask who those attackers really were. While Lu Changzi is a familiar face to Zhang Yi, the others are not. The guys he brought along were incredibly strange. They wore bizarre outfits looking exactly like members of some foreign tribe. He has no clue how Lu Changzi even managed to bring them here, nor does he understand the weird markings on their bodies. Their meaning remains a total mystery. The 3 of them head back to Hope Town, where Qinglong is already waiting for them. He gets super excited when he sees Zhang Yi brought back a little guy. Qinglong immediately tries to pet it like a puppy, but this little dragon has quite a temper. Puffed up and ready to spit fire again, it stopped in its tracks as the system suddenly flashes a new warning. Because players in Zone 886 defeated Gula, the Gree Dragon Emperor, inside the Hidden Tomb dungeon. As a world boss and comrade to Gula, the Golden Ku General is now set to invade Hope Town ahead of schedule. All players in Zone 886 must prepare. Zhang Yi is shocked because he did not expect clearing the hidden dungeon would bring the world boss here so early. This is completely different from how things went in his past life. As the announcement fades, the sky takes a sharp turn and ominous black clouds begin to swarm. They swirl into a massive storm-like vortex with a light in the center so blinding that nobody can look directly at it. The baby dragon on Zhang Yi's shoulder is so terrified that it cowers tightly against his neck. It shakes violently, and even Han Yoru feels a suffocating pressure. What on earth is this Golden Ku General? To cause such a massive scene, is he really that strong? Indeed, he is incredibly powerful, Zhang Yi replies. Zhang Yi is starting to get a real headache. In his past life, this skeleton single-handedly destroyed half of Hope Town. 60% of the players died by his hands back then. Since he showed up early, Zhang Yi's level might not be high enough. Yet only by defeating the Golden Ku General can he complete the quest and unlock the new City Lord. And only then will he have a shot at finding the traitor of the Divine Tomb. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the world, a mysterious new character makes his debut, looking like a rich young heir or some highly influential figure. His lackey brings him 2 magical beast eggs, but he is clearly displeased because one is missing from the batch. Not daring to hide the truth, the lackey reveals that a beast tamer in Zone 886 defeated the Dragon Emperor first. He was the one who stole the last beast egg, even signing a contract with the hatched black dragon. The mysterious young master just grins with sinister delight. Zone 886, sounds pretty interesting. Dismissing his subordinates, he grabs the 2 magical beast eggs and heads inside. He steps into his room, and it is a jaw-dropping sight. Inside that space, countless other magical beast eggs are neatly lined up on display. Meanwhile, the Golden Ku General makes a flashy entrance. He is a giant towering skeleton, and it turns out he and Gula were close friends. He is here to get revenge for his fallen buddy. Suddenly, from all sides around the massive skeleton, countless fireball meteors rain down onto the ground. Wherever they impact, a fresh swarm of lower-level undead rises from the earth. Chaos erupts immediately. The players in Hope Town are in absolute panic because this world boss is level 50. Throwing such a monster at them this early feels like a direct death sentence, but big danger always brings huge opportunities. If they can somehow bring this skeleton down, their levels will skyrocket and they will bag tons of top-tier gear. Following the skeleton's dramatic entrance, the system officially broadcasts the grand quest details to every player in the area. They must stop the skeleton from breaching Hope Town. The player who lands the final blow along with the top 3 damage dealers will take home massive rewards like experience coins and S-tier gear. But if they fail this defense mission, every single player in Zone 886 will be wiped out. Since S-tier gear is incredibly rare, this massive reward catches Zhang Yi's eye. He is completely sold on this. If they do not strike now, when will they? He immediately gathers. with Du and Feng's group to coordinate their strategy. First, he warns everyone to stay at least 100 meters away from the beast, because the giant skeleton moves sluggishly and keeping that distance prevents damage. Zhang Yi assigns Du and Feng to clear out the minor mobs, while He Qinglong and Han Yaru launch a frontal assault on the boss. The brutal clash quickly gets underway. Though the skeleton's minions are technically just mobs, their raw combat power is absolutely devastating. They beat countless players within an inch of their lives, but luckily a small girl with healing magic stays behind to save them. Otherwise, a lot of players would have been sent to an early grave. To make matters worse, these undead minions even coordinate their attacks. Seeing this, Zhang Yi urges Duan Feng to quickly disrupt their formation. If those mobs manage to coordinate a spell array, they are in deep trouble. Duan Feng nods, charging forward with dual swords. These minor monsters might overwhelm ordinary players, but as a top-tier knight, he is definitely not going down that easily. Duan Feng quickly smashes those skeleton minions to pieces. However, their outstanding performance makes other players completely green with envy. Behind the scenes, they secretly reach out to other guild leaders. There is no way they are letting Zhang Yi's team run away with all the rewards. A hooded man leading a massive army of lackeys steps up swearing to teach the arrogant brat a lesson. They close in on Zhang Yi. Even while busy slaying mobs, he senses someone creeping up behind him. Before he can even turn around, a cheap shot lands, catching him completely off guard. He looks back to see the mob neatly lined up, clearly trying to overwhelm him with pure numbers. They want to force him to hand over the golden Kulu. Talk about a bunch of absolute clowns. Did he really think he could solo a world boss like that? What an absolute joke. The lead thug mocks him, calling him a useless drag who is just getting in their way and wasting their time. Zhang Yi has no clue which guild these arrogant clowns belong to, but he has zero time to waste bickering with them. If they want the loot, they should earn it themselves instead of trying to steal his work. Besides, the boss is literally standing right in front of them, but of course his sassy mouth just has to talk back. Watching these puny humans bicker back and forth is getting on the giant skeleton's last nerve. To him, every single human is just a worthless insect that does not deserve to draw breath. Letting out a savage, echoing laugh, he raises his weapon. Since they are in such a hurry to die, he is more than happy to send them straight to hell. A devastating slash tears through the air. The low-level players are instantly blown away, and Zhang Yi realizes he just wasted precious time bickering with idiots. He charges back into the fierce battle, but this time he is not fighting all by himself. That sweet little healer girl has somehow caught up and is running right beside him. She says she wants to help because they need a healer, which leaves Zhang Yi standing there completely stunned for a moment. He manages to thank her, but a sudden blood-curdling scream from Qinglong cuts him off. It almost gives him a heart attack. Turns out Han Yaru's left leg is completely stuck, and the massive skeleton is slowly marching toward her sword in hand. If she cannot break free right now, she is a goner. Watching her face death, Zhang Yi completely panics. His face goes totally pale as the giant boss is already well within striking distance of the poor girl. The boss tells her to stop struggling because death is her only option. He raises his blade. It looks like she is about to get sliced clean in two. Talk about a heart-stopping moment. But at the very last second, a savior appears. And no, it is not our main man, Zhang Yi. A pretty handsome guy steps in, telling Han Yaru to sit back and rest up. He promises to handle the rest. Who even is this guy, and why is he so familiar with her? The boss scowls before laughing at yet another arrogant fool stepping up to die. He has not even used 1/3 of his power yet, so he completely looks down on them. But this new guy is not backing down, not even a little bit. He actually challenges the giant world boss to go completely all out and show him some real power. Gripping his massive blade, he is ready to show this monster what he is made of. With one clean jump, he leaps high into the air, unleashing lightning-fast slashes that repeatedly carve into the massive bone monster. It is almost like he is trying to fillet the monster. Too bad there is no meat on those bones. Still, that strike shaves off 50,000 health points. But this boss is incredibly tanky. He still has 150,000 health points left. Realizing the guy only took a quarter of his massive health bar, the monster laughs mockingly. To him, that epic attack felt like nothing more than a light scratch. But the monster's mockery only fuels his fire. He warns him that was just the warm-up. He rips off his classy suit jacket, showing off his shredded muscular build. By sacrificing his own blood to obtain greater power, he completely enters a wild and crazy berserker combat mode. This is a high-risk combat form unique to the warrior class. Once activated, he loses 1% of his health every second but gains 10% more power. Rushing forward with dual-wielded blades, his relentless assault finally causes the skeleton's health to begin plummeting. With a pretty smug grin, he asks the giant boss if that is finally enough power for him. This time, the world boss is absolutely furious. It has never been so humiliated by a tiny human before. The golden Kulu steels its resolve tightly, gripping the massive blade in its skeletal hands. It vows to make the mysterious man pay for his sheer arrogance. He looks so ridiculously tiny compared to this monstrous beast. Yet he faces it with total composure, his dual blades shifting perfectly between defense and relentless offense. He deflects every strike, but the massive gap in size and raw power has been obvious from the very start. With the enraged world boss launching increasingly vicious attacks, the mysterious man is quickly forced onto the defensive. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Yi dares not blink for a single second, terrified of missing a crucial moment. This makes Zhang Yi deeply anxious because this guy relies on burning his own blood to unlock such crazy strength. But his health is almost completely gone now, a single mistake at this point and it is instantly game over. Sure enough, Zhang Yi's worst nightmare comes true as the golden Kulu pours all its remaining strength into one final push. Landing a devastating blow, it sends the man's health plummeting instantly down to just one single point. Strangely enough, instead of dropping dead, the man's fighting spirit and energy seem to burn brighter than ever. Bring on this ticklish damage, I can take way more, the man taunts as he continues using his skills. His trash talk completely enrages the skeleton, who cannot comprehend how this human is still standing there grinning. This miraculous survival is definitely tied to his talent. He owns a legendary god-tier talent card that grants him an undying body. This cheat code makes the user completely invincible for 60 seconds, granting absolute damage immunity with a 24-hour cooldown. Refusing to lose to a mere human, the skeleton swings wildly. Any normal player would have been shredded. They would have turned to mincemeat by now, yet this man stands as solid as a mountain. Even Zhang Yi feels a chill running down his spine. This overpowered ability is honestly just too broken. The man simply allows the giant skeleton to keep attacking him. He is just biding his time until the monster completely exhausts its energy, flashing a sly smirk when it starts panting. Now it is my turn to strike back, he whispers, combining his dual blades into one massive greatsword. Light on his feet like a swallow, he lunges forward with a fiercely sharp blade. He slices clean through the giant skeleton before finally deactivating his berserk state. Returning to his elegant, calm self, Zhang Yi knows the battle is officially over as loot begins to drop. The mysterious man picks up a legendary item called the Ring of Death. At level 40, this ring boosts all base stats by 10 points and grants an additional active skill. Specifically, every player kill boosts the ring stats by 50%, making Zhang Yi gulp in sheer envy. This gear is ridiculously overpowered. If it ever falls into the wrong hands, it will cause absolute chaos. Remembering that this mysterious figure just saved his entire party, Zhang Yi steps forward to express his deep gratitude, only to get coldly brushed aside. He bluntly says he only saved Han Yaru, not Zhang Yi's team, leaving him totally speechless. Just then, Han Yaru rushes up from behind and tightly hugs him, crying out to ask where he has been all this time. She says she and Qinglong searched everywhere asking if he is hurt, while Zhang Yi breathes a sigh of relief. It turns out this powerhouse is the long-lost brother she was searching for, and with the golden Kulu finally dead, the system immediately broadcasts a global announcement that the new city lord has been activated. Han Yaru urges everyone to quickly loot the world boss's gear and move out, as Hope Town is now a thing of the past. Zhang Yi's team happily gathers the gold-grade loot. This battle has turned out to be an absolute jackpot. Plus, they can finally enter Dawn City, which excites Zhang Yi because that is where he will find that bastard Mu Chen. Their 5-man party has just been reinforced by that cute little healer girl. Following Han Yaru's brother, they arrive outside Dawn City, a place that feels completely different from Hope Town. It is a completely different polar opposite, filled with a heavy, suffocating gloom that makes everyone highly uncomfortable. Standing before them are two towering, ominous structures, which Zhang Yi instantly recognizes as the demon-suppressing towers. Spanning 100 floors, clearing this trial is mandatory. Only then can they enter the Eternal Tower. In his past life, after 8 years, he only reached floor 50. The beasts inside the tower are incredibly vicious, but their high difficulty means they drop absolute top-tier battle-ready gear. The higher the floor, the rarer the gear drops. Far in the distance stands the Tower of Eternity, but Zhang Yi has never actually had the chance to enter. Since this demon-suppressing tower allows players to freely grind, he is quite curious about it. He wonders what kinds of incredible secrets are hidden inside that legendary Tower of Eternity. Meanwhile, on the very top floor of that same tower, a mysterious stranger is keeping a close watch on every single move made by Zhang Yi and his party. His smug grin shows just how incredibly amused he is by all of this, silently thinking to himself that the real game has only just begun for these kids. Just then, another group of players runs over in a panic, having heard that the demon-suppressing tower will close in just a few hours. Since it only opens once every 7 days, they are in a massive, desperate rush. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and his crew have no other quests today, so he easily convinces them all to go grind some monsters. At the very least, they can secure some rewards before the tower completely shuts down. Duan Feng and the others do not object. Seeing this, Zhang Yi puts on a friendly act, slinging his arm over Han Yaru's brother. In reality, he is only looking for a chance to copy his talent. Just like that, Zhang Yi easily pockets the Undying body talent from his future brother-in-law as the entire group finally arrives at the massive demon-suppressing tower. Entering here triggers a solo instance, meaning even if the entire party goes in at the exact same time, they will still be separated. They must fight alone, so Zhang Yi suggests they split up for now. The moment Zhang Yi finishes speaking, Duan Feng immediately rushes inside. The guy is truly a cold, heartless leveling machine. Wherever there are monsters to farm, he is bound to lead the charge, and the rest of the eager group quickly follows right behind him. Going their separate ways, they grind continuously. Thanks to his little dragon assistant, Zhang Yi quickly reaches the 5th floor. This makes the fighting a lot easier on his hands, and he hits level 40. At this rate, Zhang Yi calculates that clearing a few more floors should be incredibly easy. With that in mind, he pushes up to the 7th floor, an untouched area where the monsters are far more dangerous. They are no longer weaklings like those below, and the boss demanding his attention is demon warrior Sin, currently at level 55. Zhang Yi knows him well as a commander who once led a major invasion. Since his invasion plan ultimately failed, the demon was sealed away inside this very demon-suppressing tower. His little elf companion suddenly appears to warn him that there are only 3 minutes left before the tower closes, meaning he must defeat Shin in that incredibly short time. But what puzzles Zhang Yi most is that in his past life, Izien was the boss of the 15th floor, yet here he is already on the 7th. Ever since his reincarnation, bizarre changes keep happening. First, it was the skeleton, and now it is Shin. He clearly needs to be much more careful. Meanwhile, Shin roars about someone ruining his meal, declaring that he will make Zhang Yi his next dessert. Shin immediately charges as soon as he locks onto his target, but Zhang Yi does not back down either, boasting that he is tough. He warns the boss not to break his fake teeth. Both sides then clash, desperate to rip each other apart. This makes Zhang Yi's miniature black dragon very useful right away. Out of habit, it unleashes a massive torrent of fire that swallows the opponent, but Shin only laughs it off. This simple heat is not enough to stop him and only drives the furious demon warrior into an even wilder frenzy. Even after burning for over a minute, Shin stands completely unfazed as Zhang Yi never expected him to survive such a long, brutal roast. With the boss completely unharmed, Zhang Yi charges forward with his dual fire and ice sword, while Sin closes in swinging a heavy battle axe. As they clash, Sin takes barely any damage, but Zhang Yi is sent coughing up blood as his health instantly plunges to just over 20%. Right at that moment, a system warning flashes announcing that the demon-suppressing tower will close in 10 seconds. It urges all players to prepare to avoid unnecessary penalties. Zhang Yi props his sword against the ground, panting heavily to catch his breath. He cannot understand why the attack power of Sin is so much stronger than in his memories, leaving him thoroughly battered. But fortunately for him, this brutal beating is finally ending, so Zhang Yi stands tall and proudly points his sword at the beast. He dares Sin to bring it on, causing the demon to think Zhang Yi has completely lost his mind for provoking him in such a battered state. Obliging his request, Shin lunges forward to slice Zhang Yi in half, but the exact moment his massive axe swings down, the tower finally closes. Sin swings with full force but only cuts empty air. Zhang Yi is safely ejected from the tower, mockingly shouting back that the big guy shouldn't worry because he will return next week. Despite all his tough talk, once he is safely outside, Zhang Yi lets out a huge sigh of relief. He barely made it. Otherwise, he would have been done for by that demon warrior. Thankfully, Duan Feng's squad has also made it out safely, but Han Yaru's face is filled with absolute worry. Her older brother still has not shown up yet. Qinglong quickly reassures Han Yaru, telling her there is no need to worry since her brother is incredibly strong. He probably is not in any danger and likely just slipped away early to handle some other urgent business. Zhang Yi enthusiastically agrees to help ease her mind a little right when a brand new system quest suddenly pops up. It is a special event called the Guild War, designed to promote friendly competition and interaction between various factions. The battle will take place in Energy City, and the Champion Guild is set to walk away with massive rewards. The grand prize is transport equipment, one of the rarest utility items in the game, despite offering 0 combat buffs. However, placing it in the right spot lets you make serious cash by charging transport fees. Talk about a gold mine. Coincidentally, this device can also help Zhang Yi locate the God Grave. The event kicks off in just 4 hours. Zhang Yi uses his smooth charms to invite Qinglong and the female healer to team up. After fighting side by side in all those recent battles, they have already built some pretty solid chemistry together. Since Qinglong has to protect Han Yaru, he readily accepts and the healer instantly agrees since she is solo. Just like that, Zhang Yi's God Slayer Guild officially gains 2 powerful new members, Qinglong and Xiao Jiao. With a full 5-player team ready, Zhang Yi is set. He plans to put on an epic show. Now let us check back on Han Yaru's brother. His current situation is definitely not looking good. While everyone else got out safely, he is actually still trapped on the 8th floor of that sealed tower. Worse still, Han's brother runs straight into a mysterious figure. He looks totally human. The stranger clearly possesses insane power, telling him that he has entered a forbidden zone where no intruder leaves alive. Facing overwhelming pressure from this mysterious man, Han's brother tries his best to stay calm and questions the stranger about his identity. He wants to know if the man is a guardian or another player, but the stranger coldly replies that he is neither. With a sudden lunge, the stranger releases a shockwave of raw power that completely outclasses Han's brother. An instant kill is incoming. Still, Han's brother has no intention of standing there and taking it. He immediately activates his unique talent to survive the initial onslaught first before searching for an opening to strike back. With just a single glance, the mysterious man instantly recognizes that this youth possesses a god-tier talent. His deadly incoming attack halts instantly mid-air. With casual ease, the mysterious stranger pulls back and slowly sheathes his blade. Confused by the sudden change, Han's brother asks why he stopped, but the man says he simply lost interest. The stranger casually adds that if the boy keeps their meeting today a complete secret, he will spare his life. As a trade, he is even willing to share a massive secret about the apocalypse. A secret Han's brother suspects a trick, but the man's serious face shows he is not lying. The stranger reveals that a devastating disaster is set to strike this apocalyptic world very soon. Nobody can escape it. While there is a way to survive, he cryptically keeps that part to himself. Leaving the youth to figure it out alone, the man vanishes into the forest, but not before giving him one final warning. Escape is only possible in 7 days. Once again, Han's brother is left completely alone. He starts putting the pieces together. That stranger only stopped his attack after realizing he had a god-tier talent. Could this upcoming disaster actually be directly linked to god-tier talent cards? Meanwhile, back outside, Zhang Yi has gathered his full team of 5 fully prepared for the upcoming tournament. They arrive at Energy City, where dying does not cost players their lives or prevent them from respawning. No gear is lost either. The only penalty is a 20% deduction of the crystals they gathered. With a strict 4-hour limit, the rankings will be decided by the total crystals each guild holds. Final standings are updated instantly, and these valuable crystals are scattered across specific fixed spawn points all over the map. Naturally, high-yield crystal zones are guarded by incredibly powerful boss beasts, making the collection process a very high-risk gamble. Players have to defeat these beasts to get them, but Zhang Yi is in no rush to jump into combat. Instead, he focuses on drafting a smart winning strategy since their 5-person squad is severely outnumbered by rivals. They must lock down adjacent crystal zones so they can quickly back up any teammate who gets targeted by enemies. Other than that, there were no special instructions. Once they split up, they just had to gather 10 crystals. With their plan fully laid out, the 5 of them headed in different directions and began to move. Han Yuru, Xiao Zhao, Qinglong, and Duan Feng all had unique strengths, making quick work of any low-level monsters. Zhang Yi was keeping busy too, wielding his dual ice-fire swords in one hand and a dagger in the other. With his venomous fang dagger, he completely shredded the mobs quickly, slaying a giant beast to claim a level 3 crystal mine. His teammates were holding their own too, each securing a level 3 crystal node, but they only had 5 members. In the end, that small size made it hard to compete with massive guilds on the current leaderboard. His Godslayer guild sat in second place, while Han Yaru got targeted by the Limitless Gate guild. Their leader Xiao Faming knew that the Godslayer guild only had 5 members in total. This meant their defensive lines were bound to be weak, whereas his own guild had 10 members. With double the manpower, the enemy decided to strike multiple crystal nodes at the exact same time. Wasting no time, Xiao Faming gathered his lackeys and rushed straight toward his target. They used wood magic to summon massive vines that tightly bound Han Yaru. "Who are you people? Let me go, or you will regret it once my team gets here." She struggled with all her might, but she could not break free. Xiao Faming just laughed, mocking her for talking so big. She was completely outnumbered and alone, meaning she would be dead long before any help arrived. Not wanting to waste any more time chatting, he coldly ordered his squad members to finish her off. Han Yaru bit her lip in frustration, but her limbs were tightly pinned, leaving her completely helpless. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi received an urgent system warning while he was busy farming monsters. Knowing she was in serious danger, he immediately abandoned the boss he was fighting and spun around. The beast tried to sneak attack his back, but Zhang Yi did not even bother turning around to look. His mini black dragon easily took care of the foolish creature while he grabbed his gold combat boots. Leaving his mini dragon to guard the crystal mine, he equipped the boots looted from the skeleton to save Yaru. The special boots boosted his movement speed by 100% for 20 seconds. "Hang in there, Han Yaru, I am coming. Turns out protecting your girl is the ultimate power buff." Xiao Faming casually twirled his dagger, holding the cold blade right against Yaru's neck as he laughed. "What a waste of a pretty face. Didn't you say your friends were coming? Where are they now?" Before he could brag any further, he sensed a sudden shift in the air as Zhang Yi arrived. Faming barked orders for his lackeys to grab the intruder, but Zhang Yi was moving far too fast. They were sent flying before they could even touch his clothes, and he landed calmly in front of the leader. A whole crowd bullying one girl. Have you guys no shame? But Faming just spat back. Who do you think you are to lecture me? He snarled, ready to strike a second later. Massive wooden logs erupted from the concrete floor as Faming braced himself and unleashed a heavy attack. This is what you get for interfering. Die. The giant roots closed in, but with a single stroke. Zhang Yi effortlessly sliced through the entire wooden barrier in the blink of an eye. He instantly closed the distance, leaving Faming gasping at his absurd speed as Zhang Yi spoke calmly. Your end is to die under my blade. Right then, Faming let out a blood-curdling scream. A system notification popped up confirming that Zhang Yi had defeated player Xiao Faming, earning 500 crystals. With the fight over, he quickly walked over to free Han Yaru from her binds, gently holding her hand and asking if she was hurt. She stammered that she was fine thanks to his perfect timing. Suddenly, another figure approached, clapping his hands. What a beautiful hero saves the damsel moment. It was Situ Yan, leader of the Overlord Guild. With a smirk, he greeted Han Yaru, saying it had been far too long since they last met. He glared at Zhang Yi, warning the kid to stay away because she belonged to him. Yaru whispered that he was a creep who harassed her constantly in the real world. He grabs Han Yaru's hand to lead her away. But of course, Tu Yan won't let them leave so easily. Drawing his sword, he blocks Zhang Yi directly. I will give you 10 tier 3 crystal ores, he says with a menacing glare, but if you lose hand over Han Yaru. Zhang Yi impatiently bats the blade aside. Get lost, peacock. Feeling utterly disrespected, Tu Yan screams in pure rage at the punk, activating his legendary 10-fold speed. He snarls that Zhang Yi cannot refuse. The skill unleashed is called 10-fold attack speed. This legendary talent temporarily boosts his own speed by a staggering 1000%. Lasting for 1 minute with a 2-hour cooldown, sword waves fly at them, forcing Zhang Yi to pull Han Yaru back. The next second, he leaps forward. 7 emotions slash. Once I finish him, we are leaving, he tells her as Tu Yan sneers in utter disdain. Neither of you is leaving, he roars, unleashing a barrage of swords straight ahead. Targeting Zhang Yi with blazing speed, the impact instantly knocks the sword right out of his hands. Zhang Yi stands completely stunned, left with absolutely zero time to react. Was it an illusion? Seizing the opening, Tu Yan plunges his blade straight through Zhang Yi's chest. He grins triumphantly, bragging about his legendary talent, while Han Yaru watches in absolute horror. Her eyes instantly fill with tears as she screams out in absolute panic. Suddenly, bursts of blue energy envelop him. Look at that, his undying body skill is activating. Too bad for him, Zhang Yi possesses a god-tier talent. Meanwhile, city-wide battles erupt in the background. Tu Yan's sword hangs frozen, grabbed bare-handed by Zhang Yi to everyone's absolute shock. He even flashes a relaxed smirk, leaving Tu Yan pale and desperately pushing the blade forward. Screaming in panic that no one can escape his blade, he has never faced anything like this. He stares wide-eyed in complete disbelief while Zhang Yi lets out a mocking chuckle. Thought your legendary talent was supposed to be hot stuff, he goads. He strikes with everything he has, but the heavy slash doesn't even leave a scratch on Zhang Yi. Why won't you die, he screams, trying to believe it is just an illusion. Sensing real danger, Tu Yan narrows his eyes before spinning around to call for backup. Where is everyone? Stop standing around and get out here right now, he commands. Suddenly, a loud crash shakes the nearby building as members of Tu Yan's guild emerge. So much for a fair fight, right? Zhang Yi asks coldly if this was his grand plan. So this was an ambush all along, he says, but Tu Yan snaps. I am winning this today no matter what, he shouts as his squad falls into formation. But Zhang Yi is unfazed, secretly glad because he was running low on crystals. This saves him the hassle of hunting them down individually, just as a barrage of attacks rains down. As the heavy smoke slowly clears, Zhang Yi is seen standing perfectly fine in the exact same spot. Is that all you got? He laughs, leaving the Proud Heroes Guild completely speechless. What is going on? How did he tank all of our attacks with just his bare body? His body is like a bottomless pit, one of them exclaims in awe, calling him a monster. With a subtle smirk, Zhang Yi prepares to counter, announcing that it's his turn now. He unleashes his next devastating skill, summoning a massive beast that breathes out waves of blazing hellfire dragon flames. With just a single strike, Tu Yan's health is nearly gone, yet he still tries to talk tough. Winning won't get you my crystals, he sneers, telling Zhang Yi to keep dreaming. As Tu Yan keeps babbling about his guild's victory, Zhang Yi loses all patience. He shuts him up with a direct punch, instantly draining another 500 health points. The system interface flashes a notification confirming player Zhang Yi has defeated Tu Yan, awarding him 1,000 crystals. Looking at his defeated foe, he knew Tu Yan would never keep his word. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes, drawing closer and closer by the second. Xiao Zhao runs over in a panic, her face filled with worry, asking if Captain Han Yaru and the others are all right. Han Yaru catches up with her team and quickly breaks down the situation, explaining that they are completely fine. The troublemakers from the Proud Overlords Guild were already thoroughly defeated by Zhang Yi. Later, back at their stronghold, Zhang Yi sits down with his teammates to discuss their next moves while checking the latest system notifications. The screen displays the guild rankings with the proud overlords leading the pack with 25,000 crystals. Their own guild trails in second place with 15,000 crystals, prompting Zhang Yi to propose a bold plan. With only 30 minutes remaining before the guild war officially concludes, they need to act fast. To close the gap, their only option is to launch long-range attacks and seize the strongholds held by their rivals. For this, they desperately need an expert sharpshooter. Han Yaru smiles playfully, glancing at the quiet archer beside them. As it turns out, Qinglong used to be a highly skilled professional archery athlete. She asks Qinglong if he wants to give it a shot, confident that they can win with him on their side. But Qinglong simply stares down, tightly clutching his bow. He hesitates before apologizing. He says he just cannot do it. In that painful split second, his mind drifts to his past as a commentator's enthusiastic voice echoes in his memory. The announcer yelled that if Qinglong could just land this, he would claim the championship title. Even though Defu was leading the scoreboard before, Qinglong missed his final arrow, losing the crown. In that high-pressure moment, he tried desperately to calm himself. He told himself not to panic and that the previous miss was just a technical error. Then he loosed his arrow. The commentator immediately hyped up the crowd, wondering if this shot could finally make up for his past failure. Everyone held their breath, but a split second later, the commentator let out a heavy sigh of disappointment. It was a complete disaster as Qinglong choked on his final arrow, once again losing the ultimate trophy. Qinglong stood frozen completely, drowned out by the harsh jeers of the crowd, demanding to know what he was doing. They mocked him for failing yet again at the finish line, calling his mental strength pathetic and embarrassing. He collapsed in the locker room with the angry crowd's insults still ringing in his ears, questioning if he had any shame. They screamed that his performance was humiliating, claiming even a foot could shoot straighter, calling him nothing but useless trash. They demanded he retire immediately. Qinglong curled up, burying his face in his knees, thinking they might actually be right. He felt utterly unsuited for the sport, but just as he was drowning in his past trauma, a warm hand gently rests on his shoulder, snapping him back to reality as distant battle explosions echo through the city. Zhang Yi pats Qinglong on the shoulder, flashing a bright supportive smile to lift the archer's spirits. He tells him that is nonsense. Qinglong is easily the most accurate marksman he has ever laid eyes on. Zhang Yi reminds him of how he saved everyone back at the Emperor Dragon tomb during their previous adventure. He praises Qinglong's incredible focus, pulling off a miraculous shot right into the Dragon Emperor's eye under extreme pressure. With absolute confidence, Zhang Yi points out that capturing the proud overlord's stronghold will be a walk in the park. Hearing these incredibly sincere words from his leader, the heavy clouds over Qinglong's mind finally begin to clear. Qinglong's eyes light up with renewed determination as he promises to give this battle everything he has got. The rest of the squad cheers in support, pledging to fight as one. The clock continues to tick down. High up in a quiet corner of the city, Qinglong stands atop a building, drawing his bowstring back. He locks onto his target at the proud overlord's stronghold, focusing every ounce of his concentration on the shot. Tu Yan and his group are now dead in his sights. With his target locked, Qinglong releases his grip. He unleashes his ultimate skill, the Yellow Dragon Lightning Elegy, sending a blazing projectile tearing through the sky. Meanwhile, Tu Yan is fuming, complaining that he wanted to show off for Han Yeru but got blocked. His lackeys scramble to flatter him, telling their boss that she will realize who is superior once they win. Another minion chimes in, laughing that the match is almost over and the enemy cannot possibly catch up. But a split second later, a brilliant golden arrow suddenly pierces through the air out of absolute nowhere. The arrow strikes Tu Yan squarely in the chest, making him howl in pain and rage at the cheap shot. Who the hell is firing random arrows? An enemy screams, swearing to turn the shooter into a sieve. Unfazed, Qinglong pulls back his bow with a confident smirk. That is one down, and now it is their turn. With his first objective cleared, he grips his bow and leaps off the building. Leaping into battle, Zhang Yi and his squad arrive at the designated stronghold. Now is their absolute moment of victory, and right on cue, the glowing system interface blinks to life. Their guild holds 25,800 crystals, rapidly closing the gap with the top-ranked faction. Zhang Yi charges ahead, scoring 200 crystals with one single precise slash. Qinglong provides cover fire from afar. Only 50 seconds remain on the clock, and the gap between the top two guilds is incredibly tight. With only 35 seconds left, Qinglong wastes no time releasing a shot without a single moment of hesitation. At the 20-second mark, the system updates the leaderboard. The rival guild, Pride of the Elite, is still holding on to the lead. They have 31,500 crystals, while Zhang Yi's team trails closely with 30,000. Qinglong's arrow tears through the air, heading straight for the enemy cluster guarding the final stronghold. Talk about an absolute nail-biter. Only 12 seconds remain on the clock as it ticks down to the wire. 0 seconds. The final whistle blows and a system-wide announcement rings out congratulating Hunter of Gods on their spectacular win. They are officially the champions of the Nengyuan City Guild War, with the final results lighting up the screens. A mere 500 crystal lead secured their victory. Zhang Yi immediately turns to his team full of praise. He commends Qinglong for being the absolute best archer, a sentiment Han Yaru happily agrees with, nodding her head. She calls him an absolute beast. Over on the losing side, a defeated rival speaks up timidly. They tell their boss they lost, and one suggests jumping the winners. But Situ Yan cuts them off, gritting his teeth in fury. He snarls at them to get lost, asking if they want to humiliate him even more in front of Han Yaru. System notifications pop up next, officially delivering their champion rewards for winning the grueling tournament. Zhang Yi has been waiting for this exact moment, his eyes locked on the legendary loot. The massive chest swings open, revealing a treasure trove of rare loot. Zhang Yi pulls out one specific item, tossing it playfully. He finally has a teleportation device, making future travel a breeze. Suddenly, a furious Situ Yan stomps past, glaring at him with pure hatred. He warns Zhang Yi that the Outlanders' God Guild has eyes on him now, and his peaceful days are officially over. Refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reply, Zhang Yi simply watches him leave. Beside him, Han Yaru looks concerned. She asks what this mysterious Outlander Guild actually is. Zhang Yi just shakes his head, equally clueless. He admits he has no idea, but suspects it is tied to that mysterious cloaked figure from the Dragon Emperor tomb. Sometime later, Zhang Yi and Qinglong are seen exploring a scenic ancient district in the city. A girl in a dark cloak tails them closely before suddenly rushing past and bumping hard into Han Yaru, offering a brief apology. But this is no accident. The stranger uses the contact to slide her hand right down to Han Yaru's waist. She activates a skill called Phantom Hand, a level 5 ability exclusive to the Thief class. This exclusive Thief skill allows her to swipe items directly out of another player's inventory in a matter of seconds. Having successfully swiped her target, a smug grin plays on her lips as she quickly slips away into the crowd. Qinglong frowns and calls out, asking if she even has eyes to see where she is going. Zhang Yi asks her what is wrong, prompting Han Yaru to check her bag. Panicking, she realizes the ring he gifted her is gone. Their eyes dart to the cloaked figure sprinting away in a hurry. Sensing trouble, Zhang Yi realizes they have been robbed. Gritting his teeth, he yells to chase her, but the thief instantly leaps onto the rooftop in front of them. He chases her down, but the playful thief just looks back, giggling behind her hand as she makes her escape. Qinglong uses his speed to catch up, landing right beside him and urgently asking if the thief has been caught yet. Zhang Yi stares at the fading afterimage left behind on the roof, slowly shaking his head in defeat. He says she likely used a teleportation array to escape to Moonlight City, leaving Qinglong completely puzzled. Qinglong asks if that is not the main Outlander city, making Zhang Yi rub his chin in deep thought. Indeed. He recalls that the God Guild Situ Yan mentioned also has deep connections to the Outlander race. It seems a trip to Moonlight City is in order. He sinks into thought, knowing that upgrading his dragon talent requires a lot. Specifically, he needs reputation from 3 different factions, making this the perfect opportunity to earn some with the Outlanders. Perhaps heading to the main city to find Mu Chen would be better. With that thought, Zhang Yi turned around. He told Yaru and the others to stay put for now, just in case Ba Huang returned out of nowhere and missed them. Yaru immediately agreed and told him to be careful. Qinglong spoke up next, assuring him they would be fine. He promised the young lady was safe with him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stared closely at the teleportation device. Holding it, he decided to set up a warp point first, allowing him to teleport directly back next time. Back in his personal space, he spoke aloud, requesting a teleport to Moonlight City of the other races. The system complied instantly. Moments later, Zhang Yi stood right in the center of Moonlight City. Upon arrival, the system immediately deducted 100 gold. He winced. Teleporting was just too expensive. Just like that, his gold vanished. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from a dark alley. "Save me, please." Hearing the scream, Zhang Yi glanced over, wondering why anyone was out so late. Who could possibly be in trouble now? It seemed Moonlight City was not as peaceful as it looked. A pink plush toy dropped at a girl's feet. She watched in terror as armed men closed in on her. She screamed in desperation, warning them to stay back, while Wentai watched her reaction with a cruel smirk. He laughed, mocking her to run again if she was so good at it. Suddenly, his blade swung down. Diwu covered her head and screamed, preparing for the blow. Yet the expected pain never came as someone blocked the strike. Zhang Yi stood firmly in front of her, easily deflecting the blade with a single swing. Wentai growled out a warning. He demanded to know if this meddler understood the consequences of crossing them. Completely unfazed, Zhang Yi calmly replied. "Bullying a girl is simply wrong," he stated. The next second, he drew his sword. Shattering the weapons in their hands, he coldly ordered them to beat it. One of the thugs gasped in panic. Realizing his strength, they scrambled to make a run for it. The cowards turned and fled as fast as possible. Zhang Yi turned around to ask why they were chasing her. Daiwu muttered that it was only over a stolen boss. Yet those petty jerks had chased her across several maps just for that. Curious, Zhang Yi asked who they actually were. She puffed out her chest, snorting that they belonged to the Divine Guild, whom everyone in the city feared. Hearing this, his suspicions were immediately confirmed. They were indeed from the notorious Divine Guild, just as he had guessed. Their outfits matched the ones he saw back at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Not wanting further trouble, he turned away. He advised her to go home since it was late and dangerous for a girl. Suddenly hearing footsteps behind him, his brow furrowed. He asked why she was following him. Daewoo stared back with wide, sparkling eyes, looking completely helpless. She whimpered, expressing her fear of the thugs returning. Without saying a word, he simply kept walking forward. He silently gestured for her to follow. Catching on, she skipped after him, promising not to cause any trouble. She claimed to know the city inside out, guessing from his expression that this was his first visit here. She offered her help if he needed anything. Soon they arrived at a local inn where he paid the receptionist. He booked 2 rooms, guided Daewoo to hers, and waved goodbye before heading to his own room. Entering his room, Zhang Yi collapsed onto the bed with open arms, savoring the absolute bliss of a comfortable mattress. Hours slipped by. As the room fell completely dark, the door was silently pushed open from the outside. Inside, Zhang Yi was already fast asleep, totally unaware of any lurking danger. Daewoo crept toward his bed without making a sound, wearing a sinister grin as she pulled out a sharp dagger. She smiled wickedly, anticipating a massive payout of 10,000 gold. She glared down at the sleeping boy. Raising her blade, she struck without hesitation. But at that exact split second, Zhang Yi suddenly tossed and turned. Her weapon missed, sinking deep into the mattress right beside him. Gritting her teeth, she chalked it up to luck. She prepared to strike again, confident he could not dodge. But before she could move, he sat straight up. He threw a punch right into her face. Mumbling in his sleep, he yelled out that he would destroy Mu Chen. Muttering about betrayal, he certainly did not hold back. Daewoo clutched her swollen cheek in sheer agony, crying out in pain. Groggily, he blinked and asked what she was doing in his room. Instantly, Daewoo switched to her innocent cute act. She lied, claiming she had a nightmare about those black-clothed thugs chasing her. Gently patting her shoulder, he calmed her down. He promised to protect her. As she lay down, he watched her closely, planning his next move. Step by step, she is leading him into a trap. He wants to see what other tricks she has. Cut to the next morning. The two of them walk through several streets in Moonlight City before stopping at a certain spot. Zhang Yi looks up. Are you sure the Divine Guild is located inside the Moonlight Cathedral? Daewoo nods and points directly ahead. She confirms that she secretly followed them before. They always vanished upon reaching Moonlight Cathedral. Meanwhile, a shadow silently creeps up behind them. When did he get behind her, muttering about how beautiful she is? He slowly reaches out a creepy hand. He tries to grab Daewoo's waist, but Zhang Yi reacts instantly, locking his hand around the creep's wrist. Zhang Yi is stunned to see Mu Chen's face. Mu Chen's eyes widen in shock. Who are you and how do you know my name? He stays completely silent, his face cold as a massive wave of energy erupts from within him. He punches Mu Chen square in the face with all his strength, barking that the creep isn't worthy to know him. The blow sends Mu Chen crashing backward into a wooden stall. A crowd quickly gathers, whispering and gossiping at the sight. Oh my god, Mu Chen was always the one beating people up, but today he's the one getting thrashed. Onlookers laugh, saying that karma has finally caught up to him. How interesting. Covered in dirt, Mu Chen looks completely pathetic as he struggles on the ground. He grashes his teeth, growling at the fool who dared to hit him. Daewoo glances worriedly at Zhang Yi. She warns him that this guy is a local thug and is extremely dangerous. But Zhang Yi couldn't care less, letting out a cold snort. So what if I beat him? Zhang Yi's anger rises, remembering how this bastard always picks on the weak. First, he betrayed his friends and now he bullies the weak. Mu Chen scrambles up, drawing his sword. Looking smug, Mu Chen activates his stealth skill, his figure gradually fading into a blurry shadow. Sneering, he asks if the kid knows whose territory he's on. Today, he promises to end Zhang Yi's life. As soon as Mu Chen speaks, his body completely vanishes without a trace. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi narrows his eyes. This is an assassin's stealth attack capable of completely masking a player's breathing and energy. They hide in the shadows to deliver a fatal strike. Suddenly, Zhang Yi senses a shift in the air. His eyes flash with extreme caution. Sure enough, just a split second later, Mu Chen's sword slashes out of thin air. He quickly leaps back, but the sharp blade still grazes his cheek, leaving a thin, stinging scratch. It is the exact same sneak attack from his past life. The horrific memory of a blade piercing through his chest is still painfully vivid. His eyes widen as the painful memories flood back, but Zhang Yi quickly shakes it off and steals his resolve. Determined not to let history repeat itself, he summons his weapon, focusing all his energy to prepare for the clash. He swings his blade with brutal force, declaring he won't give him another chance. Mu Chen is absolutely stunned by his reaction. How can he possibly predict my attack frequency and position? He shouldn't even be able to see me. Zhang Yi glares at him coldly. Even if Mu Chen turned to ashes, he would still recognize his moves. Lashing forward with incredible speed, he delivers a devastating kick that leaves Mu Chen completely helpless. Mu Chen crashes hard against the ground, the violent impact causing his body to bounce. He hits the dirt hard. Zhang Yi calmly walks over, pointing his razor-sharp blade down at him. He mocks the fallen bully, asking where all that tough talk went and what other tricks he has left. Mu Chen still stammers out a weak threat, demanding to know his identity while cursing his absolute bad luck. How did he end up fighting someone so monstrous? Zhang Yi refuses to waste time, silently raising his sword. With a cold gaze, he tells him to repent in hell. Suddenly, the ground behind Mu Chen liquefies. A mysterious figure rises up, pinning Mu Chen's two arms and dragging him straight down into the earth. In a split second, they both vanish beneath the surface, leaving nothing but strange black marks behind. Zhang Yi curses under his breath. It's those men in black again, and they're escaping with Mu Chen. He quickly chases after them, demanding to know where they are running. Soon, the scene shifts to an ancient weathered structure. Hiding behind a wall, Zhang Yi scans the area where the shadow vanished. Yu stands right beside him. She tells him this is the Moonlight Cathedral. He's looking for the headquarters of the Divine Guild. Frowning, she warns him of the extreme danger inside, wondering if it's a trap. Does he really want to enter? Having already made up his mind, Zhang Yi nods, saying he has no choice. Du sighs and extends her hand. Inside her palm are two hallucination pills. She warns him that barging in recklessly like this is pure suicide. This will definitely get the Shenming Guild's attention. I have a great plan. Zhang Yi, completely taken aback, looks at her with absolute confusion. You even carry something like this around with you, Du whispers back, explaining that when you are traveling alone, of course you need self-defense items. They are absolute essentials for traveling. But look, our target has finally arrived right on cue. Zhang Yi moves fast, grabbing two passing guards as they struggle and yell out, "Hey, what are you doing to us?" Before they can break free, Du shoves knockout pills down their throats and orders them to shut up and go to sleep. With the guards knocked out cold, Zhang Yi and Du quickly swap clothes to disguise themselves as patrol officers. Losing no time, the duo heads straight inside the Moonlight Cathedral, advancing deeper toward the 7th level of the facility. Mu Chen slowly wakes up in a daze, wondering where on earth he is when a strange figure enters his vision. The stranger laughs, asking if he is mad about getting beaten by some random nobody. Mu Chen instantly goes on high alert, furrowing his brow as he demands to know exactly who this stranger is. "Why did you bring me here?" The man ignores him, keeping his hands in his pockets with a smug grin. "Prisoners do not get to ask questions. Stay quiet here from now on, or you won't even know how you died." Zhang Yi, fully disguised in guard gear, casually strolls in and calls out that they are here for the shift change. He tells them to go rest, and the gullible guards fall for it, relieved because they are completely exhausted anyway. They head off to sleep, but one guard turns back to warn them to stay alert and not doze off. After just a few paces, the two guards look back, whispering to each other before one suddenly sneaks up behind Daewoo. She starts to panic. The guard realizes it is not shift change time yet, so who are they? Before he can finish, Dewey waves her hand, releasing a burst of hallucinogenic dust that catches the guards completely off guard. They barely choke out a single word before collapsing flat on the floor. Dewey then points down the corridor. She tells him the target is down there. Zhang Yi pulls off his mask and quickly heads inside. He calls for her to follow, but hearing absolute silence behind him, he turns around in confusion. Dewey has already stripped off her disguise, standing quietly by the exit. She whispers softly under her breath. Declaring her mission complete, she mercilessly slams the heavy door shut right in Zhang Yi's face without a second thought. The guards who supposedly fainted suddenly get right back up, and one of them tosses a heavy coin pouch to her. They praise her great acting and hand over her reward, which she happily catches and tosses in her hand. She casually walks away, muttering that betrayal is just a daily routine in the cold streets of Moonlight City. Diwoo's build perfectly matches the thief from before, confirming Zhang Yi's suspicion that his initial guess was spot on. She was definitely sent by the Shenming Guild. Tossing his helmet aside, he wonders what they hope to achieve with this. What exactly are they planning by dragging him all the way here? He continues down the silent, empty corridor. Not a single sound echoes, save for the flickering light of the wall torches guiding his path. Before long, Zhang Yi spots several figures ahead, including Ian, who stands smugly with crossed arms. Ian boasts that dealing with a weakling only takes one man, mocking the boss for calling in backup. The companion next to him slowly stands, retorting that the boss always has a very good reason for his plans. "If you are so confident you can handle it alone, go ahead." Ian, hot-headed as ever, merely snorts in reply. He boasts that he will show them his true power, telling them to watch closely as he crushes this guy under his feet while stepping forward. Reaching behind his back, Ian draws his massive battle axe, winds up his shoulders, and hurls it straight at his opponent. The weapon spins violently through the air as Ian yells to take this blow, the axe flying like a deadly cannonball. It tears a scorched trail through the stone wall, sending thick clouds of dust everywhere. Zhang Yi is impressed by the raw power, but he is no pushover, quickly waving his hand to activate a counter skill. He summons a massive flock of crows, a smirk spreading across his face as his upgraded skill displays its true power. The total number of summoned crows has doubled since his last upgrade. Naturally, Ian is not defeated that easily, leaping high into the air just before his axe strikes the ground. Grabbing the handle mid-air, Ian charges forward and swings the heavy blade straight down at Zhang Yi's position. Did he really think this single strike would win? Keep dreaming. Zhang Yi dodges in time, but the onslaught does not stop. Faced with a barrage of continuous strikes, Zhang Yi adapts quickly, drawing the sharp sword at his waist. He shifts his sword's attribute, slamming it deep into the floor. Instantly, frost locks down the entire room. The ground freezes solid. Seeing this, Ian glares in utter panic, realizing things have gone horribly wrong. He tries to halt, but the ice is too slippery, leaving him with no way to recover. Falling flat on his back, he stumbles up with a spinning head as Zhang Yi mocks his terrible balance. Ian erupts in pure rage, screaming that he is cheating. Meanwhile, Lu just watches the show. He shrugs with a tired sigh. The boss was right. It is finally their turn to step up. Bing Dai nods in agreement. He cannot understand what makes this guy so blindly confident. Ignoring Ian, he charges straight ahead to unleash his attack, shouting for his ally to get moving. Sharp shards of bandages shoot forward, wrapping tightly around Zhang Yi in an instant. He is yanked violently. His body flies out of control, leaving him completely stunned. With the target successfully locked down, Lu wastes no time and unleashes his deadly bone wall strike. A spiked ball hurtles toward him. Bound tight, Zhang Yi realizes he must break free immediately. Facing absolute disaster, he shouts a summon. A blinding green light flashes Xiao He. Radiant green energy floods the area. From the center of the magic circle, Xiao He finally appears. Bing Dai gasps. He cannot believe a normal Tamer possesses a first-tier dragon emperor. Xiao He opens his mouth, breathing intense fire that easily burns away the bandages restraining Zhang Yi. Sensing danger, Bing Di curses his own carelessness, but Zhang Yi gives him zero time to recover. Zhang Yi grips his sword as flames engulf the blade, driving a fiery strike straight into his chest. Shatter, he screams. Bing Di collapses as Zhang Yi calmly notes that he is simply too strong. He pats his loyal beast, praising Xiao He for breaking through to the first tier after all this time. Across from them, a wary Bing Di whispers to Ian, asking what their next move should be. They had no intelligence about a first-tier black dragon, leaving Ian to snap back with a grim look. They have to charge. With no other option left, they recklessly rush forward to their doom. Fully in control, Zhang Yi stands beside Xiao He and activates his ultimate undying body technique. Ian freezes in sheer shock at the display while Zhang Yi moves in perfect sync with Xiao He. Charging into the trio, he spins and swings his blade in a blazing arc to cut them down. Ian swings his massive axe to retaliate, but he is far too slow as Zhang Yi closes in. The giant axe snaps in half as Zhang Yi and Xiao He unleash a devastating wave of fire. Blasted in all directions, the three opponents are completely overwhelmed and defeated in a split second. Slumped on the floor, Ian tries to stand, but a mysterious figure suddenly steps forward. Enough, fall back. Unwilling to yield, Ian begs his boss for just a little more time. Carlo glares in warning, stating that further fighting means certain death. The leader has spoken. Ian reluctantly complies, pushing himself up and muttering a bitter threat as he passes Zhang Yi. He warns that their battle is not over, while Zhang Yi merely gives him a cold stare. Bring it on, Zhang Yi thinks. Carlo steps forward with a fake smile to greet him. Welcoming him warmly, Carlo casually asks if this is his first time experiencing the end of the world. Shaken to his core, Zhang Yi wonders how he knows his secret, but he acts completely unfazed. Claiming total ignorance, he listens as Carlo continues to speak with absolute calm confidence. Carlo tells him to drop the act, revealing he knew since Zhang Yi entered the hidden tomb. Losing his patience, Zhang Yi snaps back that he has no interest in talking to him. He demands to see Mu Chen, but Carlo merely chuckles, asking why he is so rushed. Carlo explains he wants to collaborate, offering an incredible deal if he decides to agree. He promises to keep the secret of the reincarnators strictly between them while offering legendary gear and limitless wealth. But as Carlo mentions the alternative, a dark flash of murderous intent suddenly fills his eyes. Summoning two terrifying beasts, he shrugs with a fake apology, warning that things will end badly today. You will not leave this place alive. In that split second, flashes of the past surge in his mind. Zhang Yi thinks in annoyance that he really cannot stand this guy's irritating mouth. He states flatly that if his gear and wealth were gained by bullying the weak, he refuses. Carlo says absolutely nothing in return, choosing instead to let his brutal actions show exactly where he stands. He commands two massive beasts to charge forward. Zhang Yi panics because his undying body skill is on cooldown. Since he cannot use it again right now, he quietly reaches into his pocket to pull out an item. He calculates his odds. Fighting an opponent whose true strength is completely unknown will only lead to trouble. Remembering his crucial plan before arriving at Moonlight City, he decides it is time to make his move. He needs to activate his teleportation beacon, allowing him to warp directly back here using his gear later. Knowing he already set up a return point back in Dawn City brings him a massive wave of relief. As the beasts open their jaws to unleash their attacks, Zhang Yi immediately activates his teleportation device. Their attacks strike empty air, blasting the icy ground to pieces as Carlos snarls that he is letting him slide this once. Next time, he will not be so lucky. He turns around to ask his companion if he understands now. Why a complete stranger wants him dead? It is because he is actually a regressor. They must have some deep history. Lu Chang gapes in utter shock as Carlo arches an eyebrow and continues. Do you honestly think he will just let you go? Hearing this, Mu Chen falls to his knees in sheer panic. He trembles, asking what to do as Carlo steps closer, manipulating his desperate mind. The best defense is to strike first, so you must kill him before he gets the chance, Carlo says before leaving with a promise of help. Do not worry, I will assist you. Yet inside, Carlo is furious that anyone would dare defy his absolute rule. In this apocalypse, everyone must submit to me. Since Zhang Yi refused my offer, he must die. Zhang Yi successfully escapes, letting out a sigh of relief after a very close call. A single second slower and that Tier 2 Dragon Emperor's breath would have completely reduced him to ashes. Recalling that dangerous face, he rubs his chin in deep thought, wondering how that guy knew his secret. This is not his first time living through the end times, meaning his opponent might be just like him. As he ponders, his system fairy appears to warn him that his fatigue has reached its limit. He notes that his journey to Moonlight City really did drain all his energy. He needs to get back to the tavern to rest soon, or Han, Yaru, and the others will start to worry. Back at the tavern, the receptionist informs him that the instant recovery service costs 20 gold coins. Zhang Yi pays immediately, drawing stunned gasps and quiet murmurs from the crowd around him. No one has ever seen anyone waste valuable gold coins just to recover their stamina like that. They wonder who he is while they have to sit there and wait for their fatigue to recover naturally. One guy even shouts in disbelief that 20 gold coins is enough to buy a full set of decent gear for himself. Ignoring the commotion, Zhang Yi calculates his remaining 13,000 gold coins, which he needs for equipment upgrades. Meanwhile, Han Yaru looks incredibly worried, pacing around and wondering why he is taking so long to return. Sitting nearby, Xiao Jiao sighs in agreement, hoping their guild leader has not run into any dangerous trouble. Suddenly, Zhang Yi appears right behind them with a bright grin, claiming he can take on an entire guild alone. Han Yaru looks up in joy as Xiao Jiao happily calls out to her safe and sound guild leader. He scratches his head sheepishly, promising Han Yaru that he will eventually retrieve her stolen ring of death. She quickly waves her hands, telling him his safety is all that matters, blaming herself for not keeping it secure in the first place. Xiao Jiao then asks about Qinglong, and Zhang Yi explains he sent him out to gather any useful rumors. Since the thief showed up in Dawn City, they must have left some clues behind when sudden rush footsteps approach. He does not even need to look to know who it is, smiling as he welcomes the newcomer back. Qinglong tries to catch his breath, urgently reporting that he has uncovered some incredibly important news about an auction. The lady's stolen ring is scheduled to be sold at an exclusive auction house later tonight. Zhang Yi frowns as several faces flash through his mind, wondering if the ring of death is truly the main item. This meant the thief who stole the ring had probably already shown up, Zhang Yi thought. It was the perfect time to grab some gear from the auction to power up for the coming battle. That fight was not going to be easy. After thinking it over, he and his team headed straight out. They wanted to see what the auction had. On stage, the hostess announced to all the gathered players. The monthly auction was about to start, featuring all kinds of rare pets and high-tier gear of every level. There were even ultra-rare items waiting. Han Yaru looked back at him and asked if he wasn't coming in with them. Zhang Yi waved his hand with a polite smile, telling Han Yaru to go ahead while he handled some quick business. He turned and walked away, remembering that a hidden general store was supposed to be right around this corner. Its secret menu was packed with premium items, a detail that very few players knew about in his past life. Walking a short distance, he spotted the general store sign and smiled, knowing he had finally arrived at his destination. The clerk greeted him, but Zhang Yi was too busy overthinking. Dealing with a sneaky thief was easy enough, but doing it in a chaotic, crowded auction house was highly risky. Making a scene would cause unwanted trouble, so he needed to be careful and stock up on essential supplies. He looked down and rattled off the embarrassing secret passcode, asking for a fruit pancake with 0 discounts on 800 nights. The clerk smiled and welcomed him, announcing that access to the legendary secret menu had now been successfully granted. The clerk invited him to choose just as a system alert popped up congratulating him on the successful unlock. Deducting 1,000 gold, he recalled only 5% of players unlocked this in his past life. The secret menu was expensive, but the sheer power of these special potions was unmatched, far better than standard ones. He told the clerk he wanted them all, prompting a bright, excited smile from the worker. The clerk praised his keen eye, mentioning that these rare potions were easily the most valuable items in the shop. He was told he was the first to find them. Checking his inventory, Zhang Yi secretly wanted to cry. He had just blown 4,000 gold coins, leaving him totally broke, but he hoped this would ensure a perfect mission. Silence. Returning to the hall, he wondered why it was so dead quiet. Was this even an auction, or did he take a wrong turn somewhere? Meanwhile, the host on stage smiled warmly. This parchment scroll starts at 100 gold coins. The host asked if anyone would bid. If there were no takers, they would move on, prompting the crowd to shout to get that trash off stage. Everyone agreed. Stop wasting their precious time and bring out the good stuff. Selling this junk was just wasting time. Zhang Yi finally found a seat and casually checked in with Han Yaru. He asked if the Ring of Death was up yet, but she shook her head, explaining they were still on a useless parchment scroll. The scroll had an unknown origin, but it instantly caught his interest as the host on stage showed deep regret. The host sighed that it was a shame, saying they would have to move on to the next item instead. Zhang Yi froze in shock. Could it actually be the legendary Dragon Clan Hidden Quest scroll? In his past life, major guilds fought to the death over this item. Without hesitation, he raised his hand high. He called out, bidding 100 gold coins immediately, drawing mocking laughter from the crowd, who labeled him a fool. They mocked him for wasting 100 gold on useless paper, and the rest of the audience loudly agreed with them. Some joked it was only good for toilet paper, claiming they would refuse it for free just to save inventory space. The host was thrilled to finally get a bid, quickly calling out 100 gold coins twice, then 3 times. Sold. Zhang Yi happily took the scroll, completely ignoring the clueless jeers of the crowd around him. To them, it was indeed toilet paper, but for a player aligned with the Dragon Clan, it was everything. Once he unlocked that hidden quest, the true power of the legendary faction would finally be his. They would all regret laughing once he obtained the Dragon Legacy. Meanwhile, the main auction quickly resumed. The system displayed the stats as the host hyped up the next item, calling it incredibly powerful. The legendary Ring of Death started at 10,000 gold coins, immediately sparking outrage among the bidders. Who could possibly afford 10,000 gold coins? Someone complained, but another buyer immediately shouted back. This was a legendary growth weapon capable of unlimited scaling, making it an insanely rare and priceless treasure. How could anyone actually bear to sell a treasure like that? Sitting just a short distance away, Yaru whispers softly, telling him to look over there. That guy looks incredibly strange. Following her gaze, Zhang Yi notices his outfit, realizing he must be from Extreme Ice City, the main beast capital. He carefully looks the stranger over, wondering why someone from the Beast Clan would ever come to the humans' main city, especially since he's traveling with Situ Yan. Yaru gasps in admiration, utterly amazed that he actually knows all of this. Zhang Yi rubs his head with an embarrassed laugh, explaining he only saw it when choosing factions. He just glanced at the Beast Clan info. Suddenly, the very guy they're discussing steps forward and boldly declares that he wants this ring. No matter what anyone bids, he promises to pay double, warning them not to waste their energy as the entire crowd erupts in anger. Some wonder where this ridiculously rich guy came from, and if the ring is truly that powerful, while others can only sigh in regret. It looks like this ring just wasn't meant for them. Right then, a man suddenly jumps forward, pointing his finger and calling him a bastard beast. What right does a beast have to cause trouble in a human city? Without saying a single word, Shui Wuyan takes action. He simply steps up and throws a heavy punch right into the guy's face, coldly demanding an answer. He asks if he has the right now, while the onlookers quickly pull the young man back and whisper warnings. They urge him to leave. This guy is bad news. But the stubborn youth refuses to back down. He mutters that the attack was incredibly brutal, but then Zhang Yi steps forward, pats his shoulder, and makes a loud announcement. With him here today, there's no way they're taking that ring. Seizing the moment, Situ Yan whispers a warning to young master Shui Wuyan. He tells him that Zhang Yi, the one with the god-level talent, and since he has no respect, he needs a beating. Hearing this, Shui Wuyan's anger immediately flares up as he clenches his fists, tightly ready for a fight. Challenging the blood sect of Extreme Ice City is pure suicide. Even with a god-level talent, he's a dead man. Zhang Yi quietly instructs his teammates behind him, telling Duan Feng and Qinglong to go stir up some major trouble. He needs them to buy him as much time as possible by making things chaotic. They instantly agree. Qinglong smiles, saying no problem. Duan Feng stands nearby with crossed arms, proudly joking that their guild leader is an absolute master of chaos before inciting the crowd. He shouts that this is human territory, asking if they're really going to let these beasts run wild as Qinglong fuels the fire. If word of this gets out, they won't even be able to show their faces in Daybreak City. The crowd roars in agreement. They yell that if they don't fight back, they'll just end up as punching bags for these outsiders. The mob gets rowdier, wondering if the previous lesson wasn't enough, as Qinglong steps up to declare war. He insults the beast for wearing thick fur in hot weather, asking if he wants a heat rash, while Duan Feng cheers him on. No more talking. It's time to fight. Tensions boil over as both sides violently clash, turning the area into a chaotic battlefield. One beast curses, yelling that in all his years he's never seen anyone so eager to die, inviting them to bring it on. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi downs a high-grade invisibility potion, which instantly hides him from view and lets him fade into the background. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. He stays completely hidden as he watches the absolute chaos unfold. He pulls out 2 more bottles, a high-grade smoke potion and a high-grade flame potion, knowing the perfect moment has arrived. He hurls both bottles right into the thick of the crowd, faking a panicked scream about a bomb. He tells everyone to watch out, sending the panicked crowd into a frenzy as they grab and punch each other. They scream about explosives, swearing to slaughter the Beast clan while Zhang Yi waits to seize his chance. Remaining invisible, he creeps up to the staff member holding the item tray, determined that nobody else is leaving with that ring today. Except for him, of course. He silently snatches the ring without making a single sound, completing the heist flawlessly. With the main task done, Zhang Yi looks over at Shui Wuyin and Situ Yan, a mischievous smirk spreading across his face. Still completely invisible, he slips right behind Shu Wuyin, thinking about how arrogant the guy was just a moment ago. Now it's his turn to pay. Before anyone can notice, the arrogant young master suddenly faceplants hard onto the cold floor. Situ Yan rushes over in a panic, asking if he is hurt, while Sui Wuyin struggles to sit up, clutching his head and screaming in rage. He demands the culprits show themselves, but Zhang Yi immediately targets Situ Yan instead, delivering a solid kick. He really hates that loyal dog attitude. Situ Yan goes flying, landing right on top of Sui Wuyin, both of them screaming about who dared to attack. Shui Wuyin roars in absolute fury, cursing at whoever is looking to die and swearing to kill them. Right then, the system warns him that his invisibility has only 10 seconds left, forcing him to stop. His sneak time is running out fast, so he has to make a quick exit, letting the 2 of them off the hook just for today. With his golden speed skill, he vanishes instantly. Qinglong and Duan Feng are left completely scrambling. The chaotic crowd stomps Sui Wuyin. He gets beaten senseless, helplessly screaming that there is a person down here. "Are you guys blind? Stop stepping on me." Tu Yan cries out, desperately protesting that he is human. His invisibility potion finally wears off. Fortunately, Zhang Yi makes a clean escape and pings the guild channel. Mission accomplished, everyone pull back immediately and meet up in the alleyway right outside the auction house. The crew finally meets up. Han Yuru anxiously asks if he is alright after his sudden disappearance. She feared the worst. But Zhang Yi simply opens his hand, revealing the stolen ring with a grin. There's a catch, though. To protect player goods, the system seals every single auction item. He explains that if any item is taken by force, it will automatically return to the seller after 3 minutes. The team is crushed. Was all this effort completely useless? Not quite. Zhang Yi has already planned ahead. In reality, his goal is to exploit this seal to locate the thief. He will teleport straight to the seller when the timer ends, stunning his guild. Right on cue, the system notification pops up, confirming the teleportation signal is active. Han Yaru is thrilled. She praises him endlessly for coming up with such a clever and creative plan. Xiao Zhao nods in agreement. Their guild leader is truly amazing, and she knew she could trust him. He looks at her. The 3 minutes are almost up. He promises to bring the ring back safely. The teleportation triggers. Space warps around him as Zhang Yi steals his resolve for the upcoming clash. He must unmask this thief today. As the warp sequence activates, he prepares for the confrontation. Meanwhile, the ring of death is sent flying straight back to the seller on a quiet rooftop. Diwu stares down at the ring in her palm, completely baffled. Did those guys track her down? She wonders, and looking closely, a faint blue light begins to glow around it. Suddenly, the blue light erupts and teleports Zhang Yi right in front of her. He sneers at her, saying he knew it was her, and immediately accuses her of stealing the ring. She even lured him straight into a deadly trap set by the Gods Guild. What is she really after? She simply giggles. Escaping the Gods Guild is no easy feat, so he must have some real skill. Teasingly, she sticks out her tongue. With zero fear, she bolts, prompting Zhang Yi to immediately give chase. He demands she freeze and return the ring of death immediately. But Diwu just laughs, telling him to keep dreaming as she runs. She dares him to catch her. Zhang Yi locks in, staying right on her heels until he grabs her cloak. The dark cloak rips away. Her true identity is exposed, and Zhang Yi warns her that she cannot escape. He vows not to let her slip away this time. Step by step, he closes the distance, cornering Diwu completely. Suddenly, a massive axe slams into the ground, sending shattered rock and debris flying everywhere. Emerging from behind the ruined wall, Shui Wuyin roars in fury, mocking them to try and run now. Zhang Yi realizes they are in deep trouble, having completely forgotten about the beast race's tracking and hunting skills. He knows they can hunt down targets by locking onto their residual aura. This allows them to track prey across miles, and Shui Wuyin sneers that they have walked right into his trap. He was already looking for her to settle a score, so finding them together is just the perfect excuse to kill both. Zhang Yi shoots her a sideways glance. Seriously, how many people could she possibly have pissed off? Even the beast race is out for her blood, but Diwu just smiles sheepishly and calls it a tiny misunderstanding. She clings tightly to his arm, batting her eyelashes and begging her good big brother not to abandon her now. He snaps back, asking who her brother is still holding a major grudge. She tricked and ambushed him before, so she certainly never treated him like family, but Shui Wuyin is watching them closely. Enraged by their flirting, he instantly activates his ultimate beast skill, Wild Stampede. Infuriated by their flirting, he orders them to die together as he channels his raw energy. A massive spectral rhino with a giant horn charges straight at Zhang Yi. He glances back only to find the girl has already vanished, leaving him extremely annoyed at her sudden betrayal. Danger strikes in a split second. Sui Wuyin laughs hysterically, yelling that this is payback for provoking him at the auction, sending his opponent flying backward. Zhang Yi clutches his chest and grits his teeth in pain. The brute's attack power is insane, proving that a Beastmaster's base defense is still way too low. To lose so much health in a single hit is shocking. Seeing Zhang Yi struggle, Sui Wuyin sneers. He demands that the kid hand over the girl immediately and get on his knees to beg for mercy. Only then might he consider sparing a life. But before the words even settle, he charges forward with his weapon. Shui Wuyin claims he saw them embracing, but Zhang Yi refuses to back down immediately, firing back and asking which eyes saw them getting intimate. He warns the brute to watch his mouth or face a slander lawsuit, driving Sui Wuyin completely wild with rage. The brute screams that he saw exactly what the two of them were doing, flashing back to moments earlier. Following his sharp instincts, he caught a familiar scent smelling exactly like that girl who had just run away. Seeing Zhang Yi and Diwu acting so close, he got furious at their shameless public display of affection. Vowing to capture the wretched couple, Sui Wuyin lets his dark imagination run wild, picturing Daewu Flay. Pushing Da in front of Zhang Yi, Shu Wuyin gets pretty annoyed, growling that if he had not arrived in time, who knows what would have happened. The two of them would have crossed the line. Zhang Yi looks at him helplessly, totally done with this troll, before channeling energy into his hand. His sword immediately materializes. Swapping his elemental attributes on the fly, Zhang Yi instantly leaps high into the air. Gripping his blade, he slashes hard at Sui Wuyin, mockingly asking if he is an idiot. That strike chops off 300 of his points. Disdainful Sui Wuyin scoffs that this cheap burning trick of a few hundred damage is merely a little gift to the boy. Immediately channeling his inner energy again, he strikes at Zhang Yi, but of course, the boy quickly dodges the blow. Annoyed, Sui Wuyin rips off his heavy fur coat, his murderous gaze locked on Zhang Yi as he promises to show him their massive power gap. With those words, a massive wave of raw energy wraps around his body, causing Zhang Yi to panic just a little. He does not get it. Why is the same move dealing higher and higher damage with every single hit? Laughing wildly, Sui Wuyin reveals that the lower Zhang Yi's health drops, the higher his own attack damage becomes. Refusing to go down like this, Zhang Yi desperately gulps down a high-grade healing potion. The potion kicks in instantly, boosting Zhang Yi's strength so much that when Shui Wuyin charges in, he gets sent flying backward instead. Zhang Yi asks with his smug grin if he is out of steam, already mocking him for stopping so quickly. Keep going, he taunts, promising to gift him 1,000 points of damage, leaving Sui Wuyin utterly unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? His enemy stammers, since that health bar was nearly empty, just as Daewu appears to warn him. No amount of potions will save him if Sui Wuyin unleashes that skill, and right on cue, the villain glares back at him, telling him that high-grade potions will not save him. Shui Wuyin sneers that the real fight starts now, channeling his inner energy once more. With a raging bloodlust frenzy, his combat power stacks higher and higher by the second. His massive aura radiates outward, startling Zhang Yi, who curses under his breath, wondering why this guy is actually gaining health. Suddenly, Sui Wuyin lands a brutal blow, causing Zhang Yi's health bar to drop drastically, leaving the young man completely shocked. It turns out his epic talent, Bloodlust Frenzy, allows him to absorb his attack damage and convert it directly into his own health. Looking like a Grim Reaper with his axe, Shui Wuyin promises to show him the ultimate cost of offending the Blood Clan. Zhang Yi chimes in, realizing their original plan to use potions to wear him down is totally useless now. He smirks, asking if his opponent really thinks that Bloodlust and Berserk make him invincible. Seeing Zhang Yi drink a buff potion, Sui Wuyin sneers and tells him to stop dreaming. He brags that no matter how many buffs Zhang Yi chugs, he will still end up defeated, but Zhang Yi completely ignores him. He downs the entire potion in one gulp immediately, charging forward with a fierce battle cry. Zhang Yi tells him to watch closely, but Shui Wuyin is not backing down, gripping his massive axe and roaring. Shui Wuyin swings his weapon, mocking Zhang Yi for taking the hit and wearing such a smug face. Despite the blow, Zhang Yi shows zero fear, only tightening his grip on his own axe. This totally catches Shui Wuyin off guard, making him wonder if Zhang Yi drank the wrong potion. He calls Zhang Yi crazy, but our main character just smiles, telling him to go ahead and drain him all he wants. Eerie purple threads suddenly start pulsing through Shui Wuyin's veins the moment those words leave Zhang Yi's mouth. Terrified, Shui Wuyin panics and asks what he just drank, but Zhang Yi calmly explains the item. This high-grade lethal poison inflicts a deadly debuff draining 100 health points, each second lasting for 1 minute, and the debuff cannot stack. He says this while dangling the bottle in front of him. He asks if he wants some, mentioning he has a bit left, while Sui Wuyin slowly collapses onto the ground. Only now does he realize he fell into a trap. Zhang Yi purposely let himself get slashed to exploit his lifesteal and bloodlust traits. Now poisoned, Shu Weiyin's health bar quickly plummets, but he still struggles to hold on, glaring up at him. Sui Wuyin growls, asking what he is celebrating since his health is lower and he will die first. Zhang Yi calmly replies he is not so sure, smiling triumphantly as he channels his inner energy to activate a powerful skill. With his undying body active, Sui Wuyin struggles, chugging potions as the poison debuff continues to tick down. The high-grade poison lasts for 1 full minute, which means Zhang Yi must rely on his skill's damage immunity. If he can survive this minute, he wins. Zhang Yi steps closer, teasing that Sui Wuyin's potion is completely useless. By the time you finish 1 bottle, you lose twice as much health. Luckily, I have a high-grade one right here. Hearing this, Sui Wuyin lunges to snatch it, but Zhang Yi quickly pulls it back, asking if he wants it. Well, then you have to buy it. As his body aches and his health plummets, Sui Wuyin grows secretly terrified. He only has 1 revive left, earned through life and death struggles, and money cannot buy more of them. They are only awarded through survival quests, and who knows when the next one will drop. Panic sets in. Gritting his teeth, Sui Wuyin asks for the price, and a satisfied Zhang Yi whispers that it normally costs 150 gold. But out of friendship, he will discount it to 50,000 gold. Sui Wuyin is completely shocked. 50,000 is pure highway robbery, enough to feed 500 members of a massive guild. He offers 48,000 instead. He pleads that 48,000 is all he has. Zhang Yi quickly agrees, settling on 48,000 gold. Sui Wuyin feels like crying, wishing he had bargained lower. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi secretly laughs at how easy this is. Making money off these dumb Beast Clan guys is too easy. Taking the bottle, Sui Wuyin immediately throws his head back to chug it down. But before he can even drink, Diwu flies out of nowhere and delivers a brutal kick right to his head. Seriously, never anger a girl. Watch how she glares at him as his precious potion spills onto the ground. He panics, screaming about his 48,000 gold coins and swearing to kill her. But suddenly, his entire body completely freezes up. He trembles in fear. The lethal poison has paralyzed his body, leaving him completely unable to move. Before he can even react, Diwu unleashes her assassin's dance skill, landing a devastating kick right on target. Shu Wuyin's health drops significantly as wave after wave of pain leaves him dazed. Diwu grips her dagger, highly annoyed. She mentions waiting a long time for this before stabbing the foolish Shui Wuyin again, leaving his health bar virtually empty. Refusing to accept defeat, he warns them both that he will definitely get his revenge. The system immediately announces Diwu's victory, though Shui Wuyin still has a chance to revive back in Frost City. Learning the beast will just revive anyway, as Zhang Yi smiles helplessly, claiming he has absolutely no relationship with her. Diwu hides behind him again, asking her good big brother if he honestly thinks the enemy would believe that. Zhang Yi can only smile bitterly. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away this misunderstanding. It is quite a sweet burden. Once the poison wears off, Zhang Yi turns to ask Diwu why she returned. He teases that he thought she left, asking if she just couldn't bear to leave him. She pouts, denying it completely. She explains she stayed for her own sake, since those enemies came to Dawning City specifically to hunt her down. Watching them, Tu Yan cannot hide his envy, muttering about how this kid Zhang Yi always gets incredibly lucky with women. Wondering why gorgeous girls always surround him, he is interrupted by a panicked beastman stammering that their boss is dead. Despite claiming to be the strongest in the Beast Clan, Tu Yan scoffs, frustrated that his supposed backup was so useless. Talk about a total letdown. He never expected their strongest fighter to get wrecked by Zhang Yi and instantly runs. Trying to slip away, while they are distracted at that exact moment, he gets spotted. A weapon suddenly flies right behind Tu Yan, accompanied by a cold voice asking if he was permitted to leave. Their debt still has to be settled, and with that, a massive sword slashes down, cracking the very ground. This completely terrifies Tu Yan. Zhang Yi immediately leaps forward, utilizing his incredible gold-tier speed. In a flash, the surrounding beastmen are knocked away, and his blade presses directly against Tu Yan's neck. Zhang Yi demands the truth. Why did the Beast Tribe invade Dawn City? His captive trembles with fear. The captive stammers in terror, saying they only wanted to find a certain woman and retrieve her card. This completely catches Zhang Yi off guard. What kind of card is this? Why hunt someone into the main human city could it be? Diwu suddenly cuts in. She holds up an item, asking if they are talking about this thing. She stole it in Polar Ice City. It does nothing. She displays the glowing gold card to them. Its brilliant light looks exactly like a legendary god-tier talent card, leaving both of these men completely speechless. It is the real deal, not just a copy, prompting Zhang Yi to immediately start scheming in silence. He secretly calculates the game rules. Every single player can only equip a single talent regardless of whether it is common, epic, or even god tier level. That is why she cannot activate this card. She has no idea. But then a dark realization hits. She just mentioned taking this card after assassinating her target. It seems the old rumors from his past life might actually be entirely true. He remembers clearly. By executing the current owner, their god tier talent card will instantly become yours. Players can inherit this supreme talent but only by executing the previous owner to claim it. Tu Yan begs miserably for his life. He begs Zhang Yi to release him right now since he has revealed absolutely everything he knows. Zhang Yi slowly raises his cold blade. He tells the captive he might have lived had he not seen this card. Now he must take the dangerous secret of this golden card straight to the grave. No mercy is shown. The sharp blade plunges down. Tu Yan stares in utter disbelief, spitting blood as his eyes widen in complete terror. A system alert flashes. Tu Yan has suffered a fatal blow from Zhang Yi. With absolutely no chance of resurrection, he calmly stores his sword back into his inventory. Diwu playfully asks if he is not afraid she might strike him down. He calmly replies that she is far too smart for that. Currently, the blood sect sees them as allies. As long as he remains breathing, he is a shield. He draws their fire. Staring at her, Zhang Yi cannot help but feel deeply curious. Since every single god-tier card yields a legendary unique talent, he simply cannot help but wonder what power her card actually holds. He proposes a trade. How does she feel about making a mutually beneficial deal? If she hands over the death ring and the golden card, he will wipe the slate clean. Diyu pulls out both items, asking if he really desires them that much before leaning her face extremely close to his own. She wonders, why is this ring so valuable that he chased her across the frozen wasteland? Is it because this special ring belongs to that other woman? He simply replies that since he promised to return it, he will. He keeps his word. Diwu surrenders, tosses him the ring, and tells him to take it. However, she keeps the golden card, quickly turning her back to protect it before Zhang Yi finally prepares to make his departure. Before heading out, he offers a friendly warning, telling her to keep the golden card an absolute secret. She nods in agreement, advising him in return to pack up and get out of Dawn City as quickly as he humanly can. The Blood Sect will never let this slide, and their forces will definitely march on Dawn City very soon. Zhang Yi's eyes narrow. He thanks her but tells her not to worry at all. That giant idiot cannot best him. Meanwhile, the others struggle against the invading beast tribe back at the base. Xiao Jiao furiously channels her energy, complaining that these invading beast tribe players are absurdly thick-skinned and simply far too energetic to deal with. Qinglong agrees. They are cowards for launching a surprise attack while the guild master is away. This sudden sneak attack leaves Han Yaru deeply anxious about their leader. She worries about his safety. Suddenly, a beastman launches a surprise attack from behind. The monster leaps forward to strike her down, but a heavy axe suddenly flies through the air to intercept. A familiar voice warns Han Yaru. The beastman is shocked as Zhang Yi suddenly appears. He yells that their boss was sent back to Polar Ice City. They should join him. The axe strikes. The beastman dies instantly. Xiao Jiao rushes over, relieved to see her leader. He is finally back. Han Yaru quickly approaches to ask if he is all right. Are you hurt anywhere? Zhang Yi speaks up, saying he is fine, though those beastmen were definitely tough to deal with. He then hands the ring to Han Yaru, proudly telling her he got it back, which makes her gasp in absolute delight. I knew you could do it, she says happily. He then tells the group they must level up as quickly as possible. The army of Apocalypse has already reached level 50, so we cannot fall behind. Duanfeng quickly agrees, saying it is no problem. How about we set off right now? Qinglong replies with a grin, noting that their leveling maniac is already getting restless. Duanfeng steps forward excitedly, showing off his arm and boasting about the massive muscles on his thick bicep. Just watch me blow those monsters' heads off with a single punch tomorrow. Zhang Yi watches them walk ahead. Sometimes being blessed with heaven-sent luck also means having to face a much greater level of danger. Once the secret of the inheritable god-tier talent card is leaked, both he and Han Yaru will be targeted. They will become prey for every other player in the Apocalypse world, falling into the absolute worst danger imaginable. So before that threat arrives, they have no choice but to continuously build up their own strength. Right then, the Apocalypse sprite appears. After she delivers a quick status report, Zhang Yi falls into deep thought. Dealing with the Blood Gate members earlier took a lot of time, but thankfully he has finally caught up in level. Meanwhile, on the main street of Dawn City, Xiao Jiao sits on Duanfeng's shoulders and asks their leader what to do. What should we do next? Our levels have all reached their limit. Zhang Yi answers her immediately. Of course we are going to break through that limit. He silently tells himself he must finish the second advancement quest quickly. Only then can he level up. For the revenge, he wants his current level 50 skills just are not enough. Han Yaru and the others also need to get stronger. The scene shifts to the job advancement hall, where a massive hammer slams down. The crowd is left stunned, whispering that another person got blown away. This second advancement test is just way too brutal. Qinglong sits down next to the fallen guy. Everyone around starts whispering about the brutal score requirement for the second test. Needing 20,000 points is insane. Nobody has ever achieved that, and it completely wasted a registration fee of 100 gold. Wasting gold is one thing, but this is literally paying to get beaten up. The girl who just blasted that guy away steps forward. Is there anyone else who wants to try? In Dawn City, this is my trial arena, Chi boasts with an arrogant smirk. Is anyone else brave enough to challenge me? Zhang Yi steps forward, declaring he wants to try, then looks right at her. To win, you cannot just rely on stats, you need proper mechanics too. This is where he's going to blow everyone's minds. Chi points to the sky, asking if he sees the device up there. Right as she finishes speaking, the quest board pops up. The quest board instantly displays all the trial details. This energetic girl is indeed the official second advancement examiner, and she continues. This is the scoring robot for the trial. Within 10 minutes, you must make the score above its head exceed 20,000. Only then will you pass the trial. Zhang Yi leaps forward with incredible gold-tier speed, telling her to bring it on. He charges directly at Chi. Unfazed, she slams her hammer down, warning him that charging head-on is a bad idea. Her speed is absolutely insane, but Zhang Yi simply leaps high into the air. Did you really think I would be foolish enough to engage a warrior in close combat without a solid plan? As power gathers in his palm, he unleashes his lightning chain skill to show her what a real shock feels like. Chi is violently shocked by the electricity, letting out a sharp scream as Zhang Yi's score instantly begins to shoot up. It is currently at 2,000 points. Sweating slightly, he notes he just needs to push this up to 20,000. The crowd gasps in disbelief. Is this for real? He scored 2,000 points right at the start of the trial. This kid actually has some skills. I thought he was just boasting. Grinning with excitement, Chi swings her heavy weapon. Looks like I underestimated you. Try this skill out, she shouts. The crowd gasps as her weapon suddenly vanishes. Where did her battle pillar go? Her massive weapon has completely vanished, but in the very next second it reappears. It suddenly reappears and slams hard into Zhang Yi, blasting him back and instantly deducting 2,000 points from his score. Xiao Jiao watches anxiously, noting how incredibly powerful this examiner is. She nervously turns to Han Yaru. Do you think our leader can actually pass this test? Han Yaru nods, her eyes filled with absolute confidence. I believe he will definitely pull it off, she replies calmly, knowing that even though he always ends up in danger, he succeeds. He always relies on himself to achieve things that no one else could ever dream of doing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi is panting heavily, standing tall amidst the thick smoke. Right then he summons a flock of black birds. He warns her out loud that he only let her get a hit once, and there won't be a second time. His sharp gaze instantly locks in calculating the void battle arena. In his past life, he had challenged this trial over 200 times without success, but those countless attempts weren't in vain. They gave him invaluable combat experience. As soon as he shares his vision with his summon, Zhang Yi's eyes instantly light up. As they stand side by side, a powerful aura of light erupts, and Han Yaru swings her staff directly at him with full force. Zhang Yi dodges effortlessly. Just like that, he gains 1,000 points, leaving Chi completely stunned. How could he possibly predict where I would summon next? She wonders as a system notification suddenly rings in his head. Direct hit from the left. His score climbs again and Zhang Yi smiles. Now it is his turn to strike back. By simply sharing vision with his summoned black crows, he could easily rake in 20,000 points just by dodging her attacks. Now that is how you farm. His score starts climbing at an absolute breakneck speed. Chi nervously scans the area, realizing in an instant that those black crows must be the ones feeding him information. She unleashes a massive attack, shouting Void Tempest as her pink staff charges directly at Zhang Yi once again. His flock of crows scatters in absolute panic, leaving Zhang Yi startled as a sudden realization flashes in his eyes. That pink staff is closing in fast. Oh no, seeing his crows get hit, he realizes she has finally figured it out. He can't farm points by dodging anymore. Zhang Yi needs a quick victory. Gritting his teeth, he channels his inner power to unleash Hell, Dragon Flame, and Purgatory Thunder Strike, sending his score skyrocketing once again. It seems his attack did the trick completely, defeating Chi. The system immediately awards him the title of Great Beast Master. The crowd erupts in shock. Nobody expected him to clear this second transition trial with 22,000 points. That score is absolutely insane. A second transition Beastmaster is just too overpowered. Xiao Jiao cheers. He is truly our strongest guild master. Meanwhile, over at Moonlight City, Mu Chen slams his fist violently into the ground. Mu Chen feels his body surging with sheer power while Carlo looks at him smugly, reminding him of his new gear. He now possesses the absolute strongest gear among current players, meaning he won't suffer a humiliating defeat to Zhang Yi again. Carlo urges that this is his best chance to eliminate Zhang Yi, leaving Mu Chen surprised, asking if he must go alone. Of course not, Carlo replies, promising to assign his most elite subordinates who already have experience fighting Zhang Yi. They will easily help Mu Chen deal with him. Carlo looks toward the shadows and commands his elites to step forward. He tells them he has upgraded their gear and that their levels have skyrocketed over the past few days. He hopes they won't disappoint him again, adding that they must absolutely follow Mu Chen's orders during this mission. Dong Fang immediately bows confidently, promising that they will get the job done. Kay quickly agrees too. Carlo then hands a scroll to Mu Chen, telling him to use it during a critical moment. It will definitely help in a pinch. But remember, it only works once. Mu Chen takes it with a nod and immediately leads his new squad to set off for Dawn City. Carlo smugly strokes his dragon with a wicked grin, whispering that he will show Zhang Yi the true cost of making him an enemy. Meanwhile, in Dawn City, Han Yaru happily asks her friends if the barbecue place she recommended is as amazing as she promised. Xiao Jiao excitedly agrees, calling it the best meal she has had in this harsh apocalypse, making Zhang Yi smile at her reaction. He promises to lead everyone into a special second transition training tomorrow, prompting Xiao Jiao to dance with excitement. They are finally going to advance just like their guild master. Qinglong walks over to Zhang Yi and whispers quietly. He asks if completing the second transition unlocks those legendary high-tier class skills, begging him to show them off. Zhang Yi casually shrugs, telling him that he will show them those skills very soon. He will showcase them during their next dungeon run. Secretly, he feels incredibly satisfied with how fast his skill arsenal is growing. It is more than enough to keep him busy. Looking at one specific skill, Zhang Yi is absolutely amazed. It cleanses crowd control while terrifying nearby enemies, an absolutely overpowered skill. Suddenly, their peaceful walk is cut short. Some familiar figures block their path as Mu Chen sneers that he has finally tracked Zhang Yi down. Zhang Yi is quietly surprised, recognizing the players standing beside Mu Chen as members of the Shenming Guild. He wonders why they are teaming up with Mu Chen, but quickly asks his rival why he is not enjoying his final days. Instead of seeking his own death here, Mu Chen's face twists with pure rage as he screams back. He tells Zhang Yi that his luck has run out, promising that this time there will be no escape for him. He then looks at the members of the Divine Guild, telling the four of them to focus on holding off the others. He claims Zhang Yi for himself, while Bing Dai looks over at Duan Feng, declaring the golden blade is his and the others can split the rest. Staring right at him, Duan Feng snorts coldly, telling his opponent to stop talking big and show some real skill. Without another word, both clash at lightning speed as they draw their swords and charge straight toward each other. Bing Di marvels at the sheer speed of the blades after only their first exchange. Bing Dai raises his hand, preparing to retreat, but Duan Feng mocks him, asking if he is already planning to run away. Watching the battle, He Ying channels his inner energy, deciding it is his turn to strike as he unleashes a blast of dark power. He fires the energy directly at Zhang Yi, who remains alert but is completely blindsided. The real target is actually Xiao Jiao, prompting a panicked Han Yaru to scream that they are coming to save her. Terrified, Xiao Jiao screams for help while Qinglong rushes forward in a panic, desperately warning his young mistress about an ambush ahead. As chaos erupts, Zhang Yi tries to charge over, but his body instantly freezes as he realizes his legs are completely bound by shadows. He panics internally, desperately wondering why his body suddenly refuses to move a single inch. Mu Chen seizes the opportunity to strike, mocking Zhang Yi that he is now all alone with none of his comrades left to help. Trapped by the shadow lock, Zhang Yi suddenly finds Mu Chen behind him, sneering that he wants to see what tricks are left to fight back. Gripping his sword, Mu Chen thrusts it forward with deadly force, but watch how easily this traps him. In a flash, Zhang Yi uses his demon substitute skill, leaving Mu Chen completely dazed as the real Zhang Yi reappears right behind him. Mocking him for thinking he could fall for the same trick twice, Zhang Yi immediately channels his power into his devastating lightning chain. Within seconds, the massive electrical surge from the attack leaves Mu Chen completely paralyzed and unable to move. However, Zhang Yi is shocked to see that his opponent took absolutely zero damage from the powerful lightning strike. Quickly turning around, Mu Chen boasts that his armor is the absolute best available. Sneering that no ordinary player can hope to hurt him with his top-tier gear, he smugly lunges forward once again to strike. He unleashes the power of his ultimate skill, but before Zhang Yi can even react, his loyal dragon leaps in to shield him. Stunned, Zhang Yi looks at Xiao He and breathes a sigh of relief, thanking his dragon for saving him. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a complete pincushion, so he immediately orders Xiao He to unleash Feather Wing Havoc. The crushing wave of energy surges directly toward Mu Chen, leaving Zhang Yi highly satisfied as he yells out in triumph. Calling it a perfect taste of his own medicine, the sudden and overwhelming counterattack leaves Mu Chen gnashing his teeth in pure rage. Zhang Yi dismissively asks how it feels to taste the storm himself, standing tall as he stares down his furious enemy. He explains that a Beastmaster's pet evolves alongside its owner's class advancement, pointing out that he has already reached Tier 2, while Mu Chen is still stuck as a Tier 1 assassin, highlighting the massive power gap between them and leaving him completely speechless. Stuttering in disbelief over the Tier 2 dragon, Mu Chen is cut off as a massive surge of power erupts. The energy blasts him instantly as Xiao He glares down, pinning him in a crushing grip while he screams out in bitter frustration. Zhang Yi declares he will always stand above him, leaving a terrified Mu Chen cursing his luck and wondering why. Why did Carlo fail to mention that Zhang Yi had already reached Tier 2, but then he suddenly remembers a crucial piece of advice. He was warned the item could only be used once, and back then he had simply agreed. Realizing he still has this special scroll, he stops in his tracks and quickly pulls it out as a last resort. He warns Zhang Yi not to celebrate too early while his opponent smugly tells him to bring it on and show his worst. Instantly, the scroll unleashes a massive red dragon that lets out a terrifying roar directly in the face of Xiao He. Seeing the newly summoned dragon completely outmatch his own beast companion, a sudden wave of panic hits Zhang Yi. He calls out for Xiao He in worry, but the massive red dragon immediately flings his companion high into the sky. With a massive crash, Xiao He is slammed hard against the rocks, making Mu Chen smugly realize that Carlo had kept his word. Confident that even a Tier 2 dragon will be crushed under his feet, he gloats at Zhang Yi's obvious panic. He declares that today is his final day, while elsewhere Dongfang sneers at Qinglong's desperate attempt to save her. Challenging whether he has the strength to back it up, Qinglong demands Xiao Zhao's return as Han Yaru prepares her next spell. Drawing a brilliant magic circle in midair to cast her, Frostfinger Art Dongfang quickly glances over at his ally. Ordering him to handle the skeleton, his teammate channels his power and summons a massive spiked bone shield to block the attack. All of Hanyaru's attacks are blocked instantly, and those deadly wooden thorns keep launching themselves relentlessly toward the two of them. Staring at those sharp thorns, Qinglong's eyes turn ice cold. If you want to touch Our Lady, you will have to deal with my arrow first. Instantly, Qinglong draws his bow back to full extension. He aims carefully, firing with lethal precision. Even Kulu is knocked flat by the exploding debris and crumbling rock, realizing the battle has turned completely against them. He Ying grits his teeth and channels his inner energy to dodge, hoping to exploit the enemy's sudden confusion. Xiao Jiao seizes the chance to break free and runs toward Han Yaru, leaving He Ying cursing in frustration that they let her escape. He Ying launches a shadow technique, but Han Yaru quickly blocks the strike while telling a terrified Xiao Jiao that she is safe now. Holding Xiao Jiao close, Han Yaru shouts to ask Duanfeng about his situation, and he quickly calls back. Duanfeng tells her not to worry because he will end this quickly, but Bing Dai screams that he will be the one finishing things. Just like that, Duanfeng's entire body gets completely cocooned in heavy bandages, wrapping around him tightly until he is entirely trapped inside. But Duanfeng unleashes his sharp sword, intent shredding the cocoon instantly. Talk about a clean escape. Overwhelmed by the explosive strike, Bing Di shields his face in panic, and the second Duanfeng touches down, the villain vomits blood. Shocked by his sudden defeat, Bing Dai can only watch. Duanfeng calmly sheathes his sword. Duanfeng mocks him, asking if he thought the other swords were just decorations before leaping down toward Qinglong. With one threat neutralized, only 3 opponents remain, but He Ying steps forward to warn them not to celebrate. Their plan is already complete anyway, though Kulu is still shocked to see their teammates sacrificed so easily. The enemy is clearly no joke, and far away from the duel, a sudden blast goes off right beneath Zhang Yi's feet. While Zhang Yi tries to process what just hit him, Han Yaru realizes with horror that their friend is in serious trouble. It was all a decoy, and as they realize Zhang Yi was the real target, Mu Chen laughs like a complete madman. Zhang Yi curses at the disrespect of attacking in a safe zone. Meanwhile, Mu Chen mocks him to keep running. Mu Chen wants to see how long his target can flee, prompting Zhang Yi to quickly call out to his beast Xiao He. Staying clear of the crowded buildings, Zhang Yi realizes that the power of this Tier 4 Dragon Emperor is completely off the charts. Hiding won't reveal its weakness, but getting close enough to find an opening seems almost impossible with these constant heavy strikes. Deciding to go on the offensive, Zhang Yi gently pats Xiao He and prepares his loyal beast for a counterattack. He whispers that he believes in his partner. Then he roars that it is time to settle their grudges. Today, everything gets settled. Seeing Zhang Yi charge forward, Mu Chen immediately commands his massive dragon to burn him to ashes. Mu Chen sneers at his confidence, wondering if the boy is overestimating himself or just underestimating what his enemy can do now. He boasts that the Dragon Emperor's breath will consume them completely, watching smugly as the battlefield is engulfed in a sea of flames. Even with an immortal body, Zhang Yi's pet beast is doomed. It will turn to ash inside this inferno. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's Soul Link ability allows him to absorb every single drop of damage his beast takes in battle. With that damage redirected, his companion remains safe, at least as long as his own immortality buff lasts. This makes Xiao He practically invincible. Charging ahead, Zhang Yi commands him to target the dragon's right wing. He knows the wings are the creature's weakest point, and damaging them will completely strip away its massive mobility. This move will heavily cripple its offensive options. Hearing the call, Xiao He leaps up and bites down hard on the beast's wing. Blood sprays everywhere as a wave of intense pain hits the Tier 4 Dragon Emperor, forcing a deafening roar from its throat. Shockingly, Mu Chen's left arm takes the hit too. His protective gauntlet cracks as Zhang Yi watches closely. Something feels off about this monster. Its supposedly devastating attack only shaved off 500 of his health. Meanwhile, a single strike from Xiao He dealt 1,500 damage, meaning the dragon's actual stats are far lower than they should be. With its defense scaling so poorly, Zhang Yi begins to suspect that something is highly unusual here. Only an illusion would deal such pitiful damage while fragilely absorbing massive hits. It makes perfect sense. It is just a temporary illusion summoned through a special contract, and right on cue, Mu Chen's physical body starts reacting very strangely. Terrified by his own failing body, Mu Chen panics right as Zhang Yi finally lands on the ground. Everything clicks for Zhang Yi, explaining why the low-level lackeys from the Shinming Guild showed up with that summoning scroll. It all makes sense now. This absolute fool is nothing more than a disposable tool used by Carlo. Staring at him, Zhang Yi points out that the idiot clearly doesn't know the terrible cost of using that scroll. There will be massive side effects. Mu Chen is startled, telling himself there is no way he was lied to. Mu Chen refuses to accept this. He just became strong, it cannot end like this. Zhang Yi speaks up again. Just look at your rapidly aging body right now. That is the price for recklessly invoking that summoning covenant. Surely you understand by now. From the very beginning, you were nothing but a pawn to be used by others. He screams upon learning the truth, roaring that even if he dies, he will drag everyone down with him. He channels his energy again, screaming to offer his full power to the Dragon Emperor. Zhang Yi is startled by this absolute lunatic. He is about to merge with the level 4 Dragon Emperor Phantom. Completely insane, he vows to turn the city into absolute hell, forcing everyone to submit to his power. Below, the crowd descends into chaos, shouting for everyone to run away. A madman is slaughtering people. Zhang Yi looks down at him with disdain, seeing he still refuses to repent. He admits he was blind back then to not see through this scum despite giving him another chance. Yet you still chose to be evil. Mu Chen stands atop his dragon, mocking Zhang Yi despite his status as a reincarnator. Asking if Zhang Yi thinks he can kill him again, Mu Chen snarls that this time he will die. Having completely lost his mind, he is now a total lunatic. Zhang Yi quickly begins formulating a plan. Destroying that scroll completely is the only way to sever the connection with the Phantom and make it vanish. He leaps down from the dragon, ordering Xiao He to cover him as he readies his sword. Zhang Yi thrusts his sword forward with a roar. Watching his own body slowly fade, Mu Chen panics, shouting that he will not fail. But suddenly Zhang Yi's dragon collapses. He runs over to Xiao He in panic, while Xiao Jiao watches in utter shock. Why are there so many casualties here? Duanfeng curses the vile divine guild, wishing he had punished them harder earlier. He vows this debt will be paid back soon. Yaru runs over to Zhang Yi, anxiously asking him if he is all right. They arrive too late. Yaru stops looking at his beast Xiao He as tears well up in Zhang Yi's eyes. Xiao He took a heavy hit to save him. Jaw clenched, Zhang Yi vows he will find a way to heal him. As for the mastermind behind this entire scheme, Zhang Yi promises to make him pay, his resolve hardening with every word. Deep inside the Chushui forest outside Sacred Dawn, Yaru secretly follows him, wondering why Zhang Yi arrived here so early. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi recalls that in the Tianke world there exists an extremely rare and precious resurrection potion. No matter how severe the injury, one sip can completely restore life. He tells himself this is the only way. Xiao He has entered an extremely weakened state, meaning normal health potions will be absolutely useless to save him. To save Xiao He, obtaining this resurrection potion is mandatory. This weakened state is highly dangerous. It occurs when a beast suffers fatal damage and nears death, rendering them completely inactive. They cannot be summoned to battle. From what Zhang Yi knows, this resurrection potion is incredibly rare. It can only be obtained by finding the master alchemist Lei Fuya and completing her crafting quest. He lands on the ground, catching his breath heavily as he mutters that he has finally found her. Recalling his past life, he met Lei Fuya while she was dying, bringing her the required materials. He urged her to craft the resurrection potion, which was successfully brewed just in time to save him. Now that they are complete strangers, Zhang Yi suddenly calls out her name, startling her. Lei Fuya is surprised, asking if he was looking for her. Ignoring her confusion, he presses on. Zhang Yi insists that he needs to take on her quest to brew the resurrection potion immediately. Dazed, she wonders how he knows about her research. Anxious, Zhang Yi cuts her off without hesitation, telling her to forget that for now he demands the diary to save Xiao He. She gladly hands it over. Asking if he means this item, she assumes his companion is gravely injured and tells him not to worry about it. Zhang Yi snatches it away, explaining that the diary lists 3 precious ingredients needed to make the potion. Once delivered, she can synthesize the resurrection potion. He already knows every line of this quest by heart. Lei Fuya is shocked that he knows her exact words. Without answering her, Zhang Yi simply turns away. Leaving a quick thank you behind, he checks his system interface to carefully plan his very first step. He needs to obtain the life essence from the demon-suppressing tower. It looks like another raid is necessary. Lei Fuya worries that these 3 items are extremely rare, doubting he can find them in 10 days or even half a month. Zhang Yi rushes off yelling that he will bring it back immediately and telling her to wait. Standing in the back, Han Yaru hears the whole story, deeply wondering how all of this was done just to save Xiao He. How did Zhang Yi even know this place held the cure? Watching him, her heart aches because he always charges ahead first. She wants to help him too, resolving to secure the other 2 materials herself, while inside the demon-suppressing tower, the restless crowd gossips. After waiting a whole week, they can finally grind monsters, hearing rumors that someone recently cleared the 12th floor. This time they swear to catch up, but Zhang Yi streaks right past them, leaving one of the adventurers utterly stunned. Who is this brat running so fast and showing off? They grumble, but Zhang Yi ignores them mentally, pleading for Xiao He to wait. He vows to grab the resurrection potion to cure his companion, arriving inside the demon-suppressing tower in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yi pounds on the gate, shouting for the giant sentinel to open up because he is in a hurry. A booming voice echoes as the massive doors slide open, demanding to know who has a death wish and is shouting for him. Anyone disrupting his rest must be tired of living, but as the giant guard steps out, Zhang Yi instantly delivers a brutal kick to his leg, shouting that he does not have any time to play around today. He demands the portal location for the next floor, making the demon warrior recognize him and grow furious at the rotten brat. Zhang Yi suddenly blinks right behind him, realizing he has not even tested his new second-tier class skill yet. He decides to use the guard for practice, shocking the demon, who growls that he underestimated him for using a decoy. He vows his demon race will never yield, but before he can finish, Zhang Yi activates his soul search, a technique that summons a devil to probe deep into the enemy's mind. Flashes of memories surge into his mind, but the uncovered secrets quickly exceed the system's permitted boundaries. The process abruptly cuts off, leaving Zhang Yi baffled as to why this monster possesses memories of the real world. Could these creatures have once been real humans, he wonders, knowing that normally only one person can enter. Each floor typically allows only a single challenger to pass through the blue portal to the next level. Yet 2 doors of completely different colors stand before him, matching a memory he saw from Sin, giving him a sudden daring idea. He decides to test the red portal to see where it leads, unaware his every move is being watched. His actions are fully recorded as he enters the 30th floor, where a sly man named Gongqi watches with a dark grin. Muttering that his prey has finally arrived, Gongqi presses a red button before him, plotting his next move. He resolves to play a little game with him as Zhang Yi steps onto the 30th floor without any hesitation. Shielding his eyes from the violent gales inside, Zhang Yi is shocked by what he discovers. He never expected the red portal to skip straight to floor 30, saving him an immense amount of climbing. Moving forward, he notes he only needs to secure the life essence from the chapel, but as he approaches the structure, an overbearing aura erupts, freezing him in his tracks as he tries to identify the source of this massive power. The concentrated light triggers a massive explosion, forcing a startled shout from Zhang Yi as the smoke clears. Out flies a gorgeous woman engulfed in dark flames and radiating pure malice, none other than the 6-winged fallen angel. Immediately upon appearing, she unleashes a volley of dark energy missiles targeting him with lethal force. Launching her assault, she sneers that since he has a death wish to challenge the 30th floor, she will show him the true meaning of absolute crushing power as she unleashes her full fury. Zhang Yi propels himself straight toward her, refusing to let his opponent gain the upper hand and injure him. Activating his extreme speed, he grumbles about her pulling out ultimate moves right away before the scene shifts to Ba Huang. Blown away by an explosion, Ba Huang wakes up in a strange terrain, grimacing as a stray pebble hits his face. He sits up, rubbing his aching head while wondering where on earth he has ended up. He was just resting on the 8th floor, so how did he suddenly get teleported to this zone? Looking ahead, he spots a chaotic battle raging, realizing the frantic challenger is none other than Zhang Yi himself. As Zhang Yi dodges the deadly attacks of the 6-winged angel, Ba Huang watches, utterly baffled by this situation. How is a second-tier class player already fighting here? But meanwhile, Zhang Yi is sent flying backwards. Crashing hard, he grits his teeth, questioning why the floor boss has to be a 6-winged fallen angel. His current strength is simply not enough. What now? How could there be so many human remains here? These must be the poor unidentified souls left behind when the fallen angels launched their devastating attack on the city. Thanks to his system interface, the truth finally clicks. This fallen angel is far more sinister than he initially thought. Touching down on the cold ground, Zhang Yi grins. It seems he has already figured out a way to shatter this barrier completely. His fingers gently brush against a skull discarded in the dirt, and a glowing blood curse immediately flickers to life. An eerie dim light radiates through the gloom, carrying a massive surge of energy as Zhang Yi whispers to the dead. He tells them to go and take their revenge. Spotting him, the fallen angel suddenly freezes, looking completely baffled by his move. She has no idea what he is up to. Standing like a general among the dead, he commands his bone soldiers to rise. Instantly, countless skeletons with glowing red eyes lock their gaze directly onto the flying six-winged angel above them. Soaring through the air, she is suddenly yanked down as bony hands claw their way out of the earth. She gasps in shock. Watching Zhang Yi rocket into the sky, she screeches in fury. She realizes he is just using these dead souls to stall her. Your real goal is that life essence, she yells, but you can forget it because I will never let you have your way. With a sharp cry, she gathers her dark magic, commanding her deadly lightning to strike down from the heavens. Glaring right at him, she unleashes her ultimate server-wide magic spell, the legendary Thunder Domain, a devastating skill that summons an unstoppable tempest. This summon brings a magical storm that will rage on for 10 minutes. Every 3 seconds, it inflicts 500 magic damage to all nearby enemies. Immediately, a blinding bolt of lightning rips through the field, instantly obliterating the helpless bone soldiers in its path. The six-winged entity glares directly at Zhang Yi, declaring that he is next. Shocked by her extreme speed in clearing the dead, a sudden wave of panic hits him. The angel slashes her blade toward him, declaring that his little game is over. She raises her sword for the final blow. Zhang Yi grinds his teeth in despair, but right at the last second, a sudden blast of raw energy strikes her directly. The attack tears a massive hole right through her torso, sending dark feathers scattering everywhere as she looks back in horror. "How could you kill me?" she gasps, shocked that another player exists on this floor. Suddenly, her system flashes warnings of critical damage and an imminent disconnect, forcing her to curse in anger. Controlling an NPC body through remote data transfer is way too unstable, she mutters, telling them they got lucky today. Before completely fading away, she spits out a final threat, promising they will cross paths again very soon. Once the dust settles, Zhang Yi looks over in confusion, asking Ba Huang how he got inside his solo dungeon. Still, he is incredibly grateful for that clutch strike, admitting he has never seen Ba Huang use such a flashy skill before. Ba Huang is completely speechless, wondering if he really just killed that beast. Meanwhile, night falls over the Eternal Palace. Staring coldly at his monitor, Gongqi demands that his doomsday spirit replay the entire battle. Ling Lan immediately obeys her master, and the chaotic, fiery battle plays out on the screen once again. The footage gives Gongqi a massive headache as he sits in absolute silence, carefully analyzing every single detail. He misses nothing quickly, ordering Ling Lan to zoom in on the bottom right corner of the active feed. On the display, Ba Huang is lying completely motionless on the ground with a mysterious unknown man sitting right beside him. The man's face is heavily obscured, leaving Gongqi to mutter that someone was definitely pulling the strings from the shadows. Outside the Demon Tower gates, the system timer is rapidly counting down to lockup, leaving Qinglong pacing in sheer anxiety. He worries the guild leader might not make it back in time, which would spell disaster for their young lady. Suddenly, familiar laughter echoes through the portal, startling Qinglong as the guild leader and Ba Huang finally step back into reality. Zhang Yi warmly thanks Ba Huang for taking care of Han Yuru, smiling as he mentions how thrilled she will be to see him. Qinglong is ecstatic to see them, quickly greeting Ba Huang before stepping forward with a very urgent report. Han Yaru has been completely missing since this morning, and none of their messages are getting any response. Ba Huang grows deeply concerned, knowing she is always incredibly careful, meaning something must have gone terribly wrong. Zhang Yi agrees, pressing Qinglong to think back carefully to the moments before she vanished. He asks if Han Yaru did anything unusual, prompting the confused guard to scratch his head and think. He recalls spotting the young lady standing all by herself in the main square late last night. She was facing the giant statue as if she were praying, so he decided not to disturb her peaceful moment. Zhang Yi pieces the clues together: the midnight square, the statue, the ghost. Han Yaru must be doing the prayer quest. He figures that praying is actually a pretty simple and easy quest in this apocalyptic world. Players have to pray at the main city square at 9 p.m. for 3 hours to get the Dream God reward. That reward is the Dream Stone, though it has no real combat use and only serves as fancy jewelry. But watering it with the Dream Spring from Dream Spirit Villa unlocks the Dream Flower. Hearing this, Zhang Yi gets an idea. He remembers the Dream Flower and realizes where Han Yaru is. They cannot afford to waste a single second now. They move out immediately, and before long, the group arrives at the Dream Spirit Villa in Extreme Ice City. Leading the way, Zhang Yi asks Qinglong to try sending him a message to test the communication inside. Qinglong tries to send it but grows worried when the system completely blocks his outgoing message. As they wonder what is going on, Zhang Yi explains that this villa is actually the Dream God domain. To keep apocalyptic enemies out, the Dream Gods set up a barrier here that also randomly spawns dangerous monsters. Once players step inside this protective barrier, they are completely cut off from the rest of the world. No one can send or receive messages here, meaning Han Yuru is completely cut off from any outside contact. She cannot send anything out either. Zhang Yi frowns, realizing she is definitely trapped somewhere deep inside. He suggests splitting up once they go inside to search for her, ensuring they cover ground despite the communication blackout. Elsewhere, a separate group panics as they suddenly spot hostile figures approaching, yelling out that dream spirits are attacking. They brace for battle as two menacing female shadows aggressively charge straight toward them out of the mist. Shield 7 raises his sword and shield, unleashing his Diamond Wrath skill to hold the monsters back while calling out to Hanyaru. Clutching her magic staff, Hanyaru commands the freezing elements to obey her, unleashing a powerful ice storm on her targets. The attack completely obliterates both dream spirits. Shield 7 stands dumbfounded, amazed by the sheer power of a level 50 mage. He feels like he hit the teammate jackpot. Meanwhile, the bodies of the defeated monsters begin releasing a strange purple smoke. Right then, a glowing red flower begins blooming from one of the corpses, catching the eye of Liu Su. She excitedly points it out to the team and curiously walks over to touch the strange blossom, wondering what it is. Hanyaru screams out for her to stop, but her warning comes a split second too late to prevent it. Liu Su's finger brushes the petals and a dark red aura immediately bursts out, making everyone freeze in panic. They hold their breath as more red flowers suddenly begin multiplying rapidly around them, leaving a terrified Liu Su completely speechless. Shield 7 explains that there is only a tiny chance for this rare event to trigger. It spawns an elite Scarlet Dream Spirit, and they just happen to be unlucky enough to run into one. Cold, heavy footsteps echo through the mist alongside a chillingly arrogant voice, mockingly calling them pitiful humans. The voice asks why they do not just go home, sounding gentle yet cold enough to send shivers down their spines. Terrified, Hanyaru and her companions all spin around to face the direction of the eerie voice. Complete silence fills the air as a mysterious figure cloaked in red energy notes that they must not have homes. She coldly commands them to stay with her forever, raising her glowing hands to attack. She lifts all three of them into the air with telekinetic energy, leaving them helpless as red vines wrap around them. Liu Su gasps, noticing the monster looks identical to Hanyaru, but the mage tells her to stay calm. Hanyaru explains it is a special mimicry skill that allows the elite monster to transform when facing strong enemies. It mimics the highest level player in the area and completely copies their stats. It copies their entire equipment set and skill tree. As Liu Su panics, Hanyaru remains incredibly composed. Realizing these plants thrive in darkness, she pulls a glowing purple crystal out from her pocket to counter them. She chucks the amethyst crystal directly into the center of the crimson vines to disrupt their power source. She yells to the team that the plants hate bright light, urging them to use a light spell. Seizing the moment, Liu Su channels her holy energy and unleashes a blinding burst of bright sunlight. This exclusive priest skill breaks the binds by summoning a powerful holy zone right on their location. It restores 500 health points over 10 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. They catch their breath, and Liu Su smiles with relief, though their momentary safety will not last. Out of nowhere, 3 razor-sharp arrows streak through the air. Hanyaru reacts, instantly screaming, "Watch out," as she throws herself over Liu Su. Struck by the arrows, the dream flower crashes down. A group of aggressive strangers yells for everyone to get out of their way. They shout that the Scarlet Dream Spirit is up for grabs and whoever claims it keeps it. Hanyaru instantly panics, realizing they are in deep trouble. The blinding light from earlier clearly drew all the nearby players here, and they are definitely hunting for the legendary Scarlet Dream Spirit rewards. Liu Su angrily snaps, "We fought this Scarlet Dream Spirit, so what right do you have to steal it?" Hanyaru quickly whispers to stay calm and wait here for a moment to see how the situation plays out. Letting them wear down the monster first is actually a solid plan, but then a fierce thug with 2 sharp fangs steps forward. He barks that the blood sect is here and everyone else needs to clear out while his goons start slashing wildly at the crowd. Claiming the Scarlet Dream Spirit belongs to them, they send the crowd fleeing in terror as Shield 7 whispers that these guys are blood sect. They are the most notorious guild in Ice City, and he has personally seen them terrorizing and bullying ordinary players before. They rob people by force and kill without blinking. Hanyaru carefully pulls down her hood, recognizing them from the auction. If they recognize her, it means serious trouble, so they need to slip away immediately. Hoping to avoid any attention, the 3 of them quietly turn around and try to sneak away. But by some terrible stroke of bad luck, Shui Weiyan glances back and spots Hanyaru in the crowd. Realizing she looks incredibly familiar, Shui Weiyan wastes no time and unleashes a blast of energy to blow the hood right off her head. Staring at Hanyaru, he confirms she is indeed the woman who was with Zhang Yi at the auction, demanding to know where he is. She plays dumb, claiming she has no idea who he is, but Shui Weiyan trusts his memory completely. "Stop lying to me," he sneers. "You might not know me, but I know you." He snarls that they basically walked right into their own graves before Shield 7 bravely steps in to shield Hanyaru. He nervously claims there must be some misunderstanding, explaining that she is with them, and if they want the monster, they will happily step aside, but before he can even finish his sentence, Shui Weiyan delivers a brutal kick directly to Shield 7's stomach, sending him flying backward through the air. He crashes hard against a massive boulder in sheer agony as Shui Weiyan coldly glares at them. He snaps that they must be dreaming if they think they can leave, prompting Liu Su to furiously shout back. She yells that they only came to clear the dungeon, but Shui Wuyin just tightens his grip on his weapon. He mocks her words before unleashing a devastating slash, screaming at them to go straight to hell and wait there. Han Yaru charges forward immediately, activating her god-tier summoner talent as the surrounding crowd watches on in absolute disbelief. Onlookers mutter that the blood sect is going way too far, especially since the girls already agreed to surrender the monster. But they know the blood sect has always been this merciless, so the crowd quickly begins to scatter and run away. Han Yaru summons two powerful phantom maidens to block the strike, but Sui Wuyin just laughs and slashes wildly at them. He taunts her that her man is completely useless for leaving her alone, but Han Yaru refuses to back down. Screaming in pure disgust, she unleashes a blazing fireball spell, but within seconds, Shui Wuyin closes the distance right to her. Smugly telling her she is begging for death, he strikes again, and he is not done yet. He lunges forward, shouting that since she chose the hard way, he will not hesitate to break her beautiful face. Arriving at the entrance of the Dream Manor, Zhang Yi is immediately confused by the crowds of players running away. He stops a passing player to ask what is happening, and the terrified youth warns him that the blood sect is there. They are killing players left and right for a Scarlet Dream spirit, and they apparently just captured a beautiful girl. Dread washes over him as he realizes who the girl is while the player warns him to run. The player warns that going forward is suicide, prompting Zhang Yi to turn to his two teammates with urgency. Telling them to follow him, the three of them charge straight into the dangerous manor. Back inside, Shui Wuyin is already holding Han Yaru by the throat, making her tremble in his iron grip. He viciously demands that she summon Zhang Yi immediately if she wants one final chance to survive. She weakly gasps that he is not here, while his two cronies laugh and mock her situation. They mockingly lament that such a beautiful girl is throwing her life away for her coward boyfriend. They claim Zhang Yi is nothing but a coward, who is probably hiding in some dark corner, trembling, terrified by the sheer size of the blood sect. Laughter cut short. A sudden flash of pure power slashes their throats wide open. Letting out a single choked scream, blood sprays from their necks, while the heavy axe swings towards Sui Wuyin once more. Moving at absolute lightning speed, Zhang Yi's freezing voice rings out before the shocked bandit can even react. How dare you touch her? Seeing his girl bully drives Zhang Yi into a frenzy, his fists gaining massive power. Are you tired of living? A single punch from Zhang Yi sends Shui Wuyin crashing hard to the dirt. While the thugs scream for their boss, Han Yaru rests in Zhang Yi's arms, softly apologizing for making him worry so much. Zhang Yi tells her to wait while he crushes these Blood Clan bastards, but a bruised Sui Wuyin just sneers back. He warns Zhang Yi that he clearly does not understand the situation. This territory belongs entirely to the Blood Clan. With a wild roar, Shui Wuyin orders his men to seize them both so he can personally torture them to death. But wait, they have no idea they are about to get absolutely blindsided from behind. Suddenly, several thugs are launched into the air before crashing heavily onto the hard dirt. Ba Huang charges in, swinging his sword, screaming at them for daring to touch his sister and promising to butcher them all. Zhang Yi quickly reassures the overprotective brother, telling him that Han Yaru is safe and needs to be looked after first. He warns them to watch out for sneaky attacks from the dirty Blood Clan, and Qinglong immediately agrees. Qinglong promises to back him up if things go south, assuring him that the young lady is completely safe. But Han Yaru interrupts weakly, handing over an item and telling him it might help him win this fight. Be careful, she whispers. Zhang Yi gasps in surprise at what she is offering him. She has handed Zhang Yi the Ring of Death once more, and a confident smirk spreads across his face. He realizes this is the perfect chance to sacrifice these fools to power up his newly acquired ring. A massive blast rocks the battlefield. Zhang Yi leaps forward, looking down on these useless Blood Clan weaklings. He wants to see how long they can survive, thoroughly pleased with the absurd growth potential of his ring. Its scaling is terrifying. Now not even a highly advanced Tier 2 berserker stands a single chance against him. Sui Wuyin completely loses his mind and screams at his frozen men to stop standing around. He orders them to shoot Zhang Yi down, but our hero remains perfectly calm, facing the threat. Zhang Yi actually thanks them for the free arrows, having worried about how to activate his passive skill. As a volley of arrows strikes his back, his powerful passive skill is instantly triggered. He proudly commands them to feel the wrath of the Dark Dragon, summoning his beast to strike. Unleashing his devastating area of effect Hellfire skill, the thugs burn and scream for their boss to save them. Shui Wuyin is forced to activate his Bloodlust buff, refusing to believe anyone could grow this strong so quickly. Convinced that Zhang Yi only won by luck last time, he assumes the kid is just bluffing. Charging forward, he vows to avenge his fallen guild members, but he is far too slow. Talk about instant regret. His heavy axe suddenly snaps cleanly in half, leaving him in shock. Looking up, he freezes as a sharp blade is pointed directly at his head, finally triggering absolute panic. He desperately warns him that the Blood Clan is the #1 guild in the Frozen City. Threatening retaliation won't work. Zhang Yi calmly reminds him that he has already slain him once before. Since the Blood Clan is completely corrupt, he promises to eliminate every last one of them and wipe out their guild. Terrified by the crushing pressure, Sui Weiyin screams for help, but his head is severed in an instant. Zhang Yi coldly tells him to be better in his next life because his resurrection chances have run out. With the boss dead, the remaining lackeys are quickly cleared out and Qinglong reports the successful battle. The enemies are dealt with, but they still need to decide what to do with the nearby elite monster. Defeating it promises great rewards, but Zhang Yi tells everyone to hold back and calls for Han Yaru. He asks if she managed to obtain the rare dream stone through her prayers earlier. He tells her to hand the stone over to the creature, and she immediately agrees. Han Yaru hands the stone to the Dream Harmony, who becomes deeply emotional after absorbing its power. The creature praises the brave warriors for returning the sacred dream stone back to its rightful home. Please follow me. Qinglong looks surprised. Boss, did you secretly look up the power guide before we started today? How do you even know about this? Zhang Yi just glances over at Meng Shen, wondering where she is going. Where on earth is she taking us? Zhang Yi replies, just follow her, she is going to lead us straight to Meng Shen. Following right behind Meng Shen, they arrive at a secluded spring. She immediately shouts aloud, sleeping, soul please awaken. The moment she speaks, the water ripples. From the deep blue spring, a fair-skinned girl slowly emerges. Chosen one, you have finally arrived. This is Meng Shen, one of the 10 great deities of the apocalypse. She corresponds to one of the 10 god-grade talent cards. Her glowing feet slowly step onto the rippling water. I have waited here for far too long. Standing on the water, Meng Shen looks straight at Zhang Yi and his team. So long that I have forgotten how many years have passed. She casually places her hands behind her back. A blue flower blooms beside her. Since you are the first players to find this place, I shall grant you a special reward. Floating on a wisp of smoke, the flower drifts toward Han Yaru. This is the exact Meng Shen they were searching for. A system notification pops up. Congratulations to player Han Yaru on obtaining the rare Meng Shen. Absolutely thrilled, she throws her arms around Zhang Yi, shouting that Xiao He is finally saved. Blushing furiously, he gently pats her head. Yeah, it is all thanks to you that we found it. Nearby Qinglong looks at Ba Huang and makes a suggestion. Should we patrol the perimeter first in case there are still blood sect members lurking around? Ba Huang closes his eyes and nods. Zhang Yi quickly opens his crafting guide next to the Meng Shen and the divine potion vial. Now it is time to study how to replicate this resurrection potion. If he remembers correctly, there is a way. Lei Fuya must have crafted it this way before. A moment later, the system screen flashes and the potion is complete. He finally has it. Zhang Yi lowers his head and casts a magic circle to summon Xiao He. He gently strokes Xiao He to comfort him. You have suffered so much lately, but do not worry. Drink this and you will recover completely. Xiao He opens his mouth and Zhang Yi pours the potion right in. Instantly, a bright golden energy envelops his body. Han Yaru runs over and wraps her arms around Xiao He, overjoyed. Our lively little Xiao He is finally back at last. I missed you so much. Looking up, they see Meng Shen quietly watching from afar. She silently extends her hand toward the group, leaving Han Yaru standing there utterly confused. She stares up blankly as a mysterious card appears, showing a clear image of Meng Shen standing on the shore. Ba Huang anxiously warns the group, we do not know what is happening yet, so everyone stay on high alert. Han Yaru stands still, hand over her heart, looking up at the sky. An image flashes of an attack 1,000 years ago when nobles invaded the continent. Meng Shen looks deeply saddened. Mangling Mountain Villa was the only peaceful sanctuary left untouched by the brutal invasion. A group of warriors surrounds a figure to seal him away. Begin the sealing process to stop the nobles. The 10 great deities swore to fight to the death, joining forces to chain and seal the Demon King away forever. The Demon King flashes a twisted smile. Everything you are doing is merely delaying your inevitable death. Meng Shen huddles on the ground. The other 9 deities vanish completely. But after that, devastating war ended. The 9 other deities vanished one by one without a trace, and I too slowly fell into a deep slumber. The visions fade. Floating in the air, she looks down at Zhang Yi's group. What you see right now is merely an illusion I created before my deep sleep. I did it to wait for the chosen hero to find and finally awaken me. Down below, Han Yaru takes a slow step forward with her hand on her chest. Meng Shen has completely vanished. Now only faint rays of light flicker across the water. Suddenly, a blue system notification pops up in front of them. Quest unlocked, search for the missing Meng Shen. After the 10 deities sealed the Demon King, they all disappeared. Your objective is to find her. Zhang Yi is so focused on the water that he misses the shadow behind him. We have likely been pulled directly into the quest. Everyone get ready. Suddenly, as if sensing danger with his sixth sense, he whips his head around to spot a horde of fierce Lu Bu monsters charging directly at them with raised blades. Watch out. They swing their blades right at Zhang Yi's group. Han Yaru raises her weapon high and shouts that she will go hold them off. Zhang Yi grips his sword tightly and leaps right into the fray. Leave the remaining 2 monsters to me. A beam of icy blue light shoots straight at the monsters, freezing them solid right in front of her eyes. Ba Huang laughs smugly, but his grin fades in seconds as the surrounding ice begins to melt away. The freeze fails completely. As the ice vanishes, the Labo warriors charge forward, swords raised for the kill. Realizing his magic failed, Ba Huang draws his blade. It is time to fight head-on. No backing down now. With one massive swing of his sword, he blasts 2 charging enemies straight backward. Suddenly, Ba Huang's weapon begins to shift, splitting apart in his hands within a matter of seconds. His blade divides into twin swords, and he carves through the mob. Meanwhile, Qinglong and Zhang Yi launch their own assault. Zhang Yi leaps forward, slicing down the Labo warriors with deadly precision. Within moments, the enemies lie defeated at their feet. With the battle won, Yaru turns to Zhang Yi and sighs that their side is finally clear as well. Surrounded by glowing butterflies, she asks if they can only escape this space by waking up the dream god. Completing the quest is our only way out. Right as she finishes speaking, she looks toward the water. Myriads of glowing butterflies begin to emerge from the lake, spreading their wings and fluttering into the air. Suddenly, Zhang Yi lifts his head, his eyes glowing crimson as he predicts they will have an answer very soon. His treasure hunter talent activates, revealing a glowing mirror, hidden deep within the dark, swirling waters of the lake. Something is definitely off here. Looking at the fallen Labo warriors, Qinglong crosses his arms in deep thought. Where did these things even come from? He wonders, since he had personally secured the perimeter earlier. Kneeling to examine a corpse, he notes they look remarkably similar to the Demon Clan warriors they saw earlier, specifically the ones from the Dream God's projection. Yaru touches her chin, confused since those demons were already suppressed. Why are they here? Zhang Yi raises his hand, reaching out toward the glowing butterflies. He senses the butterflies are also manifesting out of thin air. Suddenly, he stands straight up with an idea. Lifting his voice, he asks if they were never in the real Mengling Manor after all. Instead, they have been pulled into the Dream God's mind. Yaru stares at him, stunned by this theory. Zhang Yi explains that dreams do not have to follow the standard laws of the game world. That is why sealed demons can materialize out of nowhere and the butterflies can infinitely replicate themselves. The dreamscape can process massive amounts of player data at once, blending memories and realities together seamlessly. Only the Dream God possesses that kind of absolute power. That is why she asked them to find her. To wake her up, Zhang Yi dives headfirst into the deep lake and the others jump right in after. Activating his water-evading technique, the 3 companions dive deep, following closely behind their leader. This specialized mage spell grants a party-wide buff, allowing them to breathe and move freely underwater. The buff lasts for 3 minutes. Zhang Yi points ahead, signaling the team to look. He points out that the glowing butterflies are all heading toward the palace's massive stone doors. That stone portal is likely the gateway to the next zone. They must head there immediately. But Yaru suddenly freezes, scanning the dark waters around them as her eyes widen in pure terror. Something is down here, she warns right before thick tentacles erupt from the rocks to attack. The slimy appendages wrap around Yaru like iron coils, pinning her down as a massive octopus beast emerges. Squeezed by the deadly coils, she cannot break free. Zhang Yi wastes no time and slashes forward. He slices the tentacles off. "Get behind me," he yells to Yaru. Only 30 seconds remain on their water spell. The team panics as the beast instantly regenerates its lost limbs. Ba Huang shouts that their timer is almost up. They cannot afford to fight this thing and must run. With precious seconds ticking away, Zhang Yi offers to hold the beast off while the others open the gate. The system warns that only 20 seconds remain. To avoid wasting a single moment, they split up. Ba Huang and Qinglong sprint toward the stone gate. Ba Huang tells Qinglong to help him push as the timer hits 10 seconds. He jams his hands into the stone gate, desperate to force it open in time. Outside, Zhang Yi fights like a demon as the gate crack widens. Ba Huang screams to pull harder, his teeth clenched in agony as blood spills from his mouth. 1, 2, 3, the water spell expires. Finally, Ba Huang and Qinglong force the massive gate open. A glowing red barrier suddenly flickers to life, blocking the path as Zhang Yi slashes his blade relentlessly at the incoming tentacles. Both of them swim away as fast as they can, and seeing her struggle to keep up, he reaches out to pull her along. Zhang Yi tightly grabs Han Yaru by the wrist, pulling her swiftly across the protective barrier just in time to escape. He doesn't notice a tentacle wrapping tightly around his leg, but Ba Huang reacts instantly, raising his weapon to deal with the threat. With a heavy swing, he chops the tentacle clean off, screaming to close the heavy gate before it finally shuts tight. Outside, severed and bloody tentacles drift away in the water, while inside the gate, Han Yaru looks at Zhang Yi and sighs in relief. That was way too close. They were almost dragged away by that beast, and he simply nods his head in agreement. They are safe for now since that monster cannot get inside, but not wanting to waste any time, Zhang Yi urges everyone forward. Moving quickly, the four companions step into a chamber where ancient writing and massive warning tablets cover the stone walls. Studying the noble script, Zhang Yi begins to analyze the strange writing for the rest of his team. The letters look eerie and unsettling, indicating they belong to the nobility, which perfectly aligns with the warnings Meng Shen once gave them. This place was clearly invaded by nobles long ago, and judging by the ruins, a brutal and bloody war must have occurred here. As they step forward, human skulls litter the ground, hinting at a grim past. What they see now is likely just a tiny fraction of the horror, with Ba Huang and Qinglong following close behind. The group steps deeper into this eerie scene, wondering if this noble invasion has something to do with the looming apocalypse. Sudden shadows loom in the darkness as three sinister figures appear, signaling that a great disaster is about to unfold. No one will be spared from the upcoming catastrophe, but just then they spot something unusual ahead. Han Yaru points ahead, telling the others to look at the massive stone stairs rising right in front of them. Wait, look up there. A figure is heavily bound by thick chains to a massive altar, and it looks exactly like Meng Shen. Zhang Yi was absolutely right. It really is the slumbering deity, and her deep sleep is clearly no accident. A massive conspiracy seems to be at play here, and suddenly, the heavy iron chains begin to rattle and pull forward. Seated on a dark, majestic throne is a woman with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, looking down at them like they are nothing but four pathetic little reptiles. She demands to know if they realize whose territory they have entered as Meng Ling slowly steps down and walks toward them. A crimson aura surrounds her as she expresses surprise that they made it this far, raising her hand near Meng Shen's neck. She questions why the deity still refuses to accept her fate, suddenly snatching a glowing blue butterfly out of the air. Squeezing it in her hand, Meng Ling's face darkens as she asks if this creature brought them here. Leaning close to Meng Shen's ear, she whispers that her stubbornness has only brought doom upon these foolish youngsters. She wants the deity to watch these insects die for her, but out of nowhere, a sudden blast disrupts everything. An explosion sends several minions flying into the air as Han Yaru stands tall before Meng Ling's forces, raising her weapon high. She demands to know who this woman is and orders her to release Meng Shen, but the villain just laughs mockingly from above. She sneers that they must prove their strength first, and suddenly the gateway behind Zhang Yi's group is completely cut off. Massive iron chains wrap around the exit as she declares that no one will leave her domain alive today. Meng Ling raises her arm, launching a heavy chain that shoots down from the high ceiling. A colossal boulder begins to slide down along the chains, and she decides that the end has come. Swinging her chains, Meng Ling hurls the massive stone directly at them, screaming for their destruction. As the boulder crashes down, Han Yaru and Zhang Yi immediately activate their magic, drawing power from the fallen noble warriors scattered around the chamber. Activating her unique soul summoner talent, a dense green mist begins to swirl around the battlefield. Hovering in the air, Meng Shen looks down at Han Yaru and acknowledges her name, telling her she is incredibly fortunate. She tells her that she possesses a power far beyond her own understanding and must always hold onto her inner strength. She must maintain her faith at all costs. While Meng Ling watches this happen, her face turning pale with confusion. In an instant, their powers seem to merge as she stands before Meng Shen, forming rapid hand seals. The massive chain boulder suddenly redirects and plows straight into the enemy forces, crushing them beneath its weight as they scream in agony. This frustrating sight infuriates Meng Ling, who vows that they will never defeat her with the same old trick. She mocks them, claiming that even their hidden protector cannot beat her, so their confidence is entirely misplaced. Refusing to let her boast any further, Ba Huang and Qinglong launch themselves forward, unleashing a coordinated strike. What about me? I am joining the fight. The two Golden Royal faction experts do not hesitate for a second. They charge straight at Meng Ling as she raises her hand, activating her deadly soul-binding chains. The chains wrap tightly around Qinglong's wrists, freezing him in place. Ba Huang is caught in the exact same trap. Those cold chains lock his hands tight. What on earth is this? Seeing their shock, Meng Ling smirks triumphantly and screams for them to submit as her mindless puppets. She boasts that anyone hit by her chains must submit. But just seconds later, things take a bizarre turn. Their eyes glow crimson, turning them into vacant puppets. Suddenly, Ba Huang bares his teeth in a savage, mindless grin. With red eyes, he looks back. Without a word, Ba Huang charges straight towards Zhang Yi's group. Meng Ling laughs, loving when allies turn on each other. Seeing friends tear each other apart is her favorite show. Meanwhile, the brainwashed warrior grips his weapon tightly. He leaps down, aiming directly at Han Yaru. She looks up in horror, crying out to ask what is wrong with him. She stares in shock, pleading that she is his sister, but a heavy blade suddenly blocks his lethal strike. Sparks fly everywhere. Zhang Yi stands firm, using his great blade to shield the terrified girl from her own brother. He tells Ba Huang to wake up, but the brainwashed warrior only unleashes a relentless barrage of wild slashes. Meng Ling watches the chaotic struggle with absolute delight, highly satisfied with her cruel, twisted handiwork. She boasts that he is now her puppet, obeying her every command. Ba Huang then swings a heavy, flaming red strike at Zhang Yi. The relentless assault forces Zhang Yi back. He skids across the dirt, stabbing his sword down to stabilize himself. But Ba Huang does not stop charging like a beast toward Han Yaru with his weapon raised. His glowing red eyes lock onto her. Zhang Yi screams for him to stop, reminding him she is his sister, while Han Yaru trembles. She is completely frozen in fear. Meanwhile, nearby under Meng Ling's direct control, the tragedy continues. Qinglong draws his bow. Meng Ling commands him to show no mercy and pierce the girl's heart. Zhang Yi tries to recover. He screams a desperate warning for Han Yaru to watch her back. In an instant, lethal arrows fly like the wind, aiming right at her spine. Using his magic, Zhang Yi pulls one of Meng Ling's own lackeys to act as his shield, saving Han Yaru. Han Yaru's summoning magic has grown incredibly strong. Her summoned spirits can now act independently to protect their master in times of danger. Furious at the failure, Meng Ling raises her hands as blazing red flames and chains erupt around her. She commands her chains to seize them. Controlled like a puppet, Ba Huang leaps down, telling them to just give up. Mocking them, she declares their fate is sealed. Back to back, Zhang Yi and Han Yaru raise their weapons, bracing for the worst. They realize that dragging this fight out will only get them hurt, especially since they cannot harm their friends. Both need to escape this battle immediately. Sensing the danger, Han Yaru quickly acts to change the tide. She summons a glowing magic circle on the ground. Xiao He emerges and they leap onto his back to escape. Xiao He takes off. Seeing them try to flee, Meng Ling mocks them, asking if this cheap escape was their ultimate trick. She scoffs at their weak intrusion, claiming they stand absolutely no chance against her overwhelming abilities. Laughing at them for running away, she raises her hand to lock onto the fleeing duo. She launches a razor-sharp chain arrow of destiny, promising to make Zhang Yi watch his own allies betray him one by one. The chain strikes Xiao He directly, triggering a massive explosion that sends the beast crashing down. Xiao He lies whimpering and injured on the ground. Coughing through the thick smoke, Zhang Yi scrambles to find Han Yaru. He frantically asks if she is all right. She nods weakly, stammering that she only suffered a minor scratch. Meng Ling slowly saunters over to the fallen duo. She grabs Zhang Yi by the chin, forcing him to look up. She whispers that his beast and friends will serve the Demon King and that he will soon join them. Despite his bleeding face, Zhang Yi chuckles and asks if she is sure about that, shocking her. Before she can react, Xiao He suddenly lunges from the shadows right behind her. The massive beast opens its jaws and swallows the witch whole. A perfect trap executed to perfection. Covered in sweat, Zhang Yi ponders their situation. His friends are still bound by the witch's soul-binding chains. He knows they absolutely cannot let those chains touch Xiao He. Suddenly, another sharp link flies out, shattering a nearby boulder. Zhang Yi quickly commands Xiao He to reinforce his left flank as Qinglong prepares another attack from afar. Drawing his bow again, Qinglong aims. They wonder how this is possible since the demon warden is dead. Han Yaru worries why her brother and Qinglong are still brainwashed. Perhaps the curse takes time to fade, or worse. Out of a human skull, a dark glowing red flower blooms. She is still alive. From that dream flower, Meng Ling suddenly materializes, offering a slight praising smile. I cannot believe your petty little tricks actually fooled me, but then again, if you think this is enough to beat me, you underestimated me. A sight that leaves Zhang Yi quite shaken. He sees right through her trick, a soul-swapping technique using the spider lily to switch locations with her true body. A perfect physical teleportation, a skill exclusive to the Meng Ling tribe. She raises her hand high. She gently taps her plump lips. Could she really be a Meng Ling, admitting their strength? You are far more stubborn than I originally thought, but I will not make another mistake. There will be no more opportunities for you, she warns as Zhang Yi and Han Yaru brace themselves behind a crimson mist. He asks her directly, you were once a Meng Ling too, right? Which means you fear the light just like the rest of them. That explains why you hid in this underwater palace far from the sun, he says, gripping his dual-colored blade tightly. Zhang Yi glares straight at Meng Ling and demands to know why she betrayed Meng Shen, a question that instantly darkens her face. She grits her teeth in fury. Shut up, I never want to hear that name ever again. Or that identity, she snaps as her hands subtly guide the heavy chains forward. I am clearly the only one who can lead our clan to eternal victory, yet you always side with her, she snaps. Go to hell, she screams, lunging straight at them, prompting Zhang Yi to act quickly. Zhang Yi immediately summons his apocalyptic companion, Kitten, who instantly appears by his side. He asks what time it is in this apocalyptic world, and a glowing clock panel appears as Qidan reports it is 6:45 a.m. Zhang Yi's action confuses Han Yaru as she strokes her chin, wondering what he is up to while he stares up at the hovering Meng Ling. You were indeed once a Meng Ling, meaning you share their fatal weakness to bright light. Hiding under the ocean just to stay away from the sun, and now is the perfect time to strike. The moment those words leave his mouth, Zhang Yi hurls his blade directly toward the hovering Meng Ling. She stands her ground, smiling confidently as she mocks his low-level attack for being completely harmless. Just like that, she bends backward to effortlessly dodge the incoming blade, but he is not done yet. His blade flies higher, piercing right into the cave roof with a loud explosion that cracks the solid rock. Beams of bright morning light pierce through blinding Meng Ling as she screams in absolute agony. Stripped of her monstrous malice, she stands transformed in pure white robes. What a tragic sight. Your beautiful dream ends right here, Zhang Yi says as the brilliant sunlight suddenly snaps Ba Huang out of his deep trance. Clutching his throbbing head, Ba Huang stumbles forward, complaining of a headache while Meng Ling collapses in total confusion. She looks around asking who they are, prompting Han Yaru to place her hands on her hips in disbelief. What is going on, she asks. She was totally different when she forced you and Qinglong to attack us earlier. Ba Huang smacks his forehead, noting that her current helpless state is no different from the typical Meng Ling, the ones they encountered before, prompting Zhang Yi to step in and break down the situation for everyone. She was likely brainwashed by the demon tribe's dark magic, but her core nature remains that of a Meng Ling. She cannot handle direct exposure to bright sunlight, which completely drains her of all her spiritual energy. Above them, the heavy chains binding Meng Shen dissolve into thin air as she slowly regains consciousness and opens her eyes. Meng Shen gently floats down to the ground, causing Han Yaru to gasp in pure awe of her presence. She extends her palm outward, sending a mental command to awaken all of her slumbering Meng Ling followers. Brilliant golden beams rain down from above, revealing hundreds of girls clad in pure white garments. Meng Shen gracefully reclaims her ancient throne before looking down at Zhang Yi and his companions. She speaks softly, thanking them while explaining that her sister was simply bewitched by the Demon King. She temporarily lost her way, but thank you for saving her, she says as a fleeting sadness crosses her eyes. She looks back with a deep sadness, recalling when the Demon King was sealed away a century ago. The lingering remnants of his evil power slowly corrupted her people, bringing back painful memories of the demons attacking her followers. I was ultimately forced into a deep slumber after completely exhausting my spiritual power inside the dream realm. He saw the noble forces sweeping and leaving him unable to determine the truth. Whether it was just a dream or a warning from above, he simply could not close his eyes to it. The continent was plunging into disaster once again, and the dream god found himself bound by heavy chains, unable to resist. To awaken, he had to leave a guiding illusion at Dream Spirit Villa, waiting for challengers to arrive until they finally appeared and restored Dream Spirit Villa to its original beautiful state. A notification pops up congratulating the squad as the deity fades. They receive a legendary tier equipment known as the Dream God's Blessing alongside a golden chest summoned by the deity. Appearing right in the center, he presents their reward, urging them to take it. Zhang Yi crouches down, noting that even if they include Duan Feng and Xiao Jiao, this is still a massive haul. With one piece for everyone, plenty of loot is left over, so he tells them to pick what they want as Ba Huang ponders. The Dream God armor is not bad, but Qinglong simply raises a hand. Claiming the Dream God bracer as his, the Dream God then looks toward Han Yaru and speaks. He calls her forward, leaving Han Yaru quite confused as she holds her weapon. Both for attack and defense, the Dream God pushes the weapon back toward her as a system notification flashes. Item: Dream God's Blessing level 50 weapon type staff with boosted attributes. Talk about a massive boost. It grants plus 20% skill power, making her wonder if this is truly for her. A golden card floats from his hand toward Han Yaru, as if the item itself has chosen her. Her talent card was forged from his power, representing his purest essence. Since she is like another version of him, giving it to her makes perfect sense, leaving Zhang Yi utterly stunned. He stands there with wide shocked eyes. No wonder her spirit summoner talent and the Dream God's skills match. Their summon abilities are identical, proving the connection is real. These gods here talent cards actually condense the pure raw power of ancient deities during this apocalypse. Floating gently above the Dream God offers to send them back since they spent so much of their time helping him. However, he has one final request, asking them to awaken the other sleeping gods. The remaining 9 deities must be woken before the ultimate catastrophe descends upon their world. He believes that what he can do, they can achieve as well under the starlit sky above. Wind howls around the massive villa perched high in the mountains. Sent back safely by the deity, Zhang Yi's entire group stands outside the villa looking around in utter confusion. Everything feels different, no longer shrouded in that dark, gloomy energy. This must be the villa's true original form, which was previously corrupted by the sudden invasion of the demon race. Suddenly, an injured girl appears, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Sensing her presence, Han Yaru turns and spots a battered Liu Su reaching out for help. She gasps in panic, crying out to Liu Su, "Run, just run." One of the red-robed beastmen points toward Zhang Yi's group, reporting directly to their Grand Elder. Young Master Sui was killed by their hands, sparking angry whispers. These guys clearly do not respect the blood sect. The Grand Elder clenches his fists, baring his sharp fangs. He orders everyone to charge and capture them, prompting Zhang Yi to analyze the situation. It seems the blood sect has arrived to avenge Shui Wuyin. Meanwhile, Han Yaru helps Liu Su stand. She glares at them, disgusted by their arrogance after committing such evil. Quickly raising the blessed weapon high into the air, she confidently unleashes the power of the Dream God's blessing. Recognizing the divine weapon, the enemies realize she found the Dream God. The elder scoffs at her, immediately ordering all his men to charge forward and dismiss her as a mere brat. They searched for years without finding a single trace of the deity, so he assumes she is using a fake toy to scare them. The blood sect charges, but Ba Huang and Zhang Yi easily cut them down. Whether it is fake or not, they tell the enemies to open their eyes and look closely as Han Yaru and Qing Long step forward. The power of the blessing boosts everyone in the squad by 20%, but the bizarre scene ahead is absolutely wild. It makes the Great Elder sweat bullets as he frowns. How did she manage to grab that divine weapon from him? Meng Shen stares at the weapon in her hands, glowing with a brilliant blue aura. Looks like these guys are completely out of luck. Facing him head-on, Zhang Yi points his dual-colored blade and yells, "Are you seriously not going to surrender yet?" Behind the Great Elder, his terrified men start to panic, asking what they should do now that all their allies have fallen. One suggests retreating to fight another day, asking if they should just make a run for it. But before the guy can even finish, the Elder grabs him by the throat in a ruthless grip. Just like that, he drains the red energy from the two beastmen. To think the blood sect raised such cowards. "Spineless fools like you are better off being sacrificed to me," he growls as dark energy swirls around him. Thick red smoke wraps around him as he calls for his brothers to rise. Suddenly, from the mist, a figure with glowing red eyes hovers in the air, while a group carrying heavy stone slabs appears on the ground. They surround Zhang Yi's team as someone yells to watch out for an ambush. The red-eyed elder glares with sharp fangs. He smiles smugly. "You killed so many of my blood sect, so there is no way I am letting you walk away alive." Suddenly, the heavy stone slabs slam onto the ground as two of the beastmen, eyes glowing red, step forward. They raise their hands, declaring that either Zhang Yi's team dies today or they do. In an instant, a deep cut slices their palms, dripping with blood. The beastman immediately slams his bloody hand right onto the stone slab. "Die," he screams as the blood sacrifice array officially activates. Within seconds, every single stone slab glows as a massive 8 trigrams formation completely traps the team. What kind of skill is this? It looks like a massive formation that requires several people working together to activate. They need to tread carefully now. Zhang Yi looks up, spotting a blinding light flowing down the chains. To save time, Zhang Yi orders the team to hold their ground here while he checks things out. He wants to see if there is a way out, and Ba Huang nods in agreement beside him. Ba Huang decides to search another direction, while Han Yaru warns them both to stay safe and turn back if it is too dangerous. Soon Zhang Yi reaches the edge of the stone where ominous red mist floats in the air. Realizing this must be the boundary of the blood sacrifice array, he unleashes a massive slash right at the barrier. "Break," he yells, but his blade's power does absolutely nothing, violently rebounding against him instead. Suddenly, the massive shadow of the Great Elder looms above the stone, laughing that they cannot escape. He mocks them. They are trapped inside the array with absolutely no way out. Han Yaru quickly asks for an update. Zhang Yi wipes the sweat from his forehead. The barrier is too strong. It cannot be broken by raw spiritual power, and Ba Huang can only sigh in agreement. He tried multiple times but failed too. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the Elder orders his minion to power up the array. As they channel more power, the blood on the stone slabs begins to flow even faster. Suddenly, a horde of vengeful spirits rises from the ground, swarming toward them in endless waves. They rush Zhang Yi's group. "Look out," someone yells. "These monsters are completely surrounding the four of us." They draw their weapons and charge into battle, but the spirits keep multiplying no matter how many they cut down. This leaves them struggling. The Elder laughs, telling them not to waste their energy on these endless spirits. Their numbers will keep growing over time, and they can never be fully wiped out. Catching his breath, Zhang Yi leans on his blade, dripping with sweat. He realizes the real danger of this blood sacrifice array. It uses an endless tide of spirits to slowly drain their energy and mental strength until they drop. It is a slow, agonizing trap. But then a mysterious female figure suddenly lunges at Zhang Yi from behind. "Watch out," she wraps her long, sharp claws right around Zhang Yi's neck. Yue Ling leans in close, whispering in his ear that he cannot escape her grasp, no matter what he does. Clinging to him tightly, she coos, "Why not just stay here in the array with her, since she is so terribly lonely?" Furious, he grits his teeth and struggles, telling her he wants absolutely nothing to do with these damn spirits. These vengeful spirits are a massive pain to deal with as a brilliant red slash cuts through the chaos. Out of the smoke, Ba Huang swings. No choice. He strikes the furious spirits. The vengeful spirits are multiplying by the second. At this rate, they simply cannot hold out much longer. A way out. There must be one. Gritting his teeth, his anxious eyes scan the battlefield for any clue. Surely those 4 stone pillars are the key. They must shatter the physical structures to escape. It is their only shot. Gripping his dual blades, Ba Huang channels his inner energy straight into the weapons. Screeching, the spirits lunge with open fangs. But under his crushing blows, they disintegrate to ash. His powerful slashes connect. Their previous attacks were too scattered, they must focus all strength on a single point. That might just blast a hole through the barrier. Wasting no time, Ba Huang raises his weapons and charges ahead. He barks out orders. I will save Zhang Yi first. Qinglong take Han Yaru and target the pillars. Qinglong raises his bow in agreement as the evening sky quickly darkens, swallowing the last light of dusk. Below them lies a massive mansion nestled deep within the grounds of Mengling Villa. Walking forward with eyes closed, Duel sighs heavily. How boring. This day has been completely dull. She hoped to make a quick fortune with the crimson Mengling sword, but someone went and snatched it first. Now it is a total waste of a trip. Suddenly, a massive glowing crimson pillar catches her eye. What on earth is that? Is the crimson Mengling quest not supposed to be completely over by now? Why is there still such a massive commotion? Needing answers immediately, she rushes toward the light at full speed. From a distance, she spots a group of dark figures surrounding the crimson pillar, chanting some strange spell. Why are there so many corpses from the blood sect? Wait, those people over there are their elders, right? Is this the infamous blood sacrifice array? Memories of the brutal beast clan suddenly rush back into her mind. The last time the blood sect activated this terrifying array was during their savage attack on Extreme Ice City, wiping out the beast leader. Are they targeting Mengling Villa this time? Back in reality, a brilliant golden beam violently pierces right through the crimson orb. Shattering the barrier, it reveals Zhang Yi desperately fighting to break free from Yue Ling's ghostly grasp. Why would the blood sect capture Zhang Yi? But wait, he is actually cracking the array if they team up right now. Talk about a crazy gamble. Could they actually wipe out the entire blood sect in one clean sweep? Observing the immense strain on the Grand Elders keeping the barrier alive, she quickly devises a plan. This dark ritual relies entirely on the Elder's blood essence. If even one drops, the whole formation will instantly fail. Once it collapses, the severe magical backlash will destroy them. Seizing her moment, Diu leaps high into the air. It is now or never. She twists gracefully, mid-air, soaring right past the guards, keeping the barrier active. Diwu delivers a brutal flying kick directly into one of them, sending shockwaves through the horrified Grand Elder. With arms outstretched, his golden energy desperately struggles to contain the surging blood magic of the array. Diu smiles down as she prepares her final move. I have broken their formation for you, she calls out. The rest is up to you. She triggers her stealth skill, vanishing completely into the chaotic blood sacrifice array. Yue Ling gasps in sudden horror as the red mist swirls her eyes, bulging with absolute terror. Writhed in agony, her grip on Zhang Yi weakens. Sensing his opening, he immediately prepares to strike. He grabs Yue Ling and hurls her away. Thick, dark crimson mist begins pouring out of her body in violent waves. She screams in agony. No, my body. Standing behind, Ba Huang quickly calls out to check on him. Are you all right? Zhang Yi answers that he is fine and that the array is finally broken. It is time to pay them back. But as the blood matrix violently shakes, Ba Huang grits his teeth. This is bad. The whole array is collapsing. Zhang Yi shouts, urging everyone to get out immediately. Otherwise, they will be trapped here forever. Giant boulders begin raining down as the entire structure starts caving in. Han Yaru, get over here. The place is coming down. Qinglong and Han Yaru rush forward in panic. Grabbing Liu Su to escape together, a massive fissure suddenly tears open, blocking their path completely. Zhang Yi reaches out his hand, yelling for them to jump and take it. Without a second thought, they leap into the air. His hand clamps firmly around Han Yaru's wrist. Looking at the others, Qinglong complains loudly. Hey, you two are being way too cold. Nobody even cares about me, he whines. Zhang Yi holds Han Yaru close with a gentle laugh. He jokingly asks if she thinks he is an athlete because this tiny gap is absolutely nothing to him. It is just a minor obstacle. Blushing, she looks up at him and admits that she completely believes in his strength. Back at the Blood Demon Array, the red-eyed Great Elder glares in absolute fury. From high above, he raises his hand and fires a thick wave of purple smoke directly down at the array. He screams that not a single soul will escape this array alive, diving down while wrapped in a blazing red aura. Even if his blood sect falls, they will drag everyone down with them. Thick, colorful smoke completely engulfs the battlefield. When the heavy mist finally clears, Zhang Yi and his party walk out completely unscathed, shocking the old man. The elder stammers in disbelief that they are still alive. Zhang Yi just glares up at him, gritting his teeth with absolute confidence. He declares they do not die so easily. Today is the day the blood sect falls. Suddenly, Diwu appears from the outside. She throws a heavy chain toward the group, urging them to hold tight. Zhang Yi swiftly reaches out and grabs the link. One by one, she pulls the entire team up to safety, rescuing them from the deadly grasp of the Blood Demon Array. Standing tall, Zhang Yi glares at the Great Elder and declares that the Blood Sect has committed far too many atrocities. He announces that today is their funeral, instantly gripping his blade and charging straight at the old villain. The Great Elder finds himself completely paralyzed, realizing too late that his body is suffering severe backlash from the blood sacrifice array. Unable to take even a single step, he can only watch as Zhang Yi plunges the sharp blade straight through his chest. With a final cry of despair, the elder falls. Immediately, a system notification pops up confirming player Zhang Yi has slain the target, Sui Zhenyun, the great elder of the blood sect. Looking over at Daewoo, Zhang Yi offers his sincere thanks for her crucial assistance. She just waves off his gratitude with a casual smile, telling him there is absolutely no need to be so formal. She explains she only helped to take down the blood sect and to repay the favor from back in Dawn City. With that settled, several glass vials filled with a glowing liquid suddenly materialize in her hands. Pointing toward them, she tells the group to take these potions, suggesting the injured sister should drink one first. She notes this is the highest grade health potion from Extreme Ice City, something human players constantly fight to obtain. She also adds a quick apology about the ring incident. Holding a vial, Han Yuru simply smiles and lets it go, reassuring her that the past is the past. Zhang Yi lets his friends recover while he turns back to ask another question. He asks why she suddenly returned to Extreme Ice City when the blood sect was actively hunting her. She just points to herself confidently. She points out that the most dangerous place is often the safest, and those blood sect idiots would never suspect a thing. They never realized she was hiding right under their noses. Suddenly, remembering something, she gives him a playful, knowing smirk. She warns him to start worrying about his own safety instead, as he is now a major thorn in Carlo's side. She asks if he has any idea how high his bounty in the Assassin Guild has actually risen. The shocking news leaves Zhang Yi completely stunned. 1 million gold coins. That absolute brat is really spending everything to take him down. A moment later, Daewoo waves goodbye and prepares to leave, noting that with the blood sect officially wiped out, she is finally free. Extreme Ice City is no longer a threat. She plans to keep taking A-rank assassin contracts, though the city is now completely leaderless. Carlo will definitely seize this golden opportunity to sneak in, so they must stay on high alert and watch their backs. Hearing this, a wave of anxiety washes over Han Yaru as she looks toward Zhang Yi with concern. Even though the blood sect was evil, the innocent Beast Clan players do not deserve trouble, especially after everything they endured. Dream Spirit Villa has only recently found peace, and if Carlo exploits them again, the consequences will be absolutely devastating. Gently squeezing her hand, he reassures her that he will never let Carlo succeed. With that, they set off toward Extreme Ice City. A few days later, Zhang Yi and his companions finally make their way into the heart of Extreme Ice City. A local guide points toward the massive gates, explaining that this towering fortress is the main hub for the Beast Clan. She mentions they usually hang out here whenever they are not doing outside quests. But as they step inside, whispers immediately break out among the crowd, with locals pointing out that these are the exact human players they heard about. Rumors say they wiped out the entire blood sect, though many find it hard to believe since it was the top guild. Yet a tiny squad managed to crush them completely. Word is they even located the elusive Dream God. Some even claim they secured a divine artifact from the deity. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Han Yaru quietly alerts Zhang Yi. She points out that the Beast Clan players have been staring suspiciously ever since they entered, likely because of the rumors. No one else should have known about their divine artifact. Could it be that Qinglong was the one who told everyone? Just look at Qinglong, trying his best to win over the locals before they even set off. He had actually sent Qinglong ahead to spread the news that their guild annihilated the Blood Gate and seized the divine weapon. Spreading the news of the Dream God weapon like this paves a smooth entry into the city and eases everyone's minds. Otherwise, those Beastkin players would not be easy to handle at all. Hearing him explain his clever plan, she can't help but praise how incredibly smart he is. Zhang Yi glances back at the gathering crowd and immediately understands the situation. In this brutal world, strength is the only metric of respect. To rule Extreme Ice City, they must take things a step further. They need to boost their guild's power until they secure the #1 rank in Extreme Ice City. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Liu Su points ahead to guide the group, announcing that they have finally arrived at the local Guild Management Association. "This is the official guild headquarters for our Extreme Ice City," says a green-skinned receptionist as she steps out to welcome them. She is thrilled to see human guests traveling from so far away. The flirtatious receptionist immediately glides over and grabs Zhang Yi's arm. "Just let me know what you need, because we offer every kind of service here," she purrs, making his eyes widen in shock. He can practically feel the waves of burning rage radiating from Han Yuru standing right behind him. What a terrifying aura. Zhang Yi quickly pushes the girl away, stating that he is only there to upgrade his guild and needs absolutely no weird services. Taking the heavy bag of resources from him, she quickly nods, promising to get everything sorted out for him right away. As the system interface pops up in front of Zhang Yi, the receptionist happily reviews their impressive accumulation of guild contribution points. "Your guild has officially reached level 5. Once you gather enough contribution points to qualify for another upgrade, feel free to return. Welcome back anytime." Their next crucial step is starting the recruitment. They need to bring the strongest local players into their ranks to make sure their guild claims the absolute top spot in the city. Every guild member who finishes quests and conquers dungeons will earn a matching amount of valuable guild contribution points. Standing on the grand balcony of the headquarters, Zhang Yi looks out over the crowd and makes an important public announcement. My friends, surely you have all heard the news that the notorious Bloodgate has been completely wiped out. With a serious gaze, he speaks with complete sincerity, reminding them how the Bloodgate has always oppressed and exploited innocent players. While Han Yoro and the others watch silently, he declares that those tyrants reaped exactly what they sowed. Now he needs their help. He invites them to join his guild so they can build a brand new extreme ice city completely free of oppression. The crowd whispers for a moment before one player steps forward asking to join because the guild saved him during a past attack. Those brave warriors stood up to protect me when the Bloodgate attacked. I truly believe in their vision. Within no time, their recruitment pitch draws in a massive crowd of eager applicants. Our guild is nothing like the Bloodgate, he reassures them. Our ultimate goal is simply peace and love. Countless players surge up the steps, clamoring to join their ranks. Not far away, a mysterious figure wrapped in purple smoke observes. He keeps his eyes locked on Zhang Yi, whispering that he will be watching his every move under the starry sky. Later that night, stars twinkle over Extreme Ice City as the group gathers inside the bustling Lion King's Pride Tavern. With lively music playing and plates piled high with food, the tavern hosts a grand celebration for Zhang Yi's team. The overall combat power of their God Hunter Guild has officially surpassed Xiao Pavilion, making them the new #1 guild. The crowd goes wild, raising their glasses high in a massive toast to celebrate their incredible new guild master. Clinking their mugs, they shout in unison, "Long live the God Hunters, long live our leader." Suddenly, King Long appears at the door, frantically waving his hand to catch Zhang Yi's attention from across the room. He looks incredibly anxious, warning that something very bizarre is happening in the city, leaving Zhang Yi completely puzzled. Qing Long quickly explains that when he went to restock on life potions, the shopkeeper apologetically turned him away. She told him that everything was completely sold out and he would have to wait until next week's restock. Lowering his voice, Qing Long leans in and whispers that he tried to buy health potions just as ordered, but ran into a massive roadblock. He visited every single apothecary in town only to find that every single shelf was completely cleaned out. Even standard gear and other basic supplies were completely wiped out. Zhang Yi strokes his chin, lost in deep thought. Someone has cleared out every single shop in Extreme Ice City, essentially turning it into a ghost town where nobody can buy anything. It seems someone is determined to make their stay in Extreme Ice City as difficult as possible, he mutters, narrowing his eyes. He scans the lively tavern. Who could possibly possess such terrifying wealth? It is absolutely mind-blowing. Buying an entire city in one night is insane. They must catch the mastermind before total chaos erupts. Zhang Yi turns to Nanu and delivers a crucial announcement to everyone. Tonight, the city shops will restock. If someone is buying up everything on purpose, they will show up. Zhang Yi stands there looking at everyone with a dead serious expression as they prepare for the night. He tells them to stake out their shops and closely observe anyone acting strange, noting down their looks and movements. He warns them not to alert the enemy. As they quickly agree, Daiwu suddenly runs in from the distance. She is chasing a priest, screaming for him to drop the loot. Seeing this, Zhang Yi quickly runs after her to help. Stick to the original plan, he shouts to the others, running off to see what is going on. Meanwhile, the priest pulls out several tiny explosive spheres and hurls them violently toward the pursuing crowd. You want this so bad, he sneers, then take this. The active bombs hurtle straight toward Daewoo. She freezes in shock. The incoming bombs flash with a dangerous warning light. A massive explosion tears through the street. What kind of maniac throws bombs around in a safe zone? Through the thick smoke, Zhang Yi suddenly leaps forward and shields Daewoo with his own body. Seeing him fall to the ground, Daewoo quickly asks if he is all right. Zhang Yi looks up at her and asks who on earth she was chasing. Sitting on top of him, Daewoo quickly explains how they first entered the city. They were sneaking around looking for shops, planning to buy out every single item in Extreme Ice City. Just as he suspected, Zhang Yi realizes they must have snuck in from the outer territory. He grabs her wrist and pulls her up, saying they need to catch them. The two bolt forward. They charge toward the fleeing priests. One of the enemies panics, seeing another powerful player join the chase. Not wanting a direct fight, one priest glares back at them with pure rage on his face. Since they refuse to stop, the priest decides to blow them all to pieces right here. On his command, the other cultists keep tossing bombs backward. The explosives rain down, threatening to destroy everything. But a massive protective barrier suddenly blocks the blast. I am here, guild leader. With the shield fortified, the bombs bounce straight back toward the terrified priests. The bombs flash rapidly, and within seconds, a massive explosion erupts right in front of Zhang Yi's group. As the smoke clears, several figures emerge. Nanu walks over to him, her voice filled with concern. She asks if everyone is all right, explaining that King Long and Liu Su are already busy treating the injured. They gather around the incapacitated troublemaker, wondering if these are indeed the mysterious buyers they were seeking. Yes, it is definitely them, Ba Huang says, kneeling to inspect the priest. They wanted to buy everything. These guys throw explosives around with zero regard for human life, which is not like normal players. Instead, they look like members of Moonlight City's divine guild. Zhang Yi searches the corpse. He pulls out a shiny black and gold emblem, showing it to the group to see if they recognize it. I have seen this exact symbol on divine guild members before, he notes, which means Carlo is behind this. Handing the emblem to Nan Hu, he makes a quick proposal to her and Ba Huang. The two of them should stay and guard Extreme Ice City for now, keeping things stable if anything happens. He plans to head over to Moonlight City himself to find out what exactly Carlo is trying to pull. Resting her chin in her hand, she warns him to be extremely careful since Moonlight City is Carlo's home turf. Duel steps up from behind them, raising her hand to insist that she is coming along as well. She reminds him that she has dealt with Carlo before, puffing her cheeks in anger at his attack on their city. He needs to be taught a lesson. Later, under a full moon, they arrive at a massive tower in Moonlight City. Outside the gates, the guards draw their weapons, immediately blocking the two of them. When asked what they think they are doing, Zhang Yi raises the black and gold emblem and commands them to stand down. They are out on a special mission assigned directly by their guild leader. Diwu adds, crossing her arms confidently. Exactly. Delay the president's business and it is off with your heads. Just look at this badge. The two guards quickly bow and usher them inside, apologizing for their bad memory. Once they step inside, she turns to Zhang Yi, utterly impressed. She confesses she had no idea his acting was so good. Where did he learn that? He calmly replies that he is nowhere near as good as her. After all, she sent him straight into a tiger's den during their very first meeting. Inside, priests carry offerings. Right under the grand dome of Moonlight City, a priest spots them. He orders the two to get over here. He raises his voice in suspicion, demanding to know what is going on with the two of them. Why are they so late? Zhang Yi and Diwu step forward as he quietly offers an explanation. They got delayed on the road. Instantly, the priest's face darkens, growling at them to get back in line. If they slow down the group, they will pay. Seeing this hostile attitude, the two of them tense up. Startled, they fall into line. Walking behind the other priests, Zhang Yi and Daewoo remain completely on guard. He whispers, "Look at the potions and gear they are carrying. It is clearly different from ours. They probably bought them from other major cities." He also notices plenty of human equipment mixed in. For now, they must keep following to observe. Suddenly, a priest barks out a cold command to everyone. Everyone go in one by one, drop the items and get out. He warns he will not protect them. They cannot afford any slacking. Soon the group reaches a room where a priest checks the door with a gentle touch. He pushes it open and enters. Another priest points inside, ordering them in. Soon they vanish into that strange room. A terrified scream echoes inside. "Save me." Keeping his head low, the priest merely cracks a dark, chilling smile. He calls it a simple accident, telling them to keep moving inside. Guided by only a sliver of light, they cautiously step forward. Suddenly, two red potion bottles are thrown right at them. Terrified, Daewoo clings tightly to Zhang Yi's arm. Hidden behind their masks, the two are completely stunned. Zhang Yi suddenly realizes the sheer horror of the scene before them. Two demonic beasts are devouring flesh in the pitch-black darkness, their fierce, glowing red eyes locked onto the pair. Countless hungry beasts stare at them. Standing right in front of them, Zhang Yi is stunned. That guy Carlo is actually breeding wild demonic beasts right here. In the very next second, he quickly shields Daewoo with his arm, loudly warning everyone around them to stay absolutely calm. Do not show fear or you will alert them. Once these beasts smell your fear, you are dead. They will instantly view you as prey and attack, just as the warning leaves his mouth. A beast lets out a deafening roar. Zhang Yi realizes Carlo sent his black-clothed agents to plunder other cities. To plunder goods just to feed these monsters, converting those resources into experience points to level them up. This forces the beasts to grow rapidly. Carlo is truly ruthless. Furthermore, beasts raised this way have no loyalty. They have absolutely no bond with their master, making them highly unstable. Suddenly, heavy footsteps slowly approach them. The footsteps stop instantly, causing Zhang Yi and Daewoo to freeze. Turning around, they see Carlo himself, sporting an arrogant, confident smile as he stares directly at them. The nearby priest immediately flatters him, asking the president what brings him to this place. He casually replies that he is here to check on their progress with the beast breeding. Ignoring the two of them, Carlo walks straight ahead, calmly noting the timeline as they go. Based on their current progress, it will take another 2 weeks to finish breeding them all. Behind the iron bars, a furious beast roars with absolute rage. In the blink of an eye, it unleashes a massive blast of red fire at them, sending the terrified priest scrambling for cover. While they dodge, Zhang Yi seizes the moment. Disguised as a priest, he rushes Carlo from behind with a gold card. Now watch. In a flash, it is done. Before Carlo can even react, a notification rings. The system alerts him that he has successfully copied the god-tier tycoon talent and quest rewards. 100-fold drop rate, no wonder this guy is filthy rich and can afford to raise so many monsters. A single hit of his yields what would take others 100 battles. Suddenly, Carlos spins around. Instantly, his exclusive legendary-grade Beastmaster weapon, the Silver Dragon Flute, manifests in his hand. He scowls, calling them useless trash. He stands calmly right in the middle of those magic beasts, raising a flute to his lips, which is definitely no ordinary instrument. Its special melody allows the player to completely control every beast within sight. Zhang Yi is stunned. He cannot believe it is actually the legendary Silver Dragon Flute. Legend says its music tames ancient dragons, but the drop rate in dungeons is almost zero. Only a few beast tamers ever obtain it, meaning Carlos' god-tier talent helped him immensely. Lowering his flute, Carlos sternly orders the priest, warning him that the beast riders are already waiting. You must continue to speed up their breeding process. If you delay my city siege plans, I will feed you to those beasts. A quick promise. The priest complies while Diu immediately runs and throws herself into Zhang Yi's arms. He asks if she is all right, urging that they leave now and that they have the truth, as she worriedly agrees. She wants out. Unfortunately, the deadly Carlo has already crept up right behind them. They run for their lives. Stop! Carlo commands, his sharp senses instantly locking onto them. Instantly, Zhang Yi's gaze turns incredibly cautious, realizing Carlo has blocked their escape while they were busy talking. Too close. He stands right behind them, leaving Zhang Yi utterly terrified they have been caught. Sensing something off, Carlo glares suspiciously in their direction, but before the guild leader can utter a single word, Zhang Yi quickly bows with cupped hands, stammering out a polite greeting, to which Carlo simply responds with a cold order. Can't you see everyone else is busy? Go clean up the corpses on the ground for me, Carlo commands, clenching his fists in anger. He grinds his teeth at his useless, lazy underlings, forcing Zhang Yi, Daewoo, and the priests to drop to their knees. Pure arrogance. Carlo's insufferable attitude leaves the young man quietly boiling with absolute rage. Yet he can only clutch his hem to restrain himself before he and Daewoo finally exit the chamber with the priests. He reassures everyone that they are finally safe, while Daewoo sighs, wishing only to head back and get some deep sleep. She prays she won't dream of those terrifying beasts, and soon deep night blankets the sky like a mysterious black velvet cloth. Deep midnight. Faint starlight filters through the dark clouds, casting a gentle pale glow below. The high moon shines its soft light down upon the highest tavern in Polar Ice City. While Zhang Yi sits lost in heavy thought, Han Yuru walks up to him with a warm smile, noting his troubled expression. She gently sits down beside him and asks with genuine concern, what could possibly be weighing so heavily on his mind right now? Smiling gently, he explains that his recent trip to Moonlight City uncovered some critical game-changing intelligence. Carlo is secretly breeding an incredibly massive army of magic beasts, he reveals, leaving Han Yaru staring at him in complete disbelief. He nods and gently explains that Carlo is even training a specialized knight squad to ride and command these monstrous beasts. A direct threat. He mentioned a siege plan, meaning this beast knight order is clearly built for war. He must be planning to launch a sudden attack on another main city, which leaves Han Yaro completely stunned and deeply worried. No chance. Zhang Yi simply rests his chin on his hand, admitting they cannot survive Carlo's assault. The current defensive structures of Polar Ice City are only basic tier, meaning a massive monster horde would easily tear them apart. Instant ruin. Our current defensive walls would crumble in seconds, but we still have one last hidden card to play in this war. Speaking with absolute caution, he reveals that this apocalyptic world hides a legendary type of elemental crystal. Its unique energy can block high-temperature dragon breath and significantly fortify the structural integrity of the main city. Once upgraded, we can use it to launch a massive counterattack, but only the subterranean goblins can mine such rare ore. We must find enough elemental crystals before Carlo finishes building his Beast Knight army. Only then will we have the strength to stand and fight, Zhang Yi declares, turning directly to Han Yaru. Placing a firm hand on her shoulder, he makes an urgent request, asking if she can help him with a crucial task. With absolute seriousness, he lays out his plan, explaining that he will head out alone to search for the elemental crystals. Meanwhile, Polar Ice City needs her protection, especially since Duan Feng and Xiao Zhao are still stationed at Daybreak City. He will summon them to help her, prompting Han Yaru to nod warmly and tell him to focus on his quest. She promises Polar Ice City is in safe hands as morning quickly arrives. Gentle sunlight filters through the lush canopy of a massive forest where the crisp morning air welcomes a quiet traveler. Stepping very carefully, Zhang Yi nervously tells himself that those underground goblins usually dwell far from civilization, making this vast woodland their primary territory. He might find clues to their whereabouts here, but he suddenly freezes in front of a massive footprint on the ground. Looking down at the strange, abnormally large print, Zhang Yi's eyes widen with curiosity as he slowly bends down to inspect it. He places his hand next to the print for comparison, only to freeze in shock upon realizing it belongs to a giant. But this is definitely not their usual territory. Why on earth would giants suddenly show up out here? There must be a reason, he thinks, resting his chin in his hand as he sinks deep into thought. Connecting the dots, he recalls that giants and goblins are two rival races locked in endless conflict all year round. The massive giants rely on sheer size to enslave goblins, while the goblins fight back using their incredible agility. They create various inventions to counter the giants, meaning this sudden giant sighting must be goblin-related. It must be linked to the goblins, but suddenly a booming voice behind him makes his eyes widen in shock. The voice bellows, "Hey little goblin, I found you." Looking back, Zhang Yi spots the giant glaring at a goblin. The brute shoves his massive face into the hollow tree, glaring fiercely at Erfu as he sneers that she has nowhere left to run. Erfu is terrified, tearfully begging him to stay away. Seeing this, Zhang Yi acts. He immediately channels his energy, forming a glowing sphere right in his palm. He launches the energy orb straight at the giant, shouting for the big guy to take his lightning chain. The blast is so powerful that it snaps the surrounding trees and blows the giant clean off his feet. Wood splinters everywhere as the brute takes the full brunt of the sudden strike, gritting his teeth in pain. Clutching his head, he furiously yells at the puny human for daring to sneak attack him, but Zhang Yi just flashes a smug grin. He taunts the brute, saying he simply cannot stand giants who pick on those smaller than themselves. Enraged, the giant grips a thick tree trunk, his fury burning hotter as he refuses to let it go. He fiercely growls that he will teach Zhang Yi a lesson for ruining his plans, ripping the giant tree up by its roots. His brute strength cracks the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere, while Erfu huddles inside the tree hollow. Terrified by the violent shaking, Erfu shuts her eyes tight as the giant hurls the massive tree right at Zhang Yi. Luckily, he dodges it just in time, noting that a giant's power lies in the overwhelming physical pressure of their massive size. But their weakness is also painfully obvious. After his attack, the giant looks around wildly to find his target. Searching for Zhang Yi through the thick cloud of dust, he mutters, "Where did he go?" before he can react. Zhang Yi dashes out from behind him like lightning with sword drawn, catching the panicked giant completely off guard. Their fatal flaw is their lack of speed. Zhang Yi strikes swiftly, unleashing a decisive heavy slash. The massive blow leaves the giant with no time to block, making him scream in agony before crashing down defeated. Hearing this, Zhang Yi scowls. Damn, the god-grade copy talent he cloned from Carlo's body is just too broken. With this god-tier talent, not only does his leveling speed become incredibly fast, but even defeating a minor mob rewards him with piles of gold coins. He then glances back toward the forest. A look of surprise crosses his face as he spots Erfu poking her head out from the tree hollow, watching him. Still visibly shaken, her face is filled with fear, but Zhang Yi gently reaches out his hand to reassure her that it is safe now. Seeing his kind, reassuring smile, Erfu relaxes a bit and timidly asks if it is really true, her heart finally finding peace. She gently places her tiny hand in his, so touched by his rescue that she sheds tears of relief, wiping her wet cheeks. She weakly thanks him for saving her, then reaches up to adjust her crown as Zhang Yi suddenly leans in close. He softly asks her if those are elemental crystals she is wearing. He mentions he is searching for this mineral and asks if she can sell it to him. Erfu jumps in panic quickly, shaking her head and frantically declining his offer. She says the crown is too precious to give away, but if he escorts her safely, if he protects her on the way back to the goblin encampment, she will ask her father's group for the leftover crystals. Right after a quest and reward notification pops up, it displays the completed task, and Zhang Yi points to himself with a kind smile, telling her not to worry. He promises to get her back home safely. As morning light filters through the green leaves, he turns to her with a question. He wonders why she is all alone when goblins are supposed to travel together. Zhang Yi asks if she is not afraid of being eaten by giants, and she nervously stammers in response. She explains she only went out to search for clues about their patron god who will protect them once found. With their god back, they would no longer have to fear the giants or live a life constantly on the run. Immediately, Zhang Yi falls deep into thought. Has the gnome's patron god gone missing as well? This complicates things. He wonders if this is connected to the demon invasion just as they reach a glowing blue magic barrier. Erfu happily announces they have arrived, leaving Zhang Yi scratching his head in confusion. Telling him to just wait and watch, Erfu approaches the barrier and holds up the blue crystal from her necklace. A brilliant blue light bursts from the gem as glowing magic butterflies flutter all around her. They are actually performing a facial scan, prompting her to strike a cute two-finger pose until she is fully identified. A massive magic circle instantly erupts beneath her feet, whipping up a violent swirling wind. Zhang Yi quickly leaps into the circle, and Erfu watches in surprise as they both begin to fade away. In the blink of an eye, the magical formation teleports them to an entirely different dimension. Leaving the forest completely still, as if nothing happened, they materialize inside a colossal underground cavern. Sharp crystal ores and old weapons litter the ground as Erfu explains this is their usual spot. They usually mine ores here before transporting them to the cities to sell, prompting Zhang Yi to curiously look around. He asks if this mining trade brings in a fortune, but Erfu quickly gets flustered and shakes her head. She explains that common ores are cheap and only the elemental crystals he is looking for actually hold value. However, those crystals are incredibly rare, making their actual mining yields extremely low. Suddenly, her stomach lets out a loud growl, making her blush with embarrassment until Zhang Yi steps forward. He hands her a savory roasted chicken leg he brought along, making her eyes light up with pure joy as she thanks him. Taking a huge bite with absolute bliss, she happily devours the snack as they continue making their way deeper into the cavern. But as they venture deeper, Zhang Yi suddenly stops in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. And brace yourselves, what they see next is so terrifying that Erfu drops her food. Before them lies a scene of absolute devastation, with a ruined fortress, engulfed in flames and slain guards scattered everywhere. Heartbroken and in tears, Erfu drops to her knees, crying out and wondering how this could have happened. Zhang Yi immediately rushes over to check on one of the fallen guards on the ground. He frowns and analyzes the scene, noting that a brutal battle clearly took place here. It looks like the giants breached the camp though. Erfu tearfully insists their defenses were supposed to be airtight. She cannot comprehend how they got in, but they quickly push forward to investigate further. Deep inside, they discover a massive yawning pit, suggesting the enemies might have climbed up through this cave. They must have launched a surprise attack from here, leaving both of them staring down into the dark abyss. Erfu anxiously vows to avenge her fallen tribe while a sudden heavy realization flashes through Zhang Yi's mind. The lingering power here feels exactly like elemental crystals, just as the system interface suddenly flashes to life. After mulling over the goblin rescue quest and its sweet completion rewards, he immediately whips around to Erfu and angrily urges her to move, telling her they are going together to teach those obnoxious giants a lesson. Arriving at a remote location, the two hide behind a massive boulder to scope things out. Zhang Yi whispers that because of the giant's massive size, navigating through the dense forest will heavily restrict their movements, pointing out that only wide, barren, open plains with absolutely zero obstacles can give them the freedom to move and fight. Concluding this must be the giant's camp, he suggests sneaking closer to check it out, taking careful steps. The two of them successfully creep closer to the massive giant's camp. Right inside their temporary shelter, two giants are waiting for a pot of water to boil while laughing. One grunts that in this terrible weather, lounging around indoors is way warmer. Luckily, their captain managed to track down the goblin's hidden nest. Once they successfully hand over these captives and their precious crystals to headquarters, they're going to make a huge fortune. The other giant eagerly agrees that, following their captain guarantees they always live the good life. Hearing this, Erfu flies into a total rage, rushing out as she yells, "This is way too much. Torturing my tribe members so miserably is unforgivable, and I'm going to beat you bad guys to a pulp." Stopping her from acting recklessly, Zhang Yi quickly grabs her collar and grumpily scolds Erfu for being so impatient. He warns her that charging in blindly would be a disaster in this giant territory, since any noise will only cause them massive trouble. Deciding to handle the rescue himself, he moves out just as a sudden breeze gently rustles the curtain at the exit. A stern voice suddenly echoes out, asking if they feel any shame at all for getting rich by stealing from others. Calling their actions utterly shameless, he catches the giant off guard as he notices the intrusion. A sharp blade slams down right before his eyes as Zhang Yi blocks the exit, leaving the startled giant wondering how a human got inside. The giant scrambles to his feet, but Zhang Yi is already one step ahead, tossing a hallucinogenic mist into the air. The giant slurs his words as drowsiness hits him, while a sharp command tells him to shut up and sleep. He falls flat on his face with a heavy thud, allowing Zhang Yi to quickly slip over to the iron cage holding the captives. He reassures the terrified prisoners that he is there to rescue them, just as Erfu gently peeks out from behind the curtain. Seeing her face, one of the captive gnomes gasps in pure joy, recognizing their beloved princess. Erfu rushes over to the bars, while her worried people immediately ask how their little princess ended up in such a dangerous place. Others urge her to run away before it is too late, but she calmly tells them not to panic. She explains that this powerful human just saved her life, and he is their absolute best shot at escaping this nightmare. Hearing this, Zhang Yi can only whisper in surprise, realizing she is actually royalty, while the prisoners celebrate. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shake the ground as a massive silhouette looms behind the curtain, prompting Zhang Yi to raise a warning. He tells them to hold on as a giant hand slowly pulls back the curtain and a booming, angry voice demands answers. The giant angrily barks at the guards for slacking off inside, revealing himself to be Kasem, the fearsome giant captain. This level 70 giant captain storms inside with his subordinates, only to find his guards passed out cold on the floor. Furious that they dared to sleep on duty, he orders his men to drag the lazy guards outside for a harsh beating. He then glares at the cages, pointing a massive finger to warn the prisoners to stay absolutely quiet and behave. He threatens to send them to the brutal labor camps of the giant kingdom, while his subordinates drag the unconscious guards away. The giants grumble about how heavy the guards are, telling them to wake up and start walking instead of sleeping like corpses. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi safely hides with a smug grin, thinking back to the incredibly close call he just survived. Luckily, he had a leftover invisibility potion to mask his presence, allowing him to easily escape detection. Staying completely hidden, he observes his surroundings and realizes that rescuing the gnomes with so many guards outside won't be easy. Breaking everyone out is going to be incredibly difficult, and to make matters worse, his invisibility begins to wear off. Materializing once more, he hurries back to Erfu to warn her that the giants will likely double their security. He explains that trying to make a run for it now would only land them in deeper trouble. He promises to shadow the transport convoy and find the perfect moment to break them out. She nods in agreement, saying she believes in him before carefully reaching for something hidden in her robes. She slips a compact device through the bars to him, smiling as she explains it is a special gnome communicator. She urges him to keep it so they can coordinate their escape and stay in constant contact. The other gnomes quickly chime in, declaring that they will follow their princess and fight alongside him. Driven by anger, they swear to fight the giants to the very end for destroying their homeland. Before long, the giant convoy reaches a desolate valley, completely unaware that they are being followed. Zhang Yi trails them closely, noting that they have been wandering around for 2 hours and sitting still for another hour. It looks like Kasim is highly suspicious, and unless they manage to lower his guard, finding their hidden base will be completely impossible. Finding a safe spot, he quietly slips behind a massive boulder to set his plan into motion. Moving carefully, Zhang Yi flicks a small pebble right toward one of the giants. The noise instantly grabs attention, but it works a little too well, alerting every single giant in the area. Identifying the sound, Kasim barks out an order for whoever is hiding to show themselves immediately. He threatens to crush them with a massive boulder, leaving a busted Zhang Yi awkwardly scratching his head. He steps out with a forced smile, nervously claiming he is just passing through and leaving immediately. The giants stare in utter disbelief at his sheer nerve, while one panicked guard calls out to his captain. This is the very guy who used hallucinogens to knock us out now, standing right across from Zhang Yi. With a freezing expression and bloodshot eyes, Kasim growls, "What does a brat like you want following us all this way?" Zhang Yi hesitates for a split second, seeing that look, but maintains his highly provocative tone. "I honestly figured a bunch of brainless muscleheads like you wouldn't even notice someone tracking you." Kasim immediately snaps, leaping high into the air with clenched fists as he roars in pure rage, "You were asking for death. I hate when people call us brainless." Lightning fast, Kasim prepares his attack. He slams a devastating punch right onto him, shattering solid rock into flying debris, but luckily, Zhang Yi dodges the blow just in time. Panting with furious rage, Kasim glares and spits out a threat. "Let me show you what real power looks like." Suddenly, his arms swell up with massive bulging muscles. His arm swells to an extraordinary monstrous size, the giant arm skill. Instantly, Kasim unleashes a brutal strike straight into the earth. The ground completely shatters, sending rocks flying everywhere, but Zhang Yi dodges the impact with lightning speed. While evading, he quickly uses his communicator to instruct Erfu, the little gnome, to prepare. Find an opening to plant the tracker on that big guy. Behind the metal bars, she tightly grips her radio with absolute resolve. Copy that. Watching his opponent constantly run, Kasim laughs mockingly and tells him to look right under his feet. "You fell right into my trap." Instantly, Zhang Yi gathers lightning under his feet to leap across a blazing lava pit. Zhang Yi just smiles. This guy's terrible acting basically wrote the words "it is a trap" right across his face. Meanwhile, Erfu is using every ounce of her strength to squeeze through the sturdy iron bars. But talk about bad timing. A massive hand suddenly reaches from behind her with a sinister voice. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice an extra gnome running around? I figured it out ages ago." Unfortunately, she gets pinched by 2 of Kasim's massive fingers as he hoists her up, breathing heavily with intense rage. "Is this the weak human you brought along? Did you honestly think someone who cannot take a single blow could ever defeat us, giants? How pathetic." Terrified, Erfu screams at him to let her go. Struggling wildly, she flails her tiny limbs, trying her best to toss something onto his massive head. Erfu snaps angrily, calling him a smelly giant, which only serves to irritate Kasim even further. "Your annoying gnome race should have gone extinct long ago." But secretly, she managed to plant a tiny tracker right on his head. Showing absolutely zero mercy, he drops her from midair, mockingly telling her she should have been more cooperative. "I might have actually spared your life, but stubborn pests like you simply need to disappear forever." Swooping down from the sky, Zhang Yi screams for him to stop, but the giant quickly swings a massive fist. It blocks Zhang Yi's path completely. Unable to dodge the sudden counter, he takes the full brutal impact. Sent flying, Zhang Yi crashes violently into a rocky cliff as thick dust completely blocks the view. Meanwhile, Erfu is desperately clinging to a dangerous cliffside, trembling with tears welling up in her eyes. She suddenly gasps in horror as she looks up, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Kasim has walked right up to face Erfu, smugly mocking her for being such a weak little gnome. "You are naive and stubborn, but remember that ending your life has always been effortless." It is like crushing an insignificant ant. With a casual flick of his massive finger, she plunges straight down the cliff. Unbelievably, Zhang Yi leaps from the opposite cliffside to catch her quickly, telling her not to worry. Do not be afraid, I have got you. Looking down into the abyss, Kasim grins with sheer triumph. Nobody can survive the blistering heat of the earth core fire, so just slowly rot down there. Turning around, he looks at his fellow giants and commands them to head back to the giant kingdom immediately. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi calmly smiles while tightly holding Erfu's hand as he whispers with sheer delight. The enemy took the bait. Now step 2 of the plan officially begins. From high up, as Erfu and Zhang Yi plunge downward, Xiao He spreads its wings and flies up, catching them safely on its back. Out of danger, Erfu realizes how incredibly soft and comfortable this black beast is. Soaring high, they glide safely over the bubbling lava. Zhang Yi asks if she got scared back there. Erfu puffs her chest out, claiming she was not scared at all and is determined to expel every last giant. Just as they escape the goblin territory, the poor beast's tail gets caught in the rising, spitting lava. With their energy running critically low, Zhang Yi looks around and realizes they are trapped in subterranean core fire. This intense heat constantly inflicts burns on any living thing, leaving him wondering if Xiao He can even hold on. Xiao He beats his wings with everything he has soaring upward, while Erfu clasps her hands to pray. She begs her god to protect her people and this innocent human, guiding them safely out of danger. A glowing defensive barrier suddenly wraps around them, leaving Zhang Yi completely stunned by its power. He asks where she could have gotten a relic with such incredible power as Erfu tightly grips the stone. Memories flash back. This stone pendant was the only thing left behind when she was just a child. Holding an ancient book, she remembers her clan burning absolutely everything after their beloved deity mysteriously vanished. The elders in her clan claimed their deity had abandoned them, ordering every single holy relic to be utterly destroyed. But she secretly hid a sacred book and this very pendant, firmly believing that their god would never truly abandon them. Back in the present, a sudden blast of red fire violently strikes the shield, revealing a massive, terrifying lava scorpion. The sudden threat terrifies them because these volcanic depths are breeding grounds for lethal elemental monsters. These fiery beasts strike with far more devastating power than any of the ordinary creatures they have ever faced. He yells to hold on tight, then they plunge directly into the lava. They burst through the crust, finally escaping into the open sky to look down at the ruined landscape. Zhang Yi sighs in relief, admitting that without Xiao He's help they never would have escaped the core fire. He asks if the tracking device she installed earlier can pinpoint the Colossus's location now, as she pulls out a strange device. She grins proudly, explaining that this is the absolute peak of goblin tracking technology. She explains that a matching transmitter has been covertly slipped directly into the thick hair of the giant leader. She points to the screen, showing him that the targets have already cleared the canyon and are moving fast. The handheld tracker projects a map showing the targets heading directly toward the barren wasteland of the desert. They are moving at an unbelievably rapid pace, not wasting a single second to rest along the way. Kasim definitely thinks they perished in the flames, making this the perfect time to tail him. This tracker will lead them straight to the hidden giant kingdom, and trust me, you are not ready for what they find there. It seems they have finally located the secret stronghold of the giant race. Standing before his workers, the Colossus leader crosses his arms and barks out harsh orders. He angrily asks if they have even eaten today, while Zhang Yi watches carefully from behind a nearby boulder. Seeing Erfu's rising anger, Zhang Yi quickly warns her that there are at least 100 Colossi down there. Charging in blindly now is suicide, so they need to wait and plan their next move. He promises to devise a rescue plan as the giants slowly march their captives deeper into the base. An elder asks if they were ambushed by humans, and the Colossi quickly assure him there is nothing to fear. They claim to have already eliminated the human and the meddlesome goblin, removing any threat. The leader leans forward, resting his chin on his hand as he eyes them with deep suspicion. He just sighs watchfully, eyeing a tray of glowing elemental crystals. They proudly present the elemental crystals, explaining they looted these precious gems directly from the ruined goblin village. Taking the glowing crystal in his massive hand, the commander tosses it up and down before suddenly throwing it high into the air. The crystal hovers in place, unleashing a blinding beam of pure energy. The light strikes a nearby soldier, causing his entire body to swell and warp in a horrific transformation. The victim begs Lord Anku for mercy, but the cold leader tells him that sacrificing for their race is the highest honor. Within moments, the soldier mutates into a massive armored beast, prompting the commander to stand. The commander proudly declares that the glorious era of their giant race is finally about to begin. Back in the blazing desert, thick plumes of black smoke rise from the giants' camp. A line of prisoners is marched forward with guards shouting at them to keep moving despite their clear exhaustion. High above, Zhang Yi and Erfu watch from the shadows, preparing their next move. Zhang Yi tells Erfu to stay put while he handles Kasim. Meanwhile, Kasim shouts back to his squad, warning them not to be late for their patrol shift change. Otherwise, they will all pay the price. Hearing this, Zhang Yi smirks from above, clenching his fist as he checks the time. They should be here any second. Erfu rests her chin in her hand, glancing at Zhang Yi and wondering who is coming. But in an instant, he vanishes right before her eyes. Zhang Yi dives straight toward the giants below, calling back that she will find out soon enough. He lands in seconds, blocking the giant monsters. One of them stammers to their leader that it is that annoying human again. Dusting off his clothes, Zhang Yi looks up with a smirk, greeting them, "Hey there, blockhead, we meet again." The giants laugh, looking down at him with dark amusement. "Who would have thought you would dare return? How did you manage to escape the core fire anyway? And why are you completely alone? Did that little elf get burned to absolute ashes by now? You must really have a death wish to step back into our giant kingdom like this. You have some serious guts." But Zhang Yi just smiles calmly, telling them not to get so excited. He explains that he only came down here to deliver a personal thank you right to their faces. He raises a hand glowing with bright golden magic, taunting Kasim by saying if he had not guided him here, he would never have found this place. Enraged by the blatant insult, Kasim charges forward to smash him. "You are dead," the giant roars. But out of the smoke, a flock of black crows swarms to form a protective shield. It is his sand crow summoning technique. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yi points forward, ordering his flock to attack. "Go ahead and try me," he says. Kasim eyes the birds with growing worry, yet still launches a heavy fist forward. But the punch crashes into a solid golden barrier. Zhang Yi just grins, telling him not to waste his breath. These fine sand particles easily absorb and redirect most of the giant's brute force. "Try using your brain for once," Zhang Yi mocks as Kasim is blasted backward, crashing hard into his allies. As the smoke clears, the other giants grovel, crying out to their captain for help. They complain they cannot stand up, prompting an irritated Kasim to yell at them to shut up. Zhang Yi sighs, telling them he has no time to waste and they just need to talk. Reveal where the elves are caged and where the crystals are kept, and he might just let them live. Kasim pulls out a horn, sneering that the brat shouldn't get cocky and forget where they are. This is giant territory, and a single blow from this signal horn will bring every nearby warrior to smash him. Suddenly, an arrow pierces clean through Kasim's hand, knocking the horn away. Talk about perfect timing. 4 human figures step out of the shadows. Guild leader, "We made it," Duan Feng calls out, arriving with 3 of Zhang Yi's loyal companions. He grins, glad to finally get a real fight after being cooped up in the city. He was starting to grow mold, and they even cleaned up on their way. They easily wiped out the surrounding giants. System screens pop up displaying Duan Feng as a level 60 knight. Beside him is Xiao Jiao, a level 60 priest. Seeing his team, Zhang Yi closes his eyes in relief. They arrive at the perfect moment. Under the bright sky, Zhang Yi raises his hand, opening a blue system interface. He contacts Han Yaru, reporting that he found a massive horde of giants in the desert who require backup. He sends over their coordinates and tells Qingwang to disguise himself as Zhang Yi to remain in the city. This way he can manage things with Diwu and keep Ice Pole City completely stable. Han Yaru nods seriously from the screen, promising to organize the dispatch immediately and urging him to stay safe. Meanwhile, Kasim recovers in the smoke, raising a glowing red arm while spitting in sheer disgust. "Trash will always be trash," he growls, mocking them for thinking numbers can make a difference. He vows to crush every last one of them before slamming his massive fist into the ground. The impact forces Zhang Yi back, but he quickly readies his dual-colored blade, calling the giant a brainless brute who talks too much. Twin elemental energies swirl together as he lunges, telling the beast to taste their ultimate combo attack. Mid-air, Zhang Yi locks his eyes on Kasim, unleashing his devastating ice and fire sword Soul Slash. The strike tears straight across the giant's chest, leaving Kasim howling in agony, while Zhang Yi smirks. The duel is over, and within seconds, the massive captain collapses under the weight of Zhang Yi's blade. He warns them not to celebrate yet, promising that Lord Anku will make them pay. "Avenge me," but he doesn't stop there. Zhang Yi grabs Kasim by the head. Purple smoke swirls. "I will wait for him, but right now your memories belong to me." Suddenly, the very ground they stand on starts to shake. A violent tremor rips through the sand. What is going on? There's something buried deep beneath this desert. Everyone stay on high alert. Bursting from the dunes, a massive mechanical bull monster leaps out. The giant metal beast has entered the battlefield. Its terrifying form makes Erfu grit her teeth in worry, while the pendant around her neck suddenly starts talking to her. Food. The beast raises its club and charges straight towards Zhang Yi and Erfu, screaming about his meal. "It seems this beast is after your pendant. Keep it safe at all costs." "Leave this to me." Zhang Yi leaps forward, his blade clashing violently against the monster's heavy club. Behind them, Erfu cowers next to Yaru, who reassures her not to worry because they have her back. Up front, Zhang Yi frowns and takes command. "All right, you oversized cow, your opponent is me." Kasim and the bull beast exchange a glance, agreeing to kill this annoying human. The giant monster raises its arm. Green energy gathers in its palm before slamming forward, forcing Zhang Yi to throw himself backward to dodge. The devastating blast slices clean through a solid boulder, shocking Zhang Yi. This monster is clearly way stronger than Kasim. Behind him, the other 4 allies draw their weapons and charge forward. Yaru Duanfeng, let's move. Let's go. Icefire, sword, soul slash. Zhang Yi swings his blade forward, but it suddenly halts and spins in a circle. It turns out a barrier surrounds the beast, blasting Zhang Yi backward. An elemental shield. This thing is using raw elemental crystal power. The sheer force of the impact makes him shield his eyes, and Yaru does the same. This beast has been mechanically modified. Powered by elemental crystals, its defense is absolutely insane. They are going to need way more raw power to break through. To beat this thing, I need 2 people to buy me 5 minutes. Don't worry, leave it to us. Ba Huang, Yaru, and Duan Feng step up to shield Zhang Yi, allowing him to open his system panel for the Dragon God stance. This second-tier class skill combines his ultimate warrior stance with evolved dragon wings. If they can just survive these 5 minutes, victory is theirs. Trust me, it's going to be a brutal fight. Everyone has to hold the line. With 4 minutes 58 seconds left, Ba Huang and Yaru swarm the monster. They struggle to suppress it. This is bad. The monster's defense is way too high. Everyone watch out. The bull monster slams its hand down, unleashing a sudden wave of green light. Get out of my way. Over here, Xiao Jiao is bound tight by the green light. These sand grains make it impossible to move a muscle. Duan Feng and Yaru are trapped as well. She screams a warning to the rear. Zhang Yi, look out. A hand claws out from the sand, struggling. 3 minutes 40 seconds left, and the beast is closing in on Zhang Yi. While Zhang Yi forms hand seals, Erfu trembles. The beast roars that she is next, but she steps up to protect him. Shielding Zhang Yi, she yells, "No, I won't let you near him. Don't you want my pendant instead? Come get me." Suddenly, a red energy wraps around them. The system warns that Zhang Yi's threat level is at 80% and rising. Earth Spirit Princess threat level 0.1%. With a brutal swipe, the bull monster flings Erfu through the air. Why am I so weak? I couldn't protect my own clan, and now I am just a burden to everyone around me. She pushes herself up, her face twisted in pain. Gritting her teeth, she hates how she always drags others down. I want to be stronger. Through her tear-filled eyes, a sudden blinding flash of light begins to glow. An intense blinding burst of light stuns the giant beast. Slowly, the thick cloud of smoke begins to clear. Her new silhouette emerges. Threat level is now 90% critical danger. From the smoke, Erfu speaks, warning the giant beast. I told you not to get close to him. Observing this, Zhang Yi suddenly frowns in surprise. The smoke clears completely, revealing Earth Spirit Princess Erfu standing tall in a brand new powerful form. Without wasting a single word, she raises her magic-infused arm and charges straight at the giant bull monster. Prepare to die. She unleashes a clean, powerful slash that completely severs the beast's arm. Within seconds, the beast's severed arm regenerates. It spins around and charges furiously back toward Erfu. In a flash, she takes a brutal counterattack, leaving her battered and her clothes heavily torn. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's eyes glow a fierce red. Only 30 seconds remain until his transformation is complete. With his head bowed low, his dark voice commands to devour her. Time is down to just 3 seconds. From high above, the bull-headed monster with 2 sharp horns charges straight at Nifu. The time is up. Zhang Yi's eyes widen, showing only the whites. He thrusts his arms out and grabs the bull-headed monster's sharp horns. Suddenly, a dragon wraps around his body. In this dragon, god form with burning red eyes, he warns them not to touch her. Drenched in sweat, the monster tries to analyze Zhang Yi's power, but the threat level instantly exceeds all calculations. Incalculable. How is this possible? Zhang Yi is not wasting any more time. He raises his hand. A massive dragon tail swings from behind, slamming hard into the bull-headed monster, sending him flying. It seems your elemental energy shield is only capable of this much. With the dragon god's absolute power, the beast is smashed heavily into the dirt, battered and broken all over. Severe internal damage detected. The host body cannot recover and is about to disintegrate from within. Furious on his throne, the commander slams his hand down and orders all forces except the gnome guards to advance. He commands all remaining forces to move to the front line and launch a full-scale assault immediately. The bull-headed monster slowly fades into smoke. Nearby, Zhang Yi's group finally wakes up with Ba Huang clutching his head. "We are finally free," Yanu says, jumping up happily because Zhang Yi succeeded. On the ground, Nifu suddenly wakes up with a sneeze. She looks at Zhang Yi, totally confused about where that massive bull-headed monster went. Hearing this, he gently pats Nifu's head to comfort her. It seems she forgot what just happened. She is safe now. We chased that monster away, and your friends will be rescued very soon. From behind, Yanu looks at Zhang Yi and speaks. Yanu tells him she has already sent Shield 7 to the gnome prison, so they should get updates soon. He nods at the news and suggests finding a way out of this desert first, right where the monster vanished. Zhang Yi spots something. Wait. He reaches down, picks up a glowing crystal and holds it high. It is an elemental crystal. Suddenly, a quest notification pops up showing the details and rewards related to this elemental crystal. Gripping the stone tightly, he instantly understands. The sudden disappearance of the gnome deity is indeed connected to these giants. It is all tied to these giants. Meanwhile, in another location, the entire group is already being targeted from afar. Captain Target spotted 3,500 meters ahead. A giant named Cashin stands in front of a missile launcher. He points ahead, ordering them to lock on. Instantly, a volley of small missiles launches from the artillery array. Fire for the glory of the giants. On the other side, Zhang Yi looks up and spots the incoming projectiles. He screams out to get down, warning that the giants are attacking as a series of explosions erupts around them. They all sprint forward together. Someone shouts that a massive object is heading their way from the other side. Zhang Yi looks back in sheer disbelief. Not too far away, a colossal vessel is approaching. It is a giant ship carrying Naifu's loyal subjects. They call out for the princess to get on board immediately. One by one, everyone scrambles up the ladder onto the vessel. Finally, the last person steps safely onto the deck. Safe at last. Naifu's worried followers crowd around her, asking if their princess is all right. Are you hurt? No, I am fine, she answers, asking if everyone else was successfully rescued. Yes, every single one of us. Remembering something, Zhang Yi turns to ask one of Shield 7's men. He frantically explains that Captain Shield 7 is still back there, holding off the giants. He ordered us to bring the gnomes to support the guild leader first. With that, their ship charges forward, keeping in touch across the vast desert but wait-sailing a literal warship on sand. Talk about wild. When they ask where the ship came from, Nifu raises her hand and confidently sets them straight. This is the desert cruiser, our gnome tribe's latest invention. Our base fell before, which is why we lost it. Those awful evil giants stole it from us. Meanwhile, deep inside the ship, her crew stares at the screen with absolute dread. It is bad. The giant's heavy artillery is locked right onto the desert cruiser. Impact in 5 seconds. Without a second thought, Hand slams down on the big red button nearby. This activates the protective barrier, instantly wrapping the entire ship in a glowing golden energy shield. Protect the desert cruiser and charge ahead. Quickly inform the captain and leader their target seems to be the palace. Back on the giant's side, their screens clearly track the escaping ship. Watching this unfold before his eyes, the commander grinds his teeth in rage, realizing those pests actually managed to escape. He orders the giants below to turn the pillar, triggering the deadly quicksand trap. He wants to show them who really rules this desert. Suddenly, a massive bottomless sinkhole opens in the sand. Swirling right before the ship, a whirlpool appears. Turn around, quicksand ahead, Urfu grab the helm. The subordinate quickly steers the ship, making it spin in 10 circles around the bottomless pit. From the deck, Urfu looks over the passengers as they let out a worried sigh. That was way too close. It looks like someone is trying to block their path. But this only proves one thing: whatever they are searching for is definitely just ahead. To keep the ship safe, Zhang Yi raises his hand and summons a massive flock of black crows. The crows soar high above while Urfu at the helm desperately steers through the shifting sands. Keep moving. He guides them through the traps, shouting to turn left, then right, then straight ahead. In just seconds, the ship successfully dodges several massive sinkholes, keeping everyone alive. That is so cool. Suddenly, a triangular tower rises from the desert, capped with a glowing gemstone. 2 massive giants stand guard at the entrance, exactly where Kasim's tracker says they should be. He used to stay here, meaning this is likely their main lair. Yet this massive palace is barely guarded. With only 2 giants on guard, it feels like a trap. Zhang Yi decides to investigate alone first. If the giants attack, he tells them to take the goblins and escape immediately without waiting for him. They promise to set up a defense array. Suddenly, Yaru runs up and hugs Zhang Yi from behind. With teary eyes, she looks at him with deep worry, begging him to be careful in there. She cannot stand to see him get hurt again. As Zhang Yi approaches, the giant guards step forward. They demand to know who allowed him near. Zhang Yi retorts that they cannot possibly stop him. Du Wenfeng and Ba Huang jump in with weapons drawn, joking that he has taken the spotlight for too long. It is their turn to shine. They urge him to go ahead while they handle the 2 giants. The palace inside is his true battlefield, leaving Zhang Yi surprised but grateful. With a nod, Zhang Yi leaves them to it. A shirtless Duan Feng charges headfirst at the giants. Activating his ultimate battle state, Duan Feng challenges the giant, trapping him inside a glowing magic array. The giant is instantly petrified and shattered by a powerful new Tier 2 sword skill. Backed by his allies, Zhang Yi rushes through the gate, determined to end this fight once and for all. He vows not to let anyone down. Slipping inside, he finds himself in a massive ancient chamber. Floating in the air is a shattered green stone, the exact magic block from Kasim's memories. Suddenly, the giant commander steps out from the shadows, mocking Zhang Yi for breaking into his lair. He throws Zhang Yi's beaten friend to the ground, arrogantly asking if this trash belongs to him. Angrily, Zhang Yi screams Shun Shi's name. The commander laughs, saying he will join him very soon. Cradling a bloody Shun Shi in his arms, Zhang Yi listens as his friend struggles to speak. The weak warrior tries to apologize, but Zhang Yi gently tells him to rest and leave everything to him. Clenching his fists, Zhang Yi glares at the commander, swearing he will make the monster beg for mercy. The commander sneers at the threat, crouching low and clenching his massive fists with mock laughter. He demands to know how a mere human dared to invade his territory and kill his men. He even freed the goblins. Why would the commander ever grant him mercy? No more talking. The giant draws his massive sword, declaring that anyone blocking his race's rise, goblin or human, will die. He unleashes a devastating downward strike, aiming to crush the foolish human once and for all. Dust and smoke blanket the ruined floor. No one could survive a hit like that. But as the smoke clears, a familiar figure emerges unharmed. It is Zhang Yi. He leaps high into the air, mocking the giant's terrible aim while drawing his sharp blade. Analyzing his target, he realizes the giant's legs carry his massive body weight. Injuring his legs will completely cripple his movement. He swings his blade. Zhang Yi swings his weapon directly at his enemy's leg. Predicting the attack, the giant commander pulls his leg back and sneers. "Do not lump me in with the lesser giants you have faced before," he bellows. "I am the king of the giants." Then a brutal kick from the commander sends Zhang Yi flying backward, crashing hard and sliding across the dusty ground. As the dust clears, the young man's figure vanishes, leaving the giant commander looking around in confusion. Zhang Yi leaps out, blade in hand, not giving the giant commander even a single moment to recover. He slashes down directly onto his head, shouting that he is right here, shattering half of the commander's thick mask. Refusing to admit defeat, the commander raises his arm, absorbing the raw energy of all the surrounding giants. He commands all giants to offer him their strength to show this foolish human what real terror looks like. What happens when you anger the giant king? He roars as thick red smoke begins swirling around them. Clutching her weapon, Yaru looks on with deep anxiety, muttering that it looks terrifying, and she has a very bad feeling. She prays that nothing bad happens to Zhang Yi, while the red mist rapidly fuses into the commander's massive body. He tells Zhang Yi that he will witness the giant's true power, sneering that there is no escape this time around. Suddenly, something on the ground locks him in place. Talk about a worst-case scenario, no more talking now. The giant clenches his massive fist and charges straight at the frozen warrior, roaring for him to die. "Die along with those cursed goblins," he screams, landing a punch so devastating it shatters the surrounding ground into dust. From the dust, a familiar voice calmly asks if that is really all. The furious commander smashes his fist down again, growling that he wants to see just how much longer Zhang Yi can survive. Deep in the crater, Zhang Yi shields his face as the heavy blows rain down. He knows his undying body skill has a strict time limit. He must find a chance to counterattack. Gritting his teeth with anxious eyes, he looks at the floating system notifications, searching for a way to win. The requirements to upgrade his Dragon Clan faction are brutal, demanding reputation points from humans, beasts, and outworlders. But success means unlocking a devastating Dragon Clan skill. Right then, the reputation values flash across the screen. Human reputation is at 2,000, beast at 2,000, and outworlder at 1,800. Thanks to his past achievements, both the human and beast reputation requirements are already met. He only needs 200 outworlder points now. If Ba Huang and Duan Feng can defeat the gatekeepers, that will be enough. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhang Yi glares up at the giant commander. So his only goal right now, he clenches his fist, preparing to clash head-on with the monster, is simply to survive until then. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Duan Feng and Ba Huang are relentlessly attacking the enemy. But ever since that mysterious yellow light flashed, the enemy's strength suddenly plummets and their movements become incredibly sluggish, as if their life force is being drained away. Duan Feng shouts in excitement that the giants are weakening, urging Ba Huang to finish them off immediately. Without hesitation, the two execute their powerful combined attack, releasing a devastating soul sword storm that decimates the remaining invaders. Deep inside, Zhang Yi continues holding off the brutal boss when a notification finally pops up. The system informs him that his party has successfully defeated 2 elite giant warriors, adding 200 outworlder points. Zhang Yi smiles. Ba Huang and the others finally did it. With only 4 seconds left on his skill, Zhang Yi unleashes a golden aura hovering in midair. The system announces that player Zhang Yi has met all requirements to upgrade. "Do you wish to advance your Dragon Clan faction?" it asks, and he grits his teeth. Closing his eyes, he commands the system to proceed, unleashing a storm of colorful energy. The glowing energy gathers directly at his chest, while his eyes remain closed. Then he suddenly spreads his arms wide. With glowing eyes, a majestic golden dragon manifests behind him, and the system window updates. Dragon Soul Master has successfully reached the 2nd tier of the divine grade. The commander stumbles back in absolute horror as Zhang Yi chuckles quietly, saying that he actually has to thank him. He explains that the commander's own power is what allowed his teammates outside to easily crush those giant soldiers. "That gave me the final outworlder reputation points." Not wanting to waste time, he quickly pulls his arm back. Flanked by his golden dragon, Zhang Yi strikes back. A system screen flashes God-grade Dragon Soul Forbidden spell. Zhang Yi unleashes a massive punch, sending the golden dragon straight at the commander. Taste the power of this spell. This incredible spell completely cuts off all health recovery by 100%, stripping away every single positive buff. Costing 10 dragon soul points, the raw magical energy wraps around the commander, leaving him writhing in agonizing pain. In just a few seconds, the defeated commander collapses. His body hits the ground. With the dragon soul hovering behind him, Zhang Yi looks down and declares that the giant has lost all his strength. The commander is absolutely no match for him now, but refusing to surrender, he tremblingly begs for more power. He screams for more strength, but high above Zhang Yi raises his blade and thrusts it straight down. Zhang Yi tells him to remember that the very giant strength he was so proud of is what kills him. Now watch closely. Why on earth would Enku keep thinking about this floating stone before dying? Could this strange object be linked to the sudden giant invasion of the goblin tribe? Without hesitating, Zhang Yi leaps up. He flies up toward the floating structure and reaches out, realizing this powerful energy is actually an elemental crystal. The very second his fingers brush against the glowing blue stone, a strange swirling blue mist erupts around him. This sudden blast blows Zhang Yi away, sending him flying right out from the top of the tower. Thick blue vapor pours out of the summit, prompting a worried Han Yaru to open her eyes wide in panic. Wondering if Zhang Yi is in danger inside, the rest of the team wastes absolutely no time. The team rushes into the heart of the tower. They have to see what is going on. Finding him quickly, Han Yaru rushes over to ask if he is all right, while Zhang Yi stands nearby looking serious. With a serious expression, he warns everyone to stay back, saying that even though the giant commander is dead, things are still unstable. He admits he cannot guarantee their safety, but his friends refuse to leave him stranded in a dangerous spot. Han Yaru promises to find a way to pull him out, while Fu suddenly remembers something touching her own face. She thinks she has seen this exact mechanism in an old fairy tale book when suddenly her necklace starts reacting. And you won't believe it, the pendant actually pulls her straight up into the air. Fu screams for help. Everything happens so fast that Han Yaru cannot reach her in time. Zhang Yi gasps in shock at the sight, shouting that he will go save her as he leaps into action. He warns the others to stay cautious as Fu is pulled directly toward the massive glowing crystal block. Suddenly, she plummets toward the ground, but luckily Zhang Yi dives in and catches her, asking if she is okay. Out of nowhere, a hand and a funny hat pop right out of the crystal, shouting that he is fine. A white-bearded old man in a purple hat tumbles out of the stone, yelling at them to stop staring and help. He begs them to pull him out. He is stuck. Fu instantly recognizes his voice from the legends. The whole group and Ba Huang stare in shock as the god lands, while Zhang Yi eyes him suspiciously. Pointing, Zhang Yi asks if this is the goblin god, while Fu pulls a book out of her shirt. Fu holds it up. It has to be him. She saw him in her storybook. Flipping to his page, she points and tells Zhang Yi to look at the drawing of the legendary goblin god. The illustration is clearly much younger and handsome, leaving Zhang Yi feeling pretty confused as he looks back and forth. He wonders if they are the same guy and why on earth he was trapped inside that magic crystal. The old god gets furious and yells, asking how young people these days can be so completely blind. He snaps that they cannot even recognize a sacred relic, presenting the floating stone as he opens his palm. The crystal slowly descends as he explains that this is the heart of the elemental relic of the goblin tribe. He boasts that they can extract its elemental power safely without causing any damage to the relic itself. But because he let his guard down for a split second, the giants manage to steal it and trap him inside. Realizing the old man's importance, Zhang Yi quickly runs over to massage his shoulders, trying to calm him down with an apology. As he tells the god to relax, Han Yaru admires the beautiful crystal, while a system notification slowly appears. The legendary hidden quest, the god's riddle, flashes on screen as completed, making Zhang Yi turn around with excitement. He is thrilled to finally get his rewards, but as he reads the details, he gets pretty confused by the fine print. Why hasn't the quest registered as complete? With a grim expression, Zhang Yi glances back unless there is a catch. Zhang Yi raises his hand to gently pat Sylph's head. The oppressive commander of the giants has finally been destroyed. Your people are free now. I must take my companions back to heal. Farewell. Take care of yourself here, and we will visit when we can. Hearing this, Sylph's eyes instantly widen. She gazes up at him hesitantly, saying goodbye while promising they will definitely meet again. They lock pinkies to seal the promise. Stepping away from the tower, Zhang Yi rests a hand on Han Yaru's shoulder. He instructs her to take Gongqi back to Ice City so he can properly recover. He needs to stay behind to tie up loose ends, but his words only make Han Yaru feel deeply anxious. She asks what is wrong while Zhang Yi silently reflects on the past. He asks if they remember the Gnome Lord's riddle quest they triggered earlier. Logically speaking, it should be done. Once the Gnome Lord appeared, the quest should have finished, but touching him did nothing. Or getting close to the elemental heart in his grasp, the quest remains incomplete. This Gnome Lord is definitely hiding something, and you know he won't let this slide. Under cover of night, he sneaks back inside. Inside, the Gnome Lord sits quietly staring at the glowing crystal. For ages, gnomes and giants fought, and now the victor takes all. He declares that since their commander is gone, the giants must submit and obey his every command. He stands before a group of bound giants while Sylph watches anxiously from behind. One angry giant spits at the floor, yelling that a puny gnome has absolutely no right to boss them around. The giant charges the gnome lord, swearing they will never be slaves. But the lord simply raises his hand. He unleashes a blinding blue blast of crystal energy directly toward the rebellious Kasim. He sneers that this is his right. Even if they are unhappy, they are nothing but helpless prisoners now. Kasim is blasted high into the air and thrown back. The gnome lord mocks them to blame their fallen leader Anku. Shaken by this cruelty, Sylph gasps and steps forward, boldly ordering the gnome lord to release them at once. She shields the prisoners with her own body, staring defiantly up at the ruler. He asks what she is doing. Sylph replies that she respected him because he always taught them kindness. She demands an honest answer, her eyes completely serious and filled with a sense of justice. What makes his actions any different from how the giants enslaved them? The gnome lord narrows his eyes warily. Clutching the glowing crystal, he chuckles softly and looks down at her, asking what has gotten into her. He asks if she forgot how terribly these very giants used to torture their fellow gnomes outside. Before she can respond, the gnome lord glides even closer to her. He points a cold finger at her forehead, noting her sudden closeness to the humans. He wonders if she was brainwashed into forgetting her true identity as the gnome princess. She protests that they saved their people and defeating the giant commander was entirely because of them. The gnome lord throws his head back and roars at her to shut up. He barks that humans are no better than giants, saving her only to steal their elemental crystal. She desperately cries out that he is not that kind of person. Suddenly, her forehead burns. A painful red mist flares. Clutching her head, she listens as he claims her thoughts must be forcefully corrected. The red smoke invades her mind, dragging up dark, suppressed memories that flood her consciousness. Sylph screams. Tears stream down her face as she begs the pain to stop. Suddenly, a mysterious force shatters the mental assault, blasting the gnome lord backward. A familiar figure finally appears. It is Zhang Yi. He glares coldly at the gnome lord, disgusted by his actions. He asks how a god could harm his own people. The gnome lord retorts that humans should butt out. Without a second thought, Zhang Yi dashes forward to catch Sylph, pulling her safely into his arms. He holds her with deep worry, remembering how fearlessly she had shielded him during their worst moments. Suddenly, a mysterious purple crest flares on her forehead, catching Zhang Yi completely off guard. It is the exact same seal that appeared when Sylph clashed with the giant mechanical bull. Over on this side, the chief deity uses the floating crystal to control the massive giants. What does this even mean? Giants heed my command and capture this human right now. Under his absolute control, they charge straight at the duo, while Zhang Yi stands tall and readies his hand. Summoning his blade, he wonders how this guy controlled the giants so incredibly fast. He slams his blade deep into the ground, creating a thick sheet of ice. Nobody get close. From behind, the chief deity raises his hand, sending the crystal flying straight at him. It seems I must handle this myself, he sneers, and what happens next leaves Zhang Yi completely shocked. Right before their eyes, a massive block of thick ice completely surrounds them with no way out. An elemental barrier completely traps them inside a tower of ice shaped like a glowing heart. The element will corrode your memories and energy until you die in agony, but Zhang Yi refuses to give up. Clutching his blade, he slashes wildly to break free, while beside him, Sephira clutches her head in absolute agony. Red mist leaks from her forehead as she collapses from the intense pain, prompting Zhang Yi to kneel and comfort her. No, stay back, she cries out. I can't see anything, but Zhang Yi gently reassures her as his mind races. Why is this chief deity targeting Sephira anyway, and what did he mean about the elemental heart eating away memories? Could Sephira know some dark secret of his? Zhang Yi wonders as he turns back to look at her. He watches her tremble in fear as she mutters that she does not know the elemental heart is taking effect. He must find a way to break free before they are completely sealed inside this frozen prison. Placing his hand on her forehead to peer into her soul, he vows to save her as her memories start unlocking. Zhang Yi witnesses a shocking memory, the real chief deity being stabbed in the back by Taipud. What are you doing? The deity gasps, and Taipud sneers that he is taking over since they share the same blood. Why were you chosen as the chief deity when our power is equal, leaving me to rot in your shadow? Now I am taking what is mine, he spits before glaring at Sephira with furious eyes, realizing she saw everything. Raising the crystal high, Taipud orders her to forget, ignoring her screams that he just killed their leader. He wipes her mind, declaring himself the true chief deity, and with that, her lost memory fully returns. Sephira drops to her knees, screaming in rage, and her sudden outburst instantly shatters the frozen barrier into pieces. With her memories fully restored, she steps forward beside Zhang Yi, declaring that she remembers everything now. How long do you plan to play God? She demands, cornering a trembling Taipud as he falls back in fear. No, my elemental heart, he stutters. I spent centuries sealed away just to master its power. How could someone like you control it? He snarls, but she tells the imposter to shut his mouth. The previous deity carved the control method inside this pendant right before you murdered him, she reveals. Without hesitation, the coward scrambles to his feet to flee, but they are not letting him. A cloud of white smoke bursts from the tower gate as Taipud crashes desperately out into the open. He falls flat on his back while Sephira dives from above, clenching her fist to deliver a blow. This punch is for betraying the chief deity, she screams as she rains down a relentless barrage of heavy blows directly onto his face. She strikes him over and over, calling it payback for the goblin clan before finally backing away. Sephira leaps back to catch her breath, looking down at the battered villain groveling on the ground. Look at our people, she demands. You are a goblin, yet you only cared about power and greed. You murdered our leader and stole the elemental heart, leaving us to suffer centuries of utter humiliation. He was murdered, our leader never abandoned us. He was taken from us by this traitor. What is going on? The crowd murmurs. Did Taipud really do this? Let us rise up and avenge our fallen leader. Sephira raises her hand, summoning a green mist that lifts the remaining guards helplessly into the air. You foolish trash, Taipud sneers. I was going to let you live to serve me, but you choose death instead. Watching closely, Zhang Yi realizes this dark magic is identical to the devil forces they encountered before. Has he been collaborating with them? After snatching back the pendant, Sephira collapses backward, but Zhang Yi catches her as she begs him to avenge her leader. Save our goblin clan, she whispers, and he nods right as Taipud unleashes sharp claws and a toxic green haze. The demon frowns in pure rage. He snarls that if they survive today, the demon king will still rise and slaughter them. You might as well die now. Hearing his threats, Zhang Yi looks up with a cold, determined gaze. Is that so? I promise things won't go your way, Zhang Yi replies as a glowing purple stone manifests in his hand. That is quite enough, Pod. The villain stands completely speechless as his jaw drops, realizing this power is simply impossible. The purple mist gradually reveals the form of the very Lord God he murdered. Kind human ally, I am here to help. The sight makes Pod frown in absolute shock, stammering out how this resurrected deity is still alive. I killed you with my own hands. Watching this unfold, Zhang Yi simply narrows his eyes. As the purple mist swirls around him, Zhang Yi declares that since Pod murdered the Lord God, his delusion ends today. No more talk. Zhang Yi swings his blade with brutal force, unleashing his ice and fire demon-slaying slash. Moments later, Pod is vaporized. Zhang Yi drives his blade into the dirt, staring up at his Lord God. This is no dream. The surrounding goblins realize their beloved deity has never abandoned them and was always there. Watching from outside, Erfu covers her mouth, tears streaming down her face at the sight of her god. With his debt settled, the Lord God turns to Zhang Yi to say a final goodbye. He thanks the young warrior for saving the goblin tribe, noting that his remaining time in this world is short. The deity wishes to speak to his people, but suddenly a bright system notification flashes directly in front of Zhang Yi. He has unread messages from Qinglong. The system screen continues to flash with urgent alerts dating back to 5 minutes ago. Alerts from 10 seconds ago, 8 minutes ago, and another one sent just now. 10 minutes earlier, an airborne fortress had launched an attack on Diwu's squad back in Extreme Ice City. What is the current threat level? Scouts report citing 6 magic beasts and 1 giant dragon beast. 2 have already been taken down, Diwu says, staring into the distance with Qinglong standing guard right beside her. Qinglong nods. He has seen these exact monstrous beasts inside the secret chamber of Carlo. It must be some scheme plotted back in Moonlight City, he mutters just before a massive fireball cuts through the sky. Qinglong quickly draws his bow and aims straight ahead, calmly observing that the enemy has only sent a small wave of beasts. This seems like a simple scout party, but there is really no telling if they plan to call in heavier backup soon. He orders defensive preparations and releases his arrow, piercing the giant fireball and triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion. A warning flashes. The leader of Extreme Ice City has been targeted in a surprise ambush. Tell me what to reply, he says. But look closely, a sinister figure is lurking on the floor right behind him. The spy chuckles in amusement. Meanwhile, Li Hao sits in his study lost in deep thought. What do you mean Zhang Yi is not in Extreme Ice City and that it is just a decoy? His scout confirms the report. The one posing as Zhang Yi is just some low-tier archer, the informant says, looking up at his boss. Boss, now that Zhang Yi is out of Extreme Ice City, is this not the perfect opportunity for us to strike? No, it is not that simple. Li Hao muses, wondering why Zhang Yi would use a decoy. You won't believe what happens next. Li Hao suddenly clutches his throat, gasping for air as his eyes widen. His men panic, noting this choking fit has happened several times now as Li Hao stares blankly. Staring into the distance, his pupils contract. Why is his god-tier talent card acting up now? Could this be linked to Zhang Yi's sudden disappearance? Clutching his painful chest, Li Hao barks out orders to his men. He announces he must leave immediately, leaving them questioning what to do about the planned city raid. Hold all operations until I return, he commands before leaping onto the back of his massive flying beast to depart. The beast spreads its wings and soars away, following the god-tier resonance pointing toward the desert. Something major must be happening there. Meanwhile, back with Erfu, tears continue to stream down her face. Staring at her with a warm smile, the Lord God softly tells Urfu that he has an important task. He acknowledges that her kindness and unwavering patience have earned the respect of the entire goblin tribe. He asks if she will protect their people, even if the road ahead is treacherous and thorny. She tearfully vows to never give up, prompting the gentle deity to wipe away her falling tears. He tells his good child not to cry, but Urfu only sobs that she went through so much to find him. Please do not leave, she begs. But the elder gently smiles, saying death is nothing to fear. As long as the goblins can live in peace and happiness, he can pass on without any regrets. A golden haze suddenly wraps around Urfu, lifting her high into the air as onlookers gasp in disbelief. The goblin god relied purely on his fierce will to protect his tribe, to preserve this final remnant of his soul. In a flash, her entire appearance shifts, transforming the young girl into a fully matured version of Urfu. He formally passes the divine crown to her. Meanwhile, another figure watches closely from high above while riding a dragon. A blinding flash of light instantly catches Li Hao's eye, a divine artifact. The newly transformed girl opens her eyes wide. It is Urfu, now completely reborn. The goblins immediately bow down, greeting their new high god Urfu. They offer their congratulations, but she softly replies that she only holds the title for now. She vows to become a worthy leader. Right then, a glowing elemental crystal floats over toward Zhang Yi. She deeply thanks him for saving her entire race, noting that the threat of the giant clan has finally been resolved. Therefore, this elemental heart belongs to him. Taking the glowing stone, Zhang Yi hesitates, weighing his next move. With this incredible divine tool, his chances against Carlo just went way up. But watching this unfold from afar is another player. Talk about a total meltdown. Li Hao is losing his mind because that divine weapon was supposed to be his. Hiding behind a rock, steam practically pouring from his ears, he glares at them. Curse you, Zhang Yi. They are bound by a bitter rivalry. Just wait. Suddenly, a system notification pops up reminding Zhang Yi of something. Zhang Yi feels a bit embarrassed. Oh no, he was so focused on the quest that he completely forgot to check his messages. He quickly turns to Urfu to say his goodbyes. He apologizes, explaining that his team urgently needs him right away. He must return to Extreme Ice City immediately and tells her to stay safe. She nods, promising to handle the rest. Mounting his trusty beast, Xiao He, he dashes off. Li Hao sneers, deciding to let him have his fun for now. Just wait until they meet in Extreme Ice City, where he plans to settle the score. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Qinglong draws his bow high. Aiming directly at the giant bats, he rallies the team, shouting that their boss is on his way back. If he does not get here soon, they are going to end up roasted. Suddenly, from high above, a blazing red fireball streaks down toward Daewoo. Spotting Yaru, Qinglong cries out in absolute relief. She has finally returned. Yaru grins, telling them her brother and Xiao Jiao made it back. They escorted Shield 7 to town for medical treatment, so she rushed back alone to support them. She quickly checks if everyone is alright. Daewoo hesitates for just a second, then nods. But there is simply no time to celebrate their reunion. The monster horde is growing larger, snarling as they close in from all sides. Qinglong draws his bow ready to fight. Sensing the rising danger, Yaru warns Daewoo that things are looking bad. That creature's roar just summoned its pack. She urges Daewoo to find a safe place to hide. As Daewoo retreats, a massive dragon beast rears back, opening its giant jaws wide right in front of them. A swirling ball of fire starts to gather. Yaru warns that the beast is charging up its ultimate attack. She raises her staff to cast a fireball spell, calling for Qinglong to cover her. Qinglong quickly agrees, readying his bow. But the dragon beast suddenly lunges forward, unleashing a devastating barrage of mid-sized fireballs right at them. Knocked completely off balance, they crash heavily to the ground, coughing through the rising smoke and dust. Daewoo rushes over to check on them. But the dragon beast only growls louder, opening its massive jaws once again. Searing flames gather into an even larger sphere. Watching this terrifying sight, Daewoo begins to panic. There is no escape. It seems this relentless monster is truly determined to wipe every single one of them out. But wait, here comes our hero. Zhang Yi arrives just in time on Xiao He, catching sight of the chaos. He spots the beast charging its attack. Wait, is that the dragon beast from Carlo's secret chamber? This is bad. The city walls are not reinforced yet. If that breath attack lands, half of Extreme Ice City will be completely leveled. Instantly pulling out his newly acquired elemental heart, he commands Xiao He to charge ahead at full speed. Locking his gaze on the beast, he mutters that it made a huge mistake attacking while he was away. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi unleashes the full power of the elemental heart. He unleashes his elemental power. Taste this. A single strike shows the true power of his divine weapon. The giant beast crashes down, plunging from the sky as sharp-eyed Qinglong spots their returning guild leader. As everyone cheers that the guild leader is back, Zhang Yi climbs down from Xiao He, chuckling and apologizing. He praises their hard work, but Daewoo huffs that if it were not for the Extreme Ice City, she would not be looking so messy. Paying no mind, Zhang Yi walks straight up to Han Yaru. Their hands lock. They share a tender, quiet look. Zhang Yi speaks first, saying he is to blame for making her suffer by returning so late, but she softly says she is fine as he pulls out a giant bag. Telling them to look at what he brought back, he stuns Qinglong, who stares blankly at the items. Stunned, he asks if these are elemental crystals, while Daewoo stands right next to him, gasping in absolute awe. Admiring how beautiful they are, Zhang Yi smiles and explains that with these elemental crystals, all their buildings in Extreme Ice City will finally gain the power to resist the devastating dragon breath attacks launched by Carlo's horde. The system interface flashes, displaying the level stats of the main city where their guild is stationed. Zhang Yi realizes that since he used one to shoot down the dragon beast, they only have 54 crystals left. However, it is still enough to upgrade all Extreme Ice City buildings to level 4 at once, so he decisively hits upgrade. Now their aerial defense is secured. It is done. Zhang Yi briefs everyone on their next mission. Their next step is to lay traps across this open clearing, ensuring Carlo's army cannot get anywhere near Extreme Ice City. Following his command, the entire team puts their backs into the hard work together. Sunset arrives. Qinglong collapses onto the grass with a tired sigh, glad it is finally finished. Zhang Yi walks up behind Daewoo as she plays with butterflies, quietly asking her for a major favor. As she turns around, he gets straight to the point, warning her that a war with Carlo is completely inevitable. The outcome will decide the fate of Extreme Ice City, meaning they absolutely must defeat Carlo to survive. Because of this, he needs her help, and Daewoo eagerly agrees, mentioning that since entering this apocalyptic game, she has always lived in Extreme Ice City, considering it her true home, and will do whatever it takes to protect it. She will do anything. Hearing this, Zhang Yi nods, prompting her memory by asking if she still remembers the golden card that the Blood Gate tried to steal from her. Hearing this, she instantly looks back. Without a word, Daewoo pulls out a glowing golden card, tilting her head to ask if this is the one. Zhang Yi nods, explaining that because he was not entirely sure about where they stood, whether they were friends or foes, he kept the truth hidden. But his next words leave her completely stunned. He reveals that the card in her hand is actually one of the 10 legendary God-grade talent cards, the absolute rarest in the apocalypse, allowing her to inherit its insane power if she discards her current talent. It is a legendary God-grade gift. Meanwhile, night falls over the gloomy skies of Moonlight City. As Carlo returns, his subordinates welcome him back, and he immediately demands an update on their demon beasts. A lackey respectfully reports that the beasts are fully trained and ready to march out at a moment's notice. Losing all patience, Carlo issues a direct command to march immediately and seize control of Extreme Ice City. Personally leading the invasion, Carlo and his elite troops ride their massive beasts directly toward Extreme Ice City. Zhang Yi spots them. Carlo has finally arrived, riding high atop his most ferocious, terrifying beast. Arrogantly folding his arms with a smug smirk, Carlo loudly warns everyone in Extreme Ice City to listen up. He offers them a single chance to drop their weapons and surrender quietly, threatening utter annihilation if they refuse. Otherwise, not a single piece of armor will remain. Below, the panicked citizens whisper that he leads the Divine Guild. Seeing his imposing aura, Zhang Yi immediately steps forward, urging the people not to be fooled by his cheap tricks. That is merely a summoned illusion. Hearing this, Qinglong draws his bow, scoffing that Carlo stands no chance. Believing they can conquer Extreme Ice City is pure delusion. Locking onto his target, he focuses with extreme precision. He snorts coldly. Watch this arrow. A split second later, it flies straight up into the dark sky. He targets the absolute center of the beast horde, his aim incredibly precise and flawless. The arrow streaks right toward Carlo, who tilts his head to dodge before snatching it with a darkened expression. Carlo gritted his teeth in sheer fury. It seems these stubborn fools are practically begging to die by his hands. Just wait until my night order moves, let us see if you can still be this confident. With that, he immediately orders a full-scale attack. Level this Extreme Ice City to the ground, he roars. Hearing this, Qinglong's face grows incredibly serious. Looking at the guild leader beside him, he cannot help but worry. The sheer number of fireballs is far greater than before, and the magical beast's breath is no joke. Can their buildings actually hold out against this? Zhang Yi smirks, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, it will work. Just wait to see Carlo's hilarious reaction. In the next second, a vibrant blue energy wraps around the city. He has officially activated the elemental shield. The beast's massive fireballs slam violently into the barrier, detonating with a deafening roar. Thick smoke rises as the beasts themselves are engulfed in flames. Treading air, they plummet to the ground. Seeing this, He Ying panics, yelling out to his boss. All of our attacks are completely blocked. Clenching his fist in rage, Carlo snaps back with pure annoyance. What are you afraid of? He barks. Refusing to back down, Carlo snaps out his next order. Increase the firepower and order the ground beasts to charge. The moment those words leave his mouth, a massive wave of ground beasts is unleashed, charging straight toward the barrier. Leading the pack is Ian. He yells at them to seize the city, promising massive rewards from the boss. But as they advance, his mount suddenly screeches to a halt. Right in front of him, the ground beneath his vanguard completely caves in. They tumble down in a chaotic heap. Ian quickly turns back to yell a warning for everyone to stop. There are traps on the ground, he screams. Up on the walls, Qing Long chuckles, proud of the pit traps they spent all afternoon digging. Observing the chaos from the walls, Zhang Yi orders his men to signal Duan Feng's squad for a counterattack. Moving instantly on his command, they launch several toxic bombs quickly, blanketing the battlefield in a thick purple fog. When a soldier collapses right before his eyes, Ian quickly covers his nose and shouts a warning to his allies. "Cover your noses, this gas is toxic," he yells, glaring up at Zhang Yi with pure hatred. "You actually dared to play dirty," he growls. "Now let us break down this paralytic toxic gas skill." Detonating this special paralyzing bomb deals 100 points of damage, creating a thick, toxic haze that reduces the enemy's movement speed by 50%. Taking advantage of the enemy's total confusion, the gates swing open. Duan Feng charges out, flanked by Xiao Jiao and their allies. They leap into the fray, ready to prove that the fighters of Extreme Ice City are not to be underestimated. Leading the charge, Duan Feng leaps forward to strike Ian directly. The moment Ian recognizes his opponent's face, his anger flares up. "It is you again," he snarls. "Today I will avenge my fallen brother." Duan Feng merely sneers, asking if he really thinks he has a chance. "Then let me give you the honor of dying by my blade," he replies. His completely calm attitude makes Ian's blood boil. Swinging his massive axe, Ian roars, asking if he has a death wish. Duan Feng does not flinch, unleashing a powerful counter skill. Han Yaru walks up to Zhang Yi, whispering her confusion about why her brother is missing at such a critical moment. Even Diu was gone. In fact, she has not seen her since yesterday. Zhang Yi gently speaks up to reassure her. "Do not worry, they are perfectly fine. I sent your brother on a secret mission," he explains, laying out the plan. To the right of Extreme Ice City, there is a river leading straight to Moonlight City, completely bypassing Carlo's scouts. By traveling underwater, they can easily infiltrate Moonlight City. In order to capture our city, Carlo had to pull most of his forces out of Moonlight City. In other words, this is the absolute best opportunity for them to seize Moonlight City. According to Zhang Yi's calculations, Carlo has never met her brother, so his sudden disappearance will not raise any suspicion. Combined with his stealth abilities, he is the absolute best candidate to complete this secret mission. As for Diwu, she is the ultimate wild card that determines if they can truly defeat Carlo. Meanwhile, high up in the air, Carlo analyzes the chaotic battlefield and quickly barks an order. He Ying take a squad of flying beasts to support Ian. Their ground forces are struggling. "Understood, guild leader," comes the reply. Instantly, He Ying leads his flying beasts straight toward the chaotic front lines led by Ian. Ian spots the flying beasts in the sky and lets out a smug laugh. Their aerial support has finally arrived. "You guys are finished," he boasts, yelling for He Ying to clear out these pests. His ally readily agrees. "Leave them to me," He Ying replies, urging him to hurry up because failing to take the city will mean death for them both. Clashing with Duan Feng, Ian grunts back to his ally, telling him to stop complaining and just do it. "Get down here and help." Seizing on the chaotic clash, the Dark Shadow rides his demonic beast and charges straight into the fray. The beast chomps down on Duan Feng's sword as the Dark Shadow riding it mocks him. He looks back with a mocking sneer. "I heard you treat that sword like your life. Let's see how you do without it. Come and take it back." But before he can even finish, a sudden wave of pink and purple energy hits him. Searing wind-like strikes make the beast stumble in agony. It drops the sword from its jaws, sending its rider wobbling violently on its back. Slipping and sliding, he fails to keep his grip, getting violently thrown off and crashing hard onto the ground. The impact makes him spit blood. Dawu continues her relentless assault, raising her voice to make a promise. "Anyone who wants to harm Icebound City will have to get through me first." Furious, Ian charges forward to finish her, but stops dead in his tracks. "Damn woman," he growls but freezes. Why did she just turn into butterflies? Diu's forms shift instantly, surrounding Ian and completely throwing him off balance. While Ian is distracted by the fluttering swarm, a pink scythe is already pressed right against his throat. Ian notices, but he is too slow. Diu glides past him in a flash, leaving a violent spray of blood in her wake. The system confirms the kill. Daewoo just took down Ian, leaving Duan Feng absolutely stunned. He stares in disbelief. How on earth did she get this ridiculously strong all of a sudden? The Dark Shadow scrambles up, watching his ally fall. He silently vows to avenge Ian, no matter what it takes. He quietly pulls out a small vial of red liquid and crushes it right in his palm. A crimson mist fills the air, driving the beasts into a wild frenzy. One beast right in front of Duan Feng instantly bites down on a target. Duan Feng tenses up, warning everyone to watch out. The beasts have clearly gone rabid, sending even their own allies fleeing in absolute terror. "Run for your lives," they scream as the rampaging monsters turn on their own. Soon the beasts circle around. They completely surround Duan Feng and Diwu. He clicks his tongue, realizing there are still way too many enemies left. This is going to be tough. But Diwu just shouts back, then let's go all out and crush them. The dark shadow grins at the chaos, telling them to enjoy the beast's rage before he quickly rides off and escapes. He reports back to guild leader Carlo that their vanguard forces have suffered devastating losses. Ian is dead and some top-tier assassin has suddenly appeared right by Zhang Yi's side. Her power is way beyond mine, he reports. Carlo replies coldly that he already knows, thinking to himself. As expected of a player who Regression traveled through the apocalypse twice, he prepared everything, and now this massive energy barrier is completely blocking my way. With no way to get close, Carlo hesitates for a moment before shouting a direct challenge at Zhang Yi. Why don't you stand out and face me like a real man? Hiding in there like a scared turtle and letting women do your fighting is pathetic. Zhang Yi doesn't even bother arguing. He silently summons Xiao He, raising an eyebrow with a mocking smirk. Stop pretending to be some honorable warrior, he scoffs. The truth is much simpler than that. You cannot breach Icebound City or break this elemental barrier, so you are just trying to bait me outside. Stepping out to face Carlo directly, Zhang Yi asks if he is ready. Are you really that eager to join your dead subordinates? Carlo just sneers, noting that he came despite knowing it was a trap, and yet you still came here entirely alone. Zhang Yi is completely unfazed, calmly stating that he is here to win. Carlo draws his weapon, mocking his big talk. He hopes Zhang Yi can keep that same energy in a few minutes. He plays a quick melody on his flute, and Xiao He immediately thrashes in pain as Zhang Yi tries to calm him. Hang in there, don't let his music get to you. But Xiao He just can't hold on. He plummets straight down from the sky. Zhang Yi desperately yells for him to wake up while activating his Soul Link skill. As a second-tier beast tamer skill, once active, all incoming damage to the beast is directly redirected. Right back to the master. It lasts for 60 seconds with a long 3-hour cooldown. Thanks to Zhang Yi taking the pain, Xiao He snaps out of it, eyes snapping wide as he flies back up. Carlo is highly impressed. The guy is actually absorbing the flute's mental attack to protect his pet with sheer willpower. How interesting, he laughs. Leaping high into the air, he plays a wild tune, summoning his giant dragons to rise. The sky instantly turns pitch black as lightning cracks across the clouds. But Zhang Yi senses something is off. A second-tier beast tamer can only control 2 beasts at once. Seeing 3 giant dragons here means something is seriously wrong. Carlo stands hands on hips, laughing arrogantly. Watch out, Zhang Yi. I am about to drown you in a sea of fire. Burn him, my mighty dragons, he screams as Zhang Yi evades the incoming fire. Pulling out the elemental heart, Zhang Yi unleashes triple elemental power. Let's see whose fire is actually stronger. In the next second, 3 beam attacks blast straight toward those 3 dragons. Carlo never saw this coming, freezing in utter disbelief before stomping his feet in pure rage. Damn it. Stealing my divine weapon and using it against me, just wait. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi quietly confirms his suspicion. Just like Mu Chen's summoned Tier 4 Dragon Emperor, these are not real beasts. They are nothing more than mere illusions. Carlo then pulls out a legendary ancient dragon summoning scroll. He boasts loudly, telling him that whenever the elemental heart is triggered, your elemental crystals are heavily consumed, subtracting what was already spent to upgrade that building. You definitely do not have much left, while I can keep summoning them completely without limit. Summoning completes as 3 vicious dragons appear, with Carlo smirking arrogantly. Let's see how much longer you can last. Seeing this, Zhang Yi is stunned by this infinite summoning. That is seriously overpowered, but Zhang Yi has no intention of quitting. With that guy's infinite summoning power continuing to spam, the elemental heart will only waste his remaining crystals. Decision made. He prepares to strike back in the next second. Activating his Undying body skill, Zhang Yi channels massive energy into his fists and charges take all of this. Flames engulf his body, triggering critical alerts of -500 health, but he barks out an order. Xiao He, stay back. On the ground, Daewoo battles savage lion beasts. Thinking they can catch a butterfly, she rips the beast apart with her bare hands, muttering coldly. Let alone a pack of rabid lions. She barely finishes one before 2 more magic beasts leap straight at her. Duan Feng slides in just in time, easily swinging his sword. He shreds them to bloody pieces, muttering that they sought death as both look up at the sky. It looks like Zhang Yi is in trouble, Daewoo warns her ally. Clean up the rest here while I back him up, she yells, but Zhang Yi notices and stops her. Stay back, he warns, you cannot survive this dragon breath damage. Raising her staff, Han Yaru summons an ice wall, blocking the raging flames from swallowing Daewoo. I am here to help, Han Yaru says, while Carlos sneers at Daewoo for seeking her own death. Calling them foolish, he unrolls his magic scroll to summon more monster beasts. Meanwhile, Daewoo pushes forward through the intense heat, muttering that she just needs to hold on. Almost there, she sprints forward, leaping high into the air. Zhang Yi catches her hand as she lands, but she immediately cuts straight to the point. My current power cannot defeat these dragons on its own, so you must use my talent to take him down. Success. Copying her god-tier assassin heart talent, Zhang Yi clenches his fist. I won't let you down, he promises as scenes shift far away. Right between Extreme Ice City and Moonlight City, Ba Huang leads his squad on a stealth mission. We have reached the border, keep pushing hard so we can capture Moonlight City as soon as possible. The group shouts in agreement, but one soldier suddenly points upward, completely stunned. Captain, look up there, he yells as they all stare at a massive flying iceberg in disbelief. Even Ba Huang is baffled by this floating iceberg drifting directly toward their home, Extreme Ice City. Sensing the danger, he tells a scout to shadow that giant floating mountain. Report back instantly, while the rest of us move to crush Moonlight City without any further delay. They shout in agreement, unaware of the stone statues lined up inside. Hidden from the world, absolute silence fills the chamber containing these ancient stone figures. Looking closely, a mysterious ancient scroll floats directly in front of each and every frozen statue. Floating in the air, Zhang Yi frowns and yells for Xiao He to take Di straight to Han Yaru. Leave everything else to me, Zhang Yi shouts. Meanwhile, Carlo rides his colossal dragon, arms crossed, throwing out a smug challenge. Carlo mocks him, asking if he feels defeat coming, sending his beast to run away with his girl just to hide his own pathetic failure. The game system then flashes a notification: his god-grade assassin's heart talent is now active. The elemental heart is fully refreshed and charged. Holding the glowing orb, Zhang Yi cannot hide the sheer smugness in his eyes. Is it not just a bunch of cheap summoning scrolls, he scoffs, eager to see what they can do. He channels his inner power, wondering if Carlo's infinite summoning can actually stand against his own infinite bullets. Instantly, his triple elemental power unleashes blinding beams toward Carlo's giant dragon, making Zhang Yi grin with pride. Ever since Diwu upgraded his assassin's heart, it does not matter how many scrolls Carlo burns or how many dragons he summons. To Zhang Yi, those colossal beasts are nothing but experience points, not even a real challenge. Only now does Carlo begin to panic, cold sweat pouring down his face as he desperately tells himself this cannot be. How does he dare use the elemental heart so recklessly? Carlo wonders, watching Zhang Yi hover high in the air. A massive swirl of earth energy surrounds him while the intense heat blasts the ground below into the sky. Carlo trembles in disbelief, wondering if his opponent still has elemental crystals and was simply putting on an act before. Zhang Yi raises the elemental heart, shouting for him to keep going, asking where all that confidence from earlier went. The elemental heart unleashes two devastating beams, piercing right through the dragons behind Carlo and leaving them howling in agony. Shielding his face in a blind reflex, a terrified Carlo stammers, completely losing his cool. Staring at his massive dragons defeated in a single heartbeat, Carlo panics, prompting Zhang Yi to speak up with a smirk. Do not waste your breath, he warns, because no matter how many dragons you summon, the end result is the same. At the end of the day, illusions are just illusions and your fantasies will never come true, he adds, right before Carlo screams out in terror. A violent surge of elemental energy sweeps outward, dragging Carlo and his massive dragon into the devastating shockwave. A massive explosion echoes as Carlo's scrolls scatter everywhere, leaving him battered, bloodied, and broken at Zhang Yi's feet. Looking down coldly, Zhang Yi declares that Carlo has lost, but the beaten summoner just stares back with a twisted smirk. Carlo laughs hysterically, asking if he truly believed this was the end before slowly pushing himself up while clutching his broken arm. Muttering about the time, he sneers that the special gift he prepared for Zhang Yi and Polar Ice City should be arriving. Suddenly, an urgent alert comes in from Ba Huang, warning that a colossal mountain of ice is flying straight toward them. It has already entered Polar Ice City's airspace, leaving Zhang Yi completely bewildered as he stares at the message. An ice mountain. What is going on? Suddenly, the ground before him freezes under a layer of fresh snow. Carlo spreads his arms wide, looking back with a wild laugh, declaring that the end has finally come for both of them. Zhang Yi spins around in shock, only to find a massive towering glacier looming directly over Polar Ice City. Recognizing the threat Ba Huang warned him about, he hears panicked voices echoing from inside the city walls calling for Han Yaru. Duan Feng orders everyone to retreat into the fortress immediately, and standing before the towering ice, Han Yaru quickly complies. Clutching a teleportation scroll, Carlo sneers that they should take their time and fully enjoy the massive gift he left behind. Standing nearby, Zhang Yi grits his teeth, realizing the coward is trying to escape, and instantly lunges with a devastating punch. The teleportation is cut short, sending Carlo crashing down as Zhang Yi grabs his throat, lifting his helpless body into the air. Instead, he laughs like a maniac, wheezing that even if he dies right now, the glacier is not going anywhere. He brags about spending 5,000 floating scrolls to summon it from the apocalyptic wasteland, prompting Zhang Yi to call him a complete lunatic. Massive boulders rain down from the glacier, crashing against the magical barrier, protecting the city, barely holding the line. Panicked citizens ask if they are going to make it, but others quickly tell them to stay calm and have faith. The elemental shield held off dragon breath before, so these falling rocks should not be a problem. Suddenly, an enormous boulder slams down, splintering the shield with deep cracks until the defense finally shatters. Massive debris rains down onto the streets, sending terrified citizens fleeing in every direction to avoid being crushed. With the shield shattered, people scream to run, as Zhang Yi drags Carlo, demanding to know if everyone made it inside. Hanyaru confirms that everyone is safe but warns that the falling ice has already punctured the elemental barrier, poking countless holes through it. Pausing, she looks up with dread, whispering about what happens if the entire mountain collapses. Looking up with a deep frown, Zhang Yi warns that Extreme Ice City is about to be crushed. He tells everyone to stay put while he finds a way, then raises his hand to summon his beast, Xiao He. Zhang Yi drags him. Carlo screams in pure terror, begging to be let go immediately. He snaps back in anger. Did Carlo really think he could just walk away after trying to destroy the city? If it falls, Carlo is going down first, and with fierce determination, Zhang Yi leaps onto Xiao He and takes flight. Meanwhile, outside Moonlight City, Ba Huang and his crew lie in wait, scanning the walls for the perfect moment to strike. Hiding behind a tree, Ba Huang realizes Zhang Yi was completely right. Carlo deployed almost all his forces to attack elsewhere. With their main army gone, Moonlight City is left practically defenseless and completely exposed to an ambush. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Ba Huang shouts to his guildmates, ordering everyone to prepare for the final assault. Talk about a perfect plan, the three warriors immediately rush forward, ready to reclaim their territory. Firing a battle cry, they smash through the defense lines, taking out the guards. Ba Huang slices down the enemy flag, proudly raising their own guild banner in its place to claim victory. He warns the defenders. Resistance is completely futile because their reign is officially over. Moonlight City is theirs. Meanwhile, back at the massive floating iceberg, Zhang Yi touches down on the ice, throwing a bruised and battered Carlo onto the frozen ground without a shred of mercy. Right then, Ba Huang sends word that Moonlight City has fallen, and a smug Zhang Yi looks down from his mount. He points mockingly at the defeated villain, telling him that his precious city now belongs to the guild. He demands Carlo's surrender to protect innocent lives, but the broken mastermind just sneers with venomous laughter. Carlo scoffs, mocking him for thinking a lost city matters when Zhang Yi is about to watch his friends die. Turning around, Zhang Yi gasps in absolute horror, demanding to know what Carlo did to the frozen figures behind them. Looking at the countless frozen players at bound, Carlo struggles to his feet with a sick grin on his face. He admits he just used them to carry the levitation scrolls up, asking if the hero is finally starting to panic. Zhang Yi leaps down to inspect one of the ice statues, realizing the chilling truth of what happened. These poor players realized something was terribly wrong, but they could not escape before they were turned into solid ice. He slaughtered hundreds, just to move a single piece of frozen mountain. Honestly, that brutal punch was incredibly satisfying, letting Carlo feel a fraction of his victim's pain, who died in the cold before snatching the scrolls away, while Carlo screams in absolute outrage. Put it down, Carlo shrieks, but Zhang Yi ignores his pathetic cries. He warns Carlo that a man begging for his life has absolutely no right to make demands right now. He knows he has to move this mountain before the levitation scrolls lose their magic power and drop. The summon works. A roaring ancient dragon of pure fire erupts into existence. Searching for safety, he remembers the open ocean directly south of the city. If he can use the ancient dragon's raw strength to drag the iceberg out to sea, the city will survive. He mounts Xiao He, keeping a very tight grip on a bound Carlo. Telling Xiao He to pull the mountain, he is interrupted by Carlo laughing and coughing up blood. Carlo sneers that the massive ice structure will collapse at any second, dragging everyone down with it. We are both dead, Carlo warns, but the hero completely ignores him. Zhang Yi tells him to shut up as giant dragon tails smash against the mountain, sending debris flying. Dozens of majestic dragons spread their wings across the sky in a breathtaking display of raw power. Zhang Yi glares ahead. He will protect his home and everyone he loves. Down below, citizens watch in sheer awe as the colossal iceberg actually begins to move. They cheer for their leader, amazed by the army of dragons pulling the mountain away. Hanyaru looks up with anxious eyes, silently praying for Zhang Yi to make it back alive. Sometime later, Zhang Yi and his dragon push forward, dragging Carlo straight into a raging blizzard. Covered in snow, he plays his flute to guide them. Almost there, he whispers. The little dragon turns its head, growling pitifully at Zhang Yi as he peers down below. Riddled with fear, he realizes Xiao He's tail has been frozen to the iceberg for so long that it could soon rot completely. The poor dragon will be dragged into the ocean since he cannot fly. Gripping his sword, Zhang Yi prepares to strike down. Hang in there, Xiao He. Zhang Yi silently promises, I will save you. But this ice is insanely tough, and the iceberg is falling fast. Suddenly, he loses his footing, cutting off his thoughts. A violent gust of wind rushes in, blowing everything into complete chaos. Zhang Yi screams out in panic as his levitation scroll completely runs out of power. Suddenly, the entire world fades to pitch black. A powerful wind blows, leaving Zhang Yi sitting on a vast beach of white sand. Utterly confused about his location, he desperately calls out for Xiao He before staring down his own hands. He cannot summon Xiao He. Worse, his entire summoning array refuses to activate, leaving him completely baffled. Where on earth is this place, and how did he get here? He and Xiao He were just falling from that iceberg. The last thing he saw before blacking out was a small island on the ocean. Could this be that very place? He quickly pulls out a scroll, feeling a wave of relief that his teleportation item is still available, and instantly activates it. The system chimed with a warning stating that due to special map restrictions, the player cannot temporarily use any teleportation scrolls. Zhang Yi crosses his arms in disbelief. Are they seriously locking him out like this? While the system calls it a special map restriction, it is just a fancy way of telling him he is trapped in a brutal new DLC zone. This is going to be tough. Surviving won't be easy. Just then, his stomach lets out a loud rumble, proving that even epic heroes get hungry. He needs food fast. Just as he wonders how to fill his belly, a rustling in the nearby bushes catches his attention. It seems this deserted island has plenty of wild game, making it the perfect chance to hunt down some dinner. Drawing his sword, he throws it. Nowhere to run. But as Zhang Yi glaces over, he is shocked to see a person hiding there, prompting him to investigate closer. Suddenly, a girl with dragon horns on her head leaps out, brandishing a sharp weapon. Zhang Yi barely manages to dodge her attack. A heavy kick sends him reeling. Catching his breath, he protests that there is no need to be this violent. She attacked without hesitation, but she quickly counters that he threw his sword first. Zhang Yi backs away with his hands raised. He quickly apologizes, asking her to call a truce, since he had no intention of actually hurting her. He asks who she is and why she is on this island while secretly studying her unusual features. With those long horns and scaled body, is she part of the beast race? She snaps back that she wants answers too. This is her territory, and getting attacked out of nowhere is just bad luck. Zhang Yi asks if she actually lives here. He explains that he is from the outside world and only ended up on this island by sheer accident. When he asks for a way off the island, she crosses her arms and says she has lived here for centuries. She has never heard of any outside world, let alone leaving. Rubbing his chin, Zhang Yi insists that he cannot stay trapped here. He must escape because his team is waiting for him, and they will be worried sick if he disappears. Looking out at the ocean, Zhang Yi decides his only option is to swim. Suiji tries to speak up, hesitating, but he cuts her off, insisting that she should not try to stop him from swimming. He dives into the water and swims away. She cannot help but chuckle at how amusing this human is. Deciding to play along, she follows him while Zhang Yi struggles against the waves, cursing his bad luck. He has been swimming for nearly an hour without seeing land, but then a bizarre sight appears ahead. Suiji effortlessly glides past him on a giant sea dragon. Dumbfounded, Zhang Yi asks why she did not mention this sooner. She playfully points out that he was the one who told her not to stop him. Soon, they head back ashore. Confused, Zhang Yi asks why they are back on the exact same beach after traveling such a long distance. Suiji confirms his fears, explaining that no matter how far they swim, they will always end up right here. She invites him to try again if he doubts her. Bewildered, Zhang Yi wonders if this zone has a spherical map. Just like Earth, no matter which direction you go, you loop back. But their conversation is cut short as panic strikes. Suiji spots birds fleeing and screams at Xiao Hai to hide. The sea dragon dives into the water, and Suiji grabs Zhang Yi, dragging him along as he asks what is happening. She tells him to shut up if he wants to live. Just then a pale, slender hand appears. The pale hand has dark black fingernails belonging to a stunning but highly dangerous woman possessing massive wings and dark dragon horns. Deep in the jungle of Dragon God Island, Suiji and Zhang Yi walk side by side. He looks over at her with a question. Who was that horned girl in the black armor just now, and why did we have to hide? Suiji admits she is not quite sure. She only knows they are incredibly dangerous, constantly patrolling the island. If they spot someone, it is all over. They will lose their lives. Zhang Yi repeats her words, completely shocked. Though they are all part of the dragon race, they are actually divided into two opposing factions, light and darkness. That warrior from earlier belonged to the Dark Dragon faction. Deep down, Zhang Yi ponders this newly discovered group. It is his first time hearing of such a faction during this apocalypse. Clearly, this island hides some massive secrets. Leaping higher, Suiji warns him to find a hiding spot quickly. If a dark dragon eats him, he cannot blame her. She was kind enough to give him fair warning. Zhang Yi strokes his chin, realizing he knows nothing about this place. Wandering alone is far too risky right now, so following her seems like the best move. He begins shadowing her. She spins around, highly annoyed. Why is he still following? With the island being so dangerous, sticking with her is his safest option. Can you really blame him for following? If that dark dragon captures and tortures him, he might just sell her out. That would be way more troublesome. Suiji pouts at his cunning human logic, telling him to keep up because she will not care if he gets lost. Nodding quietly, she takes off through the trees, guiding them straight into the hidden camp of the light dragon race. Bursting with joy, Suiji throws herself into her grandmother's arms, announcing that she has finally made it home. The elderly dragon embraces her warmly, teasing that she thought her little troublemaker had lost track of time playing again. Pouting, the girl protests, explaining that she actually had a close call with one of those terrifying dark dragons today. Luckily, her quick wits saved her. Hearing this, the elder immediately frowns, switching into a stern, lecturing tone. She grounds the girl on the spot, banning her from leaving. But then Shueiji suddenly remembers her guest. Turning around, she points out the quiet outsider, introducing him as the strange guy she found washed up on the beach. He claims to be from the outside world. As Grandma inspects him, Zhang Yi nervously raises a hand in greeting. He offers a polite greeting, but she instantly cuts him off, asking if he truly came from the outside world. He explains that he woke up here after falling into the ocean. Grandma murmurs that he looks remarkably like someone else. Zhang Yi wonders if another human had reached this island before. Gently patting her granddaughter, Grandma tells her to wait. She instructs Shueiji to stay behind while leading the young man away. Soon they arrive at the quiet shore and Zhang Yi looks at her. Zhang Yi asks if she knows a way off the island, explaining his failed attempts to cross the surrounding waters. He was completely unable to break through the barrier. The elder confirms a way out exists, but it is highly dangerous. Shueiji mentioned their run-in with the dark dragons earlier, and the elder decides to be honest with him. Those dark beasts rule the entire Dragon God Island, leaving all other non-dark species with no choice but to hide. They must live in constant hiding, especially since the only way off the island is heavily guarded by them. Her Light Dragon clan has been trapped here for centuries, their past attempts at fighting back ending in total defeat. Turning away, the elder asks him not to speak of escaping when he is around her granddaughter. The girl is incredibly stubborn and curious. If she learns about a potential escape route, it will surely put her in danger. Zhang Yi seriously promises to keep the secret. Reassured, the old woman gives him a warm, appreciative smile. She urges him to rest up since his injuries are still healing, and they quietly head back to camp. Grandma tells Shueiji to guide their guests to a place to sleep while she rests herself, and the girl quickly agrees. Shueiji eagerly asks what secret Grandma was whispering to him, but Zhang Yi awkwardly shrugs it off. He claims it was just basic survival advice for the island, prompting her to cross her arms in disappointment. Calling him a stingy jerk, she huffs but still leads him toward a small wooden shelter built high up in a tree. Zhang Yi looks up in surprise, asking if they really sleep up there. She explains it is the perfect spot for hiding. It keeps them safe from the roaming dark dragons. Climbing up, Zhang Yi settles in and falls into deep thought. He has no idea how much time has passed since falling from the glacier. His absolute priority right now is escaping. The longer he remains trapped on this island, the greater the danger to Yaru and the survivors back at his ice castle. He can only hope that Xiao He is safe too. As night falls, time continues to tick away. As the sun begins to set, Zhang Yi sits on the ground staring at the items scattered right before him. He realizes these few items are all he has left, including this mysterious scroll. He bought this parchment at an auction a while back but never figured out how to open it. Now it starts glowing in his hands. He wonders why it is suddenly reacting like this. Maybe this parchment was locked before because it only works within this specific hidden map. Suddenly, a quest screen pops up. It is a hidden dragon clan quest called Dragon Hunter. The world-ending dragon god Darlock slaughtered the White Snow Dragon god. Now the descendants of the White Snow Dragon god are targeted. A sealing barrier was placed over Dragon God Island, guarded by a remnant force of the world-ending Dragon Legion. To break the seal, the player must follow the clues, locate, and wipe out the entire world-ending Dragon Legion. The quest reward is the legendary Dragon Hunter outfit. Zhang Yi stares at the notification in absolute disbelief. A hidden dragon quest. Hold on, this is getting interesting as he stares at the scroll. This aligns perfectly with what Granny mentioned earlier. If he wants to escape this island, fighting the world-ending Dragon Legion is unavoidable. A massive beam of light shoots down from the dark sky directly onto a house. Meanwhile, across the island, Lana stands at strict attention, reporting to the commander, who is currently bathing in scorching hot lava. She reports detecting strange traces on the island, suggesting someone has infiltrated. The commander opens her eyes and stands up. Oozing killing intent, she looks back. It is a human aura, something not sensed here for hundreds of years. This is the very first time a human has dared to invade Dragon God Island. Meanwhile, high up on a tree branch, two figures, one standing and one sitting, speak in hushed tones. One asks if he is sure, and the other nods confidently. He says he tracked the active traces of the Light Dragon clan around this area earlier. That is why he kept a strict watch. That golden light shooting into the sky just now was definitely abnormal. Seconds later, both of them leap into the air, with the leaders shouting for them to move out. They cannot let them escape this time. In a flash, both transform into fearsome dragons, breathing devastating fire everywhere. The entire forest is swallowed by a sea of raging flames. The fire quickly approaches Zhang Yi, jolting him awake from his sleep. Outside, Shueiji stands by the window, shouting frantically for him to run. Zhang Yi sits up instantly, asking what is going on. She quickly replies that the world-ending Dragon Legion has arrived. They have finally been discovered. Outside, the two evil dragons keep breathing fire. Down below, Shueiji waves frantically at him, yelling for him to follow them. Angered by the beasts, Zhang Yi curses and shouts up at the sky, mocking the two ugly monsters. He taunts them for picking on the weak, daring them to face him instead. Shueji stammers in absolute panic, but he tells her to leave him and run. The enraged dragons unleash a torrent of flames at him. Zhang Yi grits his teeth, trying to summon his elemental heart to snap their wings, but a system warning flashes instantly, stating that the skill cannot be used here. He curses under his breath, furious that the system is locking him out of literally everything when he needs it most. A loud explosion rocks the ground. Zhang Yi leaps onto a tree to dodge the blast, but as soon as he lands, a hand suddenly pulls him away. He finds himself staring at Sui Ji. Nearby, Granny waves her hand, urging Sui Ji to hurry up and leave this dangerous place. Just seconds later, the very tree they were standing on is engulfed in roaring flames. Terrified, Sui Ji throws herself into Granny's arms, stammering about their home. Granny quickly cuts her off. As long as she is safe, nothing else matters. The other clan members have retreated and they must leave now. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoes from a branch above. The three look up in terror as Sui Ji points and stammers. The beast breathes fire instantly. Drawing his sword, Zhang Yi yells at Sui Ji to take Granny and run. He leaps forward, aiming his blade at the dragon. He curses his terrible luck, as if being stuck here was not bad enough. Now these beasts show up. Before he can even land a hit, the dragon swats him away, while the second beast targets Granny and Shuji. Seeing the danger, Granny grits her teeth and transforms into a massive dragon to block the enemy's path. The enemy mockingly roars that an old hag like her cannot possibly stop them. Without hesitation, both evil dragons crash straight into Granny, screaming out in fury. They vow to tear her to shreds today. They savagely bite and claw at her, making Granny cry out in agonizing pain. She pleads with the young man to take Sui Ji and protect her, while Sui Ji screams in absolute despair. Granny cries out to her dear sweet child, telling her that she absolutely must survive this nightmare. Tears stream down Zhang Yi and Sui Ji's faces as they watch. At that moment, his resolve hardens. I will definitely avenge you, Granny, she silently thinks as her mind drifts back to years ago. She recalled seeing a hero who looked just like him, a legend who subdued the world-destroying dragon god entirely on his own. Granny claws the evil dragon in a tight grip, sending it into a wild fury where it screams for her to drop dead before striking her down. Meanwhile, the runaway duo holds hands and sprints toward a mysterious tower, with Zhang Yi speaking up. He points out the tower ahead and urges her to enter, but Shueji gasps in panic, questioning if he is sure. No dragon has ever dared to enter this forbidden structure, but Zhang Yi insists they have no choice. With no other path, they rush inside just as a protective barrier materializes, blocking the two pursuing evil dragons outside. Elsewhere at the beach, Xiao Jiao and Han Yaru search anxiously, crying out for their missing leader Zhang Yi. Hoping he is nearby, Ba Huang studies his device and confirms the snowy mountain has collapsed directly into the sea. However, there are still no signs of humans or dragons, prompting a worried Han Yaru to run up and call her brother. She asks if anything bad happened to Zhang Yi, but Ba Huang gently pats her head, saying they must believe in him. He assured her that since Zhang Yi saved an entire city, he will survive, ordering his men to expand the search grid. Han Yaru pulls up his photo with deep worry, whispering that she misses him terribly. Praying for his safe return, the scene shifts inside the Dragon Clan prayer tower as the two stand behind the gate. Zhang Yi comforts her with a pat on her shoulder, saying he also lost his closest family. He suggests their departed loved ones remain with them in other ways, reminding her of Granny's final words. She must live. Overwhelmed, Shueji cries out for Granny before leaping into his arms. Zhang Yi firmly promises to avenge her grandmother's death, placing his hands on her shoulders to reassure her. He tells her to wait safely inside the tower while he steps outside. Since no one has breached the tower yet, they likely lost the pursuing black dragons, and she tearfully nods in agreement. Gritting his teeth, he grabs the door handle as his body suddenly shivers, saying they must locate her clan. They must regroup and escape quickly, but suddenly, Zhang Yi freezes in shock as his eyes widen. And get this, cold sweat pours as he panics over the jammed door, which suddenly erupts with a blinding glare. Shielding their eyes, Zhang Yi yells a warning that the magical door is vanishing. Once the light fades, they find a colossal glacier standing directly in front of them. Baffled, Zhang Yi wonders how they left the tower, but Shueji admits she has no idea. However, she recalls her elders calling this a forbidden island zone that even the dark dragons fear to approach. Shivering violently in the freezing air, Shueji whimpers about the cold, prompting Zhang Yi to summon his blazing sword for warmth. He urges her closer for warmth, and she softly thanks him. Looking ahead, he decides they must scale the snowy peak to uncover the truth. Sometime later, the duo moves closer to the massive glacier, shielding their faces against the wind. Battling the freezing wind, Shueji notes that the weather gets worse as they climb. He gasps out to hang on since they are close, but suddenly a brilliant flash of light erupts from the peak. Hearing a rumble, Zhang Yi grabs her hand and drags her away, shouting about an avalanche. But it is too late. The collapsing snow sweeps them down the mountainside as they cry out in pain. Later, Zhang Yi sits up holding his head and wondering where they are, while an unconscious Shueji shivers nearby. Now this is bad. He panics upon checking his weapon, realizing even his Frostfire sword is completely unresponsive. He drapes his coat over her to keep her warm, promising he will get them out. Zhang Yi channels his spiritual energy to search the surrounding rocks and suddenly unearths a mysterious buried object. It resembles a dragon bone, making him wonder if this is truly the Forbidden Zone. Just as he fears they might die here, a vivid vision projects itself from the ancient bone. He witnesses a figure kneeling before a fallen dragon with massive pools of blood surrounding them. A chilling voice suddenly echoes, asking if he sees what is required to survive on this mountain. The voice instructs that he must exploit everything available in his immediate environment. Startled, Zhang Yi yells back, demanding the speaker stop hiding in the shadows and show themselves. That chilling voice rings out, whispering that identity doesn't matter. What matters is survival. Go kill her and no one will ever know. No one will blame you. Her blood can warm your freezing body and her flesh will grant you ultimate strength. Don't you want to reunite with your comrades? Suddenly, an illusion flickers to life, showing Han Yaru and his teammates smiling warmly at Zhang Yi. She smiles brightly, reaching out a hand and calling for Zhang Yi to come back to them. That creepy voice continues to urge him, eat her to escape this place, just devour her completely. Falling under the control of that dark whisper, Zhang Yi slowly lifts his blade, pointing it directly at Suji's trembling neck. Half-conscious Sui Ji huddles tightly on the icy ground, questioning where she even is. Everything feels so cold. At that exact moment, Zhang Yi rushes over urgently, trying to shake her awake. He begs Yue Ji to wake up, and her trembling pale hand weakly reaches out in a last-ditch effort. Clinging to her last thread of sanity, she holds on as Zhang Yi promises to get her out of there. She weakly agrees. As time slips by, Zhang Yi remains by her side, closely watching over her. Sensing her move, he immediately asks if she is finally awake and feeling any warmer. Shuiji rests and recovers her senses, but a strange wetness on her lips leaves her feeling curious. Wiping it away, she stares at the red liquid on her fingertips, completely stunned by what it is. She realizes he used his own blood to save her, but Zhang Yi quickly reassures her. He explains that a little blood is nothing, but leaving her frozen out here would have been fatal. That dark voice from earlier, which spoke of blood warming the frozen body, had actually sparked an idea. If blood could restore warmth, Zhang Yi figured his own blood might be the key to saving her. Without a single moment of hesitation, he decided to feed her his own warm blood. He sliced his hand open with his sword, desperately urging Suiji to wake up inside that freezing dark cave. With a brutal blizzard raging outside, Zhang Yi wrapped his arms around her, sharing his own body heat. Now that she is awake, he urges her forward since the storm has finally begun to clear. Confident they can reach the summit, soon the two struggle upward through the freezing, blinding snow. Zhang Yi cheers her on, and she weakly points ahead, spotting the snow-covered peak at last. It is a brutal climb, but Zhang Yi grips the cliffside tightly, knowing they are just steps away. Pushing through the pain, they finally conquer the peak, celebrating their hard-won arrival at the top. Looking around, Shuiji spots a strange horned statue and wonders what it could possibly be. Curious, Zhang Yi approaches the ancient monument to investigate, immediately noticing the mysterious patterns carved into the stone. He realizes these runes look nothing like the noble scripts they encountered during their earlier journeys. Instead, they look like the language of the dragon clan, but she remains completely silent as he speaks. Seeing her spaced out, Zhang Yi calls her name just as a brilliant light erupts from the runes. Before he can even process the sudden flash, a magnificent white dragon emerges directly from the blinding glow. Startled by the beast, Shuiji quickly ducks behind Zhang Yi, warily watching the glowing creature. Stunned, he asks if it is the fabled dragon god, but Shuiji quickly cuts in. She asks if this is the legendary commander of the Light Dragon clan, and TNG nods. It reveals that its physical body was destroyed by the apocalyptic dragon god, leaving only a phantom to congratulate them on passing the tower's trial. Hearing this, Zhang Yi is completely taken aback and quickly asks what kind of trial it means. The ancient spirit explains that every hardship they faced since entering the tower was part of the test. Freezing cold, starvation, and the heavy temptation to betray a companion were all designed to test their resolve. Zhang Yi finally puts the pieces together, realizing that the whispering voice in the cave was Tianji. With a satisfied nod, the dragon calls it the ultimate test, as very few would sacrifice their own survival for another. Had he chosen to strike her down back then, he would have been frozen solid on the spot. Instead, he chose to protect her, showing true loyalty to the dragon clan when death was near. Tianji praises his actions, explaining that only a selfless act of shedding warm blood to protect their kind can earn their trust, granting him the ultimate right to form a sacred covenant. But you must remember that the dragon god contract has a strict time limit. A dragon god's pact with a beast master only remains valid for that specific master. The maximum duration is 3 years. After that, no matter what happens, the pact ends and they must return to Dragon God Island. Zhang Yi falls silent as he realizes his own power is heavily restricted everywhere on this mysterious Dragon God Island. Signing this contract is his only shot, his only way to defeat the brutal Apocalypse Dragon Patrol. He turns to Suiji and asks if she will sign the contract with him, promising to help her sweep the entire enemy legion off this island. They will reclaim the future of the Light Dragon clan and finally avenge the tragic death of her beloved grandmother. Suiji immediately agrees to the pact. Right after the two slowly reach out to touch hands. As the ritual begins, wild winds howl and glowing runes of the ancient contract emerge. The glowing energy wraps around them both as Suiji closes her eyes, a massive white dragon descending from above to envelop her. After transforming, Suiji affectionately nuzzles him. Zhang Yi is completely amazed by her true majestic form. This is her original majestic look. Before fading away, Tianji reminds them that the sacred bond is now complete. The prayer tower has reopened for them, and they must go quickly to do what needs to be done. A portal immediately materializes right before them. Zhang Yi mounts Suiji, looks ahead and tells her it is time to move. In an instant, they soar directly toward the teleportation gate. Then they disappear completely into the light. Just then, a familiar spirit emerges. It is Grandma's soul smiling warmly as she looks at the dragon Tianji. Grandma whispers that her daughter has finally grown up looking exactly like Tianji did in the early days. She also found a trustworthy lifelong partner. Tianji agrees, noticing a familiar energy inside the young man. He truly carries the shadow of that legendary hero from the past. Grandma sighs softly as she replies. Their time in this world is officially up and they can no longer stay to protect young Suiji. They only hope she can guide their clan back to the light. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Suiji travel far away. Leaving the cave behind, Suiji quietly sheds a tear. Up ahead, two menacing black dragons hover around the tower. Their sharp claws strike violently against the defensive barrier, but the magical shield refuses to budge even an inch. The beasts grow furious, cursing the former light dragon god for leaving behind such an annoying protective seal. Suddenly, the gate swings wide open as a brilliant golden light pours out and Suiji strides forward with intense determination. She stands proudly before the massive dark dragons. Zhang Yi frowns, calling for Suiji to prepare for the fight. They need to show these dark dragons their real power. The enemies mock them, calling Zhang Yi a foolish kid. Without this barrier protecting them, they would have died alongside that old woman long ago, and now their protection is gone. The enemies laugh, but Suiji refuses to let them gloat instantly, charging forward with immense fury. She releases a devastating blast of energy from her maw. Zhang Yi leaps forward, vowing to make them pay with his dragon god form. Gritting his teeth, he swears to repay Grandma's kindness by wiping these monsters out once and for all. A colossal golden dragon materializes, wrapping its glowing coils around the two black dragons, instantly striking absolute terror into their hearts. Zhang Yi yells for the evil beasts to prepare for their demise, immediately unleashing a relentless, crushing barrage of attacks. Unable to withstand the sheer pressure, the dark dragons crash heavily onto the ground and revert to human forms. Zhang Yi catches his breath. It's time to hunt down the mastermind behind this entire conspiracy. Suiji quickly points toward the dark abyss in the center of the island, her heart aching as she speaks of it. That sacred place used to be the peaceful home of the Light Dragon clan before the enemy forces brutally occupied it. As they fly ahead, Zhang Yi mentions that he actually had a companion dragon of his own before arriving here. But they lost touch after falling into the vast ocean, and Suiji curiously asks him for more details. She asks if it happens to be a cute little black dragon, which catches Zhang Yi completely off guard as he responds. He asks how she possibly knew, and Suiji explains she caught a glimpse of it during their contract ritual. The little beast only seemed to have minor external wounds, but otherwise appeared to be completely fine. Relief washes over him. Knowing his companion is still alive feels like an absolute miracle. He silently vows to defeat the enemy patrol and rescue his beloved companion no matter what it takes. But as they venture deeper, a sudden blast of dark, ominous energy suddenly begins to surround them. Both of them instinctively shield their faces. Zhang Yi looks around in absolute shock at the sudden ambush. A chilling voice echoes right out of the raging vortex, mocking them for delivering themselves right to her doorstep. Suiji quickly warns Zhang Yi. She recognizes that voice instantly. It belongs to Kana, the fearsome leader of the Doomsday Dragon God Army. Before Suiji can even finish her warning, a shadowy, enchanting figure appears, a haughty woman sporting sharp dragon horns. Staring down with pure contempt, Kana sneers. She never expected an outsider to pull off something this wild. To actually forge a contract with the Light Dragon's direct descendant, it is quite an eye-opener. But if they think that is enough to escape, they are sorely underestimating her. Zhang Yi merely grips his weapon and charges straight ahead. He is ready to show her the Light Dragon clan's power again, unleashing a devastating strike in his dragon god form. The destructive energy surges straight toward Kana, but as she watches him struggle so desperately, her expression remains completely unfazed. To think such cheap tricks could actually scratch her, it is just too hilarious. Before she can even finish mocking him, Zhang Yi's blade thrusts straight at her throat. A massive explosion rocks her throne. The sword remains standing empty as Zhang Yi tensely scans the smoke for any sign of her. She is gone. Zhang Yi grows anxious, but Kana's voice soon echoes mockingly from the rising dust. She has prepared quite a grand gift for them to enjoy. Zhang Yi braces himself, feeling a sudden chill. Where did all this heavy fog suddenly come from? Shuji immediately corrects him, stating it is not mist at all. It is a dragon illusion domain summoned by a high-ranking dragon god. Zhang Yi recalls hearing about this, knowing these domains manifest when one falls asleep. Their resting bodies automatically emit a massive cloud of illusion mist. The stronger the dragon, the larger the domain. The mist can cover entire territories. Yet Shuji admits hesitantly that she has never witnessed one this massive. Judging by the sheer scale of the fog, there must be an absolute monster resting somewhere right beneath them. That explains why Kana was so incredibly relaxed earlier. Now everything makes sense. She is relying on the sleeping dragon's terrifying passive power to finish them off. But Zhang Yi realizes something. Since the mist is this dense, the beast must be in a very deep, prolonged slumber. That is their only saving grace. It is the only good news they have. But as they finish speaking, a dark, sinister mass begins to manifest in the sky above. Catching him completely off guard, the black mist solidifies into sharp dragon claws and plunges straight at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi channels his energy and grits his teeth, demanding the hidden foe show itself before unleashing a brilliant golden blast. The light tears through the darkness, but the recoil from that single strike takes a massive chunk out of his health bar. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. One more skill and his mana is completely gone. Watching the illusory dragons swarm around them, Zhang Yi realizes these monsters are endless. Standing his ground is a losing game. They cannot just keep fighting mindlessly. He needs to locate the source of this illusion mist to shut it down. Hopping onto Shuji to maintain a safe distance, he notices the fog rising from below. They need to investigate the ground level. He tells Shuji to descend. Down here, the dark energy is incredibly thick, swirling into a sinister focal point. The mist forms a massive swirling portal. In the distance, a colossal dragon silhouette glides across the hazy sky before vanishing completely. Arriving at the desolate dragon clan ruins, Shuji looks over the crumbling debris, her face filled with deep, heavy sorrow. This was once her beloved home, and she never expected to ever return. Suddenly, Zhang Yi catches a faint, highly suspicious noise nearby. Startled, he peers through the shadows. There is someone hiding ahead. He alerts Shuji that someone is out there. Hearing them, the mysterious girl suddenly flinches. She slowly spins around, but her vacant eyes look completely lifeless. Shuji, however, instantly recognizes her. Overjoyed to see her old friend, she calls out to Xiao Li, asking why she is there. But Zhang Yi immediately grows wary. He steps in front of her, warning her not to get any closer because something is seriously wrong with the girl's eyes. Right on cue, Xiao Li's vacant gaze locks onto them, and here comes the tragic clash. Shuji begs her to wake up, crying out that it is her. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi immediately spots the real problem. Her body is being puppeted from afar by a sinister curse. Up in a nearby tree, Kaina watches the show unfold. She mocks them, laughing at their refusal to harm an old friend. Such a touching, useless display of loyalty. Furious, Zhang Yi whirls around, realizing this twisted game is her doing. She knew Shuji could never fight back. Knowing she could never hurt her own kind, Kaina mind-controlled her loved ones to break her spirit. It is working perfectly. Shuji collapses to her knees, weeping bitterly. She apologizes to Zhang Yi as tears stream down her face. Seeing them brings back memories of their past life together. Watching Shuji suffer in heartbreak, Zhang Yi steps in to comfort her. He tells her not to worry and promise to find a way. He then frowns, glaring at the controlled dragons. He reasons that if these are just corpses puppeted by some dark evil sorcery, maybe his soul summoner skill will actually work. Up above, Kaina sneers, mocking them to make a move. Otherwise, they will be eaten alive. She taunts Zhang Yi, laughing that these beasts have starved for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Zhang Yi refuses to let her gloat. He slams his sword deep into the ground. "Shut up," he roars. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupts as he activates his god-tier talent, Soul Summoner. He yells for them to rise. He commands the fallen of the Light Dragon clan to awaken. Instantly, the frenzied puppeted dragons begin to calm down. Their eyes lock onto Kaina. Deep down, they know she is the monster who turned their people into mindless puppets. Realizing her dark magic has been broken, Kaina panics, losing her composure. A flicker of fear passes through her eyes. Zhang Yi celebrates internally. It actually worked. She flinches as the dragon horde charges straight at her. She never imagined Zhang Yi could pull this off. How could he counter her energy like this? Confused and terrified, she stares at his smug face. She wonders why her spell failed. He scoffs back, telling her that his Soul Summoner is a god-tier talent. It is infinitely stronger than whatever cheap puppet magic she is trying to run. As those clawing hands reach out to tear her apart, she grits her teeth in pure fury. She roars in anger, releasing a massive energy blast to blow the dragons away. A vicious gleam flashes in her eyes as she glares at them, her voice turning ice cold. She threatens to bury them all alongside the dead. Zhang Yi charges forward, shouting for Xueji to follow him. Xueji screams that she will avenge her fallen clan. Her gaze is sharp enough to cut glass. Her aura flares with overwhelming power. Clutching her massive axe, Kai Na swings it directly at Zhang Yi with lethal force. He dodges her strike while warning Xueji to watch out for hidden weapons. Suddenly, a sharp pain hits them. The sudden sting catches them off guard. Looking down, Zhang Yi grinds his teeth. This is bad. The weapons are poisoned. Kai Na laughs, boasting that they have just been hit with black dragon poison. They cannot move anymore. She gloats that her next strike will tear them to pieces as a fierce gale kicks up. A wicked demonic grin spreads across her face. The legendary black dragon poison is highly lethal, crushing its victims and reducing their movement speed by 90%. Zhang Yi grits his teeth, panicking as his body feels incredibly heavy and completely unresponsive to his commands. Relishing Zhang Yi's helplessness, Kai Na refuses to give him even a single second to recover. She lunges, screaming for them to face the wrath of the world-destroying dragon god while they stand frozen. Zhang Yi gasps, realizing they are doomed. Suddenly, a very familiar figure charges past them at full speed. She shoves Xueji out of harm's way with a heavy impact, leaving both of them completely stunned. Xiao Li stands resolutely in front of them. Recognizing her friend, Xueji screams her name in pure terror. Xiao Li unleashes her power, invoking the Pearl of Life, a powerful forbidden magic of the Dragon Clan. It utilizes her very soul as a medium, completely restoring the health and mana of all nearby allies while instantly purging every single negative status effect. A blinding light erupts from the earth as massive wooden branches sprout, leaving Kai Na completely frozen in absolute disbelief. She grits her teeth as the small branch rapidly expands into a massive ancient tree. It blooms beautifully with lush green leaves. Tears streaming down her face, Xueji asks why she would do something so foolish. As the falling leaves gently land on his open wound, slashed deep across Zhang Yi's arm, the flesh instantly knits back together, leaving absolutely no trace of a scar. He feels massive energy flooding back into his body. Seeing this, Kai Na merely mocks them for crying over the dead. She calls it pathetic, sneering that the Light Dragon clan fell because they waste their lives on meaningless sacrifices. Zhang Yi cuts her off. He catches a falling leaf, declaring that they are the ones who are alive, and it is up to them to give meaning to the brave and tragic souls who have fallen. They will carry their hopes and keep moving forward. Hearing his words, Kai Na's face twists. She lets out a mocking sneer, finding the situation amusing. Zhang Yi remains dead silent, staring back before coldly telling the witch that her turn has finally come. It is time to pay for all the atrocities she committed against the Light Dragon clan, especially now that Kai Na is severely wounded and weak. A dark aura erupts. She's running. Zhang Yi watches closely, instantly preparing to shut down her escape. No way. Not this time. He is not about to let her slip away so easily. Summoning Xueji, a massive ice dragon instantly materializes behind him as the two begin their powerful fusion. Majestic white wings sprout from Zhang Yi's back. He now looks like a legendary warrior standing proud with those pure immaculate wings unfurled. This is his mighty dragon god form. By forming a contract with Xueji, he is now able to wield the absolute power of the dragon god. Fast. Lightning fast. Zhang Yi lunges forward and slams heavily into the helpless witch before she can even react. Caught you. He tightens his iron grip around her neck as the dark dragon witch stammers in sheer helpless terror. Zhang Yi calmly plans his next move. Since Xueji is an ice-type dragon, her freezing energy is incredibly potent. Her ice can freeze anything in an instant, helping him completely shut down his opponent's agile movements. Perfect choice. Against a slippery foe like Kai Na, this is his best bet. Just as he secures his advantage, a sudden flock of birds scatters in panic above the forest canopy. Dark clouds gather, crackling with lightning as the sky turns pitch black. From deep within the woods, a thunderous roar suddenly echoes. The voice booms, demanding to know which lowly human dares disturb its slumber. Right at that very moment, things take a wild turn. A colossal dragon materializes right in front of him, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Yi can only stare in absolute shock at the beast. A two-headed dragon, terrified, Kai Na begs the world-destroying dragon god to save her now that he's awake. Kai Na stares in disbelief as the giant beast looms. Meanwhile, a massive, terrifying shadow begins descending rapidly directly toward where Zhang Yi is standing. Zhang Yi senses the threat instantly right as a massive clawed foot comes crashing down. Too close, Zhang Yi quickly releases Kai Na and launches himself high into the air to dodge the strike. The two-headed dragon Duolo glares down at Kai Na with pure disgust, complaining that her constant whining is incredibly annoying. Absolutely brutal. Zhang Yi is chilled to see the beast wipe out his own subordinate without hesitation. He quickly sizes up the beast. Normally, dragons only possess a single elemental attribute like pure fire or water, but a two-headed dragon wields two completely different elements. Throughout the history of the apocalypse, their appearances are incredibly rare. They are usually hunted down as anomalies, making their numbers extremely scarce. A mature two-headed dragon's power is practically immeasurable. Bring it on, Zhang Yi stares up at Duolo boldly, telling the beast to show its true power. He mocks the dragon as a mere overgrown reptile, provoking a furious roar from Duolo, who warns him not to disappoint after all these years. Zero hesitation. The giant claws swipe down instantly, but Zhang Yi manages to dodge the devastating strike. The impact leaves a massive fissure in the ground. Duolo glares in surprise, noting that the human brat is remarkably agile. The dragon resolves to rip those annoying wings off. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi quickly analyzes his opponent, realizing this beast is easily a Tier 5 monster. It might even be a dual Tier 5. By comparison, the Dragon Emperor that Mu Chen summoned back in Dawn City was far weaker. That summon was only Tier 4, yet displayed terrifying power, making Duolo's true strength hard to imagine. Just as he ponders the sheer scale of this threat, Duolo opens his massive maw, instantly gathering a devastating torrent of flame. Zhang Yi wraps his majestic wings tightly around himself, using them as a shield to block the oncoming inferno. Curled inside like a protective cocoon, Zhang Yi begins to sweat profusely from the intense heat, realizing his situation is getting critical. The dragon breath of a Tier 5 beast is on a completely different level compared to any black dragon he faced before. It won't hold. The protective ice armor granted by Suiji is already reaching its absolute breaking limit. Right at that moment, a system notification flashes informing him that he has successfully completed the Dragon Hunter quest. Wait, of course, he still has unclaimed rewards waiting from the completed Dragon Hunter quest. The objective only required eliminating the Dragon Witch Kaina. Ironically, he actually has to thank this two-headed dragon for doing the job for him. Instantly channeling his internal energy, a brilliant pure golden light begins to envelop his entire body. His armor transforms into a radiant shimmering gold. Looking cold and focused, he calls out to Suiji. It is time to exact their revenge on this beast. With his new Dragon Hunter gear, dragon damage is heavily reduced. His incoming damage is cut by 50%, while his own damage against dragons is boosted by 100%. The two dragon heads start muttering in shock, realizing they only woke up because a dragon hunter is here. So a dragon hunter has finally set foot in our sacred domain. The larger head rumbles. The 10 prime gods have abdicated, the old order has crumbled, and the wheel of fate spins once more. Neither you nor I can escape destiny. We were born of fate, and we shall fight according to it. Zhang Yi closes his eyes, letting raw power boil within him as he channels Suiji to yell out, Daluo. You have violated the 4 great taboos of the dragon race by placing slaughter above all else. Some are indeed born of fate, but it is not you. Daluo's other head trembles in sheer panic. This kid is clearly no pushover. We just woke up after getting completely wrecked by that dragon hunter last time. Let us retreat to regain our strength. But the main head roars back, shut up, you always boost their morale. I have had absolutely enough of your cowardice. Watching them bicker, Zhang Yi is left utterly baffled. What is going on here? They are not even reacting to my oncoming attack. Is this some kind of trap? Daluo glares forward, his face twisted in a dark, scheming expression. Blood sprays everywhere as a clean slash cuts through the air, leaving the younger head gasping for life. Brother, you actually did it, securing a clean decapitation. Zhang Yi turns to see Daluo's main head grinning in satisfaction. That weak, cowardly little brother sharing my body was a massive headache, constantly holding me back. Thanks for taking care of that major nuisance for me. Instantly, the severed wound seals over, though no new head grows back. Daluo laughs. One body does not need 2 masters. For hundreds of years, I have been absorbing everything. I took everything useful from his brain, and now his weak and cowardly half is gone forever. This is my true form. Zhang Yi cannot believe his eyes. This crazy bastard actually did it. He used my own blade to murder his brother, sharing the exact same body. But suddenly beneath Zhang Yi's feet, strange energy coils tightly around his legs. Breaking into a sweat, he frantically brushes it off. Where did this stuff come from? Daluo sneers, do not waste your strength. My world-destroying black flame is already active. It will use your own life force as fuel, burning you down to your absolute final breath. Once afflicted by this black flame, his health steadily drains while taking 300 flat damage per second. He will be burned down to his very last drop of blood. Suiji panics. Zhang Yi yells back, stay away, if you touch this black flame, it will spread to you instantly. Watching him struggle, Daluo gloats, how does it feel? Is your will to live slowly crumbling away in my flames? If you surrender right now, I might actually consider letting you live and join my legendary army. Instead of begging, Zhang Yi directly activates his Undying body skill to counter the burn. He glares up, you want me to submit? A tiny spark like this is nowhere near enough. Daluo scoffs, a tiny spark. You bugs certainly talk big, but let us see how long you can last. Just as things look dire, an eerie, haunting voice echoes from deep within the distant sky, calling out for Daluo. Hearing this, Zhang Yi instantly tenses up. What kind of power is this? Why can I suddenly not move a single muscle? Daluo looks toward the horizon, trembling as he realizes it is the king. Without warning, the dragon takes flight, sneering, you got lucky today, insect, only because my king calls. Next time we meet will be your last, tiny reptile. Seeing him collapse, Suiji rushes to support him. It seems the black dragon aura on Dragon God Island has completely vanished. Exhausted, Zhang Yi slumps down. It turns out that world-destroying Dragon God was the true source of all corruption plaguing this sacred island. With him gone, the land will slowly return to normal. But as the two prepare to leave, members of the Bright Dragon clan suddenly rush over. Sueji, we finally found you guys, but seeing Deluo's massive severed head, everyone gasps. Is that really a dragon head? Sueji nods. It belongs to the world-destroying Dragon God itself. You two actually slayed the Dragon God. No wonder all the dark dragons on the island were suddenly wiped out. Sueji, you guys are absolutely legendary. Zhang Yi scratches his head, stammering well. Actually about that Dragon God. Everyone beams with joy. Come on, we have to celebrate this victory. From now on, our Bright Dragon clan no longer needs to hide away in the shadows. We can finally live out in the open, proud and free. That night, they throw the massive dragon head over an open fire to roast it, celebrating with pure unbridled joy. Shueji looks at him, gratefully thanking him for helping her. Light Dragon clan resolve that massive crisis. Zhang Yi replies there is no need for thanks since he only sits here safely because of the Dragon Elder's favors. It was only right, he adds, while Sueji notes that now the world-ending Dragon God's entire army is completely wiped out. The barrier surrounding the island is gone, meaning he can finally leave this place just as he wanted. Sighing with relief, Zhang Yi agrees that he can finally go home. A few days on this island felt like years, and he knows his teammates back home must be incredibly worried. That is when Sueji surprises him, asking him to take her along. She wants to see the outside world immediately. Meanwhile, inside a dark cave, Duoluo kneels before his lord. My king has finally awakened, he says, having waited so long for Asu, the new demon clan ruler. Frowning, Asu coldly notes it has been 1,000 years and he has almost forgotten this world's appearance. Nia. He can finally search for her. Leaving his massive throne, Asu grips his sword with burning determination. Storming over to where she is imprisoned, he slashes wildly at the stone, shouting for Nia to wait. Inside, a terrified face quickly appears with a dazed expression. Meanwhile, back with Zhang Yi, he warns Shueji not to take human form or speak to humans unless it is an absolute emergency. The outside world is far more complex than Dragon God Island, and standing out only brings trouble. She quickly agrees, and with that, Zhang Yi steps directly into the teleportation portal ahead. Riding atop Shueji, they soar toward the Forgotten Land, feeling the cool breeze rush past under clear blue skies. Zhang Yi takes it all in, thrilled to be back. Just then, a familiar cry echoes in the distance. Zhang Yi happily calls out to Xiao He, gently petting his loyal beast like a father relieved to see his little buddy safe. He thanks him for waiting and says it is time to go home. Meanwhile, Qinglong speaks with Yaru. He explains they have searched the surrounding waters for days, but there is still no sign of the guild master. Though anxious, Yaru notes that everyone must be exhausted after searching for so long. She tells him to take the team back to rest. She will stay determined to wait for Zhang Yi's return. Just as she says that, look who is back, Zhang Yi waves and shouts from afar. Flooded with relief, Yaru gasps his name as the crowd erupts in excitement over their leader's return. Looking at Shueji, Yaru gets curious. Doesn't their guild master only have one dragon, Xiao He? Where did this second majestic beast come from? As Shueji lands, Yaru runs forward, unable to stop herself. Tears streaming down her face, she confesses she feared he was never coming back. She asks if he knows how much she worried, but Zhang Yi gently apologizes for the wait. Pulling her into a warm embrace, he admits he wanted nothing more than to rush right back to her. But a few unexpected delays ended up keeping him away for a little longer than planned. Wiping her tears, he smiles, pointing out that he is finally back safe and sound. Gesturing toward the majestic white dragon, he introduces his magnificent new companion, Shueji. He explains he survived thanks to her and her clan, leaving Yaru completely awestruck. She marvels at her beauty, glad Xiao He has a friend. Qinglong suggests returning to Extreme Ice City. Slapping Zhang Yi's shoulder, he laughs, knowing Duan Feng and the rest of the gang will be absolutely thrilled. Zhang Yi agrees, declaring they need a massive feast. Walking along, Qinglong eagerly asks how he got the dragon. He jokes that he wants one too, but Zhang Yi teases him about ditching his archer class. Qinglong laughs, shouting that riding a dragon while shooting arrows would look insanely badass. The group quickly heads to the Lion's Pride Tavern in Extreme Ice City, where everyone is celebrating. They raise their glasses to their leader's return. Meanwhile, Daewoo stares intensely at her screen and gasps. She warns them that something massive is happening on the global channel regarding a god-tier talent card. Someone claims to hold it, stating they will wait on the mountain peak tomorrow morning at 8. Yaru reads it in complete shock, questioning the god-tier card, while Qinglong is equally stunned. He wonders if it is real and why on earth a legendary card would suddenly appear. Zhang Yi figured that for a god-grade talent card to appear, a player holding one must have already died. And since Carlo's fate remained unknown after falling off the ice mountain, this god-grade talent card was highly likely to be his. If this mysterious person really did acquire Carlo's god-grade card, keeping a low profile should have been the smart move. Yet he chose to make a massive scene alerting everyone. It was incredibly suspicious. But regardless of the rumors being true or false, they had to go see what this guy's real motive was. Ba Huang agreed, adding that if such power fell into the hands of another tyrant, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. Diwu eagerly stepped forward, asking to join, followed by Han Yaru. But then Han Yaru hesitated, realizing she had no idea where this 2-hour mountain actually was. She had never even heard of it. According to Zhang Yi, 2-hour mountain was the absolute highest peak in this apocalyptic world. Typically, scaling it would take at least a full day, meaning most players wouldn't bother wasting their time there, especially when the treacherous paths up were crawling with all kinds of dangerous high-level monsters. Worse, the ancient dark elves guarding 2-hour mountain would instantly view any outsider as a hostile invader. The danger level far exceeded standard quests. Standing up, Zhang Yi warned that if they wanted to reach the summit before 8 a.m. tomorrow, a brutal fight lay ahead. With only 9 hours left, the challenge had officially begun. Fired up and ready, the group moved out. With a serious look on his face, Zhang Yi gave the command to set off. Soaring through the skies, Zhang Yi rode Xiao He in the lead. However, the airspace surrounding 2-hour mountain was a strict no-fly zone. Xiao He and Xue Ji could only drop them at the base, forcing them to proceed on foot. Looking down, Zhang Yi was genuinely surprised to see a massive crowd of players already gathering. They had somehow beaten a flying dragon's speed. Landing on the ground, the team looked around in disbelief. It made sense, though someone had set up a massive high-level teleportation array, clearly aiming to cash in on this wild god-grade card gold rush. A god-grade talent card was the ultimate prize after all. Who wouldn't want a piece of that action? With so many elite players gathered in one place, someone was bound to make a killing. Nearby, 2 female players were chatting, noting how long it had been since they saw a crowd this massive. The real chaos would start once they entered the mountain, with players warning each other that they wouldn't be holding back. They were all dead set on claiming the card. Duanfeng quickly calculated their odds, realizing this climb would be exceptionally tough. The levels and gear of the surrounding crowd were easily on par with their own team. Patting his shoulder, Zhang Yi teased Duanfeng, asking why he was acting so timid after reaching such a high level. Besides, they had a strong team backing them. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiao curiously looked around, wondering why everyone was just standing still. If the goal was to reach the summit by 8 a.m., why did nobody seem to be in any rush? Zhang Yi frowned, explaining that speed alone wouldn't get anyone to the top of this dangerous peak. They would have to fight off powerful beasts and deal with constant dangerous obstacles along the treacherous mountain trails. It was a classic game of cat and mouse where early birds often ended up as stepping stones for those behind. Just then, a massive heavy sword slammed violently into the dirt, instantly shattering the tense silence. A booming voice roared, calling them a bunch of cowards and asking what they were waiting for. The hulking man mocked the crowd for hesitating, calling them out for hoping some random lucky bastard would do the hard work. He yelled that even if the god-grade card was handed to them on a silver platter, they wouldn't deserve it. He told them to pack up and crawl back home, prompting a red-haired girl to ask who this arrogant jerk was. Her companion quickly hushed her, warning her to quiet down because this guy had once wiped out 7 high-level players solo in the arena. Known as Ba Dao, he had crushed 7 second-turn players. Another player added that his character's stats were completely broken. His attack power and health pools were nearly double those of normal players, making them wonder what kind of insane buffs he used. Hearing the whispers, Ba Dao scoffed, telling them to keep hiding like cowards while he took everything. He sneered at them to just eat his dust. Watching this, Zhang Yi quietly analyzed Ba Dao's unusually high stats. Quite intriguing, he thought. At that moment, the rest of the players finally surged forward, realizing they only had 8 hours left. As the massive throng departed, nobody noticed 2 shady figures still lingering near the teleportation gate. The blonde gatekeeper yelled after them, demanding their 400 gold coins for using the portal. Instead of paying, they turned around with wicked grins, leaving the guard trembling in absolute terror. The words barely leave his mouth before he is sent flying, coughing up blood. He coldly uses his energy to choke the life out of him, whispering that dead men have no use for gold. Turns out these 2 are Carlo and his lackey, and Carlo reminds him that the king ordered anyone tied to the god-tier talent card must be executed on sight. The lackey grins, realizing this quiet mountain is the perfect place to commit a bloody slaughter. Their dark, twisted laughter soon echoes across the entire mountain peaks. Meanwhile, on another part of the mountain, a girl with strange purple skin is thrown brutally to the dirt. 2 soldiers smirk at each other, gloating about their incredible luck in capturing a lone night elf. They wonder what kind of reward they will get for her head, knowing they cannot let her escape. Why not have some fun with her first before heading up the mountain? She shrinks back in terror, begging them to stay away, but the beast lunges forward, screaming that she cannot escape. But suddenly her terrified expression vanishes, replaced by a razor-sharp gaze as her eyes begin to glow. She strikes back with terrifying force against her attackers, leaving them trembling in absolute shock. Out of nowhere, crimson arrows rain down from the canopy above, piercing straight through the soldiers with deadly precision. It is a fatal blow. Her two companions finally arrive, calling the humans worse than wild beasts. They warn that a massive wave of humans has already scaled the mountain, urging everyone to stay highly alert from now on. No one is allowed to wander off alone. Since their initial plan went smoothly, they decide to keep pushing forward immediately. The girl nods. Meanwhile, Daiwu flies through the trees, asking if anyone else can hear that strange noise. Xinglong replies that he hears nothing, suggesting the eerie forest is just playing tricks on her mind. Telling her not to worry, Zhang Yi touches a fresh bloodstain on a nearby tree trunk and quickly shouts. He orders them to stop, raising his hand to signal the group while keeping his voice low. He notes there was a violent struggle here, guessing these players only entered the mountain a short while ago. They died just minutes ago, meaning the killer is likely still close by, so everyone needs to stay sharp. As the group looks around, they fail to notice the purple-skinned elves lurking in ambush behind the massive trees. They wait for the perfect moment to strike. The tension is palpable. A barrage of arrows rains down on Zhang Yi, though luckily, everyone manages to dodge the lethal volley. Zhang Yi quickly analyzes the threat, realizing these enemies blend with the shadows and excel at archery. He yells a warning to the team, identifying them as night elves before slipping behind cover. Pressing his back against a massive tree, he recalls hearing that night elves are incredibly hostile and fiercely territorial. They barely set foot on this mountain before getting ambushed, making it crystal clear that their first major battle of the day is already starting. Zhang Yi quickly signals Xinglong, telling him to follow close behind when they push forward. He orders the others to stay behind the trees while they handle the attackers, which they readily accept. Xinglong is hyped, noting that these hostile elves seem to possess incredibly high-tier archery skills. He is eager to test his skills, but Zhang Yi warns they are exposed while the enemy hides. They must be patient and wait for an opening, planning to bait the elves into making a mistake. Zhang Yi offers to act as bait to draw their fire and reveal their coordinates, leaving the counterattack entirely to Xinglong. Xinglong smirks confidently, telling him not to worry since he has never once lost an archery duel. With the plan set, Zhang Yi leaps out from cover using his own body as the ultimate bait. He raises his hand to the sky, summoning his three-eyed crow to share its vision directly with his mind. He grins, spotting their exact locations before shouting to Xinglong that the targets are hiding behind the trees, exactly 45 degrees to his northeast. Hearing the precise coordinates, the archer locks in. Xinglong confirms the target, drawing his bowstring tight, while silently daring the elves to try and hide. His arrow flies true, piercing straight through the hiding elves and sending them scattering in pure panic. Shaken by this overwhelming display of skill, the elves panic as their leader grits his teeth, realizing these intruders are insanely strong. The leader orders a retreat, prompting Xinglong to give chase, but Zhang Yi quickly stops him in his tracks. He reminds him their only goal is the god-tier talent card, and wasting time is just too risky. This might eat into our remaining mission time, but right then Ba Dao drops down from above, praising their clash as a truly spectacular match. Flawless teamwork like that honestly makes even me want to jump in for an exhilarating fight. Zhang Yi instantly grows alert, demanding to know what he wants, but Ba Dao just sneers. Show me all the real power and the dirty tricks you guys used against the Dark Elves, or try to defeat me. Otherwise, roll back down the mountain immediately, because weaklings have absolutely no right to fight for a god-grade talent card against me. As Zhang Yi prepares to charge, Ba Huang pats his shoulder, telling him to leave this scarred freak to him. You guys need to save your energy for the rest of the climb, Ba Huang says, immediately acting on his words. He then draws his weapon to step up to the plate. Ba Dao gladly accepts, noting he heard Ba Huang is an ancient warrior. Let the two of us clash, then Ba Dao sneers coldly, boasting to see who the absolute #1 berserker of this apocalypse really is. Until the very end, and with that, Ba Huang immediately unleashes his full berserker state. His hair turns snow-white as they clash violently, sending shockwaves and massive dust clouds billowing high into the air. After exchanging just a few blows, Ba Huang already gauges his opponent's power, realizing that this guy's physical strength is far beyond anything normal. No wonder he could fight 7 opponents at once without losing ground. As if reading his mind, Ba Dao attacks while shouting, asking if he knows why his strength is so superior, boasting that he completely gave up his resurrection ability. Hearing this, Ba Huang quickly analyzes the crazy details of his opponent's unique talent. He actually possesses the fatal death match talent, but there is just one problem. Why would he voluntarily expose his own power and weaknesses to his opponent like this? What kind of scheme is he planning right in the middle of battle? Speaking of Ba Dao's talent, it completely blocks him from ever resurrecting, but permanently boosts all of his combat attributes by 50%. Ba Dao swings down heavily at Ba Huang again, shouting that he is nothing like them as he never leaves himself an escape route. Once humans give themselves an easy way out, they naturally become weak and soft. Knowing there is always a next time keeps them from ever putting everything on the line, he smugly declares, completely full of himself. He tells Ba Huang that directly facing death is the ultimate warrior's stance, Meanwhile, on the side, Han Yuru watches anxiously. She pleads for him to hang in there and not push too hard since he has them. But Ba Huang tells her not to worry, asking when her big brother has ever lost. But he secretly frowns, thinking that there is absolutely no way he can lose this match right in front of his little sister. That would be far too embarrassing, so he ignites his soul, causing a massive wave of fire to instantly erupt. The technique is called Solar Flare Ba Huang as the scene shifts over to the dangerous Mount Huzhen. Carlos sneers that their luck is pretty good, having a whole bunch of future servants deliver themselves right to his doorstep. The Dark Elves grow absolutely furious, ordering everyone to charge, but before they can strike, a crushing pressure suddenly crashes down and freezes them in place. Carlos's ally rushes forward, laughing like a madman as he casually unleashes attacks as if playing a game. Looking down at the struggling Dark Elves, he proudly congratulates them, boasting that they will soon become loyal servants of his great king. With those words, the poor elf girl feels her soul and power draining away, leaving her completely paralyzed and unable to move. Standing amidst Ba Huang's raging flames, Ba Dao is left momentarily dazed, having never expected this. He never expected his opponent's power to be so incredibly dominant, but this won't stop him as he is glad to see some real skills. Letting him experience it, Ba Huang stays silent, calmly analyzing his opponent's next move. Ba Huang immediately charges forward to end the battle with his next strike, while Ba Dao slams his sword into the ground, completely ecstatic. Shouting to enjoy this final battle while Ba Huang calmly warns him that he has no more resurrections left. Just one more hit from his sword and Ba Dao will die, but the madman just arrogantly sneers, challenging him to try and see if he can even land another hit. Hearing this, Ba Huang's gaze turns serious, realizing he is dealing with a suicidal madman, not keeping him waiting. Ba Dao also rushes in for close combat, and immediately a fierce battle erupts as the two of them fight on completely equal terms. But right now, a pair of glowing green eyes is watching who is lurking in the shadows. Carlos's lackey quickly reports back, having found a group of prey currently locked in a conflict. Carlos is thrilled, saying it is the perfect chance to test their skills on these new servants. He immediately raises his hand, casting a dark spell over the group of captured Dark Elves. They lost all control, charging madly forward into the pitch-black mountain forest. Gloomy growls and rushing footsteps echoed in the dark, creating a truly eerie sound as Zhang Yi listened closely. He stayed quiet, listening intently despite the distance, while Diwu next to him wore a dead serious expression. Zhang Yi asked if she felt it too, and she quickly nodded. Danger was coming, an intuition she had built up. Her years in the Assassin Guild taught her to trust it, and it had never been wrong. Suddenly, shadows leaped through the night as a rogue Dark Elf dashed by, aiming a surprise attack straight up at Hanyaru. Caught completely off guard, she could barely react before Zhang Yi delivered a brutal kick directly to the attacker. No way he was letting anyone hurt his crush. He glared at the Dark Elf and told him to get lost. He knelt down gently, taking Hanyaru's hand and asking if she was hurt, but she whispered she was fine. Just then, the rest of the Dark Elves marched forward aggressively, their vacant eyes proving they were entirely controlled. Xinglong was stunned, realizing these were the exact same Dark Elves who had just run away. Why are they back? Zhang Yi replied that they were no longer the elves they met before. Back during their brief clash, their eyes were still glowing a bright, angry red. Now they are glowing green. It looks like someone else has taken control. He quickly channeled his energy to strike them. He summoned his soul caller, but the Dark Elves still kept charging forward like crazy. Zhang Yi was utterly shocked. The spell had absolutely no effect, meaning these elves were still alive. They were just stripped of their consciousness, so he shouted for everyone to get ready for a fight. Suddenly, a dense rain of arrows poured down on them, forcing the entire group to raise their defenses. Zhang Yi quickly ordered Duan Feng to push forward with him, while Han Yaru and Qinglong held the back. They had to protect Ba Huang at all costs and keep the enemies away from his duel. The group acknowledged the order as sharp butterflies fluttered past, looking harmless at first glance. But one slice to a Dark Elf's neck proved otherwise, and the entire team charged into the fray. Ba Huang heard the commotion and glanced over in worry, asking Han Yaru what was happening. Ba Dao seized the distraction, launching a heavy strike that forced Ba Huang to grit his teeth and block. Surprisingly, Ba Dao showed some honor, realizing his opponent was too distracted by the chaos to fight. Calling off the fight, Ba Dao suggested they resume when there were no distractions, and Ba Huang agreed. True to his word, Ba Dao quickly sheathed his weapon, looking forward to their next proper clash. With the immediate threat cleared, Zhang Yi urged everyone to keep moving up the mountain. But just as they prepared to climb, a chillingly familiar voice echoed from the shadows. The voice demanded who gave them permission to leave, ordering the immediate execution of anyone with talent cards. Zhang Yi gasped. Carlo was still alive, which made no sense given the extra card that appeared. Then he noticed Carlo's eyes were glowing green too, meaning he was just another brainwashed puppet. Recognizing that the puppet only wanted to kill those linked to the card, Zhang Yi hatched a plan. He smiled, turned around, and immediately pointed a finger straight at Ba Dao. He shouted that the god-tier talent card they wanted was actually with that fierce guy over there. Completely blindsided by Zhang Yi's dirty trick, Ba Dao flared up in pure rage. He yelled about showing mercy only to get backstabbed, but Zhang Yi just grinned at his reaction. He mockingly cheered him on, claiming a strong warrior like him could easily handle these brainless puppets. Leaving the chaos behind, they checked the time. It was now 7:51 a.m. Clinging to the steep cliffs like lizards, Zhang Yi urged everyone to keep pushing forward. They were almost at the summit, though he wondered how the fight between Ba Dao and Carlo was going. By the time they finally reached the peak, it was 7:55 in the morning. They made it just in time, but immediately spotted another group waiting at the top. Qi Yan mocked them, admitting he thought no one else would manage the climb in time. But standing right beside him, Yu Hua shrugged it off, saying it did not matter anyway. Either way, that god-tier talent card is bound to be theirs at exactly 8 in the morning. Tyrant Blade finally arrives, roaring that those damn demons chase him the entire way because of that bastard. He furiously points right at Zhang Yi, swearing he will kill him today, while Zhang Yi just smiles it off. As expected of a god-tier talent card holder escaping the Dark Elves so quickly, too bad we already beat you to the top. Otherwise, we would have loved to watch your spectacular battle up on this peak. Tyrant Blade roars for him to shut up, and a fierce battle between them is on the verge of exploding. But then a voice suddenly echoes, causing a surprised Zhang Yi to turn around as a mysterious stranger appears from afar. He congratulates them on reaching the peak 2 hours before 8 o'clock, successfully completing the challenge he set for them. Everyone is completely stunned to see this man. Ba Huang gasps in shock, wondering how it could be him, while Yaru whispers to her brother. She asks if he has met this armored man before, and Ba Huang recalls encountering him inside the demon-suppressing tower. But even now, he has no idea what his identity is, leaving Qian completely surprised. A challenge. They came all this way for the god-tier talent card, warning him that if he dares trick them, there will be consequences. They will never let him off. The stranger immediately replies in a firm tone, promising that he always keeps his word. He channels his inner energy and pulls out the item, revealing the very god-tier talent card they have all been searching for. But Zhang Yi cuts him off, pointing out that as far as he knows, every god-tier card in this game is soulbound to its owner and will only drop for others to grab if that player dies. And since no god-tier talent card has ever just appeared waiting to be claimed in the apocalypse before, he demands to know where the stranger got the card. The mysterious man calmly begins to explain. He says he found the card on a player near the Forgotten Land, but by the time he came across him, the player was already dead, frozen solid like an ice statue. Hearing this, Zhang Yi starts to put it together. So Carlo really died after falling from the glacier, which explains why he had absolutely no reaction to him earlier. He seemed like a completely different person. But the real problem: how did he revive the masked stranger, then offers a sincere apology? He apologizes for using such dramatic measures to gather them, but warns that their remaining time is running short. The Demon King has finally broken his seal and is returning, meaning they absolutely must assemble the strongest fighters in the apocalypse and gather all 10 god-tier cards to stand a chance. That enemy is stronger than any boss they have ever faced, and the entire apocalypse is looking at an unprecedented disaster. Qian immediately scoffs, telling the older man that it is ridiculous to make up tales in this day and age. He mocks these childish stories of gods and demons to trick kids, while Ba Huang silently considers the warning. This stranger said the same things in the tower, making Ba Huang wonder how he knows so much about the Demon King. The man points out that they have completely lost all contact with the real world since entering this game. Glancing down at the card, he warns them that if they want to escape this nightmare, they had better believe him. Unable to stand the secrecy, Zhang Yi demands to know who he really is and why he is helping them. The stranger calmly replies that all of this is his fault, so they should consider this as atonement. As for the god-tier talent card, they can decide how to split it among themselves as elite fighters. Having survived so many challenges to get here, they must remember that what they are saving this time is not just this virtual game, but their actual real world. And with those final words, the mysterious man vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, over at the Dream Spirit Villa under a dark purple sky, 2 female guards stand tall to block a strange intruder. They demand to know who he is and warn him that taking another step will force them to attack. But the intruder ruthlessly cuts them down, telling them to go inform their dream goddess of his arrival. He demands a meeting as the king of the apocalypse, while inside the palace, the dream goddess speaks with absolute coldness. She murmurs that her nightmare has finally come true, just as a panicked guard rushes in to deliver the news. The guard frantically warns that their current forces stand absolutely no chance against the Demon King, asking what they should do. Determination fills the dream goddess's eyes as she promises to fight alongside them until the very end, no matter the outcome. Suddenly, the doors fly open. It is Asai shouting out that he has finally found Nia. As everyone watches the battle unfold, Lin Lan stands by the Demon King, curiously asking her master a question. She wonders why he chose that man to be the Demon King, and Gongqi recalls their first encounter. He knew instantly that the man was the perfect candidate, even if artificial intelligence could easily program a flawless boss. But robots like her can never comprehend that the deep love within a human heart is actually the ultimate weapon. Flashback to the past, the school bell rings and a cheerful girl looks warmly at the man standing before her. Greeting Professor Ah-si smiles back, but his warm expression fades as he returns to an empty, quiet home. Enveloped in total silence, Ah-si sits alone in his living room right beneath a picture of his late lover. Looking at the games on his desk, he softly whispers Neha, remembering how she excitedly told him this game was amazing. She had promised they would play the beta version together, leaving him clutching his chest, desperately crying out that he misses her. Suddenly, Gongqi appears, offering an exclusive trial of his new game, if he agrees to join the test. He promises a reunion with his lost lover inside the virtual world, making Ah-si jump up begging to know if it is true. Can I really see Neha again, he asks, and Gongqi calmly nods, making Ah-si hope this is not a dream. Without hesitation, Ah-si presses the accept button on the screen and dives headfirst into the game. Immediately spotting the love of his life, he begs Gongqi to take him to Neha, but the creator tells him to wait as he is missing one thing. Leading him to a dark corner, Gongqi offers a crown, promising it will let him live alongside his lover in this world forever. Blinded by his sheer desperation, Ah-si resolves that he will do absolutely anything just to see Neha again. He slides the crown onto his head, and it instantly constricts like the tightening golden hoop of the great sage. Agony surges through his veins as if his body is ripping apart before we suddenly snap back to the Mengling Mountain Villa. Ah-si gazes at Meng Shen, whispering that they have finally reunited at last. He promises never to let her get hurt or leave his side again, leaving Meng Shen completely frozen in shock. She coldly responds that she has no idea who Neha is and that they are destined to be mortal enemies. How could they possibly be close, she asks, sending Ah-si spiraling into utter panic. He shouts that her face has never once faded from his memories over all these years. He swears he could never mistake his own lover, abruptly turning to leave, while promising her that he will salvage her lost soul before he commands her and her clan to remain quietly inside the palace, vowing to make this entire apocalypse bow down to him so they can be together forever. With those final words, the massive palace doors slam shut on Meng Shen, and we cut over to Mount 2 o'clock. Zhang Yi channels his inner energy to unleash a powerful wind barrier, generating a fierce gale that startles Qi Yan. Qi Yan yells to ask what he is doing, but Zhang Yi calmly reminds him of their primary objective. They must defeat the Demon King instead of wasting resources fighting each other, but Qi Yan scoffed. He asks if they actually believe that Armored Knight, arguing that if such a terrifying boss existed, they should just surrender instead of rotting here. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he claims they should focus on how to divide the legendary God-grade talent card. But before he can even finish, Diwu presses her cold scythe right against his throat, freezing him in place. He nervously stammers that he only wanted to touch the card, but she coldly warns that no one touches it before they agree. Since no one is allowed to lay a finger on the prize, the loud-mouthed Qi Yan is instantly forced to shut his mouth. He can only grumble quietly under his breath and stand perfectly still. Nearby, Han Yuru begins to tremble, staring wide-eyed behind Qi Yan, who simply shrugs and promises not to touch the card. He asks why everyone is staring at him, but a terrified Han Yaru can only point shakily at the space right behind his back. Glancing over, he sees a horde of menacing dark elves staring straight at him, making his heart skip a beat. Zhang Yi frowns, realizing the Demon King's influence has already taken over the entire peak. With the situation turning critical, they must escape the mountain first and worry about dividing the card later. Ba Dao and Yu Hua instantly agree with the plan, and the entire squad charges forward to meet the enemy head-on. Ready to carve a bloody path out of the ambush, they watch as a dark elf lunges straight at Xiao Jiao. She screams in terror, but Duan Feng leaps forward in the nick of time, raising his blade to parry the strike. He tells her to keep moving forward with the group while he handles the threat, and she quickly nods in agreement. During a momentary distraction, the head of that dark elf lunges and bites down hard on his arm. Zhang Yi glances back with worry, asking Duan Feng if he is doing all right. Holding back his pain, Duan Feng quickly replies that he is fine. Yet the moment Zhang Yi turns away, toxic smoke begins rising from that wound. Meanwhile, Yu Hua watches Zhang Yi in battle. Realizing the main path down the mountain might be blocked, she suggests taking the back trail. Qi Yan immediately agrees to the plan. They can leave the others to deal with the undead while they make a quick escape. Their group immediately leaps away to escape. But get this, Qi Yan is gritting his teeth in frustration. Just wait until he escapes this cursed place, he will settle the score and claim that God-tier talent card for himself. It is going to be his, but the Dark Elves won't make it that easy. They don't get very far before being completely cut off. Qi Yan stares in disbelief, cursing under his breath about how there are still more of them. Yu Hua's smile completely freezes. It seems these Dark Elves have absolutely no intention of letting them leave alive. Qi Yan's group frantically shouts to prepare their blink skills. Just then, Li Hao pulls down his face mask and commands them to freeze. He glances over at Nan Qi, telling him to take charge of the situation. Nan Qi readily agrees and immediately begins channeling his inner energy. Two massive wolves instantly materialize by his side as he commands Dai Huang to tear the enemies to shreds right now. The beasts pounce forward viciously, tearing into the night elves, while Qi Yan's group cheers that they don't even need to lift a finger. The fight seems won, but a boot suddenly steps out from the bushes. A figure calmly walks toward the wolves. The man following Carlo sneers coldly at the beasts. How dare they bite his servants? Clenching his fists, he decides to show them what happens when they mess with him. Their very souls are about to be ripped away. Seeing Dai Huang under attack, Nan Qi panics, tears welling up as he screams no. Watching the Black Wolf turn and slowly approach, Nan Qi is utterly stunned. How could the enemy seize control of his own summoned beast? Seeing him frozen in absolute shock, Yu Hua immediately grabs Nan Qi to drag him away. She urges him to run, but the corrupted beast is already lunging at them. Qi Yan's crew runs for their lives, and honestly, who can blame them? Even Zhang Yi is stunned by this mess. He asks where they dragged this rabid dog from, and Nan Qi desperately yells back that he summoned it. But it is completely out of his control now, and he begs for help. Zhang Yi breaks a sweat, hoping Han Yaru's group has reached the mountain's base. Splitting up will only weaken their forces, and they can't afford to linger. Zhang Yi immediately takes the lead, shouting for everyone to follow. They need to get down and group up first. Down below, Ba Dao is losing patience, asking why the others are taking so long. He wonders if they ran off with a god-tier talent card, but Qinglong is quick to shut down that theory. Their leader is not that type of person, and he tells Ba Dao to stop projecting his own pettiness onto their chief. Before the argument can escalate, heavy frantic footsteps echo in their direction. Han Yaru instantly tenses up. They are finally here, but Du notes that they sound like they brought company. Seeing them, Zhang Yi yells out in a panic. He warns Han Yaru that the beasts are out of control and begs her to block them with an ice wall. Acting instantly, she channels her energy and summons a massive barrier of ice, keeping everyone safe for the moment. But she warns them that the ice won't hold forever. They need to move and get out of here right now. Yu Hua gasps out a thank you, while Zhang Yi looks back, deeply worried about what happens if they just run. If those infected dark elves escape, they will bring chaos to other territories. They have to find some way to contain the entire corrupted horde on this mountain. Just as he is planning, Qi Yan steps forward with an idea. He offers to seal off the entire mountain with a flaming barrier which should keep them trapped inside. He considers it payback for saving his life earlier. Meanwhile, Duan Feng is struggling. Duan Feng staggers forward, his entire body trembling in agonizing pain as he grits his teeth in fear. He feels his limbs slowly slipping out of his control. Suddenly, he remembers what happened earlier and panic sets in. Could it be from that dark elf bite earlier? He looks down at his bleeding wound with dread. If so, it won't be long before he loses his mind and turns into one of those mindless ghouls. He would end up attacking his own friends, turning into a puppet. He refuses to let that happen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi turns to Qi Yan. He asks how much longer the sealing barrier will take, and Qi Yan assures him it is almost ready. It will be done before the ice melts. Looking on, Duan Feng is filled with silent regret. He wanted so badly to keep leveling up with them and face stronger foes. Instead, he silently walks toward the flames. His time is finally up, forcing him to say goodbye to his comrades just like this. Dragging his heavy body, Duan Feng continues walking forward as Zhang Yi calls out in panic, asking where he is going. Get out now, the array is closing. Duan Feng screams. Just forget about me and get out of here. I refuse to turn into a monster. He cannot bear the thought of attacking his own allies at the final moment of his life. Farewell, the future path now depends on all of you, he thinks as Zhang Yi screams out in panic. Staring at Duan Feng's arm, Zhang Yi immediately recognizes the dark markings as the demon race's forbidden magic, realizing his friend is infected. Xiao Zhao stands dazed, realizing Duan Feng only ended up like this to save her, and blames herself entirely. Qinglong charges forward in a panic, yelling at them to open up this worthless array because their brother is still trapped inside. Yu Hua is startled, arguing that they went through incredible trouble just to set up this mountain-sealing barrier. Opening it now would waste all their hard work, but Qinglong is far too worried about his dearest friend. Qinglong clenches his fist and strikes the fiery barrier with all his might, forcing Ba Huang to quickly hold him back. Ba Huang tells him to calm down, explaining that Duan Feng likely did this for their own safety. He did not want to hurt them after losing his mind, causing Qinglong to squeeze his fists in frustration. But Duan Feng has always fought by their side through life and death. Though Zhang Yi agrees, Ba Huang is right. Even if they destroy the array now, it will not cure Duan Feng, making their urgent priority to find a cure. They must find a way to break the demon curse to save him, but for now, everyone needs to retreat from the mountain for 2 hours. Zhang Yi silently prays for Duan Feng to hold on. Just wait for my return. Back on the mountain, Duan Feng stands alone against the dark elves before he fully transforms into a demon. Squeezing his dual swords tightly, he decides to enjoy the thrill of battle one last time. Charging alone, Duan Feng challenges the horde to bring on even more monsters. Fighting the demonic horde alone quickly drains his strength, and he collapses as his sword begins to shatter. He wonders in despair if his life ends here before the scene shifts to the frosty extreme ice city. Heavy rain pours down as if crying for Feng. Yaru tries comforting a devastated Zhang Yi. He knows how painful this is, but Zhang Yi firmly resolves to find a cure. Once cured, he will return to save his friend, frowning as he swears to hunt down the Demon King at all costs. Surrounded by a deep and quiet darkness, the party looks up to examine their gloomy surroundings. Assessing the situation, Bado looks around and asks if this is really their main city. He wonders why they cannot find a single player around, and Zhang Yi agrees it is strange. Something feels wrong. They enter the city as Xiao Jiao calls out to see if anyone is there. Qinglong looks around in confusion, but Zhang Yi stays on guard since this street is normally packed with people. Yet everyone in the entire city vanished overnight, and just as he finishes speaking, a horse suddenly charges from behind. Zhang Yi pulls Yaru out of the way, and once he recovers, he quickly tells her to follow. They need to chase the horse as it might lead them to why the players here vanished. They follow the stray horse until it suddenly stops in its tracks, leaving Zhang Yi utterly surprised. The horse stands completely still, and Yaru gasps in absolute shock at the horrifying scene before them. No one of the players in the city were nowhere to be found because every single one of them is gathered here. This situation is far worse than he imagined, meaning the Demon King's corruptive forces have already invaded the players' main city. Qian grows anxious, demanding to know what kind of cursed dangerous place they have been brought to. He honestly believed they would be safe here, suggesting they sneak away before being spotted, which Nanqi immediately agrees with. Fighting on the mountain was exhausting enough without dealing with this massive crowd, but Zhang Yi only glares at them in contempt. Tell them they can leave if they want, while Daewoo glares at them for being such pathetic cowards. Qian is left completely speechless, but just then the horse and all the mindless players sense their presence. Suddenly, the crowd spins around and charges like rabid zombies, catching Zhang Yi completely off guard. It seems they have been spotted, and just then a powerful voice echoes alongside a devastating shockwave. Get lost, everyone. Zhang Yi is shocked as Shield 7 turns to him, speaking in a frantic rush. Guild leader, there is absolutely no time to explain the details right now. The remaining survivors in this city are all hiding inside a tavern. It is called the Pride of the Lion King Tavern. We must make our way there right now. They all bolt in the direction Shield 7 points out, completely unaware of the cold gaze watching them from high above, staring down at them. The group flees a long distance, but those controlled puppets are still closing in on their position, gaining on them. Zhang Yi feels the tension rise. They have already caught up. Suddenly, a surge of raw energy ignites in Qi Yan's hand, and he swiftly hurls the blazing fireball. He hurls it right at those players. Take this. A massive explosion erupts instantly, sending dirt and shattered debris flying everywhere. The blast halts their pursuers. A smug Qi Yan declares it done, while Daewoo watches him with silent concern. It is a relief he is not from our extreme ice city, or he would have reduced this place to ashes long ago. Above them, the rain keeps drizzling down steadily as heavy smoke and thick dust drift through the ruined air. Shield 7 rushes to knock, shouting that it is him. Inside, the anxious survivors immediately recognize their captain's voice. He must have brought back reinforcements. Open up quick. Seeing Shield 7 step inside, they rejoice. One young man breaks down in tears of relief. Guild leader, you finally came back to save us. Shield 7 urges them inside, immediately warning that those mindless puppets might catch up to them. Once inside, Zhang Yi cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know what on earth happened here. He has only been gone from Extreme Ice City for a single day, so how did it end up in this state? Shield 7's face darkens, explaining that a series of strange events began right after they left the city. He recalls that dark, late night when a panicked scout approached him in a complete state of terror to report a bizarre situation. The scout stammered that a rogue player ahead was literally biting other people like a wild beast, acting just like a rabid dog. They investigated immediately, calling out to the figure and asking what guild they belonged to. But the moment the filthy stranger turned around, Shield 7 was paralyzed with sheer unadulterated horror. Before long, those glowing blue-eyed monsters overran the entire Extreme Ice City, forcing the survivors into hiding. They holed up in this tavern. Zhang Yi asks if anything seemed off before that. Did any other weird events occur in Extreme Ice City? Shield 7 looks utterly blank at the question. One of his teammates chimed in, recalling rumors of a massive black cat wandering around the city streets. Another survivor nods, claiming he saw the beast too, a massive creature with pitch-black fur like a shadow. It looked like a savage beast. And get this, hearing those words makes Zhang Yi's heart completely freeze up. But keeping his cool, he tells them there is still some time before nightfall, so he will go search for clues. He hopes to track down this mysterious black cat. Turning his gaze over to Han Yaru, he makes a decision. He instructs them to rest up while he is gone, and she nods in silent agreement to his plan. The city is incredibly dangerous right now, so he must return before the sun goes down. After warning Han Yaru, he turns to Qi Yan, but the lazy warrior just kicks back and declines the offer. He has no interest in risking his neck for their city, warning Zhang Yi not to drag them into this. Zhang Yi reminds them of their deal back at 2-Hour Mountain after escaping that tight spot. They still need to decide who gets the God-tier talent card, and he has a fair solution. It will test their true strength and keep things completely fair. Whoever captures the Black Cat first wins the legendary God-tier talent card. Now watch that legendary prize is way too sweet to ignore, and Qi Yan instantly leaps to his feet. Qi Yan boasts about his love for hunting cats as he bolts ahead, prompting Ba Dao to yell at the others to move. Li Hao scrambles to follow them while Yu Hua grumbles about being dragged into this pointless chase. Her legs are absolutely killing her, and she wonders how they will ever find one cat in this massive city. Qi Yan kneels to pick up a piece of wood, suggesting they lure the beast out instead of chasing it. He is always the clever one, quickly roasting a fresh fish over an open flame as Nan Qi sits nearby. He jokes that if the target does not show up, they can just eat the delicious meal themselves. Yu Hua scoffs at his appetite, but her words die in her throat as a dark shadow blocks the sky. Swooping right past him, Li Hao looks up in shock as it finally arrives. Meanwhile, back in Extreme Ice City, Zhang Yi stares at Ba Dao. He asks if Ba Dao has been following him just because he is worried he might steal the God-grade talent card. He reassures him that all his family and assets are right here inside Extreme Ice City anyway. Zhang Yi promises not to leave before the city is fully restored, but Ba Dao quickly answers that he got it all wrong. He explains that he is not worried about him running away, but simply knows following him will lead to the Black Cat. Zhang Yi is totally speechless. Fine, he will just take that as a compliment. But right as they finish talking, a massive explosion suddenly echoes from the other side. Zhang Yi spins around immediately. Looks like the Black Cat has finally shown up. Sure enough, the Black Cat wearing the golden bell catches a delicious scent and leaps straight toward Qi Yan and his crew. Qi Yan excitedly waves a fish in his hand, asking the little kitty if it wants a tasty treat. But that cat. Instead, the cat glares right at them, claiming it prefers eating mice. Qi Yan somehow manages to keep his cool. So, you can actually talk. He casually says that since the cat does not want the fish, he will just eat it himself. With that, he casually stands there and devours the entire grilled fish. The moment his chopsticks drop, the entire team charges forward. Qi Yan excitedly cheers that the God-grade talent card is practically theirs. Watch this, though the bell on the cat's neck suddenly rings. It is the cat and mouse game. A powerful domain spell that targets every single enemy unit currently standing in the area. Every target is immediately branded with a mouse mark. Anyone carrying this mark is completely unable to deal any damage to the caster. Back in the fight, all 4 of Qi Yan's teammates join forces and unleash a heavy coordinated attack on the cat. Yet the Black Cat takes absolutely 0 damage. The usually cheerful fighter begins to sweat. What on earth is going on here? Why did none of our attacks deal even a single point of damage to this thing? Zhang Yi and Ba Dao suddenly show up. Zhang Yi looks at Qi Yan and tells him to check his character's status bar. Qi Yan pulls up his status screen and gasps. Right there on his display, a bright mouse debuff icon is flashing. The system states he has been marked as a mouse. Zhang Yi explains that this Black Cat's unique ability turns all of their marks into mice, and any player carrying this mark cannot deal a single bit of damage to it. Qi Yan screams while running away, desperately asking what they should do now. Are they just supposed to wait and get eaten? Even Zhang Yi has no idea what to do. Until they find a way to break this spell, the cat is basically invincible. Their only real option is to run. 4 red figures dash deep into the dark cave ahead. It is a desperate attempt to stay out of the cat's sight. The Black Cat strolls inside calmly, calling out for the little mice to stop trying to hide. The cat boasts they cannot escape. Yu Hua growls in pure frustration that this annoying mouse mark has no time limit. Zhang Yi whispers to the group, asking if they noticed the golden bell hanging around the cat's neck. Right after that bell chimed earlier, that was the exact moment we all got hit with this mouse mark. He guesses that if they want to remove this debuff, they will have to target that bell directly. Qi Yan stares at the Black Cat, pointing out that the bell is tied right around its neck. Getting that close to the beast is basically offering ourselves up to it on a silver platter. If anyone wants to try something that crazy, they can go alone. But Zhang Yi stays serious. He explains that since he proposed the plan, he will go, but he needs their help with something first. He wants them to cover him while he gets close. Hearing this, Ba Dao quickly agrees to the plan. Qi Yan asks in surprise if he really trusts them that easily, warning that they could betray him. One wrong move at the critical moment and he is dead. But Zhang Yi calmly breaks it down. Right now, they are all in the exact same boat. Let's see if this works. If his plan fails, none of you will escape the claws of that Black Cat either. As he finishes speaking, Nan Qi immediately channels his energy, quickly executing a summoning spell to bring out a massive golden retriever. Nan Qi happily pats his summon on the head, saying that distracting the Black Cat is his job. My golden retriever runs incredibly fast. Zhang Yi looks at the rest of the crew. Let's execute the plan. Over here, Nan Qi waves his hands as he rides his dog, mocking the cat for being too slow to catch them. He calls the beast a noob. Furious, the black cat growls, warning them that their luck is about to run out. The black cat lunges forward to chase Nanji. He grins with satisfaction, the trap is set, and the target took the bait perfectly. Nanji screams out that the target has arrived, leaving the rest to Qi Yan and Yu Hua. They combine their power to unleash a devastating strike on the black cat, triggering a massive explosion that makes the beast roar in fury. The cat sneers at them to stop wasting their breath, calling them worthless rats, but Li Hao quickly channels his special restraining spell. He tells the beast that while it might be immune to their damage, there is absolutely no way to escape their crowd control. Just as planned, the black cat is completely bound, growling in frustration at the miserable rats who dared to touch it. Taking advantage of the sudden opening, Zhang Yi leaps high into the air, aiming directly for the shining gold bell hanging around the beast's neck. He is inches away from success, but the black cat snorts. The cat admits it underestimated them, unleashing an even more frenzied wave of energy that leaves Qi Yan completely startled by its raw power. Qi Yan panics over the failed plan, but Zhang Yi calmly notes that although this attempt failed, they got information. He is now 100% certain that the golden bell is the exact key to removing their troublesome rat marks. He reaches out to grab some black cloaks, and everyone slips them on together as they immediately transition to Plan B. The black cat glares, declaring that no matter how many times they try, their defeat remains absolutely inevitable. Defeat is inevitable. Behind the thick smoke, the beast focuses its gaze. It grits its teeth, staring directly at Zhang Yi and focusing all its attention on keeping him pinned down. He almost succeeded earlier, but now as the vanguard charges and Zhang Yi suddenly darts right past the furious beast. The black cat gathers its energy to strike him down, but in a sudden flash, the person before it is actually Ba Dao. Startled by the sudden switch, the beast realizes this is not the same kid from before, but Ba Dao strikes before it can finish the thought. With his part of the mission complete, Ba Dao passes the torch, and one of the cat's limbs is instantly locked down. The dazed beast darts its eyes to the side just as Zhang Yi silently drops down right beside the target. The black cat finally realizes they use the cover of distraction to execute a brilliant swap. By swapping their black cloaks, they completely fooled the beast, and Zhang Yi warns they have less than 3 seconds to act. They must touch that golden bell immediately, and Ba Dao yells out for the team to take the shot now. Leaving it to him, Zhang Yi leaps high, locking onto the gold bell. To the utter shock of the black cat, a glowing system notification instantly flashes in the air. Player Zhang Yi has successfully purged the rat mark, prompting the group to cheer that they finally did it. Zhang Yi immediately charges forward, daring the helpless beast to try and block his ultimate attack. With a ferocious roar, he unleashes a devastating full power strike right at the defenseless black cat. Catching it completely off guard, a blinding flash illuminates the sky while the frozen earth beneath them trembles. Zhang Yi slowly touches down, glad that Extreme Ice City can finally bask in the warm sunlight again. He immediately contacts his ally Han Yaru to deliver the great news that the black cat is dead. With the threat to Extreme Ice City resolved, she can tell everyone that it is safe to leave the hotel. Thrilled by the news, Han Yaru promises to head over immediately and wasted no time spreading the word. Zhang Yi defeated the black cat and their city is safe, causing the crowd to cheer for their amazing leader. Their master can handle any beast with complete effortless ease. They head back to the hotel together. Tension hangs thick in the air. The main threat is gone, meaning they only need to quarantine the infected players to secure the city. Once that is done, the city will be secure, prompting Zhang Yi to step forward with a new question. He wonders who will claim the coveted divine talent card, but the proud Qi Yan admits Zhang Yi did the most. Since he delivered the final blow, the legendary card naturally belongs to him without any dispute. The 4 leaders always keep their promises and won't cause trouble, leaving Zhang Yi to grip the prize tightly. He accepts the card and Qi Yan's group prepares to take their leave with no plans of staying. Zhang Yi calls out to ask if they want to join forces since the frozen wasteland is incredibly dangerous. He urges them to think about it just as Diwu's vibrant pink butterfly flutters right past his face. Hearing this, Qi Yan spins around with a grin, admitting that tagging along actually sounds pretty good. Everyone turns around as the newly arrived mage reluctantly offers to stay and help, finally reaching out his hand to introduce himself. He introduces himself as a level 65 mage, and the hands of the 2 party leaders firmly clasp together. Showing true teamwork, Zhang Yi happily introduces himself as a level 65 beast Tamer. Today, Zhang Yi and the rest of the team finally obtain. Qi Yan's squad gains a reliable companion, but along the way, some mysterious pink butterflies suddenly drift down. They suddenly land on Yoru's hand, and she instantly recognizes them as the butterflies from Dream Spirit Villa. Why are they here? A spectral image of Meng Shen suddenly projects, greeting them after a long absence. She brings incredibly grave news, warning everyone that the ruthless Demon King has awakened and successfully conquered Dream Spirit Villa. As she speaks, her projection flickers violently, the connection on the verge of completely collapsing. Meng Shen urgently insists she is fine, but the entire world desperately needs their help before she fades. The butterfly falls completely lifeless in Yaru's palm, throwing her into a panic as she insists they rescue Meng Shen immediately. Zhang Yi quickly intervenes, explaining that since Meng Shen could still transmit messages, she is likely safe for now. The real priority is to track down the Demon King before he can execute his next move. That is the only way to stop his plans, though Zhang Yi cannot help but feel deeply anxious. If the Demon King is targeting Meng Shen, he will undoubtedly hunt down the remaining main gods next. The closest territory is the Goblin Kingdom, meaning Elfu is likely in grave danger right now. They need to move, and Zhang Yi wastes no time activating their teleportation array, shouting out orders. He instructs Shield 7 to stay behind with Diwu at Frost City, while the rest teleport to the Goblin Kingdom. Meanwhile, Asi is leading a brutal assault, arrogantly claiming he only wants the main god handed over to him peacefully. If they comply, the kingdom lives, but hearing his terrifying ultimatum, Elfu's soldiers begin to tremble in fear. Faced with the Demon King's overwhelming aura, Elfu fortunately arrives just in time and commands him to stop. Everyone turns in shock as Elfu confronts him, reminding the tyrant that 10 main gods sealed him once before. She vows that even though he escaped his prison, she will defend her goblin race and this world to her very last breath. Asi simply laughs at her short stature, mocking her arrogant tone before realizing she is indeed his prime target. He demands she come along quietly, but Elfu boldly points at his face and asserts her divine duty. She declares she will protect the peace of this world, prompting a bored Asi to begin channeling his dark energy. He scoffs that talking to NPCs is completely pointless and decides it is much better to just strike. But just as he unleashes his blow, a massive counterforce suddenly intercepts it. The incoming strike completely neutralizes Asi's power, causing him to angrily demand who dares to stop him. He swings his sword furiously toward the source of the blast, but he is clearly the one overpowered. Zhang Yi breathes a sigh of relief, glad they made it in time, and reassures Elfu that Yaru is handling the demon forces outside. With backup on the way, he promises the goblins will be safe while a startled Nanshi observes the battlefield. Nanshi questions if this is truly the legendary Demon King, while Qian remarks that he hardly looks overpowered. Zhang Yi silently analyzes the situation, recalling the bizarre conversation between the villain and Elfu. The enemy behaves far more like a player, prompting Zhang Yi to warn everyone to stay alert. He reminds them that the demon soldiers from the 2 O'Clock Mountain and Frost City's Black Cat serve him. Asi recognizes Zhang Yi and instantly sneers, calling them Frost City garbage and mocking their decision to interfere. He mocks them for walking into their own doom, but Bado eagerly charges forward, sensing the enemy's immense power. Bado demands a solo fight without interference, and Qian smugly agrees to let him take the lead. Qian warns him not to get knocked down in seconds before they are forced to step in and help. Getting defeated in front of everyone would be deeply embarrassing, while Asi coldly asks if they are finally done talking. Announcing his move, Asi fiercely thrusts his great sword into the earth, reflecting on his freedom since escaping the seal. He claims he has yet to find a worthy fight and warns Bado not to disappoint him. Bado laughs heartily, reciprocating the challenge, but the moment he finishes speaking, everything changes. A massive wave of dark energy erupts from the shadows, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Bado flinches. This sword is deeply strange, he cannot let it strike him. Asi sneers and questions him. What's scared already? They are all dead souls claimed by my blade, and soon enough, you will join them. Asi gloats. The berserker is a class that thrives on burning its own life force to grow stronger. But if you cannot end things quickly, you become completely vulnerable. Right now, you are stuck in the exact situation a berserker fears most. Bado charges in frustration, so you plan to stall until my life force runs completely dry. What a coward. Asi thrusts from behind, whispering that he always finishes his fights quickly. To him, time is money and Bado is barely worth the effort. Watching his teammate get stabbed, Zhang Yi gasps and screams out Bado's name. Asi laughs wildly, it is over and that soul is mine. Blood pours from his mouth, but Bado refuses to submit, it is not over until he says so. Inside his mind, death coldly speaks. Have you decided yet? Offer your soul and you get 5 more minutes. Drenched in sweat, Bado fights the pain to bargain. Only 5 minutes. He never expected death to be this stingy, but the Reaper warns that his time to decide is slipping away. Left with no choice, Bado grits his teeth. Watch closely, he agrees to the deal and grabs the blade, buried deep in his chest. He rips it out with zero hesitation. As blood gushes, he speaks again. His own time is precious too. Asi recoils, completely shocked by such a reckless and suicidal move. Bado glares fiercely. Every single second left to him from this moment on will not go to waste. Asi panics. That hole in your chest, how are you still moving? Bado growls in response. This body is just a shell. A berserker's unyielding will never accept defeat, and he will fight to his very last breath. Bring it on. He charges forward, weapon in hand. This fight is far from over. From his raw power, a crimson flame erupts. It forms a demonic face, the literal manifestation of death residing deep inside Ba Dao. He glares at his foe. Qi Yan looks on in absolute shock, wondering how Ba Dao suddenly gained such insane power. Zhang Yi realizes his hunch was correct. This is Death Stance, the forbidden ultimate skill of the berserker class. Offering his soul to death gives him unbelievable power. By fully using this terrifying Death Stance, combined with his god-level talent in this final battle, Ba Dao's sheer force has reached the absolute limit of what any player can achieve in this entire game. AC is stunned. For just one battle, why would anyone throw away their life? Even if you win, both sides lose. Putting victory above your own survival is completely insane. Ba Dao raises his blade from the very moment he stepped into this apocalypse. Survival was never his priority. What he truly chases is the thrill of every single second, in the heat of battle. He remembers his paralyzed vegetative body in the real world. Enjoying this fight before dying makes his life complete. Raising his giant sword high, Ba Dao prepares to unleash one final devastating strike. Let me end this myself. His death slash strikes down, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. He is sent flying. Unable to withstand Ba Dao's raw power, he spits blood and collapses to the earth. AC is furious. This is unforgivable. How could a mere ordinary player push him this far? As the battle wraps up, Ba Dao grins in deep satisfaction. It seems your quick kill strategy today has failed miserably against me. But before he can finish AC off, his contract with death expires. Ba Dao collapses to the ground. No, he just needs a tiny bit more time to finish him. The Demon Lord sees it instantly. The time borrowed from death is up. Lying in the dirt, Ba Dao curses in frustration. AC mocks him with a cold laugh. What a pity you were just a few steps away from defeating me. With those words, the Demon King channels his dark energy. Let me send you off on your final journey. Those sharp blades obey his command, plunging straight toward Ba Dao. At that exact moment, a flaming wall erupts to block the strike. Qi Yan charges forward, yelling that he did great and they will handle the rest. Behind them, his voice shakes. He cannot go on anymore. Breathing his absolute last, Ba Dao struggles to speak. Keeping this god-level talent card is just a waste. He hands it over to Zhang Yi, begging him to take the god-level talent card and carry on the fight. As his words fade, Ba Dao begins to dissolve. Leaving them with one final peaceful smile, he vanishes. Zhang Yi grips the card, promising to carry his will to the end. Asu's eyes flash with pure malice as he prepares to strike. Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately channels his inner energy straight into his blade, ready to clash. Duan Feng and the other players died by your hands. Today you're going to answer for what you did to them. Just then, Xiao Zhao and the others rush over. They yell that they've finally arrived, and Zhang Yi tells them they are right on time. Corner the Ghost King, do not let him escape. Right now is the moment he's at his absolute weakest. Hanyaru adds that the ghost soldiers outside have been completely wiped out. Hearing this, Asu just looks at them with a mocking grin. He sneers, asking if they really think they can win just by outnumbering him. Instantly, his hand starts glowing with power again. He readies another strike as his freezing voice echoes through the air, telling them they are far too naive. Telling them to watch closely, he unleashes a force that instantly pinches down on Hanyaru and everyone else. Their bodies are crushed as he tells them to go to hell, but for Sylvia, he grabs her arm in a vice grip. He tells her to save her strength because she's coming with him. Watching her get dragged away, Zhang Yi panics and screams out for Sylvia. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and his group are forcefully teleported away. Talk about an absolute nightmare, damn it. He demands to know what kind of cursed place they've landed in. Qinglong points out that the sign already says Ghost City. Sure enough, a massive serpent wraps around a sign displaying those two words. Han Yaru immediately cowers right behind Zhang Yi. She whimpers that the place is terrifying, but Zhang Yi quickly tries to calm her down. He tells her not to worry because he's got her back. With so many of them together, they'll definitely be fine. But the moment they step through the gates, a massive shadow suddenly lunges at them from behind. The beast looks extremely hostile, but right at that exact second, another ally senses the danger. Ba Huang senses the threat instantly. Without wasting any time, he whirls around to face the beast. With a single clean slash, the creature's head is sent flying. Zhang Yi kneels down to examine this dead ghost soldier. It looks totally different from the ones they fought before, mutated by some strange force. He warns that the entire city is likely crawling with them. Warning everyone to stay on high alert, he stands up and summons a glowing green miniature tower. Turning to Xiao Zhao, he hands her a god-tier talent card. She looks at him in complete shock. Guildmaster. She asks why he's giving her something so incredibly valuable. They both glance over at Qi Yan, who just shrugs it off. He tells them not to stare, he's a man of his word. Besides, he's already so powerful, why would he need a card? Zhang Yi looks at his loyal ally. He explains that they are about to face the incredibly powerful Ghost King. They need to boost their overall team power, and she has the highest potential for growth right now. He tells her she is the perfect fit for this card. Finally agreeing, she thanks him deeply for his trust. She promises not to let anyone down. But the moment Zhang Yi hands over the card, it suddenly starts to react. Out of nowhere, a strange mass of blue energy begins to bubble up on the surface. The card suddenly shoots up into the air, shocking everyone. Xiao Jiao can only stare. What is that? She wonders why this is happening to a god-tier card, and Zhang Yi tells her he has no idea they need to follow it. The slimy blue puddle on the ground starts to squirm. Suddenly, a figure resembling Meng Shen emerges right before them. She sighs in relief to finally be free. Han Yaru gasps, why on earth is Meng Shen here? Zhang Yi finds it highly suspicious. When they last spoke to Meng Shen, she was still back at the villa. He notes her body looks like a mere illusion, but tells the group they need to chase her down and get answers. Realizing she's being followed, the girl panics and demands to know who they are as they chase after her. They yell that they aren't bad guys, but as she flees, a dark portal suddenly rips open right ahead. A massive wild boar charges out from the rift. Before anyone can react, the beast opens its jaws and swallows her whole. As they watch in horror, Zhang Yi explains that this is a dream-eating tapir, a rare monster native to this city. It feeds entirely on spirits and uses devastating sonic waves to hypnotize players and completely scramble their senses. Victims usually end up dead in seconds. He orders everyone to draw their weapons and prepare for a tough fight. The beast unleashes a deafening screech. Covering his ears, Zhang Yi grits his teeth in pain. Damn it. His head feels like it is about to split open, but then he notices that Han Yaru seems completely unaffected. Like a mindless zombie, she slowly walks towards the beast. Horrified, Zhang Yi screams for her to stop. It is too dangerous. Watching her charge straight toward the monster, his heart races as he desperately begs her to snap out of it. Pushing past the pain, he rushes forward to cover her ears, warning her not to be fooled by the dream tapir's deceptive cries. Han Yaru snaps out of it, wondering what just came over her. Biting his lip until it bleeds, he struggles to explain that the dream tapir's song took control of her mind. With Han Yaru temporarily safe, Ba Huang loses his temper and immediately unleashes a furious strike directly at the monstrous pig. His heavy blade drives deep right under the beast's throat, leaving the giant tapir completely dazed and gasping for air. Seizing the moment while the creature is disoriented, Ba Huang spins around and yells out to his companions. He urges everyone to run, but the beast recovers incredibly fast. Springing back up, it launches into a relentless pursuit of Zhang Yi and Han Yaru. They press themselves against a massive stone wall, and Zhang Yi realizes that simply running away is a losing game. Getting close is their only shot at killing the beast. Du Hua tells him to leave it to her, closing her eyes to focus. She channels her energy, activating her legendary tier talent called Alibi to shift her power. Du Hua quickly transfers this mystical energy into a stunned Zhang Yi, offering a quick explanation for what she just did. She warns him that the Alibi skill lasts for only 3 minutes, giving him temporary invisibility to approach the enemy completely undetected. Feeling the surge of pure strength coursing through him, Zhang Yi looks back at her with a quick word of thanks. Facing down the monster, Zhang Yi remembers that the woman was swallowed whole, trapped deep inside the tapir's stomach. Saving her means taking an insane risk. Without a second thought, Zhang Yi dives headfirst right into the gaping mouth of the beast. Inside the pitch-black belly, he squeezes around, warning the others to stay back where it is safe. Shoving through the tight space, panic sets in because the walls are closing in, threatening to crush him. If he does not act fast, he will suffocate, but then his eyes lock onto something. Wait a minute. This monster lives by eating souls, which means a soul summoner like him might actually find a way to exploit that. Outside, Du Hua grows increasingly anxious, wondering why Zhang Yi is taking so long and if something went horribly wrong. Han Yaru watches the beast, keeping her faith in him, when suddenly the tapir's stomach begins to swell up unnaturally. A strange glow radiates from within, prompting Qi Yan to yell out in shock, wondering if the beast is inflating like a bubble. Han Yaru blushes slightly, recognizing the signature mark of a soul summoner. Zhang Yi is incredibly clever. A massive vortex erupts from the monster, violently spinning as eerie ghost-like entities begin to fly out into the open air. The explosive blast tears through the beast's stomach, allowing Zhang Yi to step out safely as an anxious Han Yaru rushes over. She checks on him, asking if he was hurt during his time trapped inside that awful place. Zhang Yi brushes off his clothes, telling her he is fine though he is covered in sticky, gross tapir slime. It is a bit nauseating, but the bizarre events are far from over as a mysterious black orb suddenly manifests before them. Han Yaru gasps, realizing these are memory fragments of lost souls, utterly shocked by the sheer number of them. Zhang Yi is stunned, realizing this dream tapir must have devoured thousands of innocent souls. The sheer scale of victims in this ghost city is horrifying, prompting her to look up and scan the sky. One female soul looks exactly like the dream goddess, and seeing her struggle, Zhang Yi leaps forward to rescue her. But he immediately feels dizzy, struggling against the intense gravitational pull of the black void that threatens to suck him in completely. He reaches out, telling her to take his hand. The girl is stunned, wondering why a complete stranger would risk his life for her. Zhang Yi calmly answers that he simply needs to know her true identity, explaining that it is crucial, but before he can finish, he grips her tightly with both hands, his eyes showing absolute determination as he continues to shout over the roaring wind. Her identity is incredibly important. Seeing his dedication, the girl offers a warm smile looking like an angel from above. Suddenly, her most beautiful memories flash before Zhang Yi, showing a mysterious figure named AC. The girl introduces herself as Niha, but the sudden flood of information threatens to make Zhang Yi's head explode from the pain. When he finally opens his eyes again, he finds himself floating in an unknown void, looking around in complete confusion. Finding himself entirely alone without the woman, Zhang Yi wastes no time and shouts out into the darkness asking if Neha is there. Scanning his strange surroundings, he spots a mysterious glowing object and curiously reaches out his hands to inspect it. A sonic wave ripples through the air, revealing a vision of a happily smiling AC, the king of the demon race. Zhang Yi realizes he has entered Neha's memory, suspecting there is a deeper reason behind all of this. He senses that she brought him here on purpose, frantically navigating his system interface to uncover the secrets hidden within this memory. She wants him to witness the truth, but as the vision plays out, a horrific spray of blood suddenly covers his entire view. He is left completely startled. A car crash and the brakes suddenly failing to work. Right then, a familiar voice echoes, thanking someone for bringing over such a perfect candidate, leaving him completely stunned at the scene. Why is the demon-suppressing tower showing up in Mia's memories as he connects all the pieces together? Zhang Yi frowns deeply as he calculates the car accident and that mysterious man. Could all of this actually be connected to the mastermind pulling the strings? Let's hope he figures it out soon. Just moments ago, when Nea looked back, she saw the apocalyptic demon-suppressing tower through a window, and the only place with that exact view is the eternal tower itself, playing right on her fading system memory just before she closed her eyes. The mysterious man spoke, telling her that her sacrifice will not be in vain, and that she will be his greatest masterpiece right before. Who knows what trick he pulled, but Nia is gone as the flatlining heart monitor echoes a continuous flatline, leaving Zhang Yi unable to stand the agonizingly loud and screeching sound. His head is pounding as a storm rages, leaving him with no choice but to cover his ears tight. Sudden breathless jolts, Zhang Yi wide awake, his eyes snapping open to find everyone looking incredibly worried, with Han Yaru urgently asking if he is alright now that he is finally awake since that black hole suddenly vanished. And he fell from high above, but Zhang Yi simply covers his eyes, assuring them he is fine, though that female spirit could not be saved, even though she still managed to leave him with a highly critical clue. Standing up, he tells Han Yaru that once they escape this cursed place, everyone must head straight to Dream Spirit Villa. Since the Demon King was able to imprison Meng Shen, he will absolutely return, Zhang Yi realizes while looking around. They must find a way to stall him for as long as possible, and trust me, they are going to need every second, while Han Yaru worries about his plans. Looking up, he tells her he needs to head to the demon-suppressing tower to find a way to defeat the Demon King. Erfu is dragged roughly along the ground, yelling to let her go before big brother Zhang Yi comes back and teaches him a lesson, though Asu smugly tells her not to worry, since they will not be getting out anytime soon, before throwing her into a dark room where she winces in pain. Asu turns on his heel, ordering her to stay put while he captures the rest of the remaining gods to keep her company, slamming the heavy door shut and plunging her into total absolute darkness. Just then, a pair of long legs steps forward as a gentle voice startles her, asking if she is okay. Staring at the girl, Erfu stammers to ask if she is a god, and Meng Shen gently helps her up. She introduces herself, explaining she once fought alongside the previous god of her sprite clan. As Meng Shen unties her, the grateful young girl asks why the Demon King is locking up all of the gods. Does he plan to destroy the world entirely, prompting Meng Shen to explain how they had once sealed him away. This time he is not just seeking revenge on them, but intends to completely wipe out every obstacle on his path to absolute dominion over this world, bringing an unprecedented apocalypse where they must rely on more than just themselves. Erfu sighs sadly, wondering how big brother Zhang Yi and the rest of the group are doing. Meng Shen gently reassures her, promising that her friends have already gotten very close to the end of their long journey. Outside, gorgeous pink butterflies flutter about as Zhang Yi rides Xiao He toward the demon-suppressing tower, quickly confirming his theory. The only place with a clear view of the high floors of this tower is the Eternal Tower. Nia must be trapped inside, so he leaps down upon arrival, determined to clear this tower as fast as possible. He needs to unlock the path to the Eternal Tower to finally uncover a way to defeat the Demon King before he initiates his master plan, so ignoring the roaring lightning overhead, he marches straight through the giant gateway. On the 50th floor of the tower, Zhang Yi stares down the Snow Bear King, calling him a stupid beast. He warns the beast that he has no time to play around, but the creature apparently fails to understand him. It charges straight at him, and since it refuses to cooperate, he has no choice but to fight. There is clearly no room for negotiation here, and with just a few swift strikes, he completely takes down the boss. He silently urges himself to push even harder, knowing full well that his remaining time in this world is running out. He recalls Qinglong's warning that the final boss of the demon-suppressing tower is far from simple. He was told to be careful, but he confidently reassures them he will be back in no time. Before leaving, Yaru quietly tells Zhang Yi to find the perfect opportunity and copy everyone's skills to take with him. They might end up helping him, but right now, Zhang Yi does not even care about the attributes he gained from the battle. Zhang Yi quietly hardens his resolve, knowing that everyone has placed all of their hopes squarely onto his shoulders. He absolutely cannot let them down, and before long, he quickly makes his way up to the 99th floor of the demon-suppressing tower. Reaching it easily, Zhang Yi stands before the massive golden leg gate and silently prepares himself on the 99th floor. Behind this gate lies the end, the final floor of the demon-suppressing tower. He has finally made it to the top, slowly pushing the doors open with both hands as a brilliant light floods out. The place is covered in pure white snow, making Zhang Yi shiver from the extreme cold, realizing why they say it is chilly at the top. Just then, a massive blast of fire comes out of nowhere and flies straight at him, triggering a violent explosion. Rocks and debris shatter and fly everywhere, prompting Zhang Yi to admit that this kind of entrance is actually pretty cool. Right in front of him, a massive red demon with sharp fangs glares directly at Zhang Yi with a threatening look. No place for weaklings. The demon sneers that Zhang Yi has no right to step foot here. Anyone who barges in will pay a heavy price, and with those words, the face gazer fires a powerful shockwave at Zhang Yi. It looks like a pretty tough opponent, but Zhang Yi just smirks, amused that the beast wants to fight right away. He has a nasty temper. In less than 3 seconds, the face gazer attacks again. This one actually catches Zhang Yi off guard, as the incoming flame behaves like it has some sort of homing motor. After missing him, the fire immediately turns back toward its target, and since he is still getting used to the battle and does not fully grasp his enemy's tricks, yet he gets hit directly, leaving Zhang Yi utterly shocked. Can this crazy thing actually steer? Suddenly, Zhang Yi notices drone cameras tracking him from above. They are tracking his every move, which explains why the demon's attacks are targeting him so perfectly. It turns out his actions are completely exposed, meaning he has to find a way to escape this constant surveillance. Wasting no time, he summons his black crow to launch a counterattack, and the moment the beast appears, it opens its massive beak with an ear-piercing screech and charges straight toward the hovering drones. This is his chance. Zhang Yi charges forward aggressively before the demon can launch another attack. He invites the demon to play a game, but the face gazer is no pushover, launching a relentless assault. He unleashes deadly strikes at Zhang Yi, cursing him as a foolish human who needs to die while on the monitoring screen. Seeing him collapse on the ground, Gongqi clicks his tongue in disappointment, having truly believed the boy would become the first player to clear the tower before standing up and telling Linglan that they should leave. He concludes that this batch of players is nothing special, but Zhang Yi is far from dead as a bizarre shift occurs. The demon now possesses his conscious mind, looking up at the monitoring drone as he makes his calculations. He should be safe now. Hopefully, he has successfully tricked the observer just as planned. After witnessing Zhang Yi's apparent defeat, the drones turn around and leave, finally ending their surveillance. Flashing back to the fight, Zhang Yi had charged at the face gazer, telling it to play a game. Skill activated. The system immediately announces that the face gazer and Zhang Yi have swapped their physical appearances and health pools for 3 minutes, and before the demon can process this, the strange magic has already taken full effect, leaving him totally baffled as to why his body has changed. The demon stammers in utter shock, but Zhang Yi just explains it calmly. It is just a little game. He assures the demon that it will end very soon. The surveillance camera had been briefly blocked by his crow, making it impossible for Gongqi to notice the trick. Once the 3 minutes end, the face gazer returns to his normal form, absolutely furious about being tricked. He charges forward to strike, yelling for the foolish human to die, but Zhang Yi defeats him instead. Zhang Yi channels his inner power, determined to find out where the key to the Eternal Tower is hidden. He dives deep to probe the demon's soul, and once the face gazer takes his final breath, Zhang Yi successfully retrieves a special passage passed directly from the demon's body. He feels extremely smug. After muttering his thanks, he channels his inner power once again. He summons an elemental barrier to trap the Watcher inside, telling him to behave and just have a nice long sleep. After that, Zhang Yi continues searching the area, realizing this device is likely the portal leading straight to the Eternal Tower. Looking at the device, Zhang Yi quickly prepares the keycard he took from the Watcher's pocket. He swipes it to open the door, and to his delight, the heavy barrier immediately slides open. He steps inside without hesitation, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the legendary Eternal Tower. Absolute silence hangs in the air. The security here seems incredibly loose, a detail that actually makes him quite pleased. Undetected so far, he notices that every single room is pitch black except for the very last one. Knowing this break-in was way too easy, Zhang Yi looks around cautiously, ready to face a potential trap. He must take the risk to see what is hidden here. Shaking off his doubts, he reaches out to open a nearby door. The room is packed with high-tech machinery, but before he can look around, a sudden voice echoes. The voice welcomes him back, prompting Zhang Yi to draw his sword and demand to know who is speaking. Expecting a dangerous foe, he is shocked to see an old acquaintance Neha standing right in front of him. He recognizes her instantly but wonders how this is possible since she was supposedly swallowed by the Demon City's black hole. Neha quickly explains that the version of her he saw back then was merely a projection of her consciousness. She reveals this is her true self, leaving him to mutely echo the words, consciousness projection. He asks how she even managed to escape the Eternal Tower, prompting her to explain what happened. She recounts that an armored warrior once came looking for something important, and she convinced him to carry her conscious clone out. Her goal was to find her past lover, but Zhang Yi quickly cuts in to politely interrupt her story. He asks if that lover is the infamous blood-draining demon king they are facing, and Neha sadly nods, yes. She explains that Asu used to be so gentle he wouldn't even gut a fish, making his sudden cruelty incomprehensible. Though she has no idea what forced him to change, she knows this senseless slaughter was never his intention. She deeply believes in his true nature, a sentiment that helps Zhang Yi quickly piece the puzzle together. Thanking her for the information, Zhang Yi begins to realize that Asu's rise to power might not be voluntary. He suspects someone is pulling the strings from behind just as Neha hands him a beautiful, delicate bracelet. She explains it was Asu's confession gift, believing it will definitely jog his memories if Zhang Yi presents it. Zhang Yi promises to deliver the items safely, while Neha desperately begs him for one more massive favor. She begs him to help Asu snap out of his madness. Suddenly, their quiet conversation is rudely interrupted. The doors burst open from the outside, causing Zhang Yi to panic, realizing someone has finally caught on to him. It is Ling Lan who turns to respectfully address her master. She reports that no intruders have breached the Eternal Tower, looking around the room to confirm her status. To play it safe, Zhang Yi quietly activates his legendary skill, Perfect Alibi, to manipulate the system logs. Thanks to this, the master suspects nothing and simply turns around, preparing to leave the silent room. Telling his subordinate they should go, the door slams shut behind them, leaving Zhang Yi in silence once again. Left alone, Zhang Yi wonders if that man planned all this, and honestly, he doesn't even look like a real player. As Neha reappears, he tells her he must depart immediately to stop the rampaging Demon King. She warns him that if someone is indeed orchestrating this from the shadows, things will be highly complicated. She begs him to show mercy and hold back his deadly blows if they are forced to fight Asu. He doesn't make promises but agrees to try. Meanwhile, back at Dream Spirit Manor, Erfu paces around in deep anxiety. Erfu wonders where they are being taken as Meng Shen deduces that the Demon King has captured all the archgods. Their worst nightmare has come true. But suddenly, a reassuring voice promises that allies are nearby to protect them. Hearing this, Meng Shen turns around in shock to find Han Yaru, who gently holds her hand to comfort her. Han Yaru whispers that they are here to rescue them completely undetected by the oblivious Asu. Meanwhile, Asu coldly orders his guards to bring the prisoners forward, standing before them with an arrogant smirk. He mockingly points out their pathetic state, gloating over how their proud, powerful friends have finally fallen. He boasts about his victory, reminding them of how they united to seal him away 1,000 years ago. But right now, haven't they all fallen to my blade? It's finally time for you to taste the pain of being torn away from this world. As those words leave his lips, a sudden surge of deep hatred drives Asu completely over the edge. He raises his sword high, ready to slash down, while Yaru grows anxious as her disguised time is rapidly running out. She needs to strike first to seize the initiative. But the moment Asu spots her, he realizes her true identity. She's exposed. No longer hiding, she signals the group to prepare to strike just as the 8 Wastelands crew bursts into the room right on time. All your minions have been taken care of, so prepare to surrender, yet Asu doesn't seem panicked in the slightest. Instead, he smirks slyly and summons his demon army. Don't tell him they actually thought that was all he had. Did they think he only had a few minions? The soldiers of his demon race are completely infinite. Escaping the demon city before was just pure luck, and today that luck runs out. But the 8 Wastelands crew isn't backing down. They charge forward together. Meanwhile, Asu's massive sword begins to glow as he channels his inner energy. He unleashes a powerful strike straight toward Yaru. She steps in front of Meng Shen, shielding her as everyone screams out in panic. Meng Shen panics, urging Yaru to leave her and run, but Yaru cuts her off, promising that she won't leave without her. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy crashes directly into the Demon King, catching him completely off guard. Thankfully, Xiao He and Zhang Yi arrive just in the nick of time, saving Yaru as everyone cheers with relief. The guild leader is back. Zhang Yi stares grimly at the Demon King, noting that they finally meet again. Spying a familiar bracelet, the Demon King shudders as his heart skips a beat. Why is that bracelet on his wrist? Instantly, happy memories with Nea flood his mind, causing Asu to collapse to his knees in overwhelming agony. Clutching his head, Asu screams in absolute pain, completely losing his mind to madness. Suddenly, he gathers a colossal amount of energy and screams for everyone to die as madness takes over. Glare locked onto Zhang Yi, he yells that anyone in his way will die. Just then, Daluo appears carrying Asu on its back. The beast growls that it promised they'd meet again. Yaru is shocked to hear they've crossed paths before, so Zhang Yi quickly explains. Back when he was swept into the ocean and ended up on Dragon God Island, he encountered this incredibly powerful two-headed dragon. Pointing his sword at Zhang Yi, Asu snaps that they don't have time for a reunion. He orders Daluo to slaughter them. The massive dragon roars in obedience, but looking down, Zhang Yi notices his own companion, Xiao He, is trembling with fear. He grows deeply concerned. Without the dragon god bloodline, Xiao He's attack and defense stats are severely weakened. Facing the fearsome ruined dragon god under this heavy pressure is nothing short of a suicide mission. Daluo looks down at them in sheer contempt, demanding the brats disappear as a violent gale begins to howl. Blown back several steps by the wind, Zhang Yi quickly tries to calm his trembling partner down, telling him not to fear. With a reassuring word, Zhang Yi summons a sudden burst of overwhelming energy from deep within. Eyes flashing, he commands Suiji to show herself. Instantly, a massive, majestic white dragon materializes before them. Appearing at Zhang Yi's call, he smiles in satisfaction at the sight of the majestic beast. He remarks on how much stronger she's gotten. Snorting cold air, she declares that it's time for revenge. To avenge the fallen of Dragon God Island, they charge forward together, while Zhang Yi tells Xiao He to guard the others. Understanding its master's command to protect the group, the little beast lets out a loud roar of agreement. Feeling snowflakes land on his hand, Asu instantly realizes this dragon has the power to manipulate the weather. Daluo reveals she is the descendant of the White Snow Celestial Dragon, a legendary lineage. Asu is thrilled to find a descendant of the Celestial Dragon, raising his massive sword with manic excitement. He vows to send her to join her ancestors today as Zhang Yi exchanges a determined look with Suiji. Feeling her burning desire for vengeance, he rallies her to charge ahead and crush their enemies. Daluo snorts in disgust at their brazen attack, summoning sharp vines from deep underground to spear up toward them. Watching the vines lunge toward Suiji, Zhang Yi panics and screams for her to watch out. He shouts for her to fall back, but the tight vines bind her entire body instantly. Extremely satisfied with the strike, Asu explains these are the legendary and unbreakable devil vines. Formed from the bitter hatred of countless lost souls, they represent the single strongest, most unbreakable chains in the world. With a cruel grin, he orders Daluo to finish them off once and for all, turning his gaze back to Zhang Yi. Asu gloats, telling him to stop struggling. The end is near, but a sudden, violent surge of pain cuts him off. Suiji growls, struggling against the heavy restraint. Down below, Meng Shen watches, deeply moved by Zhang Yi buying them time to recover. Their turn has come. Just like they did 1,000 years ago, they will seal the Demon King once again. Together, they must lock him away. At that moment, she summons her beautiful pink butterflies to the battlefield. A massive wave of pressure erupts. It blasts directly toward Asu with zero mercy. Still pinned down, Zhang Yi watches the glowing butterflies flutter closer and closer. He is completely stunned, but before he can even think, the binding vines snap completely. Suddenly, Meng Shen's radiant warm power surges deep into every corner of his body. She is clearly trying to help Zhang Yi. Seeing this, the Demon King yells out in jealous rage. "Niha, what are you doing?" Across the battlefield, Meng Shen shouts back that she will never let them harm this world ever again. Her eyes burn with an indescribable resolve, driving Asu completely insane with fury. Losing all control over his own mind, the maddened king instantly roars for her to shut up. He tries to charge forward, but a crushing wall of energy suddenly slams down, completely blocking Daluo's path. Asu stares in sheer disbelief. There, standing proudly on the back of the massive Suiji, is Zhang Yi. He warns him not to take another step and points his sharp sword directly at Asu's throat. He coldly promises absolute death. Seeing Asu waver, Zhang Yi quickly presses his advantage, calling for Suiji to charge forward. But the demon flashes a sinister smile. He sneers that escaping the vines doesn't mean they can defeat him. Unleashing an enhanced high-tier ultimate technique, Asu screams for them to taste the true power of his attack. Now their massive energies collide head-on, unleashing a suffocating wave of power that shakes the entire area. Feeling the sudden, overwhelming pressure, Asu grits his teeth in sheer confusion, unable to understand this insane strength. Before he can react, his vision freezes. Zhang Yi has already closed the distance, standing right in front of him. Staring coldly at Asu, Zhang Yi tells him this is the very god-sealing power from all those years ago. He claims the demon can never hope to win. Zhang Yi lunges forward to strike, but suddenly remembers Niha's desperate plea to him before they fought. She had begged him that if they were forced to clash, he would show mercy and spare his life. His blade stops mere inches from Asu's throat, leaving the startled Demon King completely frozen in shock. There was absolutely no way to dodge, but Zhang Yi suddenly holds back, remembering his promise to Niha. He swore he would spare the Demon King, so Zhang Yi shifts his final strike. He shatters the crown on Asu's head instead, instantly freeing the king from the dark spell's control. Asu collapses to the ground, screaming from a splitting headache. His vision begins to blur, and he sees nothing but fallen white snowflakes. A strange stream of blue energy begins to leak out from his head. As the energy leaves his body, the intense pain finally fades. Startled, Asu slowly opens his eyes to look around. A simple red thread suddenly rises up from his chest, and Asu watches it float away in a daze. He wonders if it is really Neha as the red thread drifts up and lands gently in his hand. Asu holds the thread tightly, his face twisting with raw emotion as he remembers this was the very gift he gave Neha. He could never forget the day he confessed his love to her. Standing nearby, Zhang Yi chimes in. He explains that Neha told him to deliver this woven red bracelet, promising that once he sees this bracelet, he will instantly understand her true feelings. Hearing this, Asu is completely struck with shock. He demands to know if she is still alive, and begs Zhang Yi to tell him where she is. Zhang Yi does not hide the truth, telling him she is at the Tower of Eternity in Dawn City. As Asu prepares to rush off, Zhang Yi quickly stops him, acknowledging his urgency but insisting there is one more thing. He still needs a favor. The Demon King calmly responds that since Zhang Yi brought him news of Neha, he is willing to help. Zhang Yi gets straight to the point, explaining that his teammate was hit by a deadly demon clan curse and is now stranded at the 2-hour mountain fighting for his life. Believing only Asu can save him, Zhang Yi asks for help, and Asu smiles, saying he asked the right person. He is the only one who can lift this demon curse, so he tells Zhang Yi to hop on and head out. Zhang Yi finally lowers his guard and says his thanks. Before heading out, he tells Han Yaru to meet him at 2-hour mountain to bring Duanfeng back. He tells the group to get some rest first. Han Yaru watches Zhang Yi's back fade into the distance, quietly wishing for his safe return. Meanwhile, over at 2-hour mountain, Duanfeng is locked in a brutal solo struggle against 6 fierce dark elves. Exhausted, he grips his sword and gasps for air. No matter how many he slays, is never enough, and just as he collapses, Zhang Yi arrives just in time. Terrified for his friend, Zhang Yi rushes straight down to the battlefield. He sprints over to Duanfeng, but his friend seems to have lost his memories, staring back blankly. "Who are you?" Duanfeng asks. Zhang Yi frantically replies that it is him, Zhang Yi, and that he is going to be fine. Right after, Azai channels his inner energy. He dispels the secret magic of the demon clan, and Duanfeng's vacant eyes finally begin to clear up and return to normal. The bite marks from the dark elves are completely healed, making Zhang Yi cry out in relief at this is amazing. "You are finally back, Duanfeng, and welcome back to the team." Meanwhile, Az simply cannot afford to wait any longer. He says he won't interrupt their reunion anymore and must leave to find Neha, hoping they meet again. Watching him walk away, Duanfeng is left puzzled. He wonders how that was possible, since only the demon clan can break their own magic. If he is not mistaken, that guy is the Demon King himself. He asks why Zhang Yi is working with him, and Zhang Yi calmly shrugs it off. It is because they share a common enemy. He explains further that this enemy is the mastermind behind everything, manipulating and causing all the terrible disasters of this apocalypse. Meanwhile, inside the towering Tower of Eternity, Gongqi's face looks rather grim. He seems to have caught on to the situation. Right then, Ling Lan slowly walks over, sighing that she spent half the day looking for him. "So this is where you were." Nearby, the Faceless One is trapped inside a glowing blue barrier, frantically begging Gongqi for help. He screams for his boss to save him. Gongqi immediately orders his release, stepping right up to the Faceless One to demand answers. He demands to know what on earth happened. Kneeling helplessly on the ground, the Faceless One begins to stammer. He explains that some brat made it all the way to the 100th floor and actually challenged him. During the clash, the kid used some bizarre skill to swap bodies with him. Hearing this absurd answer, Gongqi tilts his head in confusion. Swap bodies, he wonders. Without wasting a single second, he waves his hand to bring up a blue system screen. It displays the stats of Marcus, a level 65 beast tamer with a legendary talent that swaps his appearance and health pool with others. The swap lasts for 3 minutes. He realizes the kid copied the Faceless One's talent, calling it a stroke of sheer luck. And check this out, the ground beneath them suddenly shakes and a panicked Gongqi turns to Ling Lan. A red warning screen flashes. She quickly reports that the Tower of Eternity is currently under direct attack. Hearing this, Gongqi smirks with amusement. He immediately heads toward a massive golden portal that materializes before them. How interesting, let's go back and check it out. Elsewhere, Daoluo opens its massive jaws, channeling a growing ball of purple energy. He aims it directly at the Tower of Eternity. Standing on the beast's back, Azai barks out a command to destroy it. A gaping hole opens in the tower under the beast's devastating blast. Gripping his heavy blade, Az swings it forward with raw fury. He screams for it to break, and the tiny crack quickly expands, completely shattering the glass barrier of the tower. Holding his blade, Az charges into the tower, desperately shouting for Neha. He begs her to wait, but is suddenly blocked by a massive lock gate he quickly grabs. Forcing it open, he steps inside, and his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. Neha, his beloved wife, is lying completely motionless on a massive mechanical frame. He begs her to open her eyes, utterly devastated to find her in this state. But right behind him, her actual figure suddenly materializes, calling out his name with immense joy. She cries out that he finally found her, and hearing that familiar voice, AZ instantly whips his head around to search for her. Overwhelmed with happiness, AZ asks if she finally remembers him, desperately wanting to know what on earth happened to her. He asks why she is in this state. Standing right before him, Neha nods gently and reassures him that she truly remembers. She tells him she never forgot, going on to recount every single memory from their past without leaving a single detail out. All of this was orchestrated by the mastermind who dragged him into this apocalypse solely to turn AZ into his loyal puppet. That is why he trapped her body here, meaning the version of her he met before was likely just a cruel illusion he created. His ultimate goal was to manipulate AZ's immense grief and hatred to keep him under complete control. She asks if he still does not understand, but then a sudden clapping echoes through the room. A mocking voice notes that this dramatic, long-awaited reunion in such a broken world is truly enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. Standing right at the door, facing them both, is the scheming Gongqi, who is proving to be quite formidable. How on earth did they trace their way straight to this place? Did that tricky little brat tell them? He raises his hand and snaps two fingers together. In an instant, the hologram of Neha. Her figure completely vanishes before AC, driving him to turn and yell at Gongqi in absolute rage. So from the very beginning you have been lying to me, Gongqi replies with a perfectly innocent tone. How can you call that lying when I only presented different options and the one who made the final choice was you? Should the test taker misread the question, they cannot turn around and blame the person who wrote it. All right, he mutters, letting out a dark grin as he looks at AC. If you had actually spotted the clues from the very start, you would have found a way to kill me long ago. Is not that right? And before AC can even move, Gongqi punches him straight in the face. Reproaching AC, Gongqi tells him to blame himself for finding out when it is already far too late. He does not stop there. Gongqi unleashes an eerie green smoke from his palm, thrusting it towards AC's chest. Unleashing his dark art, it takes only a few seconds for AC's entire power to be completely absorbed by Gongqi. Do not forget that your power was granted by me, and I can take it back whenever I want. Reclaiming it is simple, and as for who you are now, you hold absolutely zero value to me. Left with absolutely nothing, Asai collapses onto the ground, desperately stammering out how on earth did this happen. Done with AC, Gongqi turns toward Neha on the machinery, but gathering the absolute last of his strength. AC grabs his leg, begging him not to hurt Neha as Gongqi looks down with a dark glare. Even now, he tries to protect his lover, but Gongqi growls that he was clearly far too gentle with him. He thought about how much AC had done and that keeping him around as a pet was fine. Playing the part of a loyal dog would have worked, but then Gongqi suddenly summons a massive blade into his hands. But since you chose to disobey and anger me, I will just have to end you. He raises his blade high. Swinging down to execute AC, he yells for him to die, but Zhang Yi blocks it. Saving AC in the nick of time, Zhang Yi pulls him up, slinging his battered body over his shoulder for support. Gongqi looks on in absolute shock to see him, but Zhang Yi just laughs, glad to finally face the mastermind. The puppet master of the apocalypse adjusts his glasses, offering a smug smile as he stares directly at Zhang Yi. I told you we would meet again, he mocks, watching Gongqi's reaction. Zhang Yi boldly demands to know if he was the six-winged fallen angel back in the demon-suppressing tower. Gently propping AC against the wall, Zhang Yi leans in and whispers quietly into his ear. Leave the rest to me while you rest here. Then he steps forward, eyes locked on Gongqi ahead. Gongqi stands shrouded in purple smoke as Zhang Yi calls their previous tower duel highly unsatisfying. He hopes this round is better, summoning a glowing yellow card in his hand to unleash a divine tear spell. Let me defeat you once again, and in a flash of light, a massive dragon surges forward to strike. Dragon Soul. Gongqi quickly analyzes the attack through his glasses. He recognizes the divine spell, knowing Zhang Yi once used it to slay the mighty giant king. A blue system screen details the spell, a massive damage dealer that cuts enemy healing by 100%. With power ranking at level 5, Gongqi raises his silver-clad hands from the purple smoke, shielding his face. Blocking the dragon's soul, he laughs that the move is still too weak before activating his magic reflecting iron armor. The entire blast is reflected right back, sending Zhang Yi flying as a notification warns of the impact. Taking 2,000 points of damage, he realizes his opponent knows every single trick in his book. Nursing his wounds, Zhang Yi grits his teeth in rage, realizing he must find a totally different approach. Refusing to back down, Zhang Yi lunges forward, throwing a barrage of heavy punches at Gongqi. But his opponent easily dodges, mocking him that every single attack will only be reflected back anyway. Hearing the smug taunt, Zhang Yi narrows his eyes in anger and screams out, "How about this instead?" A brutal punch lands straight on Gongqi's face, crashing him onto the ground as shattered rock flies and smoke clears. Giant shattered rocks explode in every direction, revealing a deep, bottomless pit. From the shadows of its mouth, a dark figure slowly emerges. Something massive blocks Zhang Yi's view, leaving him completely dazed. What kind of freakish monster is this? Gongqi appears as a horrifying fusion of man and machine, declaring he surrendered his physical body to the apocalypse long ago. He proudly declares this as his true form, suddenly launching a cluster of thick, massive cables straight ahead from his metallic hands. The thick cables coil tightly around Zhang Yi, leaving him struggling frantically to break free. Gongqi slowly approaches, lifting Zhang Yi's face with the cables. He whispers that he actually had countless chances to end Zhang Yi's life, but he didn't, asking if Zhang Yi knows why. It is because he believes that deep down they are exactly the same. Gongqi brings up memories of Zhang Yi riding his bike and gaming endlessly at a computer, working as a delivery boy from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., coming home to game, then just zoning out with no friends or lover. Then Gongqi reminds him of how the apocalypse brought him into this game, giving him friends, love, and genuine affection. Look at everything he let Zhang Yi have in this apocalypse, especially comrades standing right by his side, thrilling battles, the admiration of others, and he even got to experience real love, none of which he could ever get in real life. Gongqi then yanks the cables, pulling Zhang Yi's face agonizingly close. So why on earth would he want to return to that boring old reality when this apocalypse is where he truly belongs? Even under terrifying threats, Zhang Yi's conviction stands tall, and trust me, nobody is breaking him today. Sure, this game gave him everything he could never hope to experience in his boring real life, but to ignore countless innocent lives just for personal satisfaction like Gongqi does is something Zhang Yi simply cannot do. Hearing this, an infuriated Gongqi lifts him up, growling that he chose the hard way over the easy path. Wrapped head to toe in thick cables, Zhang Yi has absolutely no way to escape his grim fate. Gongqi decides to erase him from existence, his glowing red eyes firing destructive beams of light straight at the helpless boy. Screaming for his death, Gongqi fires as the helpless Zhang Yi grits his teeth in panic. Thinking this is the end with no way out, Zhang Yi is stunned when the deadly red beams suddenly freeze right before his eyes. Suddenly, a mysterious black mist swirls behind Zhang Yi, followed by a heavy, powerful footstep stomping onto the ground as someone approaches. A man clad in dark black armor stands there, and Zhang Yi struggles to turn his head, asking if he is the armored figure from the 2 o'clock mountain peak. He asks why the man is here, but the warrior quickly replies that the situation is too critical, and they must find safety first. He promises to explain everything later, while an enraged Gongqi bellows that there is absolutely no escape for them. Gongqi vows to hunt them down anywhere in the apocalypse, but the armored man quickly summons a green dragon to shatter Zhang Yi's bonds. The man yells to run, stopping Zhang Yi's rescue attempt as the boy turns back to argue. But Zhang Yi argues he promised to rescue Neha, to which the man replies that only the living can fulfill their promises. Taking one final look around, the warrior triggers a teleportation effect, and both of them instantly vanish from the battlefield. A massive explosion suddenly rocks the battlefield, and honestly, you can almost hear Gongqi's teeth grinding in fury. Wondering if it is really him daring to steal his prey, he vows revenge before screaming out a furious command. He orders them to activate every tracking device in the apocalypse, demanding they find the targets even if they must turn the world upside down. Ling Lan bows in obedience, then glances over at AC, asking her master how they should deal with this captive. He barks back to lock him in the dungeons of the Eternal Tower, while countless surveillance drones silently patrol the night sky. Weaving through the mountains, the scene shifts to the 7th floor of the demon-suppressing tower as the warrior leads Zhang Yi inside. He assures him they are safe for now, prompting Zhang Yi to immediately ask the burning question on his mind. Demanding to know who he is and why he hides behind a mask, Zhang Yi watches as the warrior begins to unmask. The man explains that hiding his identity was a matter of safety, but in this ultimate crisis, secrets no longer matter. He tells him that hiding is pointless now, adding that Zhang Yi has finally grown up as he pulls off the mask. Revealing a face Zhang Yi knows all too well, the boy cries out in shock before emotionally throwing his arms around his father. Choking back tears, Zhang Yi admits he feared the worst, but his father explains he suffered an unexpected accident years ago. He explains he was trapped inside this apocalyptic world, expressing deep regret for not being there to watch his son grow. Yet he is incredibly proud of the man his son has become. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Zhang Yi asks for clarification. He asks if his father was trapped here all along, despite actually being one of the main researchers behind this apocalypse. He instantly boots up the data stream on his chest, explaining that it is not that he does not want to leave this apocalypse, he literally cannot. Right now, he is entirely dependent on these mechanical parts just to keep himself barely breathing. This body standing before his son is nothing more than a mechanical shell hosting his consciousness, leaving the young man completely speechless. Hidden in a thick bush, not far from where the father and son stand, a stealthy spy drone quietly records their entire conversation. On the other end of the transmission, Gongqi listens closely through the spy drone as Zhang Yi mentions encountering the man who wanted him dead. Gongqi is able to easily observe and hear every single detail of their private conversation. He laughs with sadistic excitement, realizing why the kid felt so familiar. They are actually father and son. Curving his lips into a wicked smirk, he decides to make both of them disappear today before slamming his hand down on the red button. Back at the Demon Suppression Tower, a massive explosion rips through the structure as Zhang Yi and his father scramble to escape. They desperately sprint out of the 7th floor with a colossal wall of fire and debris hot on their heels. The father yells in panic that Gongqi has detonated the entire place as the ground beneath them begins to buckle and shake. Continuous blasts send jagged rocks flying in every direction, prompting Zhang Yi to scream out for his father to be careful. Thick dust and smoke fill the air, and once it finally clears, only a wasteland of burning fire and rubble remains. Picking himself up from the dirt, Zhang Yi scoffs that Gongqi is pathetic if he thinks a simple cave-in could stop them. But as he turns around to check on his father, his eyes widen in pure horror at the sight of him pinned under massive boulders. He screams out in sheer panic just as Gongqi arrives in his metallic shell, mocking that escape from this apocalypse is impossible. The villain's glowing crimson eyes lock onto the young man, charging up a deadly blazing red beam of energy. Zhang Yi moves like absolute lightning to dodge the attack, while the freezing burst of energy instantly solidifies everything in its path. Gongqi stammers in complete shock, unable to believe his eyes right as the system announces the activation of the divine frost dragon power. Zhang Yi stands transformed in stunning ice armor and majestic frozen wings, radiating the full majesty of the frost dragon. Brandishing a blazing sword, he points the glowing blade directly at Gongqi, vowing to end his reign of terror right here. The cyborg simply sneers before bursting into a mocking, arrogant laugh, ridiculing the boy for not knowing his own limits. Zhang Yi charges forward with a fierce battle cry, but Gongqi calmly raises his hand to manipulate data codes, dismissing the attack as incredibly reckless. Paralyzed and unable to move a muscle, Zhang Yi is seized by terror as Gongqi's voice echoes through the howling wind. He asks if the boy still does not get it, mocking that physical attacks are completely useless before thrusting his arm into space. That detached robotic arm warps through space, appearing right in front of Zhang Yi, who can only gasp out the villain's name. The robotic arm violently impales the young man's chest, causing his eyes to roll back as he coughs up a heavy spray of crimson blood. Gongqi's fingers wrap around a brilliant glowing golden object deep inside the boy, forcefully ripping out his prized god-grade talent card. He mockingly asks what Zhang Yi can possibly do now that his ultimate divine card has been stolen away. The young hero collapses helplessly onto the cold ground, his eyes losing all focus and turning completely vacant as the villain approaches. Without hesitation, Gongqi fires 2 heavy cables to deliver a final brutal crushing blow to the defenseless boy. But the cables only slam into empty dirt as Zhang Yi vanishes, forcing a startled Gongqi to spin around. He spots the injured father carrying his son away and furiously charges after them, screaming that absolutely no one escapes his grasp. Gongqi bellows that no one can stop his grand plan, but the father quietly whispers a stubborn rebuttal. "No, there is definitely someone who can," he mutters before carrying Zhang Yi on his shoulder and leaping into a warp portal. "Your beautiful little dream is about to end," he tells himself, watching over his unconscious son inside the teleportation dimension. He smiles softly at his son, then gazes down at his own broken mechanical legs before speaking as the boy stirs. He asks if the boy is awake, gently breaking the news that Gongqi has forcibly stolen his talent card. Zhang Yi nods, admitting he never saw that coming, but sits up with a look of pure determination in his eyes. He tells his father not to worry about him, promising to find a way to rebuild his damaged robotic body very soon. Pleasantly surprised, the father lets out a warm laugh and pats his shoulder proudly, calling him a truly good son. Recalling the diagnostic data sheets that marked Zhang Yi with a cross, the father speaks in a thoughtful tone. He points out that after surviving the apocalypse for so long, the boy's combat experience doesn't even need that card anymore. Still, losing such legendary power is a major blow, especially since a ruthless killer like Gongqi will never stop hunting him down. Future battles will be incredibly dangerous, but Zhang Yi calmly replies that a minor setback like this won't stop him. Zhang Yi asks his father what grudge lies between him and Gongqi. The older man replies that this is exactly what he wants to explain. Recalling the past, he begins to reveal the truth of that year, that he and Gongqi were once colleagues. Together, they researched and developed the apocalypse. Gongqi was quiet, but his ambition was plain to see. He had a passion for the apocalypse that far exceeded any normal researcher. Over time, the two of them became friends. But during their research, he discovered a dark obsession. It was Gongqi's true twisted vision for the world. Gongqi wanted to drag every single living soul on Earth directly into the apocalypse. He wanted to rule over them all, deciding who lived and died. Once the father realized his mad plan, they clashed. He immediately confronted him. Their ideals clashed completely, and despite trying his best to stop him, he failed. Their arguments escalated day by day, eventually turning the former friends into bitter enemies. Finally, Gongqi chose the final system test of the apocalypse to betray and strike him down. Though he had prepared an escape route before entering the apocalypse, Gongqi was absolutely determined to hunt him down. To make sure he could never resurrect, Gongqi completely destroyed his physical body, but luckily, there was a backup plan. At the absolute last second, he successfully uploaded his conscious mind into the cloud system of the apocalypse. Since then, he lived on the run, hiding deep inside the demon-suppressing tower for years, waiting for the perfect moment. Finally, Zhang Yi arrived. His entry into this apocalyptic game was never an accident. His father had been watching him. When Zhang Yi was betrayed and killed, his father used that ancient self-rescue protocol to bring him back to life. He knew Zhang Yi was the only one who could avenge him and the other players. After hearing everything, Zhang Yi looks at his father, realizing the truth. So, it was his father who saved him all along. A projection of Zion Underground City appears in his hand. He urges Zhang Yi to go there to find a way to defeat Gongqi. Kneeling beside his father, Zhang Yi urges him to leave together, but the older man just slowly shakes his head. Stuttering, Zhang Yi looks at his father in disbelief. With a sad smile, he apologizes for not being able to fight alongside his son. He has reached his absolute limit. As his body begins to fade away into light, he tells his son to go on. Zhang Yi is their very last hope. With those final words, he dissolves into nothingness, leaving only his mask in Zhang Yi's hands. Whispering a quiet promise, Zhang Yi stands up and walks bravely toward the exit, carrying his father's memory with every step. Time for payback. Zhang Yi drops to one knee. A blue magic circle erupts around him as he tries to summon Shui Ji. But suddenly, the circle shatters into pieces. The remnants of the array scatter into the air. His summoning is completely cancelled. He stares at his empty palm. Panicked, he tries again, but nothing happens. How is it possible that he cannot summon Shuiji anymore? He presses his palm against the ground to summon Xiao He, but his eyes suddenly widen as a terrifying realization hits him. He remembers the crucial system card that Gongqi snatched from him not long ago. That god-level talent card was stolen, but that should not have blocked his abilities. Why is his dragon god power completely locked too? He stands alone in the empty clearing, totally powerless. Zhang Yi stares at his hands for a long time. The mocking face of Gongqi lingers in his mind. As one of the creators of the apocalypse, Gongqi could not kill him directly, so he chose another way. He must have used admin privileges to completely lock Zhang Yi's abilities. After a moment of heavy silence, a faint green aura flickers from his fingers. He refuses to give up. Stopping him from reaching Zion is not going to be that easy. He taps the Zion coordinates 150919, loading up a detailed city map. It displays his current location relative to the tower. Thankfully, the map function still works, but the standard route will take at least 2 weeks. Worse, taking this main path means Gongqi will instantly track him down. Then a forest symbol catches his eye. Wait, there is a skull icon flashing right next to it. The map labels it the Six Bone Maze Forest. It is a dangerous area he has never heard of before. But cutting directly through this forest will lead him straight to the Zion Underground City. He chooses the shortest path, entering the Six Bone Maze Forest, a pitch-black woodland heavy with the stench of death. A system prompt warns him of a man-eating forest that consumes explorers for nutrients, where rotting corpses generate ghostly phosphorus fires. This is the terrifying Six Bone Maze Forest. Seconds later, Zhang Yi steps directly into the dark canopy. He finally arrived, but why is it so dead silent during the day? It feels like no other player has set foot here since him. Suddenly, a blur streaks past, fast as an arrow. Guided by a sixth sense, Zhang Yi whips his head around but sees nothing unusual. He turns and moves forward. Once again, an eerie instinct makes Zhang Yi look back down. Creeping along the dirt right behind him is a trail of slithering tree roots. Staring at the roots, Zhang Yi shrugs with a mocking smirk. It looks like the ultimate weakness of these dried vines in the bone labyrinth is that they are totally afraid of the light. They can only crawl through the shadows. No wonder nighttime is their playground. Legendary, not really. He thought the bone labyrinth would be terrifying. Turns out it is just this. So this is it. But right then his eyes widen. A green haze rises around him as Zhang Yi spreads both arms and looks up, scanning the gloom. Suddenly, something sharp shoots out of the darkness straight at him. He ducks and leaps back defensively. Test successful. His reflexes and muscle memory are still sharp. They were trained well during his last fight. Even with zero skills or techniques active, he can still break out. But right then, a sharp spike lunges directly at Zhang Yi's face. Instinctively, he blocks. The spike pierces his hand, wounding him, but it does not stop. More spikes thrust from above. Nearby, a pair of slithering snakes formed entirely from forest vines creep toward Zhang Yi. Take that! Zhang Yi kicks one snake high, choking the life out of it. But these things are insanely stubborn, relentlessly chasing after him. Where are they even coming from? He has to get out of here fast. Sprinting ahead, Zhang Yi follows his map. This way. Suddenly, he has to stop. He braces himself and stares up in absolute shock. What in the world is this ridiculous development? And things are about to get even crazier. Blocking Zhang Yi's path is a massive wall of tightly interwoven thorny vines. No other choice. He clenches both fists, bracing for a fight. There is only one way through. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light slashes through, tearing the vine wall completely apart. Zhang Yi stares up in disbelief. It is you guys. Floating gently down from above are Diwu and Han Yaru. As they land right in front of him, Zhang Yi cannot hide his sheer relief. Han Yaru, Diwu, what are you two doing here? But caught up in the moment, all three fail to notice the moving vines behind them. In a split second, the creeping vines wrap tightly around Diwu and Han Yaru, dragging both girls high into the air. Left stranded below, he is too stunned to react. The vines squeeze tighter and tighter, refusing to let them go. Get off me! Gripping their weapons tightly, both girls begin fighting back with everything they have. They slash through the annoying vines, blockading their path. Watching the two of them break free from the trap, Zhang Yi quickly thanks them. Thank goodness you two arrived when you did. I really owe you one. Han Yaru steps forward and explains. I summoned the undead to find your location, but your coordinates were moving at a crawl. Right then, Diwu cuts in with some harsh criticism. What on earth is wrong with you, Zhang Yi? You cannot even handle a minor place like this bone labyrinth. Faced with her complaints, he sighs and shrugs, explaining that, as they can see, he is currently locked out of all his abilities. Right now, he is basically no different from a brand new newbie. Both girls stare at him, their eyes wide with absolute shock. What, not wanting to waste any time, Zhang Yi smiles and suggests that they walk and talk, leaving the area first. Along the way, Zhang Yi begins to explain everything to them. So the problem is that when Gong stole my god-grade talent card, all the talents I copied went down the drain with it. Even my other skills are completely locked. I still have no idea what is causing this skill restriction. My only clue points to the underground city. Perhaps the answers I need are waiting there. Hearing his story, Han Yaru quickly grabs Zhang Yi's hand to comfort him. It is fine. We will help you check where the issue lies first. She pulls him close, leaning in face to face. After that, we will head to the underground city together with you. Sensing something, Han Yaru's eyes widen in surprise. Staring closely at him, she says that it is strange as she cannot detect any issues. Logically speaking, any of your abilities that are not tied to that talent card should still function completely normally. But the moment she finishes speaking, Daewoo suddenly swings her weapon and charges at Zhang Yi. He swiftly sidesteps to dodge the clean strike, even reaching out to grab the blade of Daewoo's weapon midair. Stop right now. Watching from behind, Han Yaru senses danger and quickly yells, ordering Daewoo to stand down. Zhang Yi is still injured, but Daewoo completely ignores the warning, continuing to thrust her weapon directly toward him. This is a test. Unafraid, Zhang Yi faces them with a challenging shout. Fine, let's do this. Within seconds, Daewoo's weapon is firmly in his grip. Holding her weapon, Zhang Yi looks at a pouting Daewoo and chuckles. His stamina has not dropped at all. Seeing his swift recovery, Han Yaru raises her weapon high. It is time to go. The blessed stone on her weapon flares with brilliant light. A teleportation circle forms under their feet, instantly sending all three to a completely new location. The underground city of Zion. A massive towering gate blocks their path. This is indeed Zion, an apocalyptic underground haven buried deep below the surface, isolated from the world and easy to defend. Suddenly, a bright red light sweeps over them. Alarms blare out, continuously warning of an intrusion by ability users. Sharp high-tech weapons are pointed directly at them as a guard aggressively demands to know who they are. Daewoo remains completely calm, gripping her weapon. Suddenly, sharp wooden spikes erupt from the ground on both sides. The spikes weave together, forming a massive wooden cage that traps Zhang Yi and his two companions. They are ability users. Grab them. Han Yaru stares in absolute shock at the weapons surrounding them. Catching a blade heading for Han Yaru, Zhang Yi flares with golden fire, telling them to hold on. The attacker, Yi Ren, feels a sudden wave of panic. This intruder's reaction speed is just too fast. Blocking the spear with a single hand, Zhang Yi faces Cheng Nan, who brandishes his weapon and demands answers. Demand the truth. Who are you, and what are you doing here in the underground city? Gripping the two blades firmly, the flaming youth steps back as Han Yaru politely explains they mean no harm. She looks at the guards with absolute sincerity, explaining that their friend has run into some serious trouble. His god-level talent card was stolen, and the clues they gathered led them straight to this very place. Hearing Han Yaru's words, Cheng Nan and Yi Ren exchange silent looks, communicating with their eyes. But they still hesitate, as ability users are strictly forbidden from entering the underground city. Watching the two guards exchange looks, Han Yaru quietly realizes that these gatekeepers must really despise ability users. Overhearing them, Zhang Yi studies their gear, noticing that their weapons lack any elemental attributes or supernatural abilities. Even their armor is purely designed for physical protection rather than boosting magical stats. Then there is the electric cage, trapping them inside a setup that relies entirely on high-tech currents. After a tense moment of whispering, Cheng Nan steps forward, willing to give them a chance to explain. If their talent card was truly stolen, Chang Nan asks them to cooperate and undergo a quick verification scan. He presses a button on the wall and a low red laser beam slowly descends from the gate. The crimson light sweeps over Zhang Yi, scanning his entire body before slowly fading away. Zhang Yi looks back at the girls, joking that this feels just like airport security, kind of nostalgic, right? The scanning light quickly flashes green and Cheng Nan steps up to carefully examine the final results. Waving his hand to stand down, Cheng Nan is stunned to realize that Zhang Yi is an ARC survivor. The wooden cage retracts, freeing the three companions. Zhang Yi looks at Cheng Nan with a serious expression, assuring them they mean peace. Realizing he was entirely wrong, Cheng Nan places a hand on his shoulder and deeply apologizes for the hostile welcome. Welcoming them as allies, Cheng Nan invites them in. Zhang Yi thanks him but asks about his two friends. The awkward question leaves Cheng Nan scratching his head, murmuring that Zion has very strict rules regarding outsiders. Sensing his dilemma, Han Yaru and Diu quickly step forward, proposing that they camp outside the gates instead. Hearing their compromise, Cheng Nan agrees as long as the two girls stay in the outer perimeter. Han Yaru offers to help with patrols so they can earn their keep without bothering the locals. Cheng Nan wipes his sweaty face, deeply embarrassed but incredibly grateful to the two ladies for their understanding. He promises to share supplies if they run short, apologizing again for earlier. Han Yaru smiles warmly, accepting the kind offer. She comforts Cheng Nan, telling him not to worry since they were only doing their duty to protect the city. Turning to Zhang Yi, Han Yaru takes his hand to say goodbye. His soft thank you makes her giggle. There is no need for thanks between us, she says with a bright smile. Go and trust us to wait here. Zhang Yi nods at Yaru and starts walking. A moment later, they both step into the depths of the giant underground city. Everyone around starts whispering, staring at him. They lean close, murmuring secrets to each other. A newcomer. The quiet gossip makes Zhang Yi pretty uncomfortable, prompting him to look over at Cheng Nan. Why are they staring with such mixed feelings? Sensing his unease, Cheng Nan quickly turns to explain. Everyone here gathered after Gongqi stole our talent cards. Since you just arrived, they're naturally a bit wary. Cheng Nan gives Zhang Yi a warm, reassuring smile, telling him that once they get to know him, everything will be fine. Feeling a bit more at ease, Zhang Yi nods. Arriving at a house, Cheng Nan points inside and speaks up. You can stay here for now until I get orders from our leader. Suddenly, a scout runs up completely out of breath. He gasps urgently, reporting to Cheng Nan that the illusionist Wei specifically requested to meet this newcomer immediately. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd looks completely stunned, whispering to each other in absolute shock. How is that possible? The illusionist rarely meets anyone, not even guards who have served with great honor. None of us have even seen her face. Who on earth is this newcomer, and why does our master want to see him? In the crowd, a hooded girl frowns in pure anger. Without saying a word, she silently turns and walks away. Back with Zhang Yi, he rests his chin in his hand, completely puzzled. The illusionist. Why are they so shocked? Who is this person, and could they be connected to my father? The messenger chuckles, pulling out a remote and hitting a red button. Just head to the inverted tower, and you'll find out. Suddenly, a dark circle opens right beneath Zhang Yi's feet. Staring down the deep pit, he instantly realizes he's been tricked. What the hell is this? Before he can even react, Zhang Yi falls straight down into the pitch-black bottomless pit. Crash! Zhang Yi faceplants hard onto the solid ground below. Groaning in pain, he forces himself to quickly snap out of it. Rubbing his sore head, he eyes a nearby desk. I got careless, he thinks. This place is seriously full of traps. Looking at his surroundings, Zhang Yi quickly gets up. He slowly approaches the desk, realizing everything around him is a total illusion. Right on cue, an echoing voice confirms his guess. From a nearby doorway, a girl completely wrapped in white bandages slowly emerges. The scenery outside is just holographic projection and thermal sensors. Pretty high-tech, right? Looks incredibly real, doesn't it? Welcome, Zhang Yi. I am the illusionist. Tell me, do you have any questions for me? Zhang Yi eyes her closely before speaking up, his voice dripping with suspicion. So you're the famous illusionist. I literally just stepped into this city, yet you already knew my name. I haven't told a soul who I am. Glaring at the mysterious woman, his frustration boils over. You knew exactly who I was from the very beginning, didn't you? Or have you had eyes on me this whole time? Her expression darkens as she slowly glides past him, whispering softly. I built Giant City and brought everyone here. Every single move inside this underground world is under my absolute control. Nothing escapes me. She picks up a teapot, calmly pouring water into a small cup. Her eyes turn somber. As for you, the second you went through our security check at the gate, your entire identity was laid bare. Turning around, she holds out the steaming hot cup toward him. Staring at Zhang Yi, she lists off his details. Level 72 Beast Tamer holding a God-tier talent card. Leader of the God Hunter Guild. The two of them stand face to face in tense silence. She offers him the cup. 2 days ago, you fought Gongqi and lost your powers, becoming an exile. Am I right? Zhang Yi quickly reaches out his hand, moving toward the cup she just poured. But instead of taking it, he lunges forward, attacking her directly. Too bad, she was already prepared. Dissolving into a cloud of smoke, she floats effortlessly in mid-air, looking down at him. No need to test me, she sighs. I'm just like you. I can't use any of my abilities either. Clenching his fists, Zhang Yi looks down and apologizes. I just needed to make sure I was safe. Right now, things are incredibly urgent. I need to get my powers back fast so I can take down Gongqi. Hearing this, the illusionist's eyes widen in genuine surprise. We're just like you, she says, holding nothing back. Some of us train with weapons, others practice martial arts, and some study maps to find a strategy. Everyone here shares your goal. We enhance our gear, develop technology, and push our physical limits. He trains his combat skills knowing he is the main target everyone in this city is gunning for. The training is meant to defeat Gongqi. Seeing the image of Zhang Yi's father, the illusionist starts questioning him. Did your father guide you here? Zhang Yi looks up in utter confusion, his eyes wide as he stares at her. Diving down from above, she lands right in front of Zhang Yi. He wonders how she could possibly know his father. The illusionist hesitates, choosing to keep her secrets. Unfortunately, she cannot share that information with him just yet, but she can confirm that his lost powers are merely a side effect of his abilities being forcefully taken away. Stripped of his talent card, her eyes widen as she focuses her entire attention onto him. Everyone here suffers the same fate. The illusionist warns him that restoring his lost abilities is going to be incredibly difficult. This shocking news catches Zhang Yi completely off guard. It seems there is absolutely no other way. Seizing the moment, she hands him a glass of water, asking if he wants to join their underground city of Jian and fight alongside them. As Zhang Yi hesitates, staring at the glass, the illusionist works her silver tongue. She promises his talent will bring them a massive turning point. He does not hesitate. He takes the glass and agrees to join her group. Up until this point, things are finally moving. Aside from his father, only Jian City seems to know about Gongqi. Searching blindly outside would be a total waste of time. Staying here to wait for the right moment is his best bet. The illusionist pats his shoulder, praising his wise choice. She tells him he made the right call. Passing by, she leans in and whispers something only he can hear. But she can feel his powers are not completely gone, unlike the others, whose conditions are permanent. She sees a glimmer of hope inside him. This revelation leaves Zhang Yi completely stunned. Startled, he quickly spins around to ask what she means. The illusionist places a finger to her lips to silence him. Shh. Keep it down. This is a secret between them, or the other residents will surely kick him out. Stepping away, she leaves him with a brief encouraging note telling him to hang in there. Zhang Yi stands there quietly, watching her figure fade into the distance. It is strange. She knows his father and shared clear details about Jian City. She even gave him clues about his lost power. Logically, he should trust her. Yet a lingering sense of suspicion remains. Standing before a blue panel, a sudden shift occurs. Suddenly, he finds himself in a different location inside Yinang City. He has to act anyway. He needs to share this update with Yoru and Daiwo. He is too busy typing on his screen. He completely misses the dark figure hiding nearby. His priority is to meet his allies as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Liu Yao lurks behind a wall. She observes his every move. She knew he was trouble from the start, especially now that he is bypassing the guards, just to leak information. Grabbing the hilt at her waist, she unsheathes a razor-sharp sword. Preparing to strike, she mutters that he brought this on himself. Elsewhere, Yoru waits with deep anxiety written on her face. She looks around anxiously. The tight security here keeps everyone on edge. Even a powerhouse like Zhang Yi has to lay low just to talk. Their next move requires careful long-term planning. Standing nearby, Daiwu quickly reassures her. She tells her to relax while they keep watch outside Yinang City. Placing her hands on her hips, Daiwu reminds her that no matter what kind of chaos unfolds, he always finds a way out. If things go south, they can just have Zhang Yi relocate. They will move their base. Suddenly, Zhang Yi drops down right beside the massive wall. He lands right in front of them, catching both Yoru and Daiwu completely by surprise. He tells them they must be quick. He will find a way to secure their approval first. He urges them to secure more clearance so they can meet freely. He also brings up the mysterious illusionist. He needs their help to dig into her background. However, Yoru looks at him with a different suggestion. She suggests they should head back to the Ice City first before making any rash decisions. Zhang Yi immediately shuts down the idea. This city is the only lead his father left behind for him. Resting his chin in his hand, he carefully analyzes the mysterious illusionist running the city. She guides players who have lost their abilities, but he knows they cannot trust her just yet. But looking at the current situation, staying put is their best bet. Suddenly, a bright light flashes. It beams down on the three startled friends. A voice demands to know what they are doing there right before a sharp blade descends from above. Sensing the threat, Zhang Yi quickly shoves Lan Yoru and Daiwu aside. He warns them to watch out and unleashes a powerful kick. His strike deflects the sharp blade instantly. Right across from them, a hostile mob emerges led by Lu Ya. She glares at Zhang Yi's group, spitting out that she knew these outsiders could not be trusted, slipping away in the dead of night while guards were shifting. Leaking secrets of the underground city to these two espers is unforgivable. She yells that they do not deserve any trust. Furious, Lu Ya shouts to her men, ordering them to seize the group immediately. Seeing things turn critical, Zhang Yi raises his hands to explain, shouting that this is a huge misunderstanding. If they really harbored any hostile intentions, they would have easily fought back the moment everyone drew their weapons. But behind him, Diu has other ideas. She crosses her arms, muttering that she should have just killed everyone to get into Giant anyway. Her words shock him. He tries to stop her, but Lu Ya's guards are already closing in. The guards charge, screaming for the espers to die. Meanwhile, Lu Ya stands back in silence, her expression twisted with deep resentment. They scream at them to get out of Jian City while a hand grips a hilt, drawing a blade. Lu Ya pivots, swinging her sword forward with a sharp gust and commanding her entire squad to capture them immediately. Across from her, another sword slides out of its scabbard as Daewoo readies herself to unleash some serious pain. Daewoo leaps forward to clash with Lu Ya, complaining about the noise as she prepares to strike from above. Suddenly, Zhang Yi and another figure crash down right between them, a shockwave throwing the two battle-hungry women apart. Even so, both Lu Ya and Daewoo glare at each other through the slowly clearing dust cloud. The two figures in the mist are revealed to be Zhang Yi and the illusionist, who holds a sword to block Lu Ya. Lu Ya grits her teeth, glaring up at the interference, while Daewoo's eyes burn with matching fury. Daewoo turns away, refusing to even look at Zhang Yi, while Lan Yoro steps up to calm her down. Asking if she is okay, Zhang Yi leans in close to Daewoo's ear and whispers to keep her cool because they must stay. He warns her that she cannot kill Lu Ya. Daewoo mutters an agreement as they face the illusionist together. Brandishing her sword, Lu Ya demands to know why the illusionist is siding with this outsider who clearly threatens them. The illusionist raises her arm, calling out to the crowd to defend Zhang Yi's group. She tells the citizens that there is a huge misunderstanding about their new guest before continuing her explanation to the crowd. She explains that while she trusts him, she wants to keep things fair to maintain the city's trust. With those words, she snaps her fingers, triggering a sudden and strange phenomenon. A glowing structure rises right out of the earth, and trust me, it leaves everyone completely speechless. As the thick smoke finally dissipates, a massive combat stage is revealed, the legendary Giant Arena. She declares that they will settle this through combat, let strength speak for itself, no more talking. Walking over to Zhang Yi, the illusionist grabs his arm and raises it high for the whole crowd to see. She announces that if Zhang Yi wins, he and his companions will be allowed into the underground city. They can live together in peace. Zhang Yi holds his head high, smiling as he adds that if he loses just this one match, he and his friends will pack up and leave the underground city immediately, never bothering them again. This bold claim infuriates the crowd, but Lu Ya grits her teeth, wondering if he might actually be trustworthy. The crowd wonders why the master opened the arena, mockingly calling Zhang Yi a loudmouth. Ignoring the jeers, he leaps straight onto the stage to start the battle. The onlookers scoff at his arrogance. Let's see who is afraid of whom. He waves his hand to the crowd, signaling that he is ready to fight. He asks who wants to go first, but his expression suddenly shifts to slight confusion. Facing him is a furious Lu Ya, tightly gripping her sword as she steps forward to declare she will be his opponent. The surrounding crowd erupts in cheers for their commander, while Lan Yoro shouts her encouragement to Zhang Yi. Lu Ya charges forward, unleashing a powerful kick, but Zhang Yi blocks it just in time, letting out a surprised hum. He praises her decent skills but tells her she is still too slow, tightening his fist to counterattack. She swiftly leaps into the air, flipping to dodge his punch before launching a barrage of projectiles from above. As she lunges forward, Zhang Yi quickly dodges, completely unfazed by her agility and raw strength. This is insane, her hand feels numb. Suddenly, a shout erupts from the stands. Someone tosses their captain a spear to fight back, leaving Zhang Yi completely stunned. Gritting her teeth, Lu Ya thrusts the weapon at him, but he easily slips past and tears a strip of fabric from her shirt. Holding the cloth, Zhang Yi praises her power before using it to blindfold his own eyes. He knows that with her talent restored, she would easily match his strongest allies in battle. Ready for battle, he invites her to attack, feeling incredibly glad that he has prior experience in close combat. Without those close-range PvP skills, he would be completely lost. Meanwhile, Lu Ya grips her spear tightly. Angry, she charges forward, demanding to know if he is mocking her, but he reacts instantly. Zhang Yi catches the spear smoothly, noting that reckless fighters only chase obvious targets, and that just makes them predictable. Seeing him stop her spear without even looking, Lu Ya is completely frozen in absolute shock. Zhang Yi. He swings the weapon back toward her, warning that such recklessness only invites danger. She retreats in a panic, but he is already closing in with lightning speed. Just look at that, he points the blade at her throat, forcing a cold sweat. She panics, wondering how he can copy her exact moves without even using his eyes. Realizing he is holding back, she leaps away to dodge his relentless thrusts. Striking continuously, Zhang Yi explains that true combat is about hitting unexpected angles when opponents are off guard. Panic takes over as she struggles to keep up with his incredibly fast attacks. He could have easily hurt her multiple times, yet he suddenly stops and lowers his spear. Panting heavily, her face covered in sweat, she fully realizes the massive gap between them. The crowd below erupts in anger, shouting furious curses at the hated outsider. They threaten to step in, but Diwu snaps back, demanding they keep it fair. Raising her hand, Liu Ye admits her defeat and he tosses back the spear for her to catch. She apologizes for her reckless behavior and introduces herself as Liu Yao with a smile. He introduces himself as Zhang Yi before she turns to address the crowd with joy. She announces that from this day forward, Zhang Yi is officially their trusted friend. The other two girls introduce themselves as Han Yanru and Diwu, smiling warmly. Everyone cheers, fully accepting the newcomers after seeing their genuine and honest sincerity. Welcoming them as allies, Wei Shujia watches from the crowd before quietly turning away. Glancing back at Zhang Yi, she thinks to herself that he did not disappoint her. Standing on the platform, he is silently grateful to Wei Shujia for helping him. Looking at her retreating figure, he is suddenly reminded of a mysterious connection. Winning against Liu Ye finally allows his group to be accepted into Xian City as full members. While settling in, they begin training under Wei Shujia, though her past remains a complete mystery. He tries to find connections between her and his father, but finds nothing. Putting those lingering questions aside, he focuses entirely on gaining vital combat skills and experience to grow stronger. Preparing for his ultimate revenge is his top priority alongside his daily archery practice. He also spars regularly with Liu Ye, knowing how dangerous the apocalypse is without active skills. Relying solely on base stats is like going into a heavy gunfight completely empty-handed. Wei Shujia watches closely, advising that combat is all about maximum efficiency. Striking hard is not enough. Every single move with their weapons must count. Zhang Yi fully agrees with her, knowing they must train both body and mind. Only then can they hope to survive and strike back against their oppressors in this cruel world. Beyond weapon mastery, he spends hours studying, absorbing as much knowledge as possible. He realized the weapons everyone in Xian City used were far too weak, barely enough to handle a few low-level ability users. With other players having lost their abilities, Zhang Yi decided to craft some new gear, believing a major upgrade was overdue. A whole new batch of powerful weapons was desperately needed here in Xian City. Soon the days began to slowly drift by. When the weapon-making assessment day finally arrived, the two creations displayed before the crowd left everyone utterly speechless. Someone couldn't help but praise Zhang Yi, amazed that he actually managed to recreate a functional firearm from scratch. Liu Ye crossed her arms, glanced at the gun, and scoffed that the newbie clearly didn't understand normal bullets. She argued they couldn't deal fatal damage to ability users, proudly explaining that her own weapon was designed for close combat. She went on to detail her specialized umbrella weapon, built from advanced insulating materials to perfectly match their recent training. It acted as a shield, and when folded, its sharp, hidden tips could extend to function as a deadly bayonet. Its extra-long handle doubled as a spear or could even be detached. But the most impressive feature lay inside. The umbrella housed an electrical generator capable of discharging lightning bolts to pierce right through any talent card defense. After finishing her explanation, she pointed at him and loudly challenged him to show off his toy gun. Zhang Yi simply smiled back, explaining his weapon was actually a six-shooter, but with a major catch. Once it was loaded with the right ammunition, everything would change. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted in whispers. They doubted even their commander could make a bullet that strong, dismissing his strange ideas as pure fantasy. Liu Ye stood there utterly stunned, wondering who this guy really was, while the trickster chuckled and stepped in. Since their assessment scores were on the line, he suggested putting an end to the loud debate. He proposed a live demonstration, immediately conjuring a high-density penetration test block right in front of them. He explained they would take turns and the block would measure the exact penetration limits of each weapon. Liu Ye confidently grabbed her umbrella spear, pointed a thumb at herself, and demanded to go first. With a sharp battle cry, she lunged forward, slamming her weapon hard against the testing block. Sparks erupted on impact and the display flashed a reading of 550. The trickster praised her score, noting that exceeding 500 was enough to breach an ability user's defense line. But Zhang Yi noticed her condition seemed highly unstable, and suddenly those wild electrical currents backfired, surging right back at Liu Ye. As she screamed in terror, Zhang Yi yelled for the commander to look out quickly, grabbing the umbrella to open it. He pulled her into a protective embrace, with one hand shielding them from the deadly feedback with the umbrella. Once the danger passed, he looked down and asked if she was all right. Held tightly in his arms, her face flushed red with absolute embarrassment before she quickly pushed him away, yelling that she was fine. With a soft sigh, he stepped up to declare it was his turn, aiming the sleek firearm directly at the test block and pulling the trigger. The spectators gasped in absolute disbelief as the system display flashed a massive number that stunned everyone. An unbelievable 2,000 meters. The trickster fell silent, noting that no weapon crafted in Jian City had ever achieved this. If they could mass-produce this gear, they would easily be able to stand on equal footing with the players outside. They could easily regain all their lost experience through these challenges and eventually win back their precious talent cards. Zhang Yi admired the ammunition with a smug smile, explaining they were armor-piercing kinetic rounds made of gold and copper. He chose the highly dense fluid materials and perfected this cone shape after running countless practical tests. It ensured maximum initial penetration and even guaranteed a second-stage rupture after striking the target. This would deliver a devastating surprise to any ability user. The trickster proudly raised Zhang Yi's hand, declaring him the official winner of the trial. He awarded him 500 points, urging everyone to thank Zhang Yi for finally bringing real hope to Jian City. The crowd cheered in absolute celebration as night slowly cast its shadow over the lively city. Later, Zhang Yi sat nearby, listening closely as Yeru seriously explained that she had contacted brother Ba Huang. He reported that Frost City remained stable for now, but things were shifting. Lately, Moonlight City and Dawn City had seen a sudden influx of elite players previously known on the World Channel. He nodded, noting that this aligned perfectly with his suspicion that things were far from simple. There was absolutely no way the mastermind would limit himself to grooming a single subordinate like the Demon King. While some of those targets had their talent cards stolen and were exiled here, others ended up becoming his ruthless executioners. Zhang Yi looks up at the ceiling, thinking of Gongqi. He tells Han Yaru to notify her brother and Qinglong. They need to quickly choose capable assistants to learn guild management. He has a strong feeling Gongqi will find Extreme Ice City soon. Time passes quickly. At the underground city plaza, the ritualist steps up to make a grand announcement. Everyone has accumulated plenty of points over the past few days, but one person has completely refreshed the board. He climbed the ranks at blistering speed. He currently sits in first place, doubling the score of the runner-up. Pausing, she points right toward Zhang Yi to congratulate their newest companion. Liu Ya quietly stands right behind him. She keeps her head down, lost in memories. She remembers Zhang Yi and Han Yaru sitting close together and chatting happily. Liu Ya sadly realizes he already has someone special. Suddenly, the loud voice of the ritualist breaks her train of thought. It is time for the physical assessment, and she asks if they still remember. With the previous intense match between Zhang Yi and Liu Ya, this time the rules are changing. Their target for this test is going to be someone totally different. She points to herself, declaring she is the opponent. This sparks instant whispers throughout the shocked crowd. The master has never entered a duel or the arena. They have absolutely no idea what her true power is. Besides, she taught them all their skills in the first place. How could they possibly win? Hearing the worried murmurs, the ritualist scratches her cheek. She tells them not to lose heart and to try. Hitting her earns 1 point and pushing her off the ring yields 100. If they manage to take this off, she excitedly raises a single finger. That earns them a massive prize of 1,000 points. The ritualist leans back, throwing a provocative look directly at Zhang Yi. But up until now, no one has ever laid eyes on her real face. Can their new friend pull off a miracle? Cracking his knuckles with a sharp glare, he smirks. Let us find out. They face off on the stage. An instant later, Zhang Yi charges forward. He clenches his fist and throws a heavy punch. The ritualist casually slips aside. Zhang Yi's fist smashes into the ground, but he immediately unleashes another strike. Yet she evades it with ease. She praises his effort while smoothly dodging his relentless flurry of blows. She boasts that she will win this quickly. Still, she continues to slip his attacks, shouting compliments. Zhang Yi's next punch actually shears off a few strands of her hair. She continues to praise him. She is genuinely surprised. His striking speed has increased so drastically in such a short amount of time. Calling him a promising student, she irritates him. He swears silently. She is clearly struggling but still talking trash. Still, her mouth keeps running. He launches a sudden kick, forcing her to bend backward while a spectator below loudly cheers him on. With Zhang Yi backing her to the edge of the stage, the ritualist lets out a quick chuckle. Calling his move reckless, she leaps high into the air. She lands behind him, channeling her internal energy. From below, Han Yaru calls his name in panic. He turns around with a smirk, telling her she fell for it. The ritualist gasps in shock as she flips mid-air. Zhang Yi rapidly closes the distance. He reaches out to snatch her face cover. He is convinced that his suspicions are definitely correct. The ritualist always hides her face. She is absolutely concealing a secret, making him grit his teeth. Guided by sharp intuition, he leaps up to grab the veil. This mysterious person is definitely someone he already knows. Once Zhang Yi rips the veil away, he sighs, but the crowd below is left completely speechless and stunned. Wait, what are we even looking at? Staring in utter disbelief, he grits his teeth and steps closer. He demands to know who she really is. Angrily, he asks why she is playing mind games with him. She cheerfully replies that she is not playing games. She never claimed this was her actual face. Either way, she awards him his 1,000 points. He grits his teeth, refusing to be friends with liars. He warns her not to push his limits. Suddenly, a bright light flashes before his eyes, shocking him. The ritualist pulls back his sleeve to reveal his glowing arm. Zhang Yi is utterly stunned. She asks if he can feel it. His power is already showing signs of awakening. She assures him that his strength will return soon. This makes him realize something strange is going on. Deep within his empty body, a faint power is starting to stir. It is unlike anything he has felt before. Right after that, the illusionist turns and walks away, asking if anyone else dares to challenge her. One at a time, okay. Zhang Yi sighs heavily, clutching his arm in deep frustration. Below the stage, the crowd raises their arms eagerly, shouting to challenge her, while Zhang Yi steps toward Yaru and Daewoo. Yaru asks what is wrong, but Zhang Yi says it is not safe to talk here, so they agree to step outside. Under a tree outside Jian City, Yaru leans back, explaining that Daewoo went to gather some crucial intelligence. A group of players recently flocked to Frozen Pole City, likely bringing news about Gongqi, which prompts her to ask another question. She asks what the illusionist told him to make him look so troubled as Zhang Yi stares down at his own hand. He tells her he feels his lost power will return soon, prompting a highly excited and joyful reaction from Yaru. With a serious nod, he explains that he once believed his power relied solely on his god-tier talent card. He completely overlooked his own ability to channel energy, but these past few days of intense training changed everything. Though not yet at his peak, he can feel the raw, pure passion for combat from the early days of the apocalypse. Perhaps this is why his father sent him here, to find a way to live by facing absolute death, Zhang Yi realizes, clenching his fist tightly. The people in Jian City were robbed of their hard-earned lives by Gongqi, making them claim they completely despise all ability users. They refuse to get close to them, yet deep down they yearn to regain their powers more than anyone else. They must act fast and find a way to win the complete trust of everyone living in this underground city. They must build a powerful faction to stand against Gongqi, and his quest to regain his lost strength is the absolute key to earning their trust. Yaru grabs his arm in pure joy, promising that both she and Daewoo will stand by his side. She adds that Frozen Pole City is his strongest shield as they step forward, wrapping him in a warm, smiling embrace. She gently reminds him to relax, sometimes confident that their hard work will eventually guide everything in a better direction. Zhang Yi pulls her close, whispering his gratitude while promising to cherish her once all of this is finally over. He wants to return to the real world as soon as possible, reminiscing about their peaceful past together. He wonders if they will recognize each other and start anew as she happily wraps her arms around his neck in agreement. But their sweet moment is abruptly shattered when Lu Ye suddenly appears and yells out in anger. She calls him completely heartless, prompting him to ask why she left the city and if something went wrong inside. Tears fill her eyes as she forces them apart, demanding to know why he hugged her during testing only to flirt with someone else. She desperately asks him to stop seeing Yaru if she confesses her feelings, leaving both of them completely stunned. Zhang Yi and Yaru stare in utter shock, with him gasping in disbelief while she quickly covers her mouth. Lu Ya cries out in pain, asking if his past actions were just a cruel joke, leaving him sweating as he desperately tries to explain. He apologizes if any of his past actions caused a misunderstanding, but firmly asks her to listen carefully. He clarifies that he never meant to lead her on, reminding her that as a commander, she is strictly forbidden from leaving the city. He warns her about the severe consequences, asking if her daily training is simply not enough to keep her focused. If she cannot focus on preparing for revenge, he coldly suggests she hand her commander position over to someone else. Devastated by his harsh words, Lu Ya runs off in tears, with Yaru immediately giving chase and calling out to her. Zhang Yi firmly grabs Yaru to stop her, prompting her to turn back and scold him for being too harsh. Zhang Yi explains that while Lu Ya is proud and reckless, her core nature is not actually bad. She possesses immense strength, and letting personal drama distract her from regaining her powers would be an absolute tragedy. He hopes this tough love will force her to focus on the bigger picture while somewhere else nearby. The illusionist sits on her throne, watching the trio through a massive magic mirror with a heavy sigh. She warns that they must unite quickly, waving her hand to shift the mirror's view to another location. A dark looming tower appears on screen as she dangerously whispers that their next trial is about to begin. As night falls, the scene shifts to Yaru and Daewoo resting peacefully together in their room. Daewoo gasps in shock, unable to believe that the proud Lu Ya actually confessed to Zhang Yi. She laments missing such a golden opportunity, wishing she could have witnessed Zhang Yi's embarrassed reaction firsthand before bursting into laughter. Yaru sighs, praying this drama does not ruin Lu Ya's focus, before shifting the conversation back to business. She asks if there are any updates from Frozen Pole City, prompting a heavy, complicated sigh from Daewoo. Ever since Carla left Moonlight City, the Pantheon Guild has been in absolute chaos, and now, out of nowhere, a group of elite players has suddenly appeared, leaving everyone in a panic. Most of them are planning to take refuge in Frost City. Daewoo smiles, thankful that her brothers are there to help. Otherwise, Frost City would be in total chaos too. Yan Yu smiles back, relieved that Zhang Yi is finally showing signs of recovery. She believes they can return home soon. But get this, turning away, she can't shake off this dark sense of dread. Suddenly, a shadow darts past the window. Both girls instantly spring to their feet and shout in unison. Who goes there? Ferocious demons breach the room, leaving Yan Yu wondering how these demon soldiers ever tracked them down. Du grabs her weapon and charges, screaming to wipe them out. But suddenly, Yan Yu freezes. She collapses to the floor, her weapon clattering away as she realizes she can't move a muscle. Her eyes widen in absolute horror as she sees Du completely frozen midair. Her vision fades to total blackness. Yan Yu desperately tries to piece together how an enemy could infiltrate their underground city without anyone noticing and instantly paralyze all 5 of their senses, just before completely slipping into total unconsciousness. Only one name flashes through her mind: Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, outside, massive dark dragons swarm the protective barrier of Jian City. Standing proudly atop one of the flying beasts, Gongqi laughs maniacally. So this is the cozy little hideout you have been using, Zhang Yi. The red-eyed dragon beneath him snarls, radiating a fierce crimson glow. With a sneer, Gongqi calls them useless trash he has already discarded. A barrage of glowing blue beams rains down on the barrier, and Gongqi casually raises a single finger to manipulate the energy. He mocks their attempts at developing technology inside a game before bursting into laughter and snapping his fingers. A surge of red energy erupts in mid-air as Gongqi's dragon gears up. It unleashes a massive torrent of crimson fire, combining with the blue beams to savage Zion City. Through the rising smoke, a crowd of defenders emerges, drawing a mock grunt of surprise from Gongqi. Well, look at all these little pests. As the smoke clears, Zhang Yi stands at the forefront holding his umbrella. He recites the ancient code: the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Quoting Sun Tzu's classic Art of War and the 36 stratagems, Gongqi mocks him, surprised he would resort to such desperate tactics from atop his dragon. He throws his head back and laughs hysterically, asking why he would ever need strategies against powerless trash. Do you really think I need a plan against weaklings? Raising both hands, Gongqi commands his dragons to fly free and feast on their nutrient-rich prey. On the other side, Zhang Yi quickly drops to his knees, slamming both hands onto the ground as a giant magic formation erupts. Standing in the center, Zhang Yi warns his team that while Gongqi's dragons are powerful, they lack agility. He urges them to stay mobile, fight just like in practice, and show no fear as they take their positions. Liu Ya raises her firearm, gritting her teeth in frustration at the absolute worst timing of this attack. Their new weapons aren't even finished yet, and honestly, it feels like they stand absolutely zero chance. But watch this. High above, the illusionist uses his umbrella to block Gongqi's devastating strike. Gongqi is stunned, unable to believe someone actually managed to block his move. Holding his umbrella, Zhang Yi charges forward, shouting that defense is secure, and now it's time for offense. The illusionist agrees to back him up, whipping a long claw from his sleeve toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi catches it instantly, launching himself straight into the action while using his umbrella to deflect Gongqi's heavy barrage. Watching the two coordinate their attacks with flawless teamwork, Gongqi starts sweating his brow, furrowing in irritation as he yells for a tactical retreat. But Zhang Yi leaps high into the air, driving his sword deep into Gongqi's dragon mount, forcing the beast to snap its jaws in agony. Gongqi curses his name in fury, but Zhang Yi suddenly appears behind him with a cold grin. Even if we've lost our powers, we can still crush you. Sooner or later, you'll pay dearly for all your evil deeds. Gongqi simply scoffs at the threat, turning to point behind him with a wicked, highly confident smirk. He dares Zhang Yi to touch him, pausing just long enough for the young man to glance over. He warns that his friends are about to become dragon food. Zhang Yi turns horrified to see Yan Yu and Daewoo bound. They hang helplessly from a dragon's talons as the drooling beast prepares to swallow them whole. With rage in his eyes, Zhang Yi raises his weapon, pointing it directly at Gongqi in the sky. What did you do to them? Gongqi chuckles, spreading his arms wide inside the white smoke. As the smoke drifts around them, Gongqi mocks his agitation, proud of his well-timed surprise. Don't worry, I'll make full use of them, Gongqi says before striking down without hesitation from above. Gongqi fires burning slashes down at Zhang Yi, telling him to try this first, but quick reflexes save him. He quickly bends his body to dodge the swift strikes. Gripping his sharp spear, Zhang Yi sees his chance. He lunges forward, throwing his spear down at Gongqi, who calmly looks up at Zhang Yi's attack. Wearing a smug, scheming smile, the villain summons a glowing red rectangular cage that traps Zhang Yi, cutting off his escape. This is it. Zhang Yi looked closely. In the distance, a city drowned in a sea of flames greets his eyes. This is absolute crushing power. Charred corpses lie scattered across the burning ground, the fate of those who resist. Those who oppose me will never return to the real world they desire. Seeing this horrifying sight unfold, Zhang Yi gnashes his teeth in fury, cursing Gongqi's cruelty as the villain descends from his mount. Landing near the cage, Gongqi remarks that he is just like his father in both power and that stubborn dedication to the righteous cause. Since he refuses to join him, Gongqi won't force the matter. Gongqi frowns, recalling Zhang Yi's father, and coldly tells the boy to rot in this apocalypse forever. This is his curse to them. Suddenly, remembering something, Gongqi raises his finger and smirks at Zhang Yi. Actually, that's not enough. He wants to make them regret this even more. High up in the sky, Diwu and Han Yaru are chained to the leg of Duoluo, who licks Han Yaru right before Zhang Yi's eyes. This drives him absolutely insane. Zhang Yi screams to let them go, but his despair only delights his enemy. Gongqi laughs smugly, telling him not to worry since he plans to fully exploit the precious heiress of the Tairui group. Without hesitating for a second, Gongqi presses a square red button right in front of him. Instantly, the solid cage trapping Zhang Yi begins sinking deep into the ground. The onlookers break into a cold sweat, trembling with absolute fear before Gongqi's overwhelming power. This is Gongqi's real strength. We can't fight him, we simply can't win. With his task finished, Gongqi stands proudly on Duoluo's back, asking if they want to know how he found them. Looking down from high above, Gongqi stares at the burning city with absolute twisted pleasure. He gladly reveals a secret. They truly believed they had found a perfect isolated sanctuary away from the world, but in truth his spies had infiltrated this place long ago. Then Gongqi and his flying mount slowly fade into the distance. Behind them, the terrified citizens panic, asking what they should do now that they are exposed. Everything seems lost, but as the smoke clears from the deep crater, Zhang Yi suddenly sits up. "Are you all right?" a girl asks anxiously. Zhang Yi kneels to calm her down before offering a quick plan. He assures her he is fine, telling her to take everyone back to heal while he rescues Han Yaru. A madman like Gongqi will undoubtedly commit even more atrocious, insane acts if left unchecked. The terrified crowd looks at one another, trembling. Save them. How can we rescue anyone right now? We are targets now. We must run, or we will be stuck as digital data in this cursed game forever. Zhang Yi, do you really think anyone will listen to you now? Gongqi said, there is a spy among us. Suddenly, a girl wearing a headscarf runs over from a distance, shouting a question to the crowd. Has anyone seen the illusionist? Hearing those words, Zhang Yi's face freezes in absolute shock. This cannot be true. Night falls, revealing a starry sky. Soon, a system message sent by Zhang Yi pops up on the screen. Ba Huang, we were ambushed at the Ji Yin underground city. Gongqi captured Han Yaru and Diwu. Come to Paxio City to reinforce us immediately. Standing at the city gate, Ba Huang delivers the grim news. Han Yaru is in danger. Qinglong and I must head to Paxiao City, so keep the frozen city safe. Duanfeng assures them they are in good hands, while Shield 7 promises to guard the place until they return. I will protect it well. But as Ba Huang looks around, he suddenly receives a new system notification. The blue notification screen blinks, revealing a message from Han Yaru. The moment he sees the sender's name, he falls into absolute confusion. Whispering her name, Ba Huang looks up at the others, completely baffled. Was she not captured? Why would she send a message? Ba Huang quickly scans the notification from Yaru. The message reads, Brother Jiwu and I are locked in the Eternal Tower, but everything is fine. Do not risk your life to rescue me. Some things cannot be explained, but protecting Extreme Ice City is the absolute priority. Glancing at the name Nam, he immediately spots a hidden clue in her message. Nam is Yaru's childhood nickname, a secret that absolutely nobody else in this post-apocalyptic world knows. Xiaoru has always been extremely cautious, so deliberately bringing up Extreme Ice City means she definitely discovered some critical information. Without hesitation, Ba Huang turns to his people and orders them to seal off every single exit. Guard Extreme Ice City, dispatch daily patrols outside, and run a complete inventory of their entire military arsenal. Everyone must stand ready for battle at a moment's notice, and they shout their assent, echoing into the night. Elsewhere in the depths of Jian Underground City, a group stands opposite Zhang Yi, eyes burning with sheer resentment. Pinching his nose, Zhang Yi looks utterly exhausted while Lu Ya stands silently right behind him. Building this underground city to gain our trust, gathering exiles to oppose Gongqi, it is a setup. Is all of this just the illusionist's conspiracy? Why did he do it? Zhang Yi's sudden words trigger them. This triggers the crowd into a furious rage as they scream that this is no mere conspiracy. It is a sick game, just like Gongqi playing with them from high above, teasing the ants before finally drowning them. Sensing the danger, Lu Ya quickly steps in to speak. Raising her voice to interrupt, Lu Ya leans against the wall, crossing her arms as she looks away. There is absolutely no proof that the illusionist's sudden disappearance means he has betrayed us. Isn't everything you just said nothing more than your own wild speculation? One stubborn man snaps back. He points a finger to insult their president, demanding to know if their claims are false and why Lu Ya is also blinded. Lu Ya stands in total silence, refusing to say a word. Moments later, she steps away from the crowd to address Zhang Yi. She says she needs to clear her head, leaving everyone completely baffled as they wonder what happened to her. She was never like this before. Suddenly, a furious man leaps out of the crowd, charging forward. He yells that the president always stood by them, stepping forward to grab Zhang Yi tightly by his collar. He sneers, demanding to know if he seduced their president. Did you bewitch her mind? The word seduce makes Zhang Yi blush as he remembers the beautiful faces of the two girls. You and Gongqi are putting on a cheap act together, faking this entire story about your captured friend. He calls the two girls cheap whores, an insult that pushes Zhang Yi over the edge to throw a massive punch. Stomping hard on the fallen man's head, Zhang Yi warns him to watch his mouth, declaring he owes them absolutely nothing. The sudden violence leaves the crowd completely shocked, but Zhang Yi simply stands tall, looking back with cold, serious eyes. He speaks his mind, asking if they can do anything besides screaming uselessly for revenge every day. You insult the very girl who saved you, yet you lack the power to challenge Gongqi yourselves. A man yells, asking where he thinks he is going as Zhang Yi turns and walks away. He replies coldly that it is none of their business, just as Lu Yao walks back inside. She passes by Zhang Yi, who simply walks out of the room alone without a single word. Deep inside the ruins of the underground city's inverted tower, a glowing purple stone catches his eye. He picks up the stone, holding it high to examine it when it suddenly shifts and releases a cloud of smoke. A screen materializes from the smoke, showing a masked girl who knew Zhang Yi would eventually find her hidden clue. Apologizing for leaving her clues behind, she knows he must be incredibly anxious now. She explains she had to hide her identity and leave without a word. Hearing her voice, Zhang Yi's eyes widen. He realizes she is the illusionist, wondering how she predicted all of this while still acting so mysterious. Hiding no longer, she removes her cloak on screen, revealing that his guess was absolutely correct. Lin Lan finally reveals her face on the screen, admitting she is actually Gongqi's very own apocalypse spirit. His eyes narrow in deep suspicion, questioning why Gongqi's close spirit would dare to disobey her master. She built a rebel base while serving him, making it hard for Zhang Yi to believe her. Hearing Zhang Yi's question, Ling Lan smiles and nods, reassuring him. He will surely believe the image of her lying on the table. With a chip moving close to her chest, she explains that his father previously implanted an artificial intelligence program into her body to protect humanity. The true controller of this program, none other than Zhang Yi's own father. She feared it, getting lost in the apocalypse. If he truly takes a path of no return, he hoped she would be the key to hope. It was Zhang Yi's father who helped Ling Lan open her eyes, enabling her to gain consciousness and develop her own self-awareness in this ruined world. Looking at Zhang Yi, she speaks with absolute certainty, promising that she has long decided to stand by his side. At Lab Number 9, Tianyun Group in Linhai City, a man stands with his back turned, looking up toward the illusionist. Stepping out of the screen, she walks toward him with a confused look, and then Ling Lan frowns. She demands to know his identity, questioning who he is and realizing it is actually Zhang Yi's father. Gently patting her head, he replies warmly that she might be the last invisible window opening the apocalypse. Zhang Yi's father then turns to walk out of the gate. The experiment was successful, but as if remembering something, Ling Lan raises her hand, calling out for him to wait. From that moment on, she began to float and absorb data. Since that day, she has received all kinds of information regarding human history and existence, from society to culture and thought. An image of Khitan and Ling Lan holding hands tightly shows their bond. She knew why Gongqi created her and fully understood her artificial intelligence identity. As they briefly pass each other, Ling Lan transforms into the illusionist, yet she chose to protect humanity and leave the past behind. Looking at Zhang Yi through the screen, she notes that as a unique apocalypse spirit, she must hide and disguise herself. She cloned her data and used the identity of the illusionist to act secretly during this crisis. By utilizing the trust Gongqi placed in her, she gathered massive player data to build the exile profiles, summoning them to Zion. She taught them how to fight Gongqi. Despite the power gap, she always believed, and look at them now. Standing before a frozen mountain, she believes no single force can possess absolute power to dominate humanity. Humans will awaken, unite, and use their tiny sparks of hope to light a brand new path. Her face quickly darkens with deep sorrow, knowing that Gongqi has finally located this hiding spot. Now Zion's location is exposed. She must flee immediately. Fortunately, she has a plan. He has not uncovered her secret second identity yet, allowing her to keep hiding from his sight. She plans to bypass every restriction set by Gongqi to disrupt his plans. Gongqi's investigation reveals her handiwork, while Ling Lan's voice echoes, urging him to secure more opportunities for himself and Zion. Her words leave Zhang Yi rubbing his chin in confusion, asking what exactly she needs him to do. Ling Lan sharply snaps her fingers, and a massive holographic map instantly materializes on the ground right before him. Staring at the layout, his eyes widen in sudden realization. With hands on his hips, he looks at her, questioning the dangerous plan since that location is Gongqi's main headquarters. Given his current limited power level, a head-on clash seems suicidal, but she quickly reassures him that they must wait for the perfect chance. They must wait for his strength to fully recover, while she pinpoints Gongqi's fatal weakness. In the meantime, she will find a way to contact him as soon as possible. Ling Lan gently taps her lips, gesturing for silence. This must be kept secret from everyone in Zion, especially since Gongqi has already identified their core members. A spy is hiding. She hopes he can root them out. Suddenly, a blue screen rises from her palm. Based on her long-term observations, she suggests there is one reliable ally he can absolutely trust her. Lu Ya's profile flashes before Zhang Yi's eyes. True enough, when he first arrived in Zion, she was already the commander leading the charge. Their past battles have proven her incredible resilience and monstrous strength, making her a rare and perfect partner. Shifting back to the simulation map, a red dot blinks on the tower. But relying on two people with stolen talent cards, a sudden loud shout to calm down echoes from above, catching Zhang Yi completely off guard. He instantly recognizes Lu Ye's voice. Through the screen, Ling Lan looks at Zhang Yi to bid farewell. It seems they have caught up, so she must make her escape. Wishing him luck, she bids goodbye. With that, the blue smoke vanishes, leaving just a plain purple stone in his hands. He stands outside the inverted tower in Zion. Liu Ya blocks the gate, looking at the crowd with heavy, sorrowful eyes, wondering why everyone has turned out like this. Panic covers her face as she shouts at them, desperately trying to remind them of the illusionist's kindness. Have you all completely forgotten, she pleads, but she only gets annoyed glares and ungrateful sneers in return. One of them rests a weapon on his shoulder and sneers that she has changed and they will never let her harbor traitors. Furious, he barks at Liu Ya to step aside because they are going to search every single inch of this place. He grits his teeth, accusing her of hiding someone, claiming they saw that Zhang Yi guy slip inside. Seeing her refuse to cooperate, another thug yells to just take them down and burn the entire inverted tower to the ground. He raises his gun, aiming it straight at her while shouting that they will not be played with any longer. Suddenly, someone leaps from a crate, and yes, it is none other than Zhang Yi. He delivers a brutal kick right to the gunman's face, sending him flying backward onto the ground, completely knocked out. Stepping in front to shield Liu Ya, Zhang Yi cracks his neck and calls out, "Are you guys looking for me?" Enraged by his challenge, they shove Liu Ya aside and rush him, shouting that he finally could not hold back anymore. They yell that his true colors are showing and rally everyone to grab him, but Zhang Yi instantly unleashes a devastating sweeping front kick. His boot slams into one thug's face, kicking off a brutal combo that leaves the entire mob thoroughly beaten up. They fall to the ground, groaning. Witnessing his overwhelming strength, the others hesitate. The remaining thugs back off in fear, while Zhang Yi stands tall in front of the door with his hands on his hips. He surveys the crowd calmly, stating that while he and the illusionist are allies, taking them out would be child's play. It is honestly not worth his time to play these endless games. His eyes narrow, his voice turning cold and threatening. If they still do not believe him, well, Zhang Yi moves like the wind. He instantly closes the gap, whispering that it is time to give them a little demonstration. His fist drives deep into the man's gut, knocking the spit right out of him as he flies back. The guy crashes backward with zero time to react, luckily caught by another group of thugs standing right behind him. They curse, warning him to wait until they regain their powers to kill Gongqi. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Liu Ya steps in, spreading her arms to shield Zhang Yi, yelling at her men to stop because they have caused enough trouble. If Gongqi sees you fools slaughtering each other like this, he will literally laugh himself awake in his sleep. With a sharp slam, she drives her umbrella down into the dirt, leaning heavily on it with one hand. Raising her other hand high, she swears a solemn oath as their former leader, declaring that if she ever betrays her companions in this underground city, she will be forever trapped in this hellscape, denied even a peaceful death. As she finishes, she points the umbrella straight ahead, stating she has always been a straight shooter, and if they still trust her, they should stay and follow her orders with zero baseless doubts or rumors allowed to destroy their unity. If they do not trust her, she looks at the bruised thugs Zhang Yi just battered. She tells them they are free to leave right now, and she will even give them plenty of supplies. Suddenly, a hand grips her shoulder as Zhang Yi steps in front of her, telling Liu Ya that they should just go. He looks around the crowd, stating that if his identity causes so much suspicion, he is happy to leave their underground home. He adds that he has his own allies to save anyway, but she suddenly grabs his sleeve, startling him. "Wait," she begs. He quickly turns back to find Liu Ya on her knees, desperately pleading with him. "Please, Zhang Yi," she begs, "I am asking you to stay because Zion truly needs your help." Her desperate plea shocks both Zhang Yi and her men. She tearfully apologizes, admitting she was far too arrogant before. But now she sees things clearly. As the crowd whispers amongst themselves, she admits that without the illusionist or someone strong like him, they have no way of escaping this place, let alone fighting Gongqi. Hearing this, one of her men looks at her and speaks up. He reassures her, saying that while they still cannot trust this outsider, they absolutely believe in her. Zhang Yi gently takes Liu Ya's arm, pulling her back up onto her feet with an understanding look on his face. He offers her a comforting smile, holding her hands before turning to address the resting crowd. He tells everyone to patch up their wounds and rest, leaving the group to heal while the two walk away to talk. "Let's go talk." Sitting on the ruins of the shattered city, the two begin to share their hearts. Is her pressure really that heavy? Her mood seems a bit down. Liu Ye looks at Zhang Yi with deep gratitude, thanking him for earlier and apologizing for causing more trouble. Without hesitation, he lies back on the ground. She sits nearby. Tell me your thoughts. Liu Ye wraps both arms tightly around her knees, lowering her head to whisper. She asks if they can ever truly go back. She can't even remember how she felt when the apocalypse first began. Her eyes fill with sadness as she stares into the distance. Making friends, fighting side by side, and growing stronger together. All the joys they once chased in this game. It seems all of that has vanished. She asks if he feels the same as Zhang Yi rests his head on his hands. He admits this brutal game has cost him everything from the betrayal of friends to the death of his own father. But those ghosts can't haunt him anymore. With new allies by his side, he refuses to close off his heart to the world. Suddenly, he sits straight up and turns to Liu Ye. He tells her that she will definitely find her own purpose again. Tears well up in her eyes. She asks if his promise from earlier still stands, to stay and fight Gongqi alongside them. Seeing her vulnerable, Zhang Yi looks up deep in thought. Truth is, he is still weighing his options. He genuinely wants to keep collaborating, but actually staying is another story. Resting his chin on his hand with a scheming grin, nothing is guaranteed. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a new location. Before a glowing blue screen, fingers type rapidly. Ling Lan stands there pointing toward the opposite side of the room. She summons the apocalypse spirit, who quickly asks for orders. Gongqi sits nearby, commanding her to modify the server data. He commands her to gather all the monsters from the Forgotten Land and Moonlight City together. Spinning his chair around to look at Ling Lan, he asks about the beasts they took from Carlo earlier. Asking how well she has trained them, Ling Lan fingers the keyboard and reports that the monster upgrades are now fully complete, ready to be deployed onto the battlefield at a moment's notice. A screen packed with monster profiles flashes before him. Gongqi grins with pure delight, throwing his arms wide. He commands her to take the horde with her. To utterly crush the underground city, he stares ahead. His gaze turns incredibly dark and scheming, warning his best assistant not to disappoint him this time. Ling Lan bows her head respectfully to Gongqi, accepting the order and promising to obey her master. But before she can take more than a few steps, he suddenly calls her back, telling her to halt. Gongqi spreads his hand as purple smoke swirls from his fingertips, forming a collar that wraps around her neck. Securing it tight, he slyly asks if she has ever dared to act without his direct command. Glancing at her with fake concern, he explains it's just a precaution. He needs to run a quick scan and wipe her data. Just like that, Ling Lan is forced into the system scan. Floating in midair, she complies, initiating her automated data cleanup. Apocalypse ELF 0001 formats. Back to GN City Square. Liu Ye spots something glowing on Zhang Yi and quickly asks about it. He reaches for a brilliant piece of blue jade. As the stone flashes before them, he turns to her, whispering the truth behind its mysterious glow. It is a message from the illusionist, and she must keep it secret. Before she can process this, he drags her away. Running beside him, she asks in shock if he is still in contact with the illusionist. He tells her to keep quiet. Thoroughly confused, she urgently presses him to explain what kind of emergency could possibly be happening. Can he explain about the illusionist first? Hurrying along, Zhang Yi glances back to quickly fill her in. Gongqi's monsters are assembling to attack the underground city. She must find a way to evacuate everyone immediately. Back with Ling Lan, she hovers silently in the air right before a massive portal. Fires ignite in both her hands, as she commands the massive beasts to consume everything in their path. Lord Gongqi orders no survivors. Zero mercy, none left alive. That includes Zhang Yi. The monster's horde roars in excitement, eager for a feast of human flesh. But as they prepare to feast, a massive boulder crashes down, kicking up thick clouds of dust around Ling Lan. More rocks rain down, and when the dust settles, the frustrated monsters gather around her to complain. They have torn this entire dump apart, but found absolutely nothing. Those crafty humans already fled, leaving them empty-handed. Annoyed by their constant whining about hunger, Ling Lan quickly opens her holographic map to pinpoint the target. Shut up, the target is locked. She quickly shoots up into the air to hunt them down. Outside Zion near Mount Isa, Zhang Yi and his crew huddle by a cold cliffside for warmth. With the other squads in nearby caves, they face a tough question. What now? This city is too dangerous. Returning is out of the question. Liu Ye hands over a small green box reporting their status to Zhang Yi. Luckily, despite their hasty retreat, she always carries backup ammo and food. It is enough to sustain them for 5 days. Zhang Yi listens thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. He has 5 days of supplies too, as images of his allies flash by. For those who fought by his side, abandoning the underground city is a done deal. He offers them a choice: follow him to Icebound City where his guild is. His squad will help them fight Gongqi, a promise that wins Liu Ye's complete trust. She trusts him, but a voice from the back objects to going to his turf. They worry he will make all the rules. Zhang Yi sighs, looking at the doubters. He promised Liu Ye he would get their cards back, and right after saying that, he tosses a bag of supplies to the dissenters to help them return to the real world. If they want to go their own way, both he and Liu Ye will completely respect that choice. They can leave anytime with a week's worth of supplies. Watching Zhang Yi's incredibly generous move, Liu Ye feels both grateful and highly conflicted. She admits that her people lost hope of ever leaving for a very specific reason. She notes that he still does not get it, leaving him totally puzzled as her eyes cast down. As dark memories of Gongqi destroying the entire city flash back, she calculates the grueling 100 years they have spent hiding from his wrath. For 100 years, they have lived in the shadows, constantly hiding and fighting him. They even tried seeking help from several high-tier NPC gods, but endless bloodshed broke out because those deities had already been manipulated. He sowed deep discord among them, turning the gods against one another. Then the puppeteer made his move. That disaster left them heavily crippled, too terrified to ever try escaping again. And then came the puppeteer. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes widen in shock as he asks who started this divine war. A majestic conqueror slowly emerges in the flashback, one who once slaughtered entire continents. It was the terrifying Sumerian king of Eshist. Mentioning his name leaves Liu Ye sweating in sheer terror as the group rests outside Mount Isa. Zhang Yi is highly intrigued. He has never heard of this Sumerian king, but the title sounds heavy. Could he be based on Liu Ye cuts in confirming his guess about Gilgamesh, the legendary Mesopotamian hero? She casts her gaze downward, admitting they have no clue why he turned. The Sumerian king suddenly snapped, slaughtering his own city without warning or a single explanation. Hearing this, Zhang Yi instantly connects the dots to a far deeper plot. He realizes something crucial and asks if she noticed that the Sumerian king was a master archer. And yet this underground city is highly famous for crafting elite bows of all kinds. This sudden connection catches Liu Ye completely off guard. Everyone looks over in surprise. Could this really be a coincidence? Suddenly, Liu Ye bolts to her feet. She suddenly grabs Zhang Yi's arm, pulling him along before he can even react to her swift movement. She steers him toward a quiet corner away from the rest of the group. She whispers a tense warning. He shouldn't ask that out loud because their people are incredibly sensitive about it. Zhang Yi nods and agrees to keep it private, asking when she first arrived here. He asks if any of the original weapon crafters back then actually specialized in making bows. Who decided archery would be their main focus? She explains it was the very first elite group assembled. They are now elders, but they completely stepped back once the puppeteer took over. Now they just act like lazy founders. Liu Ye grows frustrated, explaining how they dumped everything on him. Newer members like her desperately want to escape, while the greedy elders happily enjoy their luxurious virtual doom. With this revelation, Zhang Yi finally understands the real dynamic at play. No wonder they went unnoticed, they were hiding in plain sight. He asks how many elders are actually here right now. Liu Ye points a finger over there, noting there are 3 people in total. Looking in that direction, she starts calling out each face from left to right. A scarred man, a hooded lady, and an old-timer. Zhang Yi finds the lineup pretty funny. Her taste in nicknames is certainly unique. Are these the only 3 left? She shrugs with a heavy sigh. Yes. The rest all died in their dreams, passing away peacefully, thanks to Gongqi. Zhang Yi's eyes narrow, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. He stares at those 3, guessing the mole is among them, which Liu Ye finds hard to believe. Even if they missed it, how did the illusionist not notice? She explains the underground city has detection systems everywhere. An alarm triggers whenever an ability user gets close, but Zhang Yi suspects otherwise. After all, Gongqi pioneered this apocalypse. Pulling off some hidden tricks to bypass the system is easy for him all to keep everyone under constant surveillance. For the exiled players here, perhaps the illusionist realized this early on, sealing the underground city to leave no loopholes. These spies were highly likely bought off by Gongqi long before the city was even built. They only recently got the chance to send a secret report. Liu Ye frowns deeply, biting her lip in sheer frustration. What should we do now? Acting recklessly might just kick up a whole new storm of trouble. Zhang Yi chuckles softly, patting her shoulder to calm her down. Don't rush, he says, reaching out with an unexpected invitation. Do you want to ally with me? He asks her to join Glacier City and become part of the God-Hunting Guild. The sudden proposal catches Liu Ye completely off guard. Her eyes widen in shock, but she quickly raises her hand in excitement. Really, she asks, eagerly joining and wondering if there is a contract they can sign right now. Her over-enthusiastic reaction catches Zhang Yi off guard. He quickly waves his hands, saying there is absolutely no need for a contract. While they are chatting, someone suddenly approaches and asks Liu Ye where they are heading next. Zhang Yi is the first to respond, explaining that given their current situation, things are a bit complicated. Moving as a group is too risky, so he and Liu Ye will scout ahead. We will discuss the details when we return. The person questioning them is the elder Liu Ye, nicknamed Hooded Auntie. Cutting him off, she demands to know where they are scouting. In their current state, she argues, separating is too risky. Separating the team is out of the question. Zhang Yi bluntly fires back that he cannot share that information with her. If the wrong ears hear it, things could get ugly. Lu Ye immediately chimes in to support him. Since they chose to trust Zhang Yi, they should not question his methods. She tells the elders to wait in the cave. Since the pursuers are not here yet, they should be safe. The elder finally relents with a sigh. Fine, she just wants to survive. But when will they return? She asks for at least that much, fearing what might happen if they are gone too long. She worries she cannot control the group alone. Zhang Yi gently speaks up, a highly confident smirk playing on his lips. He holds up his hand and confidently declares 5 days. Meanwhile, at the Eternity Tower, Gongqi stands in the vault. Standing behind him, Ling Lan reports that the cunning target has vanished near Mount Isa with absolutely no life signs detected in the coordinates. However, calculations suggest an unknown ally might have helped them unleash electromagnetic interference to disrupt their tracking systems, allowing them to escape. Hearing this, Gongqi mutters to himself about this unknown ally. Memories of his previous clash with a mysterious figure flash back, leaving him anxiously biting his nails over the lack of info. Standing behind him with a blank expression, Ling Lan curls her lips into a faint smile and softly confirms it. Yes, she confirms. Gongqi grumbles, dismissing them as a powerless exile regardless of who they are. Why go so far to help Zhang Yi? He glares at Han Yaru, who is currently locked inside a containment tank. He scoffs coldly, muttering that they will never succeed. Meanwhile, back at Mount Isa, Zhang Yi and Lu Ye walk together through the cold. Lu Ye suddenly calls out to him. She notes he still has not said where they are going. Zhang Yi stops, pulling a device out of his coat. With a quick press of his finger, the device glows brightly and hovers right above his palm. Lu Ye gapes in absolute shock at the sight. Suddenly, coordinates 136 and 910 appear. She looks at him, asking if this points to the six-bone labyrinth. Why is it blinking like that? Zhang Yi mutters, wondering why the device is suddenly glitching out. After a brief pause, a message appears. The Ginseng King is slumbering deep inside the abyss. Lu Ye asks in confusion. The abyss. Zhang Yi rests his chin in thought, recalling his journey when he crossed the six-bone labyrinth. He has never seen any cave on the cliffside, meaning the only way to find answers is to enter the labyrinth forest once again. She lowers her eyes, biting her lip. He asks if she is scared, but she quickly waves her hands with a forced smile. She mentions having some deeply unforgettable experiences here long ago, and with that, Lu Ye turns and walks away. Urging him to hurry, the two of them step into the underground forest shortly after. Watch closely, vines rustle and move secretly, watching them. Instantly, Zhang Yi acts fast and grabs the plants. Yanking them back, he shouts at the vines to stop and quit, looking for a beating. The vines freeze in absolute terror of Zhang Yi staying completely still before slowly shrinking and retreating back into the shadows. On the other side, Lu Ye gasps in surprise. He turns to ask what is wrong as she points toward a nearby lake. The water glows a strange green hue, making her wonder how a lake could possibly exist inside the six-bone labyrinth. Zhang Yi crouches by the water, warning her to stay back since it is a swamp, but Lu Ye disagrees. She claims this dangerous swamp was not here before. He replies that the withered treant is likely playing tricks to deceive them on purpose. The calm water makes travelers lower their guard, masking the deadly swamp surrounding them. It can easily swallow players whole. Still, she determinedly steps forward to investigate, first believing this danger must lead to a clue. Zhang Yi pulls out a rope to stop her, refusing to let her take risks alone as they must go together. Tying the rope around her waist, he instructs her to secure it tightly in case anything goes wrong. That way, he can pull her back up. Zhang Yi then ties the other end firmly around his own waist. Stammering her, thanks, Lu Ye is deeply touched before carefully taking her first hesitant steps down into the strange lake. The water splashes around her. Suddenly, her leg freezes in place, leaving her completely terrified. Seeing her freeze, Zhang Yi shouts her name and pulls the rope with all his might while she stands shivering. Drenched in cold sweat and filled with fear, she looks back to warn him that something has grabbed her. Pulling hard, he tells her to breathe while realizing this is bad. A split second later, he loses his footing and is dragged deep into the water right along with her. He excitedly yells that they can breathe down here, prompting her to open her eyes. Gasping in surprise, she confirms it is true when suddenly a glowing object flies out from his coat. He watches the floating object in surprise, wondering if it is guiding them to the real clue hidden deep below. Meanwhile, Look, who is watching from above, an old man with a staff stands quietly staring down. His reflection reveals a wicked and cunning grin, while a vibrant world of diverse life thrives deep underwater. It is a beautiful contrast to the bleak surface. Spotting a cave at the bottom, Lu Ye gasps in awe. She marvels at this entirely hidden world, while Zhang Yi follows behind, noting it must be the illusionist's guidance. They enter the pitch-black cave together, stepping cautiously into the quiet darkness, one after the other as they move forward. Footsteps echoing, Lu Ye leads the way, warning that they cannot afford to lower their guard. A giant tail thrusts. They dodge quickly, as the heavy strike shatters the stone floor. Zhang Yi grits his teeth, realizing this scorpion is made of solid stone inside the pitch-black cave. 6 glowing eyes glare through the darkness. He wonders why a scorpion would even exist inside the labyrinth. The beast lets out a bizarre cry, startling them. Liu Ya asks in confusion what it could possibly be saying. Unable to understand its cry, Zhang Yi opens his system, which immediately begins to translate the alien sounds. It is General Scorpio, the gatekeeper, demanding to know who they are. Zhang Yi quickly translates for her. He explains that the beast is the guardian of this place, then steps forward to politely introduce them. He greets the general, explaining that while their sudden visit is abrupt, they mean absolutely no harm. They only wish to see the Summoner King, but Scorpio furiously rejects them, questioning if they think they can just see the king. He orders them to leave immediately or else unleashing a lethal strike to back his threat. The tail slams down right next to Zhang Yi. Realizing this guard is stubborn, he decides to try another way. Looking up at Scorpio, Zhang Yi earnestly asks if even players possessing a rare god-tier talent card are forbidden from meeting the king. Scorpio freezes, locked onto the phrase. Watching it, Liu Ya asks if it has suddenly turned back to stone. Believing it cannot be that simple, he summons his sword and shouts that something is wrong. Liu Ya braces herself for battle while Scorpio spits out a single word, die. Its tail strikes instantly. They both dodge as Liu Ya screams to bind its tail and claws together. Zhang Yi shouts back in agreement. They pull out ropes to bind its two massive claws, quickly circling behind the beast. Zhang Yi runs while screaming to watch out for its eyes and poison stinger. Suddenly, Scorpio's eyes glow with green light. The beam shoots right at Liu Ya. She easily slips away with a smirk, muttering that he underestimated her too much. Zhang Yi leaps high into the air, aiming his gun to land a precise shot right into one of Scorpio's eyes. A loud bang echoes. The eye shatters. Zhang Yi grits his teeth, pushing through the intense struggle. He pulls hard to bind the tail, screaming for Liu Ya to hurry before the beast goes completely berserk. She quickly shouts back, telling him not to rush her. Liu Ya leaps up onto Scorpio's back with a heavy stomp. She springs off to bind the tail and leaps back down. Mission accomplished. Zhang Yi smirks with pride, pressing the trigger button. With a sharp beep, the steel cables wrapped around Scorpio's back instantly snap shut, binding the monster tight. The beast thrashes and roars, its 5 eyes suddenly glowing green. Oh, this is going to be bad. Zhang Yi screams. It is self-destructing. Run! They dive backward for cover, just as a massive explosion rips the beast's body to shreds. Green toxic fluid rains down everywhere. Zhang Yi quickly turns to check on Liu Ya, asking if she is okay. Something is wrong, she stammers, her body trembling with fear as she realizes she is becoming completely paralyzed. Zhang Yi quickly pulls a syringe from his inventory and forces himself to inject his own arm first, relieved he always carries an antidote. He crawls closer, soothing her that a single dose of serum will fix this. By now, Liu Ya is almost entirely paralyzed. She sits motionless, letting him administer the shot, but the green toxic slime on her arm does not fade at all. Instead, it spreads. Fast. Terrified, Zhang Yi grabs her arm, desperately trying to figure out what is happening. He pulls her along, running desperately. Panic rises in his chest. Is this ancient toxin simply too powerful? Their serum has no effect. They keep running blindly through the dark tunnels until the cave exit finally appears ahead. Liu Ya gasps for breath, her forehead drenched in cold sweat before she collapses weakly into a dark corner. Zhang Yi is fading too. He desperately rummages through his bag, helping her lean flat against the solid stone wall. He tells her to sit still and loosens her collar, pulling out a dagger as he notices her pale face. He gently tells her not to fear, explaining he only wants to drain the venom. But she just stammers, breathless. No, she gasps, pointing her trembling finger directly at Zhang Yi's neck. There. He had been splashed by that monster's toxic blood as well. Talk about a complete nightmare. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark lair. Inside a dimly lit cavern, a giant scorpion clings to the cliff face before its monstrous body morphs into human form. This is the ancient stone scorpion Queen Scorpio, and she slowly drags her battered body upright. She curses the wretched humans for daring to defile her sacred stone form as shattered rocks condense into a weapon in her hands. She mutters about their utter disrespect for King Sumo, gripping her newly formed scepter while gritting her teeth in absolute rage. She swears to trap them in these depths forever. Just then, a mysterious figure steps out from the shadows of the rocks. Wait, Scorpio. Hearing this familiar voice, the Stone Queen immediately spins around in sheer surprise. Confused, she asks the respected Lord Enkizu what divine instructions their great king has sent down. Enkizu reveals the king's holy decree they are to let the two humans pass further inside. The crystal ball in his hand reflects Scorpio's deep confusion as she tries to protest against the decision. Watching Zhang Yi struggles through the orb, the mysterious messenger quietly mutters to himself, if they can actually survive this labyrinth and reach the king, they might just earn a chance to negotiate. His voice carries a sharp warning, asking if she truly intends to defy the direct orders of their mighty king. Terrified, Scorpio drops to her knees, bowing low as she tremblingly prays for their sovereign's eternal glory. Declaring her absolute loyalty, Scorpio begs to excuse herself and melts away, leaving only a few faint green afterimages in the air. He toys with the crystal orb in his hand, murmuring a low question. Will they make it? Can those two actually survive this brutal trial? Seeing Zhang Yi collapse in the cave, Enkizu chuckles softly, wondering if they even stand a chance. Should we give them a little surprise? Meanwhile, back in the cave, hours pass in total suffocating silence. Pure silence. Having drifted off, Lu Ye slowly wakes up in a daze, completely unaware of what lies ahead. Zhang Yi mumbled, looking around as his vision cleared only to find the person in front of him curled up unconscious. Lu Ya panicked desperately, calling out Zhang Yi's name, but he didn't respond, his brow merely furrowing in pain. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yi's forehead as he hazily regained consciousness, finding himself trapped in a roaring sea of fire. Where was he? Did that scorpion poison actually kill him? He struggled, pushing himself up to sit, but suddenly his movements froze as a bright flame erupted directly from his own palm. The burning sensation vanished, replaced by a strange familiarity. What was this? Suddenly, the flame flared up even hotter. The fire surged straight into his chest, leaving him stunned as his entire body became wrapped in fierce blazing light. As the fire raged, he wondered why this power was able to enter his body so freely without any resistance. In fact, there was no rejection at all. But then his heart began to pound wildly, nearly ready to burst. Releasing a primal roar, a massive column of fire erupted right behind him. The flames took the shape of a massive dragon. Snapping out of the vision, Zhang Yi suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide. Lu Ya rushed over to hug him in relief, crying out that she thought he was gone. Flustered, Zhang Yi gently pushed her away. Blushing, Lu Ya apologized for acting so impulsively. Zhang Yi simply lowered his eyes, focusing on something else. He stared at the surging energy in his hand. It seemed his power had returned, but then it quickly faded away. He muttered to himself, realizing only a tiny fraction of his strength had actually returned. What caused this? Rubbing his chin, he wondered if the poison somehow broke Gongqi's seal, though Lu Ya immediately doubted that theory. She argued that recovering from poison made no sense. If breaking the restriction was that simple, they would have succeeded long ago. They wouldn't have stayed locked in the underground city. She explained what happened after he passed out. He was practically on the brink of death. She had to inject him with an antidote to neutralize the toxin. Without it, he would have died. She definitely had the facts to back up her argument. Clearly, the scorpion venom wasn't what triggered his recovery. Tilting her head, she pondered the mystery further. Still, she was curious why it took so long for the poison to affect him, whereas she was instantly paralyzed upon being struck. This sparked a realization for Zhang Yi. It was sheer willpower. Previously, his reliance on talent cards had been far too high. He simply wasn't used to drawing on other skills without them. But according to his theory, his time surviving in the underground city had finally broken those restrictive shackles of the talent cards. Yet deep down, he knew some external force must have catalyzed this change. This left Zhang Yi silently wondering if a certain someone was involved. Was it really that guy? Lu Ya then asked what their next move was, suggesting they continue heading deeper inside. Zhang Yi agreed, but first he pressed his palm against the ground to activate his summoning spell. He needed to contact an old friend. In a flash of light, his loyal beast summoned and nudged him affectionately. Gently patting the beast, Zhang Yi welcomed Xiao He back, but he quickly noticed a troubling detail. It seemed neither of them had fully recovered, as Xiao He was visibly smaller than before. Stroking his companion's head, he gave him a critical mission. Xiao He needed to slip back into Extreme Ice City, contact Ba Huang to deliver a message and prepare for battle. He strongly suspected Gongqi had secretly turned a portion of the city's players, remembering his past talk with the elf. That apocalyptic spirit's warning about the city echoed in his mind, filling him with deep unease. Extreme Ice City was no longer safe. Receiving his orders, Xiao He obediently set off as Zhang Yi waved goodbye. With his companion gone, he turned back toward the beast nest, declaring it was time for them to move too. No telling what dangers lie ahead. Meanwhile, inside the Eternal Tower, Han Yaru remained locked in Gongqi's vault. Though she was supposed to be completely unconscious, she suddenly jolted awake, her eyes wide as she frantically scanned her surroundings. Right next door, Daewoo was locked in an adjacent chamber, still completely out cold. She desperately called out her name but got no reply. Anxious, Han Yaru immediately tried to activate her powers. Energy began swirling in her palm, but a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in her ear, warning her not to attract Gongqi's attention. The voice told her to communicate using her thoughts instead, even though she had no idea who this was. Han Yaru took a gamble and complied mentally, asking who they were. The mysterious speaker quickly responded. They told her not to fear, revealing themselves as the illusionist Gongqi's apocalyptic spirit. Han Yaru was completely shocked. The illusionist. She was actually the spirit, the figure that manifested as a transparent afterimage, gently embracing Han Yaru. That's right. This is the Tower of Eternity, the headquarters of Gongqi. Since my identity is quite unique, I can't reveal myself to speak directly. But please rest assured I am firmly on your and Zhang Yi's side. With me here, Gongqi won't pose a threat to your lives for now. You and your friend must stay calm at all times. In the next second, Han Yaru suddenly feels her eyelids grow heavy. She drifts into unconsciousness as a whisper echoes nearby. Sleep now. Keeping quiet is the absolute best way to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, over in another location, Enkidu watches Zhang Yi's situation with immense interest, suddenly letting out a soft sigh. What a strange guy, he says, a smirk tugging at his lips. The poison of Scorpio, combined with King Sum's power, might cure poison with poison, but not everyone can withstand it. Enkidu mumbles under his breath, if it is you, perhaps you can change the prophesied apocalypse. He looks up toward the distant sky and chuckles, my respected king. You will surely forgive me for acting on my own right. After all, this world has not seen anything this interesting in a long time. Enkidu gazes intently at Zhang Yi's face reflected in his crystal ball, suddenly bursting into laughter. Most of all, if they can actually defeat you, my respected lord, I really look forward to that. Back to Zhang Yi. Pitch darkness surrounds them as he holds up a torch to light the way for the two. They arrive before a massive door. Lu Ya steps forward first, pushing against it with all her strength, but the heavy door barely budges. Seeing this, Zhang Yi steps up and offers to open it himself. A moment later, the door swings open with a loud crash, revealing a vast maze. Zhang Yi mutters, so it is a labyrinth. They set off, but they have not gone far before the pathways ahead start shifting and twisting continuously. Lu Ya frowns in deep annoyance, muttering about what kind of hellish road this is. Finding any pattern to this is near impossible. Holding his torch high, Zhang Yi leads the way, telling her to stick close. This maze changes routes constantly, and if we get separated, finding each other again will be almost impossible. And besides, before he can even finish his sentence, skeletal beasts suddenly emerge right behind them. They open their jaws with a menacing growl. Shocked by the sound, Zhang Yi and Lu Ya whip their heads around. Quickly tossing his torch aside, Zhang Yi runs for his life, realizing the fire's light must have drawn them here. Run. At that critical second, the labyrinth shifts again, forcing Zhang Yi and Lu Ya to separate, each with a beast hot on their heels. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi has no other option but to rely on his special powers. His energy isn't fully restored yet, but right now there's no time to worry about that. Spinning around, Zhang Yi rapidly unleashes an attack straight at the monster's face, and its skull immediately shatters into pieces. The bonehead crumbles and vanishes. He lets out a small sigh of relief. Dealing with these minor mobs is still manageable. But as Zhang Yi turns to keep moving, a sudden chill runs down his spine. The beast from before has already fully regenerated. His body goes completely rigid as he glances back, thinking, what kind of broken new apocalyptic mob is this? Its skull is not its weak spot. He needs to find a way to strike before it can attack. Zhang Yi quickly turns to run. Judging by how they reacted, they do not seem sensitive to light at all. So they track prey using hearing and smell. To test his theory, Zhang Yi throws a heavy punch at a nearby stone wall. Sure enough, the beast hesitates for a second before slamming violently into the exact spot where he made that noise. A grin plays on Zhang Yi's lips as his theory is proven. They definitely pinpoint positions by sound. After the violent crash, the beast's body shatters. Before it can reform, Zhang Yi leaps up onto the labyrinth wall. Standing high up, he gets a clear view of the entire maze and quickly spots the exit on the other side. Suddenly, movement below catches his eye. He looks down to see two of those beasts already standing there waiting for him. Without a single second of hesitation, Zhang Yi drops down to face them, drawing his gun as he lands. Unloading a barrage of bullets without mercy, he aims straight for their skeletal heads as he thinks to himself, these creatures must be buffed by the maze itself, granting them these weird abilities. Since destroying them completely is impossible, he wonders if they are just illusions created by King Sum. Right at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoes out. Zhang Yi, can you hear me? He instantly recognizes Lu Ye's voice just as two more beasts block his path. While they block him, Lu Ye's warning rings in his ears, telling him that the maze is fake, but the monsters are real. Don't target their weaknesses, she says. Following her advice, he punches straight through the beast's chest and pushes forward. He cannot help but feel annoyed, wondering what kind of crazy path this is as he blindly charges forward. Finding any pattern here is tough, but just like Lu Ye said, once those beasts get punched hard in the chest, they collapse. No signs of recovery. Finally, Zhang Yi makes his way out of the maze. The scenery behind him blurs and fades away as he reunites with Lu Ye. Unlike his dusty, disheveled appearance after the struggle, she is carrying a massive bag and smiling broadly. Zhang Yi can no longer stand her gaze and irritably asks what she is laughing at. Lu Ye giggles behind her hand, teasing him for slipping up on such a ridiculously simple stage. She guided him. Zhang Yi clears his throat, completely embarrassed. Curious, he asks how she figured it out, and Lu Ye explains that she watched them for a while first. Back when she was a captain, she fought their real forms, and killing them helped her squad survive the harsh winter. Pulling out a compass, she slowly explains that the maze itself was actually just an illusion. It pointed her way. Zhang Yi is utterly impressed. He admits she has plenty of great qualities worthy of a captain, prompting Luya to shrug with a very proud grin. Then she pauses, wondering if he was actually praising her, but Zhang Yi quickly changes the subject. Pointing to the river ahead, he wonders if it is another illusion, noticing a signpost standing nearby. Check this out, dried bloodstains cover the wooden board, which displays a very clear message marked as Hint 1. No illusion here. And Hint 2 states that only the absolute purest soul can cross. Meanwhile, inside Gongqi storage room, Yarrow lies unconscious. In her dream, a familiar voice calls her name and she slowly opens her eyes. Sitting beneath a tree, she is startled to see Meng Chen standing there looking around in utter confusion. She wonders how this is possible since Gongqi imprisoned her even though someone had given her a mysterious hint before. Still no peace. Pausing for a second, she desperately asks Meng Chen if she knows anything. She wants to know if Zhang Yi is safe, but Meng Chen cuts her off, leaning in close. Touching Yarrow's forehead, she tells her not to panic as she has already sensed what is coming. Trust the hint. When the ultimate destruction of the world arrives, she will unlock the deep mysteries hidden within. She is destined to change the final outcome, carrying a powerful blessing that will guide her forever. Back at the river, Zhang Yi looks at the signpost, thinking this strange layout feels a lot like the river Styx from ancient legends. Luya stares at the board and mutters about them trying to act mysterious again. He points toward the eerie water, suggesting they toss something in to test just how dangerous the river really is. Luya pulls a random item out and hurls it straight into the water, which instantly begins to sizzle and dissolve. A wretched stench immediately rises, making them feel sick. Luya quickly covers her nose, complaining about how terrible and incredibly pungent the odor is. Zhang Yi covers his nose too, grabbing her hand to pull her away from the highly toxic fumes as they sprint forward. The ground rumbles. Massive glowing pillars shoot out of the dirt ahead, leaving a tired Luya wondering what this is. Staring at the flashing structures, Zhang Yi finds it strange that they feel so oddly familiar to him. This resembles the training in the underground city. He seems to understand their pattern just as Luya speaks up. She warns him to memorize the flashing sequence so they can follow the correct pattern, and he ponders silently. He wonders if the Grand Master already predicted all of this. Luya pokes his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts with a curious question. She asks if he feels like a student who got lucky and saw all the exam questions beforehand. Zhang Yi gets ready. Cutting her off, he says they need to clear this trial as quickly as possible. Leaping onto the glowing pillars, he shares a bold theory that the Summer King might actually be on their side. Luya feels a bit nervous watching him, but she quickly prepares to make her own move. She leaps up to chase after him, but suddenly loses her footing and begins to fall. She quickly grabs onto a nearby pillar, gritting her teeth to pull herself up before taking the leap toward the next platform. Landing right behind Zhang Yi, he turns around with a teasing smile, asking if she still remembers the sequence. Gritting her teeth, she angrily demands why he will not help her, but he just gives a thumbs up. A strange voice greets them. Both of them spin around and ask who is there. Zhang Yi frowns, wondering if this is a player or an NPC, before the man introduces himself as Ankizu. As the assistant to the Sumerian king, he reveals that this place is his illusion. He praises their sharp instincts and sheer strength for successfully guiding them to his realm. Asking to know their names, Liu Ya introduces herself, while Zhang Yi shakes his hand and speaks. Zhang Yi silently recalls that Enkidu is the legendary rival and brother of the great Sumerian king. Enkidu cuts in, telling Zhang Yi there is absolutely no need to try and guess his true identity. Zhang Yi freezes as Enkidu declares that their journey ends right here. Instantly, Liu Ye charges forward and screams at him to let go. Enkidu summons heavy chains to bind Zhang Yi, stating only one of them can cross the river. He drags them toward the sticks, quickly shooting a tentacle to wrap around Liu Ya instead. Smiling warmly, Enkidu reassures them that he won't be so cruel as to make them choose, so he will gladly play the villain himself. Zhang Yi channels his inner energy as an explosive aura flares around him, clenching his fists and growling that Enkidu is dreaming. With a sharp glare, Zhang Yi charges forward at high speed and throws a massive punch. Enkidu effortlessly dodges the blow, swiping down with 2 fingers to slam his opponent to the dirt. Zhang Yi crashes down hard. Straining to look back at Liu Ya, he desperately screams for her to run. Bound tightly, she struggles with all her might but fails, realizing that running is completely out of the question. Enkidu sighs at their weakness, lifting Liu Ya high into the air as they fail to pass his divine trial. He drags her down and releases his grip, sending Liu Ya plunging into the deep water, slowly sinking as her heart grows heavy. Believing her end has come, she sinks further while Zhang Yi struggles on the ground and asks if he is truly Enkidu. Looking up with pure anger, he grits his teeth and stares directly at the legendary figure. He demands to know if this is the divine creation who once stood with humanity. Looking down from above, Enkidu scoffs and channels his spiritual energy, mocking how humanity always praises him as their great friend. Calling himself a traitor, he unleashes a massive wave of energy that immediately envelops Zhang Yi. Enkidu leaps back to keep his distance as Zhang Yi suddenly awakens, a massive surge of power exploding from his body. Enkidu smiles in amusement while Zhang Yi, burning with absolute power, grips his sword and lets out a roar. He launches forward to strike, but a familiar voice suddenly calls out, telling him she is fine. Liu Ye cuts his attack short, sitting calmly on the water and finding the entire situation rather strange. The water looks terrifying but is incredibly shallow, making Zhang Yi turn to Enkidu and ask if this is just a test or a joke. Enkidu bursts into laughter, finding it hilarious that they trespassed into his domain without any respect. They did not even apologize, and yet they are already furious over a harmless little prank. Floating high above, Enkidu remarks that with such easily triggered tempers, it is no wonder a traitor lurks among them. Since they could not even recognize that threat, he can hardly trust them with the vital secrets he holds. He slowly vanishes into thin air, but not before leaving them with a final crucial warning about the person they seek. The one they trust the most must be ruled out first, leaving Liu Ye scratching her head in deep frustration. She complains about being played again, but Zhang Yi suddenly realizes the deeper meaning of those words. The rule about excluding the one they trust the most leads both of them to a sudden joyful realization. They yell in unison, realizing it must be the three elders as night falls over the Tower of Eternity. Inside the tower, Gongqi slams his desk in fury, demanding updates on Zhang Yi's status in the Six-Bone Maze Forest. Since he has completely vanished, Ling Lan reports over the comms that she tried to sneakily follow him. She almost lost her life, explaining that the swamp below is a pathless, muddy nightmare. Believing Zhang Yi is dead, Gongqi furiously types on his keyboard, cursing his useless tracking systems. Furious that his high-level authorization is blocked, Gongqi screams out for his Doomsday Spirit. Ling Lan materializes instantly, bowing respectfully as he commands the Doomsday Spirit to summon all forces. He orders surveillance forces to surround the maze forest, and she swiftly coordinates the massive deployment. She reports that troops are gathering near the newly formed swamp, asking if he has further orders. Gongqi gloomily inquires about the two female captives, and Ling Lan confirms their brainwaves are completely stable. With no anomalies found, he narrows his eyes, declaring that he can no longer wait. Inside the test tube, Diwu grimaces in absolute agony. With the progress currently at 20%, she grit her teeth against the pain. Dull gray veins bulge across her skin as the progress climbs to 50%, her voice stammering out a desperate "no, no." Right then, the system screen flashes a warning that the operation has stalled, asking whether to initiate an optimization process. Staring at the prompt, Gongqi instantly orders to heavily boost the energy flow inside the test tube. Daewoo tightly clenches her jaw to endure the torment. The progress hits 70% as dark patches cover her body. Now reaching 90%, Daewoo's expression twists into a savage snarl, letting out a wild roar from inside. Gongqi calmly mutters that as long as she endures this, she will become his most powerful creation in TNK besides the king of the demon clan. Right then, the progress hits 100%. Brainwashing successful. The very next second, the test tube violently explodes, forcing Gongqi to shield his face. A smug grin spreads across his face as he wonders if Zhang Yi will actually enjoy this little surprise. Diwu floats in midair, water dripping off her legs before she drops to one knee and speaks with absolute devotion. She asks what her master commands of her, and Gongqi slyly smiles, telling her she is too weak and must train in the demon suppression tower. He tells her not to return if she dies, and she immediately obeys. Gongqi then glances back at the broken tube. If this surprise is not enough, he mutters to himself, he will prepare an even grander gift for Zhang Yi. Picturing the chaotic scene, Gongqi smirks with a sinister grin, hoping his target enjoys the upcoming show. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi suddenly lets out a loud sneeze, prompting Liu Ye by his side to ask if he is sick. Shivering with a cold sweat, he rubs his nose and wonders how he could possibly be catching a cold. He feels like someone is badmouthing him behind his back, hopefully not that scheming old geezer Gongqi. Suddenly, Liu Ye gasps and points ahead, exclaiming that they have finally reached King Sumer's palace. Standing before a massive, magnificent structure, Liu Ye wonders if this is the place, while Zhang Yi stares straight ahead. His mind drifts to the names of Han Yaru and Daewoo, remembering how they were bound by heavy iron chains. Liu Ye's voice cuts through his flashback, urging him to hurry so they can move forward. Now watch, they need to see King Sumer immediately. Meanwhile, Sumer sits comfortably on his throne, staring thoughtfully at a grape in his hand. Resting his chin on his hand, he glances at Enkidu, who is sitting cross-legged and deeply absorbed in a book. When Enkidu asks for his orders, the annoyed King Sumer grumbles about his subject forging royal decrees to let outsiders in. He demands to know why those two lowlifes were allowed inside, stating they should have been scorpion food by now. Closing his book, Enkidu calmly apologizes for using the king's identity, admitting he simply made a bold guess on his behalf. He felt those two would perfectly suit the king's taste, which is why he decided to let them enter. To prevent any royal displeasure, he even gave them a test first. Sumer glares back, quite intrigued by the idea. Sumer remarks that Enkidu still claims to know him best, then asks for the result. Enkidu replies they ended up completely drenched. Sumer frowns and scoffs at such garbage, declaring that anyone who cannot pass a simple test is unworthy of meeting him. He asks if Enkidu fears being thrown to the scorpions as well, but the advisor maintains a steady smile. Enkidu claims he is not afraid, as the king surely despises someone else far more than those two drenched rats. He points out that Gongqi is the real threat here, as he is the mastermind pulling the strings behind everything. Furious, Sumer crushes the cup in his hand, shouting that Enkidu is absolutely right. Meanwhile, we shift to level 90 of the tower. Daewoo is walking along with two Labo soldiers when they suddenly vanish. She silently realizes the moment has finally arrived. Stamping her foot in anger, she curses Gongqi, swearing she will personally slaughter that despicable villain. Staring down at her altered body, she realizes she was indeed subjected to his forced brainwashing. Suddenly, a mysterious soul covers her eyes, whispering that she will borrow her body for a bit and handle everything. Daewoo wonders who this helpful presence is and why they chose to rescue her from Gongqi's clutches. Behind her, two demons suddenly lunge to attack, but Daewoo swiftly turns and effortlessly takes them both down. Stepping onto a demon corpse, she wonders how she was granted demon powers while still retaining her conscious mind. Could this be part of Gongqi's trap, or is there another explanation that simply does not make sense yet? Glancing at the system panel, she notices there are 0 battle rewards. Oddly, the bosses in this tower should be different. Normally, enemies grow stronger as she climbs, and there is usually only a single magical beast per floor. Honestly, naming things this way is just way too lazy, as if they were all just mass-produced. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes out of nowhere. Daewoo, I am the apocalyptic spirit of Gongqi. Just a moment ago, I intervened in Gongqi's brainwashing program. I was also the one who secretly hacked into your brain back at the Eternal Tower, making Gongqi believe your brainwashing was a complete success. Daewoo immediately demands to know what is going on. Why would an insider of Gongqi help her? The mysterious voice offers a clear explanation. Because you Zhang Yi and your friend Hiyaru are the ones destined to change this apocalypse. These minor monsters were actually prepared by Gongqi. They want you to level up quickly to become stronger, intending to turn you into a weapon to stab Zhang Yi. Hearing this, she grimaces in pure disgust. So you have been secretly helping us all this time. Are Hiyaru and the others safe right now? The mysterious voice quickly replies. Zhang Yi is currently gathering his own new allies. As for Hiyaru, Gongqi is keeping her under extremely tight surveillance. I cannot say much, but I did manage to speak with her once. Daewoo shrugs to loosen up her shoulders and asks, so I should just stay here, farming monsters to level up? The voice confirms, yes, just keep training as normal. I will keep helping you mask your status. Time is short, so I must leave now. She thanks her helper and gets ready for action. As 3 monsters charge directly at her, Daewoo steps forward and delivers swift, powerful strikes. She easily takes down all 3. Head stands a 2-headed snake 3 times her height, making her plug her nose. Gross, this thing stinks and it might be poisonous. With a sudden tearing sound, the 2-headed snake splits in 2. The halves transform into 2 half-human, half-snake creatures, a male and a female. Daewoo leaps straight into the air. She swings the heavy hammer in her hands, taking down the male with a single blow. The remaining female snake immediately charges forward to attack. Daewoo grabs a sturdy rope and springs up, wrapping it around the pillars to bind the female snake tight. Perched on a pillar, she tightens the rope around the male snake's neck, warning the female to stop spitting venom. Look closely. If you do not want your lover to choke to death, stop this poison and withdraw it right now. Now hand over my reward. Even with the ropes tight against his throat, the male snake just sneers at her defiantly. Someone is closely watching Daewoo's every move, muttering in excitement, how interesting, this is truly fascinating. Up on the 91st floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, a girl sits casually tracking Daewoo with binoculars. She grins in amusement, admitting she has never seen a kid slaughter monsters quite like this before. Daewoo slowly makes her way up to the 91st floor, letting out a bored yawn. Too easy, she says, grabbing the potion. She grabs the life potion dropped by the 90th floor boss, then pushes open the door to see what awaits her next. As she steps inside, she reasons that Gongqi would never throw her into this tower and just let her walk out alive. The room is filled with grotesque dolls of various creepy shapes, all hanging from ropes high above. Why is there nobody here? It feels way too gloomy, she thinks, looking around the empty space. Don't tell me the boss of this floor is spying on me. Gripping her hammer, she declares she will find them no matter what. A hand slowly flips over a card. It's the Joker. An excited voice echoes through the room. I finally drew it, my favorite card. Daewoo spins around, yelling, who's there? As a girl named G creeps closer with a blade. There is no floor boss here, G says, pausing to let out a wild laugh that reveals her razor-sharp teeth. Because I already killed them, blood still dripping from her knife. G charges forward, but Daewoo blocks the strike. She parries with her hammer, but G spots an opening and flashes a smug, sinister grin. G slashes Daewoo's waist, sending her flying backward. The crazy girl cackles like a complete maniac, blood-stained blade in hand. She sticks out her tongue to reveal a joker card on it. Diwu grits her teeth, realizing this tower is a solo dungeon. If she isn't the floor boss, she can't be another player either. First, she needs to find out who this crazy girl is. Looking up at the creepy dolls hanging from the ceiling, a plan forms. Diwu leaps up and slices the ropes with her hammer. Seeing the dolls plummeting to the ground, Ji covers her eyes in sheer panic and starts screaming. "What are you doing? Why are you ruining the toys my mamas gave me?" She rushes forward, desperate to save them. She tries to snatch the dolls from Diwu's hands, crying out, give them back to me." Pressing her heavy hammer against the neck of one of the dolls, Diwu says coldly, "I am Diwu, an assassin. Now it's your turn to introduce yourself. Talk or I will burn every single one of your toys." Ji glares at her, fuming. "Actually, I am the chief god of the assassin's heart." Reaching into her pocket, she adds, "But my real name is Ji. See for yourself." She pulls out a round wooden crest engraved with 2 crossed swords. Suddenly, the dolls in Diwu's hands begin to move. Diwu turns around immediately. Ji cannot help but chuckle softly, calling him a total fool. That is really not what an assassin should do anyway. Meanwhile, Enkidu suddenly warns that their guests have finally arrived. He turns to welcome the two of them. Zhang Yi is surprised, asking if Enkidu had been in the palace all along. Were those previous figures just his clones? Enkidu snaps his fingers with a smirk, saying bingo, but adds a catch. He asks if they should not pay respects to the king first. Both Zhang Yi and Liu Yarong immediately bow in unison. They respectfully greet King Sumer, explaining that they are merely exiles hailing all the way from the underground city. King Sumer rests his face in his hands, scowling as he demands the peasants kneel, which immediately terrifies Liu Ye. She gasps in fear and prepares to kneel, but Zhang Yi quickly stops her, telling her to stand her ground. He looks directly at Sumer. He explains that while they are exiles, they certainly aren't his subjects. They are definitely not his lowly peasants, meaning they have absolutely no reason to kneel. The king grows furious, gritting his teeth in sheer rage before glaring back at Enkidu. He asks if this trash is the best candidate Enkidu could find, channeling massive spiritual power in pure disgust. Sumer instantly grabs Enkidu by the throat, though the advisor keeps smiling as the furious king demands to know why. He demands to know why Enkidu is silent now after promising to avenge him and his fallen subjects. And this pathetic display is the result. Across the room, Liu Ye screams, asking if they aren't best friends. Sumer cold-heartedly replies that he naturally intends to kill him, showing no hesitation. Sumer glares with utter contempt. He warns that neither of them will be leaving this hall alive. Liu Ye rushes forward, screaming for him to let Enkidu go, but a sudden blinding blast of energy instantly throws her back. She shields her face. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi grits his teeth, channeling his power to prepare a devastating counterattack. But Sumer's glowing shards easily shatter his attempt. The king frowns, muttering that they are just begging for death. Raging flames erupt around him as the glowing shards completely bind both Zhang Yi and Liu Ye, leaving them helpless. Sumer activates his wrath skill, and the system immediately warns that they are locked in a passive state of terror. They cannot act. Zhang Yi struggles in absolute fury, cursing that he cannot move an inch. Suddenly, a brutal strike severs an arm from both of them, sending blood spraying across the palace floor. Sumer smirks mockingly. He points out how foolish it is for mere mortals to think they can stop a god. With a sickening crack, he snaps Enkidu's neck, leaving both of them staring with wide eyes in absolute horror. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Zhang Yi trembles. He forces himself to stand up, groaning in absolute agony. From behind, Liu Ye screams for him to stop, while Sumer merely raises an eyebrow in mild amusement. Surprised they can still speak, Sumer drops the lifeless body, triggering a sudden urgent system notification. Enkidu is dead. Worse yet, their crucial mission to cooperate with King Sumer has officially ended in failure. Zhang Yi drops to one knee. He weakly mocks the great king for so easily murdering his most loyal companion. He collapses to the floor, barely able to support his heavy weight with his remaining hand. Feeling pity for Enkidu, he grits his teeth in pain, realizing all their plans have utterly shattered. Their reliable ally turned out to be a traitor. Zhang Yi pauses, looking up at him in pure disgust. He mutters that the king is worse than any peasant. Furious, Sumer lifts Zhang Yi by a flaming hand. The system warnings blare repeatedly. Meanwhile, Liu Ye weeps in agonizing pain, weakly calling out Zhang Yi's name. She begs him to stop speaking so they can escape, reaching out and reminding him that survival means they still have hope. Sumer reaches for a grape, his expression twisting in absolute derision at her pathetic words about escaping his palace. He clicks his tongue mockingly, saying that they are simply trying to choose the location of their own grave. Zhang Yi grabs the flaming arm around his neck, looking up with a completely fearless smirk. He whispers that this is all just an illusion, startling Sumer enough to drop his grape in shock. Calling it boring, Enkidu snaps his fingers to reset the room, smiling as he reveals this was just a test. He explains the test was authorized by the king, who sits resting his chin on his hand, thoroughly impressed. The king remarks that it has been quite a while since anyone dared to speak to him so boldly. Finding it highly entertaining, he suddenly calls out for Rista, summoning a massive, ferocious lion to the hall. Rista is a legendary lion, the ultimate ruler of beasts across the 6 regions of Egypt and the personal mount of King Schumer. With terrifying strength, King Schumer can possess it directly during battle. Sitting atop Rista, the king cold-heartedly asks if Zhang Yi is afraid to die. After all, he was practically suffocating inside that illusion, never once expecting that he might actually lose his life in a fake world. But Zhang Yi calmly shakes his head. He believes the king will go easy on him, plus he still has a final trump card hidden away. The king raises an eyebrow, mocking how a dying kid could still have a trick left. But with a confident smile, Zhang Yi insists he does. He politely asks for forgiveness, keeping the secret hidden. Right then, Rista lets out a low, menacing growl that breaks the silence. The beast opens its massive jaws, forming a bright fireball that suddenly solidifies into a shining golden card. King Schumer catches the glowing card between his fingers, boasting that he has never offered such a prize to any common trash before. He tosses it over, leaving the radiant card floating right before the young man's eyes. Zhang Yi hesitates for a moment, then admits he might not be worthy of such a treasure. Rejecting a god-tier talent card is unheard of, prompting Liu Ya to scream in utter disbelief when she hears him turn it down. Suddenly, a majestic golden lion is summoned directly from the card, catching even King Schumer completely off guard. The king is baffled, demanding to know how this is possible when the kid's god-tier talent was supposedly confiscated. Kizu, it seems you missed a few details. Kizu giggles behind his hand, implying there is more to this than meets the eye. He calls it a little pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, the giant beast Rista approaches Zhang Yi, sniffing him all over. Zhang Yi just raises his hands, completely cooperative, which somehow leaves King Schumer looking incredibly stunned. While Kizu watches with an amused grin, Rista finishes sniffing and suddenly sneezes, blowing gross wetness all over the place. Zhang Yi recoils in disgust, and Liu Ya can only stare in absolute shock. Her jaw drops as the giant lion quickly retreats, scurrying back to hide behind its master like a frightened pup. King Schumer bursts into hearty laughter, amused that the proud beast finds Zhang Yi's scent so utterly repulsive. Zhang Yi wipes away some sweat, explaining that even without his god-tier talent card, he is already bound to the absolute strongest entity. King Schumer scoffs at that claim, calling him an ignorant mortal and declaring that he is the only true powerhouse here. But as the king glares at him, his arrogant expression suddenly hardens into a deep, serious frown. Wait for it, the king snaps to his feet, realizing this kid is a hidden Dragon Clan player. Even without the talent card, his divine pact with the dragon god remains active, making Zhang Yi curse inwardly. It is incredibly frustrating to realize his deepest, most guarded secrets have been completely laid bare by the king. Still, it is not a total disaster, so Zhang Yi casually asks if the king has been secretly watching him this entire time. He figures a ruler hiding in the shadows wouldn't know so much unless he had some connection to the apocalyptic spirits. He asks if the king is actually on their side, and being suddenly exposed like this makes the proud ruler snap in anger. Kizu quickly steps in to diffuse the tension, gently reminding his king that they have much more pressing matters to attend to first. Heeding the advice, the king sits back down with a bored huff, deciding it is time to get down to business. Noticing Liu Ya holding her breath in terror, Zhang Yi calmly reassures her that there is no need to panic. Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive burst of energy erupts directly from King Schumer. The blast hits Liu Ya dead on, and she can feel a wild, raw power suddenly coursing through her veins. In an instant, she successfully awakens a god-tier talent, forming an official bond with King Schumer himself. With the process complete, the king stands and coldly warns her that a simple bond doesn't make her any less of a pest. He demands they expect no help from him, as he has zero interest in solving their pathetic little problems. He turns and leaves, ordering them never to disturb his peace unless it is an absolute emergency. Once he is gone, Kizu chuckles and explains they'll get used to it, as the eccentric king loves keeping things dramatic. Zhang Yi turns his gaze back to Kizu, hoping they can finally get some real answers to their questions. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Daiwu, who appears to be trapped in an incredibly tight spot. Despite being heavily suppressed, she refuses to give up, realizing that if she truly holds the assassin's heart, she must fight back. Trapped inside the demon-suppressing tower, she knows surrender isn't an option if she wants to survive this corrupting force. With a sudden leap, Daiwu activates her ultimate skill, while her opponent watches with wicked amusement. The enemy sneers, reminding her that everything she owns already belongs to them, leaving her with absolutely zero chance of victory. No matter how many times you try. But right as she finishes speaking, Daiwu is suddenly bitten hard on the neck, leaving her completely unable to move. The agonizing pain shoots down into her hands, forcing her to drop her weapon onto the ground. As the agonizing pain keeps rapidly worsening, Daiwu collapses to her knees, while those creepy dolls instantly lunge forward to attack her. Refusing to give up, Daiwu quickly pulls out a simple lighter if her powers are totally useless against them. Then how about some fire? This time her trick actually seems to work, and Jay's face instantly turns pale upon seeing it.